Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
According to records, witch doctors, that is, witches and doctors, the ancients often turned to ghosts and gods to cure diseases, so witches and doctors were often mentioned together. In the late Zhou dynasty, witches and doctors began to diverge. You can't be a witch doctor, and the 13 Classics commentary said, the witch master receives the gods and eliminates evils, and heals diseases with medical injections. Since the spring and autumn period, witches and doctors have officially separated. From then on, witches no longer undertake the responsibility of curing diseases and saving lives, but only consult ghosts and gods and divination. And doctors no longer consult ghosts and gods, but are only responsible for saving lives and healing wounds, and hanging pots to help the world. Although some people still insisted on taking witch doctor as their profession, they were regarded as famous by the world because they often used supernatural powers such as gods, evil spirits, spells, and witchcraft to heal diseases, and because they did not have any significant curative effects. Deceiving the world and heresy, and thus being excluded and expelled, he had to gradually fade out of people's sight and hide among the people. Nowadays, in the modern era of prosperous medicine, witch doctors are often regarded as feudal superstitions. Few people believe that witch doctors can cure diseases, and even many young people don't even know what witch doctors are. When it comes to witches, people often think of witches, witchcraft, divination, and fortune-telling, and the jumping god that is still prevalent in remote mountainous areas. What about the witch doctor? Anyone who asks will say, unique. Is there a witch doctor? This is a mystery that no one knows. Surrounded by lakes and mountains, Wuhi town is located in the hinterland of the Dabi Mountains, with meandering peaks, deep forests, and 4 seasons. The climate is pleasant. The natural and cultural landscapes here are unique. Temple, Meiwanzai and other historical sites, as well as the beautiful natural scenery and legends of Longtan and Longtan. Few tourist groups will visit here, but anyone who has been here will be infected by the simplicity and nature here, and linger on. Most of the villagers here are engaged in farming. Although they are poor, they are self-sufficient but live a comfortable life. In the town, there is a family of the Luo family who have been doctors for generations and opened a Chinese medicine clinic called Huishuntang. The old people only know that the founder of Huishuntang, Luo Lianjia, settled here 100 years ago to take charge. Originally, Luo Hong's medical skills were superb, and ordinary people said that he had the ability to bring the dead back to life, and was young and promising. There should be many people willing to betroth the girl to Luo Hong, but there is a strange thing about this Luo family that makes everyone discouraged. Because few generations of the Ne Luo family lived to the age of 30s, they died almost at the age of 20. Lang Luo Hong's father also died before Luo Hong was born. When Luo Hong was 8 years old, his mother also died unexpectedly. Now, Luo Hong is 30 years old, and no daughter in Wuhi town dares to marry into the Luo family. In his generation, the Luo family may really become extinct, and Luo's medical skills will also be lost in the world. People can't help but sigh. It's a pity that Luo Hong not only practiced medicine miraculously, but also fortune-telling was always right, so he couldn't cure his family's serious illness. I have to say that the situation of Luo's family is really a miracle in Wuhi town, and it is even more regrettable. One evening, Luo Hong sent away the last patient. It was an old man far away in Nanshan Bay. The old man is over 80 years old this year. Doctor, can my disease really be cured? Luo Hong hesitated for a while and said, don't worry, take a course of treatment according to the prescription I prescribed, and you should get better. Hey, okay. Thank you, Dr. Luo, do the math. How much is the total? The old man took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and peeled off 3 layers inside and outside, revealing a stack of crumpled change. Luo Hong pursed his lips, thought for a while, and suddenly smiled. No need, we will have an event in Huishan Hall today, free consultation. Ah, such a good thing? What a coincidence? What a coincidence, the old man grinned. Grandpa, you are lucky. It is rare to do activities in this clinic in 100 years. This shows that your illness is almost cured. Haha, yes, with Dr. Luo here, I am not afraid of any illness, I am not afraid of it. The old man looked at Luo Hong up and down. I don't think your complexion is very good, you have to take care of your health. If you fall ill, what can we people do? Luo Hong laughed and said, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Luo Hong looked outside and said again, it's going to be dark soon, you should go back early, it's too late to go on the road. Oh, really, I have to go quickly. Thank you, Dr. Luo. The old man muttered as he walked out, when will my son come back? He has been in the mountains for more than half a month. Luo Hong sent the old man out of the door, looked at the lonely back of the old man, and said softly, Master, I'm afraid your son won't be able to come back. It wasn't until the old man completely disappeared from sight that Luo Hong turned around and looked at the plaque of Huishan Hall. He sighed slightly. What about me? Tomorrow, can I still come here to see a doctor? Luo Hong asked himself this sentence for more than years when he was sensible, and it has also been a day of fear for more than years. Maybe when a person first knows that he will die early, he will feel fear, pain, and sadness. he will struggle and even complain, but today, he is somewhat tired, not because he is not afraid of death, but because these hopeless days have paralyzed him, since he knows that no matter how hard he struggles, no matter how hard he tries, it is useless. Why not? Let's be chic. He took out the increasingly cold pendant from the collar, and his heart became colder and colder. He tore it off fiercely, and clenched it tightly in his hand, wishing he could crush it. This ancestral treasure that has been handed down for thousands of years will be completely lost in his generation. The treasure has no place to go, the Luo family's medical skills have been lost, and the Luo family is also gone. There is nothing left, everything is over. What they experienced in the Luo family, all kinds of things seem like a joke made by God, but they are so insignificant. Where did the strange disease inherited from the Luo family originate? What is the allusion to this pendant with only half a wall? Why is my innate perception different from ordinary people? Since the ancestors knew about this strange disease in the Luo family, why did they still have to marry wives and have children endlessly? Why not cut off the incense early? Why was he born to let him face this helplessness and pain alone? What is the meaning of his life? His father and mother were born early, and before they died, they only told him that the Luo family's ancestors were witch doctors, but what does this have to do with his strange disease? He has been reading medical books since he was a child. The Huangdi Niajing, treatise on febrile diseases, synopsis of the Golden Chamber, Shen Nong's Materia Medica and so on handed down from his ancestors, in addition to medical books, all kinds of classics handed down from generation to generation, official history and unofficial history, are almost famous and can be tested. He read all the old books. Not only for learning, but more importantly, I hope to find a way to relieve the strange disease in the body. But he broke through thousands of books, but he couldn't find any records about this disease. Time passed by every minute and every second, and he didn't know how much time he had left. All of them lost their effect, including the ancestral half-wall pendant, which also became dim at this time, losing the warmth of the past. When he first became seriously ill, as long as he held the half-wall pendant in his palm and soaked his whole body in his homemade medicated bath, he would get temporary relief, which could last for more than a month and a half. In recent years, the duration it got shorter and shorter, until last week, it couldn't last for half a day, and now, the pendant is completely useless. Luo Hong asked himself, classics, hexagrams, heaven and earth, but there was still no answer. But at this time, the feeling in his body told him that his lifespan was exhausted. Luo Hong looked up at the dark blue night sky. The moon on the 15th day was really round and bright. He had been watching it for 30 years, but he couldn't get enough of it. There was also this poor town filled with all his memories. He always felt that some reluctance. He shook his head helplessly, but finally smiled wryly. Hey, that's it. Luo Hong went back to the room and tidied up briefly. After carefully looking at the century-old clinic, he closed the shop, endured the severe pain in his body, and walked unsteadily in the direction of his house, passing by the river. At that time, he took out the pendant from his pocket and hung it on the river, stared at it for a long time, but finally couldn't let go of his hand. He sighed, put the pendant back into his pocket, and said to himself, after all, you have been with me for 30 years. Luo Hong walked forward a few more steps, and suddenly found that the texture of the full moon reflected on the lake's surface seemed to have changed. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look, and the texture became the image of a pair of dragons playing with pearls. Luo Hong was startled. He hurriedly looked up at the moon in the sky, but there was nothing unusual, but the reflection in the lake was clearly different. Luo Hong hurriedly took out the pendant from his pocket. Compared with the patterns in the river, half of the walls were completely matched. Luo Hong was surprised, and suddenly felt dizzy. A heat flow in his body went straight to the top of his head. He felt the corners of his eyes, the bottom of his nose, and the bottom of his ears at the same time. A scalding hot and humid liquid flowed out, so he stretched out his hand to touch it. Under the bright moonlight, the dark red liquid on his finger was faintly visible. The moment he realized that it was blood, Luo Hong's nerves jerked. He stagnated, and then his body shook violently, and with a bang, he stiffened and fell to the ground. The bright moon in the sky was reflected in Luo Hong's wide-eyed eyes, and the pattern of double dragons playing with beads slowly turned, from slow to fast, and finally turned into a rapid vortex, as if to suck people's soul into the abyss. The orange-yellow the image slowly turned into a pool of black water, and finally swelled, swallowing Luo Hong's body completely. Luo Hong felt his consciousness gradually withdraw from his body. He knew that this was the coming of death, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Finally came. This made him somewhat relieved. He was free. Only, he didn't understand that in the past 30 years, he had saved lives and healed the wounded, and served the world with a pot. But did he end up like this? Moreover, the Luo family's ancestral medical treatment has no successors, and it is completely ruined in his hands, and the Luo family has no heirs to continue the incense. How does this make him face the Luo family's ancestors? He is helpless, he regrets, he thinks more. How much I want to live again. After all, Luo Hong didn't close his eyes. His dull pupils were like black dry wells. His cold and stiff body was no longer conscious, and he was lying alone on the path by the lake. Even though he was very reluctant and helpless, he still passed away sadly. Suddenly there was a sound of humming, from far to near, ethereal and ethereal, repeating a sentence over and over again, and only those who listened carefully could hear it clearly. Yan Huang Long May I, the way of witch doctor, ends Jace he, double dragons combined, then the curse will be broken. Who, what's the meaning? Luo Hong asked loudly. Suddenly a white light flashed into his eyes, making Luo Hong's whole body tremble, and he opened his eyes suddenly. Plus 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 plus. The author has something to say. The Great Physician Sincerity series is finally here. Aunt Xiong has been wanting to write an article about Chinese medicine for many years, and it's not just Chinese medicine. Love-hate entanglement, well, very difficult. For my aunt who has zero emotional intelligence and has been illiterate for a long time, it may take several layers to write such an article. But in order to realize this beautiful dream of my aunt is still eager to try and gear up. In order to write this article, I read it for more than half a month. Medical skills, ancient books, and classics, but not even a rough knowledge, suddenly feel that the ancient Chinese medicine in our country is really profound and awe-inspiring. My aunt's writing skills are not good, and I don't know much. All the knowledge that can be verified comes from ancient books and classics, and the rest is all up to my aunt. If you don't write well, please bear with me. My aunt writes books purely for self-entertainment. Ellie, I also hope to write it for someone who is destined to watch it. I am happy, and the most important thing is that you are happy reading, isn't it? If you don't like it, please don't shoot bricks, take a detour, it's convenient for you and me. Dear friends, please leave a mark, let's discuss the favorites and shortcomings of this article, and try to read the next dozens of chapters happily. In the end, my aunt doesn't know how well she writes, whether it will be to everyone's appetite, but no matter what, my aunt will try her best to write well with her love for the text and a responsible attitude towards her parents. Therefore, I sincerely hope that everyone will like Doctor Strange, and I would like to thank you for your support. Come on, Bear Bite 1. Well, the aunt who has no morals still wants to kneel and beg to save and leave a message. Hee. Luo Hong's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the white roof for a long time, and then tremblingly got up from the ground of his house, as if he had experienced a life and death struggle. He felt weak all over, which was very similar to his previous symptoms after the onset. It's similar, but he knows that this condition is not a disease, but a rebirth. Luo Hong stumbled to the wooden cabinet, picked up the calendar and looked at it. It is now April 2009. He went back to 2009. Luo Hong turned on the TV again, and then took out his mobile phone to look at it. The display time of the three media was the same. He slumped on the chair, clutching the wall calendar. His whole body was shaking violently. He didn't know whether it was sickness or excitement. He stared straight at the date. Yes, he was indeed reborn. But why? How could such a bizarre thing happen in the world? Although he is proficient in some divination methods, it is also based on a certain concept of Chinese medicine. Through looking, smelling, asking, and cutting, combined with observing the sky, pushing the astrolabe, and some ancient scientific etiquette, he can roughly calculate some signs of numerology, and there is no real detachment from reality, let alone the possibility of communicating with gods. And what was the meaning of the melancholy sound he heard when he woke up? Yanhuang Dragon Veins, the way of witch doctor, En's Gao family, the combination of two dragons, the curse will be broken. Luo Hong pondered these words repeatedly. Although the literal meaning of this sentence is very simple, it has no brains and no brains. It refers to the way of wizards and doctors. What is the relationship between wizards and Chinese medicine? En's Gao. Why is this Gao? What is the combination of double dragons? That curse is a curse, and what kind of curse is it? Luo Hong took out half of the pendant from his pocket, and suddenly remembered the image in the lake. He said in surprise, there is another half of this pendant? Could this sentence be a secret word to solve the strange disease? This cognition jumped into Luo Hong's brain, making him feel ecstatic. Luo Hongtang jumped up from the chair, ran to the bookshelf, and found a few documents, hoping to find a solution immediately. Curse. Is Luoshi's strange disease a curse? If so, who cast such a vicious curse? Luo Hong was just thinking about it, when he heard someone knocking on the door. He was startled. Dang dang? Dr. Luo, are you at home? Hearing the voice, it was Li Baoquan from the east of the town. Luo Hong was a little surprised. In the past 30 years, very few people came to visit him, and in his memory, no one had ever come to him at this time. Hey, yes, at home. Luo Hong hurriedly replied. Luo Hong put down the book, stood up and walked to the door, pushed open the door, and saw Li Baoquan running flushed, panting. Luo Hong asked, Brother Baoquan, why are you running in such a hurry? Why not? Are you comfortable? Li Baoquan took a few deep breaths, beat his chest and rubbed his stomach, wiped his sweat. His dark square face showed a row of neat white teeth. He grinned and said, Oh, I heard you last night. They said they were going out of town to do errands, but you were at home. It seems that these two people are lucky. Brother Baoquan, what's the matter? After reminded by Li Baoquan, Luo Hong recalled that he went out of town this week in 09. The pharmaceutical factory must have missed the purchase of traditional Chinese medicine and medical equipment. No wonder he didn't remember it. Go, let's talk on the way. Li Baoquan couldn't help saying that he pulled Luo Hong up and went out. Luo Hong quickly took out the key and locked the door, followed Li Baoquan out of the courtyard. On the way, Li Baoquan told Luo Hong that there were two customers who came from afar to seek medical treatment from him. Because the Huishan Hall was not open, and they happened to meet Li Baoquan, they asked him to help find Luo Hong. Li Baoquan knew that Luo Hong would be out of town today, but he still decided to come to Luo's house to try his luck, but he didn't expect Luo Hong to be at home, and now those two are waiting at the gate of Huishan Hall. Luo Hong was somewhat curious to see Li Baoquan's excited look. This Li Baoquan is a well-known miser in the town. He would never do business without money. Those two outsiders probably gave him a lot of money, otherwise he wouldn't run errands for others, let alone come to his house to find bad luck. I just don't know what kind of outsider will come to their remote mountainous area to seek medical treatment, and they will be so generous that they can hire Li Baoquan. How much did you take from him? Luo Hong asked. When Li Baoquan heard this, his face turned red. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. Actually, I didn't ask for it. He forced it to me. I mean, these two people are really not like ordinary people. What do I say? Without saying anything, that buddy gave me 100 yuan, which really shocked me. It's amazing that we can earn 2,000 yuan a year. They gave me a month's living expenses as soon as they made a move, and, look at the cars they drive, they are shiny and shiny. I have never seen a brand before, but they are rare. 100 yuan, indeed, there are quite a lot. The per capita annual income in Wuhi Township is only more than 3,000 yuan, and many poor households can't even reach 2,000 yuan. Most people in the town rely on farming for a living and are self-sufficient. Enough for the whole family to eat and drink. Luo Hong followed Li Baoquan in the direction of Huishan Hall, and saw a pure black Rolls-Royce sedan from a long distance away. When Luo Hong and Li Baoquan approached, two men got out of the car. One was older, he looked in his 30s, and he was good-looking, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, looking capable and refined. The other was a very young guy, who looks to be in his 20s, looks so handsome. Luo Hongchang has never seen such a vigorous guy at his age, at least he can't find such a man in Wuhi town. The height and appearance of the two have the temperament of northern men, and their tall statures are rarely seen in Anhui. Even Luo Hong, who is 179 tall, looks a lot shorter standing next to them. Li Baoquan hurriedly approached with a smile, and introduced, "You two brothers have been waiting for a long time. This is Dr. Huishantang, Luo Hong, and Dr. Luo." "Oh, this is Dr. Luo." Gao Tianheng, an elderly man wearing glasses, asked. After the two of them saw Luo Hong, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes at the same time. Gao Xiang, who was standing on the other side of the car, looked at Luo Hong up and down, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The rumored Dr. Luo was so young, and how did he grow up like this? Without waiting for Luo Hong to answer, Li Baoquan hurriedly answered, "Yes, this is Dr. Luo. People from dozens of miles around us, including the provincial capital, will come to our spring hall to see Dr. Luo. I don't know how many difficult and miscellaneous diseases have been cured. It's our genius doctor in Wuhi town." Luo Hong tugged at Li Baoquan. "Brother Baoquan, go and do your work first. I'll go into the room to chat with these two gentlemen. I came from a long way. I'm afraid I have to go to the doctor for an emergency, so don't delay the patient's treatment." Li Baoquan scratched his head. "Haha, that's fine. I'll go first. You're busy." He nodded and bowed to the two men and saluted. Don't, even ran and bumped towards the west of the town. Luo Hong bowed his back slightly, covered his mouth and coughed a few times, took out the key from his pocket, opened the door and said, "You two gentlemen, please come in." Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng exchanged glances, followed Luo Hong into the clinic. Luo Hong pulled the bench and handed it to the two of them. "Please sit down. I'm sorry, the two gentlemen wait for a moment. I will take off the shutter on the window." "Well, there is no hurry. You are busy." Gao Tianheng made a request gesture, smiled. Luo Hong poured a glass of water for the two of them, walked quickly to the door and removed the shutter from the window. The two people sitting in the room looked at Luo Hong, who was busy outside the window, and then looked at each other. Gao Xiang sneered, "Is this person okay? It looks a bit unreliable." Gao Tianheng pursed his lips. "I also have this kind of feel. Look at him, so sickly. He is obviously a sick bun. He can't even heal himself, but can he heal others?" Gao Xiang stared out the window at Luo Hong, who was pale and blue-eyed, with his eyes full of criticism and scrutiny. Gao Tianheng nodded. "Indeed. Now what? Look again." While the two were talking, Luo Hong brought a pot of soy milk from the second aunt next door into the room. He put the soy milk in the back room, then hurried to the sink to wash his hands, and went to the table. "Excuse me, I kept the two gentlemen waiting for a long time. Is there anything I can do to help?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hong hurriedly took out a handkerchief from his pocket, covered his mouth and coughed loudly, making Gao Tianheng and Gao Xiang, who were sitting opposite him, look pale. It sank again. Gao Xiang suddenly asked with a smile, "Is Dr. Luo not feeling well?" Luo Hong coughed and his eyes were a little bloodshot. He pressed the tea into a cup ointment in his throat with his thumb to relieve the symptoms, and replied with some panting, "Oh, it's okay, this is an old problem." Sure enough, the corners of Gao Xiang's eyes trembled a little. He squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Tianheng. Gao Tianheng also shook his head helplessly. Regarding the eye contact between the two, Luo Hong didn't think much about it. He took out the cloth pillow, spread a snow-white towel on it, and asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, who wants to see a doctor?" Gao Tianheng looked at Luo Hong the outstretched hand. Although the fingers are slender, white, and tender, but very thin, the blood vessels on the back of the hand are clearly visible. No one who looks at it will think that the owner of these hands is a healthy person. He shook his head and said, it's not that we want to see a doctor. You don't look like we are sick. This sentence is not just a question, but also quite ironic. You can know the number of interstitial diseases by just watching, but this miracle doctor can't see what even a layman like him knows. It has to be said that the name of this miracle doctor is a bit misleading. It's no wonder that Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng thought too much. At this time, Luo Hong's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his hands were shaking a little. It made people think that he was so nervous because he was not good at seeing a doctor and was questioned. But Luo Hong's current symptoms are well known to the people in the town. Every winter and spring are the seasons when Luo Hong's body responds the most. He has to drink 2 doses of homemade Chinese medicine every day to relieve them. This morning, because he had just come back from rebirth, he was invited to the store to see a doctor before he had time to drink the medicine, so his symptoms were more serious, and he happened to be caught up by these 2 outsiders. Luo Hong didn't care about the attitude of the other party. He continued to ask, oh, then, who in the family is sick? Why can't you come in person? Seeing Luo Hong's appearance, Gao Tianheng and Gao Xiang couldn't sit still this time. The 2 stood up at the same time with a tacit understanding. Gao Tianheng said, I'm sorry, Dr. Luo, I suddenly remembered that there is something urgent, and the patient has not been brought. In fact, we are here today to identify the door, and we will bring the family over another day. Let's see a doctor. Luo Hong thought for a while, nodded and said, okay then, please go ahead, both of you. Luo Hong also stood up, ready to see off the 2 gentlemen who came from afar. Gao Xiang walked in front. He thought the door frame was too short, so he had to walk with his head down. He didn't notice that there was a group of people rushing in from outside the house. When I opened the door of the outer room, I bumped into a middle-aged woman. The woman staggered. Gao Xiang didn't step forward to support her, but asked nonchalantly, sorry, are you okay? Anxious, and didn't care about being hit by someone, he quickly pushed Gao Xiang away, threw himself on Luo Hong behind him, and cried, Dr. Luo, look at my man. What's wrong with him? How good it is that I have been screaming since last night without waking up. Luo Hong saw that it was the 6th sister-in-law of Nantan, and hurriedly said, don't worry, I'll take a look first. Luo Hong was dragged by the 6th sister-in-law walking up to the group of people with his arms folded. He looked at the unconscious Liuzu, picked up Liuzu's wrist, and checked his pulse. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng didn't want to watch the excitement at first, but Luo Hong said something next, which made them stop. Luo Hong said, Brother Liuzu has had a stroke. Hurry up and carry the house. Everyone carrying Nantan's 6 pillars into the clinic. The 2 standing by the car looked at each other. Gao Tianheng said, a stroke is such a serious disease, can this quack doctor do it? Gao Xiang thought for a while, go, have a look go. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng followed in. The huge clinic was packed with people, but because the southerners were smaller, it didn't prevent them from standing behind them and watching Luo Hong see the patients. After Lu Zhu was placed on the bed, he opened Lu Zhu's eyelids and looked at him, and then pried his teeth with a tool. Seeing that Lu Zhu couldn't keep his mouth open, his hands were clenched tightly, and his limbs were convulsed. Luo Hong didn't change his face. He said to himself, Yin syndrome. Everyone didn't dare to ask. They all looked at Luo Hong nervously, saw him look from head to toe, squeezed, and suddenly asked, did you faint suddenly last night? Well, yes. 6th sister-in-law replied with snot and tears, Dr. Luo, is there any help? Luo Hong didn't make a sound, and hurriedly took out a cloth bag from the cabinet, opened it, and there were several rows of needles inside. He never looked up at everyone from the beginning to the end, as if he was immersed in his own world all the time. Nothing can interfere with him. He took out a 3-inch long needle, sterilized it with alcohol cotton, and pierced it in the middle of the 6 poster. Although Luo Hong's face was dripping with sweat and his hands were shaking violently, when he applied the needle, the hand was strong, steady, and accurate. After piercing, twisted a few times, and then pulled out a few needles, piercing Beihui, Naiguan, Hegu, and Taekong in sequence. Luo Hong's eyes were focused when applying the needles, and he seemed to be eloquent, but silent. I don't know how effective it is. Just when everyone was skeptical, Liuzu slowly opened his eyes. He asked Luo Hong the first time he saw him, huh? Dr. Luo, why am I here? Everyone let out a sigh of relief, then burst out laughing, and were amazed at Luo Hong's medical skills. 6th sister-in-law threw herself on Liuzu directly, you silly man. You had a stroke, and it was Dr. Luo who rescued you. Dr. Luo, you are a miracle doctor. 6th sister-in-law turned to look at Luo Hong, and almost knelt down for Luo Hong. Luo Hong shook his head, it's a trivial matter. The acupuncture I performed just now is only for emergency treatment. If you want to recover, you still need to take a few doses of medicine. Sister-in-law wiped the tears and sweat from her face. Okay, Dr. Luo, please write the prescription. Luo Hong went back to the table, took out the paper, and wrote the prescription with a brush. His handwriting was vigorous, and free, very masculine, which made Gao Tianheng and Gao Xiang standing aside completely dumbfounded. Luo Hong's amazing skill of using acupuncture to save people just now had already shocked them, and now he saw that this man used such a backward method to prescribe prescriptions, and wrote with extraordinary calligraphy. Such a young and promising old Chinese medicine doctor, it is really rare in the world. Both of them couldn't hide the amazement and admiration in their eyes at this time. Gao Tianheng whispered, "It really is a miracle, doctor." Gao Xiang nodded. He stared at Luo Hong, unable to look away for a long time. After Luo Hong sent everyone away, he leaned against the wall outside the house to breathe for a while, and finally he smiled with a hint of complacency and satisfaction in that smile. "It's good to be alive, it's great to see a doctor," Luo Hong shouted in his heart. This is the career he has been engaged in for as long as he can remember. It has been deeply rooted in his bone marrow and has become a part of his life. He really can't imagine that one moment he is the poor bastard on the verge of death, and the next moment he has been reborn and gained another 4 years. 4 years is not a long time for his life. If he wants to live longer and do more things he wants to do, he must decipher the true meaning of that cryptic phrase. He has to hurry up. Luo Hong turned around and went back to the room, intending to study the meaning of that sentence when no one was there, but found that there were still 2 people in the room who hadn't left. They were Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng. When the two saw Luo Hong walking in, Gao Tianheng hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, you are truly a miracle doctor alive. I have offended you so much before, I hope you don't mind." Luo Hong coughed twice, walked to the back of the table and sat down, and replied while arranging the table, "Mr. is too polite, haven't you asked your surnames yet?" Gao Tianheng laughed loudly, "Look at my memory, I haven't even introduced myself." He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Luo Hong. "I am Gao Tianheng, this is Gao Xiang, and I am his uncle." "Oh, the relationship between uncle and nephew." Luo Hong raised his eyes and looked at the two of them, feeling that they didn't look alike. He looked at the business card again, Beijing AU International. CEO. He is still a high-ranking official. These two people are really decent people. No wonder they drive such a good car, put on such a big picture, and have excellent temperament and appearance. They are worthy of coming from a big city. Luo Hong stretched out his hand and shook Gao Tianheng's hand. "Mr. Gao Tianheng, hello." You're welcome, Gao Tianheng hurriedly replied. "Mr. Gao Xiang, hello." Luo Hong stretched out his hand to Gao Xiang again. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes and smiled, and generously extended his hand to return the salute. The moment the two of them clasped their hands, Gao Xiang suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from the soles of his feet, which made his expression freeze on his face, and his eyes froze instantly. Stare. Luo Hong was also taken aback. The feeling in his palm made him almost throw Gao Xiang's hand away rudely, but he still insisted on finishing the handshake ceremony. He withdrew his hand and put it in the pocket of his white coat, clenched slightly. The scorching heat wave from the palm of his hand rushed across his limbs rapidly, making his whole body hot, just like the temperature that a normal person's body should have, a temperature that he has never had before. This made him take a few more glances at this guy named Gao Xiang. Why didn't he feel this way when he shook hands with Gao Tianheng? Is there anything special about this Gao Xiang? Gao Xiang smiled calmly. "Dr. Luo, your hands are really cold, like." He paused for a moment, and didn't continue. Gao Tianheng immediately answered, "What does it look like?" Gao Xiang leaned on Gao Tianheng's ear and whispered something. Gao Tianheng frowned and glared at Gao Xiang, and said in a low voice, "Tisk, Xianger, don't talk nonsense." Gao Xiang smiled with a crooked mouth indifferently. Gao Tianheng pulled the bench and sat down. He looked at Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, to tell you the truth, we are here to ask for something important. I hope you will agree to this request." Gao Xiang also pulled the chair and sat on the side. He put his hands in his pockets, split his long legs, and looked at the two of them leisurely. "Oh, Mr. Gao, I can't guarantee it. Let's talk about it." Luo Hong didn't take the medicine in the morning, and he felt a little uncomfortable at noon. "I feel better." Gao Tianheng watched Luo Hong pricking himself with needles as if it was a common occurrence, and he was somewhat distracted. He returned to his senses. "It's like this, my father developed a strange disease in the past 2 months. The hospital did not find out the cause of the disease, but my father had trouble sleeping and eating, and he was in pain. Our family saw the pain in our eyes. My father was old and couldn't bear the long-distance travel on the pommel horse, so I asked for help and searched everywhere. I went to a famous doctor in China, and until now no one can understand my father's illness. Now I have met Dr. Luo, so I would like to ask you to come with me to Beijing to help my father diagnose and treat. Whether it can be cured or not, I will pay a lot, thank you, please rest assured." Luo Hong automatically filtered out the key points in Gao Tianheng's words, which were nothing more than seeing a doctor, seeking medical treatment. And it's still a strange disease. After several visits to doctors, no one can cure it. "This is a strange thing," Luo Hong hurriedly asked. "What are your father's symptoms?" "The disease is very strange, from head to toe, every day, every time, the pain in every position is different." "You mean, if the stomach hurts at noon today, it may be transferred to the head in the next hour, and it will be transferred to the legs in another hour?" "That's right. That's it." Luo Hong's dark eyes rolled, and then he said in surprise, "This is really a strange disease. Dr. Luo, is there a cure for this disease? This is the first time I've heard of this disease. Whether it can be cured or not can only be known by seeing it with my own eyes." Gao Tianheng approached excitedly and asked, "So, Dr. Luo, did you agree to go to Beijing with us?" He glanced at Gao Tianheng, then at Gao Xiang, and he already had the answer in his heart. In fact, The moment he got Gao Tianheng's business card just now, he knew that this Gao family from the capital city should have a lot to do with that cryptic phrase. Inextricably linked, otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must be a predestined fate. He was miraculously reborn, just at the time he missed meeting with the Gao family, and what a coincidence, they were from the capital, and Mr. Gao was ill again. Strange disease, doesn't this correspond to Yanhuang Long May I, ends Jace he? If these three things are done, then the solution of the way of the witch doctor, the combination of two dragons, the curse will be solved must not be far from him. Even if it wasn't because of this incident, he would have to see it for himself when he encountered such an ancient and difficult disease. Besides, saving lives and healing the wounded is the foundation of being a doctor. He has no other hobbies since he was a child. As of today, there is really only one. Wouldn't it be a loss if I didn't do something I like in these short 4 years? Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly felt strong all over his body, his blood was boiling, and a faint blush appeared on his pale face. He unhurriedly pulled out the needle in his hand, put it back in the bag, and then looked up at Gao Tianheng, who was full of expectations. Laughing, I'll go. Oh, that's great, that's great. Gao Tianheng happily grabbed Luo Hong's hand. Dr. Luo, thank you so much. Mr. Gao, don't thank me in a hurry. I just agreed to go and have a look. I can't guarantee whether it will be cured or not. It's okay, just promise to go there. With your superb medical skills, I believe you can do it. Then, you see, it's not too late. When is it convenient for you to leave? Luo Hong thought about it, and according to the meaning of the lingo, it would probably take some time to completely solve the strange disease on his body, and the business of Huishentang might have to be put on hold for a while. He really needs some time to prepare. After all, there are so many folks in Wuhe town. What if someone's family has a serious illness or something, and he's not here? So what if the treatment is delayed? How about this? Give me 2 days, I have to write some emergency prescriptions for the acquaintances in the town, and prepare the things I need to bring. Luo Hong said. 2 days? A little long, right? Gao Xiang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally interjected. Gao Tianheng was also a little troubled. He hesitated. 2 days. Luo Hong could also understand their desire to cure their loved ones as soon as possible, so he let go again. 2 days at the latest. Finish it within 2 days. I will go with you at any time. Gao Xiang nodded at Gao Tianheng. Gao Tianheng smiled and said, well, it's Dr. Yu Luo. 2 days later, when Luo Hong left the town, all the people in the town came to see him off. Some sighed, some cried bitterly, and some brought boiled eggs, steamed buns and pickles. It was as if he would never come back. Luo Hong was moved and couldn't help feeling that this group of people had gone too far, and he would come back after a while. Shouldn't it be like this? Luo Hong got into Gao Tianheng's car, and kept turning his head and waving at the villagers. These people seldom visited his home during the more than 20 years of his lonely life, but they all came to see him off when he left his hometown. This made him somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, it was the first time for him to travel abroad in 30 years, which really made him look forward to and feel inexplicably sad. The car drove very fast, and the relatives quickly disappeared from his sight. Luo Hong wanted to turn around, but suddenly froze. And fleeting again. Luo Hong rolled his eyes, and the whole portrait fell into another space, murmuring unconsciously, can I come back? Gao Xiang squinted at Luo Hong, who had been lying on the back of the chair and looking back with a strange expression, and snorted, God-spirited. Luo Hong brought a lot of medical books and medical equipment, and they sent them to Beijing after they arrived at Hefei Airport. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng didn't feel bored on the way, just watching Luo Hong busy around. Luo Hong obviously looked very quiet, but tossed more than any of them. What is he tossing about? These two people didn't know about Luo Hong's condition. His illness could not be cured with 2 injections. It took a combination of measures to control his illness. He had prepared a few medicines at home in advance, which was enough for him to drink for 2 days. Were packed into several small plastic bottles. The temperature in the car and on the plane was relatively high, and it was not easy to keep fresh, so he wrapped it with 3 layers of plastic cloth inside and 3 layers outside, and in the lounge where they were waiting for boarding, he peeled off the plastic sheeting, took out a plastic lunch box from his pocket, scalded the small medicine bottle with some boiling water, and waited for a few minutes until the temperature was almost ready, before he took it out and drank the medicine. After drinking the medicine, he began to give himself acupuncture, and he was able to prick his own head without looking in the mirror. After a while, he got several needles on his head and hands, sat up straight and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Not only Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng stared at Luo Hong intently, but the elders and aunts, young couples, and children sitting beside him also stared at him. Luo Hong wore a very old-fashioned grey mouse-color blended thin cotton jacket. The cuffs of the jacket were frayed, and there were threads and cracks. It was already very small, but it was still a little loose on him, and the pants were a little short, revealing a pair of off-white socks. Although the socks were clean, they were very old and a little pilled. They were obviously made of chemical fiber, not pure cotton. The most exaggerated thing is that he wore a pair of old-fashioned shoes. The uppers were made of black dacron fabric, and the soles were white-yellow laminated soles. Regardless of his face or figure, anyone would think that this was an old man in terms of clothes alone. Uncle, If he was really an old man, maybe everyone would feel quite comfortable, but Luo Hong's face really didn't match this outfit, and anyone who saw him would find it awkward. Luo Hong has slender eyes, hanging at the tip of the eye, and there is a very small mole on the tip of the eye. The bridge of the nose is high and straight, the lips are thin and thick, and the size is moderate. His cheeks are narrow and his chin is slightly pointed. Looking at his complexion, he was really young and delicate, with an unusually handsome appearance, and he had an extraordinary feeling of immortality. His sculpture-like three-dimensional side profile seems to become abnormally coquettish after a long time, making people unable to look away. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng, who are sitting next to him, are no exception. Just when everyone was staring at Luo Hong in a daze, they suddenly heard a little girl's voice. "Uncle, why did you give yourself a needle? Doesn't it hurt?" A little girl stood in front of Luo Hong, staring at Luo Hong without blinking her big eyes. Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes without warning, looked down at the little girl, and didn't say a word. He took the needle out of his body and put it in the needle box, leaving a needle in front of the little girl. "Would you like to try?" he asked. The opening of Luo Hong's eyes made everyone who was in a daze before gasp. His eyes are dark and big, with darker eye circles, and his lower eyelids are sunken and blue, coupled with his pale complexion and bloodless lips, making him look instantly full of evil, just like the goblin in Journey to the West. Gao Xiang came back to his senses, couldn't help turning his head and whispered in Gao Tianheng's ear, "It's the monster in this mountain who ate the farmer and ran out wearing his clothes." Gao Tianheng burst out laughing, and he turned his head to cover his mouth and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. Take him to buy 2 sets of clothes later. It's not good for him to see your grandpa dressed like this." Luo Hong's appearance coupled with his series of actions scared the adults enough, let alone the children. The little girl in front of him was so frightened that she burst into tears on the spot and ran to her mother's arms, sobbing, "Mom, blame Uncle for getting the needle. Don't get the needle." Luo Hong was also startled. He didn't expect that he could scare the little girl to tears. He made fun of all the children in their town. They either asked him to give the needle, or made funny faces at him while running. He was very down to earth. He didn't expect the children in the city to be afraid of him. Luo Hong looked at the little girl's mother, and smiled awkwardly. "Big sister, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to scare her." The woman touched the child's head and glared at Luo Hong. "Who are you calling a big sister? It's rude." Luo Hong blinked his eyes, and said to himself, "That's right. His body is only 26 years old, and he is still young. It is really not suitable for a big girl who is a mother," so he hurriedly changed his words. "I'm sorry, big sister. Who is your eldest sister? Can you speak? I hate it." The woman gave Luo Hong a hard look, and walked towards the bathroom with the child in her arms. Luo Hong stared at the woman's back in a daze, and said to himself, "It's really strange, it doesn't work to be called sister or elder sister, so what is it called?" Gao Xiang continued, "It's called a beauty." Gao Tianheng looked at Gao Xiang with reproachful eyes. He put the newspaper away, stood up, and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, it's time, we should board the plane." Luo Hong hurriedly packed his package, and said to himself, "She's not beautiful, is she?" The two looked at the back of Luo Hong's head, and both felt a little amused by his reaction. This Wuhi town is really poor and remote, with no news, and the per capita annual income is only about -yuan, which is far behind. No matter how advanced Luo Hong's medical skills were, he was still a purebred heir Shanbao who had never seen the world. Although Luo Hong had never been on a plane, he was not very curious. After getting on the plane, he found a medical book and looked through it. What he didn't expect was that he was very airsick. It didn't take many minutes for the plane to stabilize. No way, he vomited almost from the beginning to the end, and he didn't have the energy to give himself an injection. Fortunately, there was only a 2-hour journey, otherwise he would have died on the plane. In the end, Luo Hong was carried off the plane by 2 people. After getting into the private car, Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong who had his eyes closed and his face was sallow. He couldn't laugh or cry. If he hadn't seen Luo Hong saving people with his own eyes, even if he was killed, he wouldn't believe that this sick man who was dying could still treat others. Gao Xiang looked at his watch and asked, "Should I ask him to see a doctor for Grandpa today? Or will we talk about it tomorrow?" "Let's do it tomorrow. Let Dr. Luo take a good rest today. Only when he is in good spirits can he see better results." Gao Tianheng replied. "Oh, where is he staying tonight? Have you arranged a hotel yet?" "Of course it's at home. I've asked Aunt Wang to tidy up the room." Gao Xiang frowned. At first he wanted to say that it was inappropriate for a stranger to live at home, but after thinking about it, it would save him having to send someone to pick him up the next day, which was also convenient, so he didn't say anything. After a while, Luo Hong suddenly said to Gao Xiang beside him, "Mr. Gao Xiang." Gao Xiang, who was looking thoughtfully outside the window, was interrupted, and turned to look at Luo Hong. When will we arrive?" Gao Xiang looked at the road conditions outside. "An hour." "What? An hour? That long? How long is it?" "The airport is far away from the city, and the road conditions are not very good, so it's fast." Luo Hong straightened up, looked outside the car, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, turned to look at Gao Xiang. "Mr. Gao Xiang, I'm a little anxious." "I'm anxious? The big one or the small one?" "Small." "Hey, that's great. What did you do early? Why didn't you say it when you got off the plane?" Luo Hong said, "At that time, I had no idea. Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? It's only been 10 minutes. Gao Tianheng on the opposite side bumped Gao Xiang's leg and hurriedly took over the conversation. Dr. Luo, don't be so polite, just tell me if you have any needs in the future. He turned his head and asked Wang Ji, Brother Wang, there is a public toilet nearby. The nearest public toilet is 10 minutes away. There is a McDonald's in front of it. Why don't you go there? Okay, hurry up, don't let Dr. Luo get overwhelmed. The car stopped at the gate of McDonald's. Gao Tianheng said, Xianger, why don't you go in with Dr. Luo? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong and replied, all right. Gao Xiang led Luo Hong into the McDonald's. There were many people in the McDonald's around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They came to the second floor. Gao Xiang stood still outside the men's toilet. Go in by yourself, I'll wait here. Okay, thank you. After Luo Hong entered, Gao Xiang received a call from Bai Xiaotian. Hello, Xiaotian, what's the matter? What? I can't call you if I have nothing to do. Gao Xiang smiled. What's the matter? Bai Xiaotian muttered. Tomorrow is my dad's birthday. Why don't you come over? I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow. The doctor is here. I will see my grandfather tomorrow. I have to keep an eye on it. Really? Then I'll take time to visit his old man another day. Okay, no problem. Okay, then let's get in touch. It is good. Hey, Xiang. Okay, did you miss me these days? Gao Xiang laughed twice. What do you think? Bai Xiaotian stomped his feet. I'm asking you. Hey, Xiaotian, I'm in a hurry. Hang up first. Let's meet and talk another day. Gao Xiang immediately hung up the phone and put the phone in his pocket. He stood outside and waited for a while, looked at the time, and said to himself, did you fall into the toilet? Why did it take so long to pee? Gao Xiang couldn't wait any longer, so he pushed open the door of the men's toilet and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw a not too tall but strong man grabbing Luo Hong's neck and squeezing him into a corner, pointing at his nose and scolding Luo Hong. Gao Xiang rushed up, pulled the man away, and shouted, hey, what are you doing? He looked Luo Hong up and down, and asked, Dr. Luo, are you okay? What happened? Luo Hong shook his head. It's okay. The man who was pulled away cursed, are you guys together? Is he insane? When he saw me, he said that I have a serious disease, and my life is not long. Let your mother's dog Stinky fart, looking for smoke. Gao Xiang pushed away the man's body that was rushing forward, and smiled politely. I'm sorry, brother, he's a bit out of his mind. Gao Xiang pointed to his head. Don't bother with him, I'll pay for it on his behalf. No. The man saw that Gao Xiang was tall, well-built, and wearing a famous brand, so he shouldn't be someone to provoke, so he spat. Damn it, a psychopath ruined a good mood, and sick people are released to recruit people. What do you hate doing? Watch closely, it's really bad luck. He lifted up his pants, gave Luo Hong a vicious look, turned and left the toilet. After the man left, Gao Xiang turned his head and looked at Luo Hong. Although his face was expressionless, there was a trace of displeasure in his voice. Dr. Luo, why did you provoke such a person? Luo Hong tilted his head, his eyes were a little straight, and he said softly, this person has done too much evil. His turbidity is too bad, his yintang is black, the whites of his eyes are brown and yellow, his lips are purple, he is terminally ill, and he looks like he is dying. I am afraid that there is no way to recover. Gao Xiang stared at Luo Hong's face, always felt that this man was very evil, and he didn't know if it was his own illusion. He recalled the appearance of that man just now, and it was indeed what Luo Hong said, but some people just grow into that kind of virtue. Why is he so sure that it is the focus of the disease? Gao Xiang didn't believe that Luo Hong could have such a god at all. He had already caught up with the half-immortal. He urged, okay, have you finished using the toilet yet? When you're done, let's go. Oh, all right. Luo Hong came back to his senses and responded. Gao Xiang frowned and looked at Luo Hong again, and led him out of the McDonald's. After the two got into the car and sat firmly, the car drove out. Less than a minute after the car drove out, screams came from McDonald's. Someone died? Quick, call an ambulance. I saw the man who insulted Luo Hong in the toilet just now lying on the table, with a large pool of blood flowing out on the table, and the man sitting opposite was sprayed with blood all over his face, looking at everything in front of him in horror. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianheng took Luo Hong to several places, and the final destination was the Gao family's main house. Luo Hong didn't know how he was lying on the bed until the end, who might have put him on the bed. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. After Luo Hong opened his eyes, he subconsciously touched the pendant on his chest, and it was still there. Then he looked at the strange bedroom in a blink of an eye. All he could see were antique furniture, almost all of which were mahogany furniture. Guessing that this must be a rich and powerful family, and the owner is elderly and very tasteful and stylish. Luo Hong stood up and took a closer look at this ridiculously large bedroom, tilted his head and pondered for a while, then remembered that he was in Gao's house. Luo Hong quickly lifted the quilt and got out of bed in the next second. He looked around, but he didn't see what he was looking for. He felt a little flustered, so he walked around the room barefoot, groping for something. Look around, opened the cabinet and looked through it. Nothing. He hurried to the bed again, lifted the sheet, pouted and looked under the bed. Nothing. Luo Hong knelt down on the ground, thinking about something, unexpectedly lost his mind, and didn't move for a long time. Dr. Luo, what are you doing? A middle-aged woman's voice came from behind Luo Hong, and the owner of the voice approached, squatted halfway beside him, and stretched out his hand to support him. Dr. Luo. Luo Hong slowly came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked at the person. She was a very rich and fair elderly woman with kind eyebrows and kind eyes. Hong blurted out, "Good face." Luo Hong's sudden remark made Wang Meili stunned. She asked, "Dr. Luo, what did you say?" She helped Luo Hong up. Luo Hong stood up and continued, "I say you have a good face, a face of great blessing." "Ah, you say I am the face of great fortune?" "Yes." Wang Meili laughed loudly, "Are you joking? I lost my 2 husbands, and now I work with my son in Gao's family. You say I am a lucky face? I am a kefu face, which is almost the same." Luo Hong shook his head, "Your blessing is coming soon." Wang Meili grinned from ear to ear, thinking that although Dr. Luo looks very sinister, he is really a good person. Although she didn't believe it, she thought it would be nice to ask for auspicious words, so she laughed, "That's really auspicious words from Dr. Tolo? I'm waiting." Seeing Wang Meili smiling so happily, Luo Hong happily followed suit. "Dr. Luo, what were you doing lying on the ground just now?" Wang Meili turned around to make the bed and asked. Hearing Wang Meili's words, Luo Hong remembered it, and he patted his legs. "Hey, that's right. I want to find my bag." Luo Hong started wandering around the ground again. "Oh, so I was looking for a bag. Don't worry, I'll pack it up for you. Do you want it now?" "Well, I need it now, sorry to trouble you." "Oh, yes, I haven't asked yet, are you?" "You can just call me Aunt Wang, that's what everyone in the Gao family calls me." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Wang." Wang Meili made the bed, picked up the clothes that had just been brought in and handed them to him. "I'll get you the bag, you can change into these clothes, and when Tianheng comes, I will take you to see the old man." Luo Hong took a look at the new clothes, only to notice that he was wearing a set of white pajamas, which did not belong to him, and he asked, "Aunt Wang, where are my clothes? I put it away for you." "Oh, please bring it with my bag, thank you." Luo Hong put down the new suit and stood there looking at Wang Meili. Wang Meili glanced at the clothes beside the bed. "I'll bring you the things, but don't you plan to change this clothes? Tianheng bought it for you, right?" Luo Hong shook his head and said, "I will thank Mr. Gao, but I can't wear these clothes. I haven't started to see a doctor yet. It's the saying that you don't get paid for nothing. What's more, I'm not used to wearing these clothes, so I still wear my own. The clothes are solid. Look, Tianheng is really wasting all his time. Haha, Zhong, you can do whatever you like, I'll give it to you right away, just wait." "Well, it's work." Gao Meili quickly sent the bag and clothes to Luo Hong. After Gao Meili left, Luo Hong quickly took the last small bottle of medicine and performed acupuncture on himself, and his body felt better. The medicine prepared in advance has been used up. I don't know if the luggage sent in advance has arrived. He will use the kitchen of Gao's family to make medicine tonight. If he really gets sick at someone else's house, it will be broken. Gao Tianheng and Gao Xiang don't often live in the Gao family's main residence, and they both returned to their respective residences last night. They came here together this morning. They happened to have breakfast with Luo Hong here. Old man Gao Xiaobo couldn't go upstairs due to illness. After dinner, I ate, drank and slept in the bedroom for more than a month. The life was really muddled and painful. Wang Meili went downstairs and said that Xiaobo Gao had finished his breakfast and was ready to meet people. The 3 of them went upstairs and came to Xiaobo Gao's bedroom. Luo Hong followed behind the 2 of them. Before entering the door, he heard painful groans from the room. After entering the room, he saw Gao Xiaobo leaning on the head of the bed. Luo Hong was startled. Almost in an instant, he jumped over the 2 people beside him, rushed to the bedside, picked up Xiaobo Gao's wrist to check his pulse. Luo Hong's behavior stunned everyone in the room. Although Gao Xiaobo felt uncomfortable all over, he still had the strength to get angry. He shook off Luo Hong's hand and said angrily, "Where is the wild boy?" Gao Tianheng hurriedly took a step forward, holding Gao Xiaobo's hand. "Dad, don't get angry, this is the Luo Hong we invited, Luo Miracle Doctor." Although Gao Xiaobo was suffering from illness, his appearance was still good. He stared at Luo Hong with a pair of radiant eyes. "Master Luo, this young man in the 80s costume is a doctor, not to mention his outfit, with his sickly appearance. How good is his medical skills at the age of more than 20? The old man must not believe it." He frowned and said, "Let him go." Gao Tianheng was well aware of Xiaobo Gao's temperament, knew that he would mind a doctor's description of his appearance, and age was also a big problem, so he wanted Luo Hong to change into the clothes he bought, but who knew that Luo Hong would not wear anything. He had no choice but to go with him. He had already expected his father's reaction, and he persuaded, "Dad, don't look at Dr. Luo's young age, but he is indeed superb in medicine. Xianger and I saw him rescue a stroke patient with our own eyes, and only had a few needles. That comatose patient woke up immediately. It's really amazing, isn't it, Xianger?" Standing aside, Gao Xiang put his hands in his pockets, and with a lazy expression, he gave a lukewarm hmm. Gao Xiaobo glared at Gao Xiang, and waved his hands. "Go out, I'm going to rest, hurry up and send this Dr. Luo back. I'm not ready to let a child see a doctor." "Dad? Dr. Luo, he..." Okay, go out quickly." The old man urged impatiently. Gao Tianheng looked up helplessly at Wang Meili who was beside the bed, and Wang Meili shook his head with him, motioning him to go out. Gao Tianheng sighed. He stood up, walked to Luo Hong's side. Dr. Luo, let's go out first. He pulled Luo Hong a few times, but Luo Hong remained motionless, staring straight at Gao Xiaobo. Gao Tianheng asked, Dr. Luo, it really is a strange disease. Luo Hong sighed. After hearing Luo Hong's words, everyone in the room looked at Luo Hong, and saw him approaching young Master Gao as if no one else was there, looked down at him, and continued, Old Mr. Gao, if your illness is not cured, you may die soon. I'm going to treat him now. I'm afraid I can only give him a try. Whether he can be cured or not depends on your luck. Everyone didn't expect Luo Hong to be so open-minded, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. Gao Tianheng hurriedly stepped forward to hold Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, what are you talking about? Gao Xiaobo was furious, and suddenly felt the abdominal pain rushing all over his body, causing him to twitch violently. He panted heavily, hummed in pain, and still cursed. Where did you come from? A quack doctor in the mountains? Gao Xiaobo, live, when will it be up to you to decide? Hurry up and get out. Gao Xiaobo raised his eyes to look at Gao Xiang, who was still standing on the spot and watched coldly. His heart was so depressed that he almost passed over. He pointed at Gao Xiang and cursed, Stinky boy, get out of here too. Gao Xiang frowned and looked at Gao Xiaobo. He didn't speak or move, and he didn't intend to go forward to appease Gao Xiaobo. Seeing the situation, Wang Meili and Gao Tianheng quickly held down Xiaobo Gao, kneaded and pinched him, hoping to relieve his symptoms. Gao Tianheng turned to look at Luo Hong, not knowing what to do. He shouted anxiously, Dr. Luo. Luo Hong took out the needle box from his pocket, took out a needle, and put it on it unhurriedly. Before everyone could react, Luo Hong raised the needle and dropped it quickly and steadily, stabbing straight at the needle. After entering the Hague cup ointment on Gao Xiaobo's tiger's mouth, the needle only trembled slightly at Luo Hong's fingertips. Gao Xiaobo, who was convulsed and moaning in pain, instantly calmed down. Gao Xiaobo's whole body was stiff. He frowned and felt his body, and found that he couldn't move. He just wanted to yell, but found that he couldn't open his mouth, only his eyeballs could move. He looked at Luo Hong diagonally above in shock. I don't know what Luo Hong did to him. Gao Tianheng and Wang Meili saw that the old man stopped moving suddenly, and they couldn't believe that a needle could have such great power. Gao Tianheng hurriedly asked, Dad, how are you? He can't answer you now. I've sealed part of his meridians to prevent the disease from invading his lungs. Luo Hong clasped Gao Xiaobo's wrist at this time, felt his pulse for a few seconds, and then said, take off his clothes, put him down. Following Luo Hong's wishes, the two quickly stripped Gao Xiaobo clean, leaving only a pair of underwear, and then stood respectfully beside the bed, waiting for Luo Hong's diagnosis and treatment. Luo Hong stepped forward and stood quietly beside the bed. He took out several needles and pierced the big points on Xiaobo Gao's body respectively. From head to toe, a total of more than 20 needles were pierced. And the technique is different from before. After each needle is inserted, he pinches the handle of the needle and closes his eyes for a few seconds before releasing it. Gao Tianheng couldn't help but moved closer to Gao Xiang and asked, what is Dr. Luo doing? I don't know. Gao Xiang stared at Luo Hong intently from beginning to end, and he was also very curious about Luo Hong's acupuncture techniques. Gao Tianheng looked Gao Xiang up and down. Your medical university is for nothing. Gao Xiang's eyes were still chasing Luo Hong, and he replied disapprovingly, Third uncle, I'm just a freshman. Gao Xiang raised his voice, and immediately said, Hey, tell me, is Dr. Luo accepting apprentices? Gao Tianheng glared at him, Are you crazy? Why don't you have a long memory because you made your grandpa so sick just because you went to a medical university? Gao Xiang withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at Gao Tianheng, and said lazily, There's Dr. Luo here, and heals you when you're sick. What are you afraid of? Gao Tianheng frowned and said, Little bastard, your grandpa will be so angry after hearing this, you should take care of yourself. Gao Tianheng glanced at Luo Hong, saw that he had already received the needle for Gao Xiaobo, and said, Let's talk about it. Once your grandfather is cured, he has to go back. How can he keep following his ass for treatment? Gao Xiang suddenly put his arm on Gao Tianheng's shoulder, leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Gao Tianheng turned to look at him. This is very good, but is he willing? Third uncle, you are a businessman. You have no business but no evil, no profit and no profit. It is not easy to get him to agree. Gao Tianheng glanced at Luo Hong again, thought for a while and said, Okay, I'll find a way. Third uncle will go out and succeed. Gao Xiang grinned, revealing a row of bright and white teeth. Gao Tianheng smiled wryly and shook his head, Oh you boy, I really can't do anything to you. Luo Hong was already sweating profusely after administering the needle for Xiaobo Gao, and his whole body was weak. He put the needle away and said softly, Mr. Gao, you can try to get up and walk around. Gao Meili hurriedly stepped forward to help Gao Xiaobo, and put on his nightgown for him. At this time, Gao Xiaobo was also sweating all over his body, as if he had just subsided from a high fever. He felt relaxed and comfortable all over his body. The smoke cleared. After he stood up and took 2 steps, he excitedly pushed Wang Meili away, walked around the room by himself, suddenly turned around and looked at Luo Hong, and said in shock, Young man, what a miracle doctor. It's amazing. It doesn't hurt. It's gone. It doesn't hurt at all. Gao Tianheng and Wang Meili stepped forward to support Gao Xiaobo, and Wang Meili also shouted, It's really a genius doctor. It's unbelievable. I have invited so many famous doctors, but I can't cure him. I didn't expect that Dr. Luo has such high medical skills at such a young age. Gao Tianheng nodded. Dad? I said he is very powerful, but you don't believe me, you almost missed the miracle doctor. Luo Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead, grinned and said, cure also depends on fate. It should be that I happen to be able to cure your illness. If it is another illness, I may not be able to cure it well. Gao Xiaobo was supported by two people to sit down on the bed. Gao Xiaobo waved his hands and said, young man, you are too modest. I have never heard or seen such superb medical skills. It must have been passed down from our ancestors, right? Luo Hong nodded. Well, my ancestors have been doctors for generations, and my generation has been hundreds of generations. Oh, hundreds of generations? So powerful. Luo Hong smiled slightly. The members of the Luo family lived not long ago. According to the lifespan of normal people, it is estimated that it will only be 100 generations today. Your surname is Luo, right? Gao Xiaobo asked again. Yes, Luo Hong replied. The surname Luo has been a doctor for generations. Gao Xiaobo was thoughtful. Luo Hong's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Gao, do you know the Luo family? Gao Xiaobo looked up at Luo Hong, and said with a smile, I haven't heard of it. Thank you Dr. Luo for saving my life this time. I hope you don't take it to heart when I offended you just now. Luo Hong shook his head, it's okay. Gao Xiaobo looked at Gao Tianheng. Tianheng, I'll leave it to you to deal with the remuneration. You also need to ensure that Dr. Luo lives comfortably and serves well. Don't neglect him. Dad, don't worry, I have already arranged it. Gao Xiaobo nodded, and he looked at Luo Hong again. Dr. Luo's medical skills are superb, and he saved my life. I have nothing to repay you, only a heavy reward, and Dr. Luo is welcome. Luo Hong didn't politely evade, and happily agreed. Although money is not a necessity, without it, it is difficult to move forward. Luo Hong naturally understands this truth. Gao Xiaobo said again, since you have come to Beijing, don't rush to leave. Why don't you spend a few more days in Beijing and let Tianheng accompany you around? What do you think? Luo Hong thought for a while and said, Mr. Gao, if you don't say this, I will stay. Your illness has not been cured. This injection is only for first aid. Next, you still need to take some prescriptions, and everyday acupuncture is needed every day, and it can take at least half a month for a complete cure. Ah, that's it. Then how did I get this strange disease? Your disease started from liver fire. Excessive liver fire leads to rapid fire attacking the heart, which makes your whole body turbid qi, disrupts the circulation of qi and blood, and leads to disorder of meridians. So I suggest that you must avoid getting angry in the future, otherwise the disease will recur of. Gao Xiaobo glared fiercely at Gao Xiang who was sitting on the sofa beside him, and then said to Luo Hong, Miraculous doctor? Miraculous doctor? You are so right. I was just mad at you. If this is the case, then Dr. Luo will give in for the time being. Stay here for a while, I will fully cooperate in the treatment of diseases, and I will listen to you. If you have any needs, you can just mention it to Tianheng, and he will take full responsibility for everything. Okay. Luo Hong nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Several people were chatting in the room, when they heard a knock on the door, and then the door was pushed open, and a man walked in, and the man entered the room and called out, Dad, are you okay? Several members of the Gao family were a little stiff when they saw the visitor, except Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang stood up from the sofa and greeted the visitor with a face of surprise. He held the arm of the visitor and said softly, Fourth uncle, why are you here? Luo Hong was attracted by this very beautiful man. Yes, the word to describe a woman is suitable for this man. The first impression he gave Luo Hong was that he was beautiful, even more beautiful than a woman. With just one look at Luo Hong, he was sure that this man's face was full of peach blossoms in his life, misfortune in his beauty, and waste of time in his life. He must be a poor man with ill-fated fate. This kind of face is mostly born to women, and this is the first time he has seen a man with this kind of face. What a rarity! Moreover, he looked like he was in his 20s, and even called Gao Xiaobo his father. At least Gao Xiaobo must be in his 60s. How could he have such a young son? Gao Tianyan and Gao Xiang smiled, reached out and patted his arm, limped, followed him to Gao Xiaobo's bed, and asked with concern, Dad, you look really good today, aren't you much better? Get out of bed. Gao Xiaobo's expression became serious. He nodded. Tianyan, you are not in good health, don't run out all the time, rest at home more. It's okay, I heard that brother Tianheng invited a genius doctor to see you, so I wanted to come over and see, is it this? Gao Tianyan looked at Luo Hong, looked him up and down, with a look of surprise on his face. Yes, this is Dr. Luo. Gao Xiang rarely took the initiative to talk. He pulled Gao Tianyan to Luo Hong's side. He didn't care about everyone's reaction, and said directly, it's just right, Dr. Luo can help my fourth uncle see a doctor. Gao Xiaobo coughed hard, and growled, Dr. Luo is already very tired from seeing me, let him go back to rest first, and he can see Tianyan anytime. What he has is not an emergency? What are you in a hurry for? How rude. Gao Tianheng also hurriedly said, that's right, Dr. Luo is not in good health, let him rest, Tianyan should see it another day. After all, Dr. Luo will be staying at Gao's house for a while. He squeezed his eyes with Gao Xiang, signal him to be obedient. Gao Tianyan nodded in agreement, well, there is plenty of time, don't worry. He stretched out his hand and smiled. Hello, Dr. Luo, my name is Gao Tianyan, and I am Xianger's fourth uncle. Luo Hong held his hand back. Hello, my name is Luo Hong. Gao Tianyan was slightly surprised. Dr. Luo, your hands are so cold. Gao Xiang, who was beside him, rushed to Gao Tianyan's ear and whispered something. Gao Tianyan burst out laughing, and said angrily, Xianger, don't talk nonsense. Gao Tianheng urged impatiently, Xianger, stop messing around, how old are you? You're not serious yet. Gao Tianheng stepped forward to support Luo Hong, whose face was as pale as paper, and said with concern, Dr. Luo, I don't think you look very well, let's go, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Luo Hong didn't shirk, he really needed to rest now, so he nodded, okay. Luo Hong said goodbye to the others, and followed Gao Tianheng out of Gao Xiaobo's bedroom. Gao Xiaobo glanced impatiently at the two people standing there. What are you still doing? Why don't you go to work? Tianyan, you are not in good health, so you don't come out in the future. If you want to come again, please say hello in advance. You always ran over suddenly, if it happens again next time, I will have to consider assigning you a bodyguard. Gao Tianyan pursed her lips and nodded, Dad, I know. Standing aside, Gao Xiang's eyebrows were knotted, and he grabbed Gao Tianyan's arm. Fourth uncle, let's go, I'll take you back. Stop. Your fourth uncle has his own driver, do you need to take him off? You stay, I have something to tell you. Gao Xiaobo growled. Gao Xiang acted as if he didn't hear, and dragged Gao Tianyan out of the bedroom. Gao Xiaobo stared at the door, so angry that he coughed several times again. Wang Meili hurriedly poured a glass of water for him. Old man, don't be angry, Xianger is only 19 this year, it's the rebellious period, young people, it's like this, it's really not worth it for you to have the same knowledge as them, didn't Dr. Luo just say that? Please don't be angry, otherwise this disease will have to be found. Gao Xiaobo sighed after drinking the water. He shook his head and said, the Gao family's ancestral precept that one should not be a doctor has been passed down for thousands of years. How can I let it be ruined in this generation? What will happen to me after I die? See the ancestors of the Gao family? Even if Dr. Luo cured me, the matter of that brat is still my heart disease. This disease, I don't think it can be cured. Wang Meili smiled and said, I don't think so, old man. Think about it, Xianger just went to the medical university, but he didn't really pursue the profession of a doctor. After graduation, he can still choose other professions, such as business and politics. Maybe, you don't have to think so pessimistically about things. Gao Xiaobo sighed, alas now I can only hope so much. Gao Xiang stayed at Gao Tianyan's residence for several hours after sending him back, and it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to Gao's main house. As soon as he entered the hall, he smelled the smell of traditional Chinese medicine and heard the sound of laughing and joking. He followed the sound and walked over, stood at the door of the kitchen and looked in. He saw Aunt Wang and a few handymen were talking about Luo Hong laughing. There were 3 soup pots sitting on the electric stove, and Luo Hong was putting ingredients into one of the pots, explaining while putting them in. One of the handymen asked, is it so amazing? Can I have a taste? Luo Hong replied, I'm sorry, this is specially formulated for myself, and it's not suitable for you. If you want to drink it, I can write you a medicinal recipe specifically for your physical characteristics. I also want. Dr. Luo, give me one too. It's good to have a Chinese medicine doctor. If you're not busy, can you make me a pair too? Several middle-aged women couldn't wait for Dr. Luo to prescribe a medicinal diet for them. Luo Hong nodded, it's no problem. Hey, by the way, Dr. Luo, I heard Aunt Wang said that you still meet each other? Show me? One of the middle-aged women named Zhao Feng asked. Wang Meili, who was on the sidelines, handed the medicinal materials to Luo Hong. She laughed and scolded, you guys, Dr. Luo is busy, so I don't have time to talk to you, I don't have eyesight. She ignored Aunt Wang and continued to ask, Dr. Luo, do the math for me? Let's see if I can be rich in the rest of my life. Even Aunt Wang is a good fortune, so I can't be wrong. Luo Hong put the lid on the pot, turned his head to look at Zhao Feng, and came to a conclusion with just one glance, pursed his lips and smiled, it's hard to say. As soon as Zhao Feng heard it, he knew it was definitely not a good thing, so he lost interest and changed the subject quickly. Forget it, I don't really want to hear it. The others can quit. Hey, Dr. Luo, tell me quickly, what exactly does Zhao Feng look like? Luo Hong didn't say a word, just sorted out the package of medicinal materials. Several women actually went up to pull Luo Hong, insisting on listening to why. Zhao Feng was also very curious about what he couldn't say, so he couldn't help saying, Dr. Luo, tell me, I don't care, anyway, I just listen to music hella it's not true. While tugging, Luo Hong's front was torn open by them. He was in a hurry, and hurriedly said, you have a strong sexual desire, you are not willing to be lonely, you are promiscuous, and you will have a lifetime of sex. Holding the medicine bag, while they were in a daze, they turned around and ran out of the kitchen, just in time to bump into Gao Xiang who had been standing at the door. Gao Xiang's horse was as immovable as a mountain, knocking Luo Hong into a stagger, and the medicine packs were scattered all over the ground. Zhao Feng was so angry that he wanted to open his mouth to curse, but when he saw Gao Xiang, he immediately fell silent, and the women hurriedly greeted Gao Xiang, and ran away in despair. This is great, if the young master of the Gao family saw the fishing, he might be deducted from his salary. Good afternoon. Luo Hong greeted Gao Xiang, and squatted down to take back the medicine bags scattered on the ground little by little. Gao Xiang looked down at Luo Hong. Originally he didn't intend to help, but suddenly became interested. He bent down to help Luo Hong clean up. He grinned. Dr. Luo, the topic you talked about just now seems to be related to fortune telling. Can you still show people's faces? Then you can do the math for me. Luo Hong raised his eyes and saw Gao Xiang's face close at hand. Luo Hong met his eyes and was suddenly stunned. There was a strange sound in his mind, and a hot rush poured into his nostrils. He suddenly felt dizzy due to the heat, fell to the ground with a bang, and passed out. Gao Xiang was taken aback. He rushed forward and shouted, Dr. Luo? Dr. Luo? What's wrong with you? The veins of the Yanhuang dragon, the way of the witch doctor, the grace of the Gao family, the combination of 2 dragons, the curse will be broken. The voice sounded again and repeated, lingering in Luo Hong's ears all the time. It was so close that it felt as if it came from inside his body. Luo Hong lowered his head and touched his body, but he didn't see anything unusual. He looked around. Looking around, there was a white light around him, which made him unable to open his eyes and see the road clearly. He felt that the ground under his feet was empty, as if he would fall down if he took a step forward, and fell into a bottomless abyss. Luo Hong has a fear of heights. He dare not look down at the bottom of his feet. He is slightly at a loss as he stands there slightly hunched over. It is very cold here, as if he is in the South Pole, although he does not know how cold the South Pole is. His lips were purple from the cold, his teeth were chattering. He stood with his arms folded and stumped his feet, and said to himself, where is this? Luo Hong wiped his nose with his sleeve, then rolled up his sleeve and looked around. After a while, no one came, as if he was the only one in the infinite space, and he was the only one left in the whole world. Although he is used to living alone, he hasn't reached the point where he doesn't even see his relatives and friends. In fact, he is quite afraid of being alone, and he also likes to join in the fun. Thinking about his poor fate, the calendar paper that was deleted day by day was like a countdown, always reminding him that he still had a few days to live. That feeling is really bad. Luo Hong looked up, the up, down, left, and right were all white, and he couldn't see anything. Is this the so-called heaven? Is he dead? No, hasn't he just been reborn? Didn't God just give him 4 years, running out so quickly? How did that happen? He hasn't started doing anything yet? Luo Hong, who has always been steady, is a little anxious now. He still has 4 years left. How can he just take it away casually? Isn't this a joke? Although he knew there was no one here, Luo Hong still asked tentatively, is anyone there? Yes. A deep male voice suddenly sounded. The voice seemed to be right next to Luo Hong's ears. He even felt a rush of heat, which made him feel excited. He instinctively shrugged his shoulders and took a few steps to the side. He looked in the direction he avoided just now and asked, where are you? I'm right next to you. The voice sounded from the other side of his body, clearly right next to his ear, and the hot breath he exhaled was also very real. Luo Hong dodged 2 more steps. He turned around and didn't see half a figure. He asked again, why can't I see you? You cannot see me. Well, I can't see it. The man sighed, what a pity. The voice came from the front again, and the other party's breath sprayed directly on the tip of his nose, causing Luo Hong to take 2 steps back in fright. He frowned and asked, Mister, who are you? I'm Gao Xiang, can't you hear me? Gao Xiang? That Mr. Gao Xiang who brought me to Beijing. Correct. Why are you here? I've been here all along. Gao Xiang's voice suddenly came from a distance. Really? What kind of place is this? Luo Hong asked. Guess. The direction was changed again this time, and the voice was even softer. Where should I guess? Luo Hong asked eagerly. Gao Xiang's voice became far away, which made him suddenly a little nervous. If you can't guess, don't even think about going out. Stay here with me forever. Gao Xiang's voice became smaller and smaller. What? Mr. Gao Xiang, you can't do this. You have to let me out. I still have things to do. Luo Hong began to sweat coldly on his anxious forehead, and he shouted into the air. Stay here. The voice was faint, so small that it could hardly be heard, but it kept echoing. Luo Hong ran after the sound and shouted, Mr. Gao Xiang? No way. Let me out. I don't want to stay here. Luo Hong was sweating profusely from running, shouting hoarsely, but no one responded to him. He looked at the boundless white world. His heart beat faster and faster. His spirit became more and more tense. He didn't want to be alone. He doesn't want to stay here. Don't leave him. Luo Hong exhausted all his strength and yelled like crazy. Don't. Luo Hong opened his eyes abruptly. He panted heavily and looked at the gorgeous roof, then turned his eyes to look at the furnishings in the room, and exhaled fiercely. It turned out to be a nightmare? Dr. Luo, are you awake? How do you feel? Wang Meili's voice came from under Luo Hong's body. She walked to Luo Hong's side and touched his forehead. Well, the fever is gone. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Don't thank me. It was Xianger who carried you up, and then found a doctor for you. Gao Xiang. Luo Hong asked. That's right, Dr. Luo. The doctor helped you see the doctor and said that you are fine, but you have a little fever, which is really strange. Didn't you say that you have old problems? Luo Hong frowned, not knowing how to answer her. If he could really find the cause of his illness, he would have been cured long ago. Just when Luo Hong was thinking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Gao Xiang stood at the door and looked at Luo Hong, who was on the bed, and said with a smile, Yo, Dr. Luo, are you awake? Are you feeling better? Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang in shock, and stared at him pacing and approaching without blinking. The voice in the dream just now was indeed quite similar to this voice, but why did he dream of Gao Xiang? The two of them don't know each other well. Gao Xiang walked to the bed and looked down at Luo Hong. Seeing him staring at him intently, he slightly raised his eyebrows and asked, Dr. Luo, what are you looking at? You don't know me anymore. Luo Hong felt that he might be worrying too much. Based on his countless experiences, apart from being handsome and extraordinary, this Gao Xiang didn't find anything unusual about him. He was just an ordinary boy. Luo Hong relaxed a little, and he replied, Thank you, Mr. Gao Xiang, for bringing me up yesterday, and for troubling you. Wang Meili tidied up the room and said with a smile, You two chat first, I'll go see the old man. Okay, Aunt Wang, you are busy with your work, Luo Hong said. When Wang Meili left, Gao Xiang sat down on the edge of the bed and said with a smile, Dr. Luo, please don't call me Mr. Gao Xiang, it sounds weird. You will be like my family from now on, so just call me Xianger. That sounds so close. That's not good, right? It's nothing bad. I'm 7 years younger than you. It's reasonable for you to call me that. Logically speaking, I should call you uncle. Luo Hong coughed twice, a little uncomfortable with Gao Xiang's sudden approach. When did they become so familiar? Gao Xiang continued, Dr. Luo, I'm just a freshman this year, and I'm studying at a medical university, don't you know? Oh, I've never heard of it, but Mr. Gao Xiang. Xianger. Gao Xiang corrected with a smile. Since the younger generation asked to call him by his baby name directly, then as an elder, you don't have to be polite. Luo Hong didn't hesitate, and continued, Well, Xianger, you actually went to a medical university? It's a little surprising, you like it too. Medicine. I like it. If I don't like it, can I go to medical university? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong with a smile, and continued, Doctor, I really want to learn a few tricks from you, but would you like to accept me as an apprentice? This. Luo Hong didn't expect Gao Xiang to say suddenly, apprenticeship is a big deal. However, after he mentioned it, Luo Hongke suddenly remembered the serious problem that the Luo family's medical skills were about to be lost. After so many years, it's not that he never thought about taking apprentices, but Wuhi town is too small, and everyone knows his family's strange disease. I'm afraid that learning the Luo's medical skills will shorten their lifespan, so no one dares to learn the art from a teacher. No matter whether the people who come from other places have a medical foundation or are completely blank, there is no material for learning medicine. To put it bluntly, I just didn't meet a predestined person with unique wisdom. He raised his eyes to look at Gao Xiang, and it was the first time he carefully observed his face. Seeing Luo Hong staring at his face in a daze, Gao Xiang asked urgently, Dr. Luo, you should give me a sweet word. Luo Hong blurted out, the sky is full with feet, smooth and unscarred, with a plump nose, high roots, bushy eyebrows, and raised eyebrows, full eyes, bright eyes, red and thin lips, and flared helix. This face matches well, very good. Gao Xiang blinked his eyes, he hurriedly moved his face closer, and grinned, you really know how to read faces? Then what do you think of me? Are we destined to be mentors and apprentices? Suddenly, a strong pressure hit his face, making Luo Hong subconsciously look away. Luo Hong didn't understand why Gao Xiang would make it difficult for him to breathe whenever Gao Xiang approached him. The pressure was so great that he could faint suddenly. Did their fate recoil? But he didn't see what the conflict between Gao Xiang and himself was. He glanced at Gao Xiang's smiling face and said softly, one more thing, red lips and white teeth, with flattering lines and romantic holes. Gao Xiang frowned. Welcome to Fengliu Cave? What the hell? This kind of face is really amazing. Maybe he is a frog in the bottom of a well. It is the first time he has seen such a contradictory and mutually reinforcing face when he grows up. Luo Hongdun became curious, and he said, show me your palm prints. Without hesitation, Gao Xiang stretched out his hand generously, and said with a smile, okay, just take a look. As long as you accept me as an apprentice, you can do whatever you want. Master, you have to take a good look. Don't miss a good seedling. Luo Hong looked down at the palm in front of him, and was startled again. He blurted out, it's a strange thing. What's wrong? Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows and looked at the surprised Luo Hong. Luo Hong stretched out his hand to clasp Gao Xiang's wrist to check his pulse, then retracted his hand in fright. He said in surprise, what happened to me? Gao Xiang asked. Luo Hong lowered his eyes and thought for a while, then raised his head to look at Gao Xiang, and said hesitantly, Xianger, you are indeed uniquely intelligent, a good material for practicing medicine, and you have excellent facial and palmistry. But Gao Xiang did not answer, waiting for Luo Hong's next words. What is your purpose of studying medicine? Luo Hong asked. Why do you ask this? If you want to learn, learn. Gao Xiang still smiled. What about the way of a doctor? Luo Hong asked again. You teach me, don't I know? It depends on your teaching, master, doesn't it? Luo Hong pursed his lips and thought for a while. Well, give me some time to think about it. Gao Xiang glanced at Luo Hong's face, and found that Luo Hong didn't seem to dare to look at him, and his eyes were a little dodge. Could it be that he didn't want to accept him as a disciple? Gao Xiang smiled and said, well, this is not a trivial matter after all, it should be considered carefully, but you have to hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Luo Hong nodded and said, okay, then I'm going out first, you should have a good rest. Gao Xiang patted Luo Hong's leg, and grinned brightly. He stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Luo Hong chased Gao Xiang's figure until he left, and fell into an unprecedented dilemma. Gao Xiang, this child's fate is excellent, and he is uniquely gifted with the wisdom of practicing medicine. He also has a body of pure yang that is rare in several lifetimes. He can't get close to him, and he has the appearance of great wealth. Although there are many contradictions in his numerology, they also generate and restrain each other, complement each other, and will not affect the general direction. It is really a perfect match. But such a lucky person is against him. Luo Hong? Why are you against him? Is he, Luo Hong, an evil and sycophant? The Luo family has practiced medicine and preaching for generations, hanging pots to help the world, and their ancestors have never done anything bad. How could they be evil? How could be? After taking Luo Hong's prescription for a few days, Gao Xiaobo's body gradually improved, and he was no different from a normal person. The effect of Luo Hong's daily acupuncture was even better. Gao Xiaobo even felt as if he was decades younger. Running and jumping. Everyone in the Gao family was shocked by Luo Hong's medical skills, and everyone rushed to let Luo Hong see a doctor, and even asked for medicinal prescriptions, and even privately begged Luo Hong for help with the physiognomy. Luo Hong will not be stingy when seeing a doctor and dispensing prescriptions. After all, he is a doctor, and this is his duty. It's time to make friends. But he didn't dare to pick up the divination and fortune-telling. Sometimes Luo Hong thought, the Luo family all died young. Did they leak too many secrets and lost their lifespan, so God just took it away early? Especially that day when he offended Zhao Feng, who was a handyman. Zhao Feng didn't give him a good look when he saw him now. Luo Hong shook his head secretly in his heart. It seems that it's better not to say such an unpleasant fate. No matter good or bad, he can't talk anymore. He really can't make fun of his own life. Not seeing Gao Xiang in the past few days, Luo Hong was relieved. He was afraid that Gao Xiang would ask him about apprenticeship. Would he answer or not? To this day, Luo Hong has not made a decision. He didn't expect that Gao Xiang would be incompatible with him. Although Luo Hong has confidence in his personality, he is still a little worried. What if he dies earlier if he is accepted as a disciple? But he really can't let go of such good materials for studying medicine. Gao Xiang studied in a medical university, so he must love medicine deeply. Besides, he is indeed uniquely intelligent. Luo Hong had never met a person with a medical relationship. It was a pity to give up on him. If the Luo family's ancestral medical skills are passed on to him, the Luo family's traditional Chinese medicine will definitely be carried forward, and the declining traditional Chinese medicine will be revitalized. But if he was really asked to take his own life as a gamble, he still couldn't make up his mind. As a result, Luo Hong fell into an unprecedented dilemma, not knowing what to do. On this day, Gao Xiang came to Gao's main house and brought a very beautiful girl. As soon as the girl entered the room, she asked, "Who is Dr. Luo? I want to see Dr. Luo." Luo Hong, who was in the kitchen teaching Aunt Wang how to cook herbal meals, heard someone calling him in the hall, and it was a nice female voice, so he hurried out of the kitchen. After seeing Gao Xiang, Luo Hong's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "It's over, here we come." The girl beside Gao Xiang looked him up and down after seeing Luo Hong, and smiled. "You are Dr. Luo, right?" Luo Hong nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Hello girl, do you have anything to do with me?" She giggled. It's really exactly the same as what Xiang described. Bai Xiaotian stretched out his hand. "My name is Bai Xiaotian, I'm Gao Xiang's daughter." Bai Xiaotian paused for a moment, looked at Gao Xiang sideways, saw that he was staring at him, quickly changed his words, and said with a smile, "I'm Gao Xiang's good friend. You can call me Xiaotian from now on." Luo Hong hurriedly extended his hand to return the gift. "Xiaotian, hello." Luo Hong admired in his heart, "This girl is really pretty. She looks like a person from the city. She is decent and elegant, and she has a good face." Gao Xiang, who was standing aside, patted Bai Xiaoshan's upper arm. "Okay, you saw me. What should you do now? Aren't you here to see my grandpa? Didn't you say that Dr. Luo can read pictures? I want him to look for me," Bai Xiaotian said. Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and smiled. "Stop making trouble. Dr. Luo is busy. Go upstairs to see my grandfather. I told him you came today and are waiting. When can't you see the physiognomy? Be obedient." "Well, that's good too. Dr. Luo, I'll look for you later," Bai Xiaotian said with a smile. "Okay." Although Luo Hong didn't want to agree, he couldn't shirk it. After all, he was Gao Xiang's friend, so it's okay to just watch this one time. Bai Xiaotian pursed his lips and smiled, turned around and held Gao Xiang's arm. "Let's go." Before Gao Xiang went upstairs, he turned his head and glanced at Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, I will look for you later, just wait for me." Luo Hong hurriedly said, "Hey, okay." Looking at the backs of the two of them, Luo Hong could not hide his envious expression. How healthy he is. 20 Lang was the most wonderful time in his life when he was physically and mentally mature. It was a good time to work hard in his career, meet love, marry a wife and have children. After experiencing these, he could be considered a complete life. This simple and beautiful process is experienced by almost everyone, except Luo Hong. Luo Hong sighed slightly, and turned back to the kitchen. At this time, Wang Meili's medicinal meal was ready, and she took a small spoonful of soup and handed it to Luo Hong. "Aunt Wang's Ganoderma lucidum pig's trotters, you taste it first." Luo Hong took the spoon and took a small sip. "Not bad, it tastes good." Wang Meili laughed loudly, thank you, Dr. Luo, for your advice. I have to bring it up for the old man to taste. Aunt Wang took out a bowl of soup from the pot and put it on the tray, and rolled the mixed lily and shepherd's purse. There was also a small bowl of 2 rice on top, she said with a smile. The old man's appetite has been increasing recently, all thanks to Dr. Lai Luo's health recipes. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Luo Hong chuckled, turned around and sorted out his medicinal materials, preparing to cook the soup he was going to take. Wang Meili asked, Dr. Luo, what are we going to do tomorrow? I'm really looking forward to it. Luo Hong chose a large piece of Ganodermal lucidum, raised his head and thought about it, and muttered, tomorrow it will rain. That's right. It's going to rain tomorrow. Hey, really, Dr. Luo knows this better than us old people at a young age. Let's eat some light food tomorrow. I will write a prescription to improve immunity and strengthen physical fitness at night. Hey, that's great. Then I'll go first. Wang Meili smiled from ear to ear, and walked out of the kitchen with a tray. Luo Hong absent-mindedly fiddled with the medicinal materials. He has been in Gao's house for a week, but he doesn't know how to investigate the hidden words. Mr. Gao's illness should be almost cured, and he is also in the capital at the moment. How should I solve it? Where is the other half of the pendant? Is the En's Gao family really the Gao family? How much favor do you want? Obviously, it is not enough to cure the old man's illness, right? En's Gao. According to the meaning of the lingo, does he have to accept Gao Xiang as his apprentice? What should I do? Luo Hong said to himself with his eyes straightened. Luo Hong was so immersed in his own world that he didn't notice someone walking into the kitchen. He suddenly heard the sound of opening the refrigerator behind him, and then someone asked, Hey, kid, who are you? It was a clear and powerful female voice. It took Luo Hong a long time to come back to his senses. When he turned around, he saw a curvy, slender, and tall woman leaning against the refrigerator. She was drinking mineral water and squinting. He glanced at Luo Hong. Seeing Luo Hong staring at her in a daze without answering, she raised her eyebrows and asked, Hey, old man, I'm asking you something. Luo Hong had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life. He looked straight at him, and blurted out because of his emotions, young lady looks good. Gao Fei burst out laughing, hey, Xianger's description is really not bad at all, you must be Dr. Luo, right? Luo Hong nodded, I don't dare to be a genius doctor. My name is Luo Hong. May I ask who you are? Gao Fei looked at Luo Hong's short trouser legs, and the loose and baggy old grey shirt, and snorted with the corners of her mouth curled up. She brushed her long black hair, revealing half of her with fist-sized earrings and a fair and delicate neck. She lazily said, My name is Gao Fei, Xianger's eldest sister. Oh, Miss Goofy, hello. Gao Fei waved her hand. Fuck you, I can't get used to it, as if I'm so old. She walked up to Luo Hong with a water bottle, leaned close to his face and looked at him carefully, then suddenly stretched out her hand, pinched Luo Hong's chin, lifted up slightly, and said in surprise, What a surprise, Dr. Luo actually looks like this. Luo Hong was taken aback. It was the first time he had such close contact with a young woman at such a big age, and he was on such a large scale. He had no experience in this area, so he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only stare at Gao Fei in a daze. Yo, are you blushing? So innocent? Are you a virgin? Gao Fei moved her face closer, and the tips of their noses almost touched. Luo Hong looked at Gao Fei's bullying face in shock. He was so nervous that his whole body was tense, his arms were stiff, and he barely squeezed out 3 words, Miss Gao. Luo Hong couldn't understand. How could a woman get so close to a man for the first time? What the hell is she doing? Gao Fei wanted to tease Luo Hong at first, but for some reason, she seemed to be unable to control her emotions after staring at Luo Hong for a long time, and her eyes gradually became straight, which made her want to go up and take a bite. Do not know either. Gao Fei, what are you doing? Gao Xiang yelled when he saw the scene in front of him, and he rushed up to tear Gao Fei away. Why are you in love with everyone? You are too picky. Gao Fei, who came back to his senses, frowned and looked at Gao Xiang. Can you control it? I like him. 1 kiss will kill him. Gao Xiang looked down at Luo Hong, who had a ghostly look on his face and was full of corpse aura. He couldn't believe that Gao Fei could really kiss. This bitch is crazy about men. Gao Xiang sneered. Like him? When do you see that the problem of loving one can be cured someday? See, Dr. Luo is so frightened that his face is white. Gao Xiang put his arm on Luo Hong's shoulder, and said with a smile, Dr. Luo, don't mind, my sister has a brain problem, are you not scared by her? Luo Hong shook his head, no, I'm not scared. It doesn't hurt to be molested by a woman, especially a beautiful woman. To be honest, Luo Hong really wanted to taste what it was like to kiss a woman, but Gao Xiang ruined it. You're the only one with a brain problem. Brat, how dare you say that about your sister? Gao Fei pinched Gao Xiang hard. Gao Xiang pushed Gao Fei's shoulder. Okay, stop making trouble. The old man told you to go up. I happen to have something to ask Dr. Luo. I just came down. What's the matter? What do you think? Of course it's about marrying you to young Master Yuan. Gao Xiang gloated. Gao Fei snorted. Forget it, I'm going back. Gao Fei glanced at Luo Hong, then suddenly strode up to Luo Hong, pulled up Luo Hong's collar, and gnawed down on his mouth. Under the horrified gaze of the 2 men, she wiped his mouth, exclaimed, It tastes good. That's fine, I'll ask you out next time. Gao Fei winked at Luo Hong, kissed her index finger, and then pressed it on Luo Hong's lips. He walked out of the kitchen with a smirk on his face. Just, what happened? Did he kiss Miss Gao? Real or fake? Luo Hong reached out and touched his mouth. The warmth still remained on his lips, which proved that he was not daydreaming. Luo Hong's mind was emptied by this kiss, and he didn't know how to react at all. Gao Xiang was no less shocked than Luo Hong. Gao Fei was famous for being crazy and playful with men, but was it too much this time? Who is not good to kiss, but kiss a sick bun? Are you afraid of getting sick? He turned his head to look at Luo Hong. Seeing his foolish face, Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows and asked, Dr. Luo, is my sister good looking? Luo Hong nodded. Gao Xiang suddenly hooked Luo Hong's shoulder and said, is this your first kiss? Gao Xiang's words brought Luo Hong back to his senses. He looked at Gao Xiang in embarrassment, not knowing how to answer him, so he turned around and sorted out his medicinal materials and put them into the pot one by one to ease his embarrassment. Gao Xiang laughed twice. Stop making trouble, let's talk about our affairs. Have you thought about studying medicine with you? I have been waiting for several days. Luo Hong's hands trembled. His back was facing Gao Xiang. He didn't dare to turn around to look at him. He took a deep breath and said, Xianger, I'm really sorry. Luo's medical skills are not spread. Besides, we don't have any masters and apprentices. Fate, you should invite another Gao Ming. Luo Hong is not good at lying. After saying this, he immediately shed a torrent of cold sweat, repeating silently in his heart, I'm sorry, Gao Xiang. After listening to Luo Hong's words, Gao Xiang didn't seem to be angry, and said lightly, that's it, that's fine, what you say is up to you. He leaned against the sink, stared at Luo Hong's back for a while, then turned and left the kitchen. After Gao Xiang left, Luo Hong let out a deep breath. He wiped his sweat, looked towards the kitchen door, and whispered, young man is very talkative. In the past 2 days, many relatives from Gao's family came to see Luo Hong. Luo Hong was so busy that he had no chance to go out. Today he was finally free, so he planned to go out for a stroll. Luo Hong decocted the medicine and put it into a huge glass container, which Aunt Wang bought for him according to his needs. He took the morning dose and put the evening dose into a small mineral water bottle, and poured the whole store the glass jar in the refrigerator. It should be enough for a week. In the afternoon, Luo Hong packed all his frequently used things into an old military satchel, came to Gao Xiaobo's study, and knocked on the door. Soon someone opened the door. It was Gao Tianheng. He smiled when he saw Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, please come in. Luo Hong looked inside. Gao Xiang and Bai Xiaotian were there, and there were still a few unfamiliar faces. He shook his head. No, I have something to ask you for. Gao Xiaobo's voice came from the room. Dr. Luo, please come in and talk. Gao Tianheng said, please. Luo Hong had no choice but to go in. He stood by the door and nodded to Gao Xiaobo and the few people in the room, and said politely, good afternoon, Mr. Gao. Gao Xiaobo looked at the broken bag on Luo Hong's body, and asked, is Dr. Luo going out? Luo Hong nodded, yes, I want to go out for a while, and I want to ask Mr. Tianheng to help me. Why are you so polite? How can you help? If you have any needs, just ask. Gao Xiaobo laughed. Yes, Dr. Luo, what do you need? Gao Tianheng asked. Luo Hong looked at the people in the room, except for Gao Xiang and Bai Xiaotian. Several other unfamiliar faces were also staring at him. The eyes of these people made his heart shudder, and he turned his head to look at Gao Tianheng. Oh, that's it. I want to go out and do something, but I'm not familiar with Beijing. I want to ask Mr. Tianheng if he has time. Gao Xiaobo suddenly laughed. That's it? It's easy to say, Tianheng, you can go out with Dr. Luo. Gao Tianheng hurriedly said, I'm afraid not, Dad, you forgot, I have a meeting this afternoon. Ah, yes. Look at my brain, then. Gao Xiaobo looked around the room, and finally fixed his gaze on Gao Xiang who was playing with his mobile phone, and said loudly, Gao Xiang, you can go out with Dr. Luo. Gao Xiang slowly raised his eyes to look at Gao Xiaobo, stared at him for a few seconds, then squinted at Luo Hong, did not refute, but agreed quite happily. He stood up and walked to Luo Hong's side and said with a smile, let's go Dr. Barrow. Hey, good, good. Then, Mr. Gao, let's. Before Luo Hong finished speaking, Gao Xiang pulled him out of the study. Bai Xiaotian quickly stood up, I'll go too. She saluted several elders and hurriedly chased after them. After the few people left, the room fell into silence. The middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa at one side asked curiously, Master, is this kid the Dr. Luo? Gao Xiaobo let out a hmm. His surname is Luo, could it be? The older man sitting next to her frowned. The middle-aged woman's eyes rolled quickly, and she asked, has the old man checked him? Do you want me to check? Gao Xiaobo thought for a while and said, okay, you go and investigate. Gao Xiaobo finally let out a long sigh, and his expression became serious. He turned his head to look at Gao Tianheng. Tianheng, we must keep an eye on Dr. Luo from now on, and never let him go out alone. Understood. Gao Tianheng said. Okay, you are tired enough, you have to worry about family and company affairs. I see that your complexion is not very good recently, you have to pay attention to your health. Gao Xiaobo said. Gao Tianheng sighed. Hey, yes, I feel like I can't lift my spirits up lately. When I went to the hospital to see a doctor, the doctor just said, I'm not sick, and sent me away. He smiled helplessly, but it's not sick but it's worse than being sick, these doctors really don't know what to eat. Several people laughed a few times, and Gao Xiaobo also laughed. Isn't Dr. Luo here? Let him take a look at it for you, and it's over. Well, I've been too busy these days, so I haven't had time to find him. Gao Tianheng replied. He pushed his glasses and continued, Dad, tell me, you are getting old, Tianyan is not in good health, and there are many people in the family. If anyone has a minor illness, there is no need to go to the hospital without mentioning it. It's not very convenient. Besides, there are many quack doctors in the hospital. If you are not sick, they will tell you that you are sick. It's really helpless. Gao Xiaobo raised his eyebrows and asked, then what do you mean? Look, are we looking for a family doctor? Family doctor? Gao Xiaobo asked. Gao Xiaobo suddenly realized, do you want to talk about Dr. Luo? Gao Tianheng smiled and said, Dad, what do you think? This is a good thing? I just don't know if he will agree. It's over if you agree. I'll talk to him. Gao Xiaobo laughed loudly, at least you have a lot of eyes. It would be great if such a genius doctor can really stay in our Gao family. Okay, then I will leave it to you. Money is not a problem, and all his needs will be met. Don't treat him badly. Gao Tianheng chuckled twice, don't worry, take care of me. Gao Xiaobo nodded in satisfaction, took a sip of tea, and asked casually, how is Tianyan going? Is everything going well? Well, it went pretty well. Tianyan is actually quite talented. Gao Xiaobo hurriedly waved his hand, okay, I know, as long as it goes well. He sighed, Tianheng, thank you for your hard work, the time is almost up, go get busy. Gao Tianheng looked at his watch, okay, then I'll go there first, call me if you need anything. Well, let's go. After Gao Tianheng said goodbye to the other elders, he turned and left the study. Outside the high house, the three got into Gao Xiang's car. Gao Xiang started the engine and asked, Dr. Luo, where do you want to go? Just go to the National Library. Library? I thought you were going shopping. I want to check something, just send me there, please. Gao Xiang drove the car out, and he asked, hey, Dr. Luo, are you in a hurry? If not, can we go to the library another day? I will guarantee that the car will pick you up and drop you off. You can go there every day. I accompany you? Luo Hong froze for a moment. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, if you're not busy, don't go to the library today, go and see my fourth uncle. Bai Xiaotian, who was sitting in the co-pilot, listened to Gao Xiang's words, and suddenly looked sideways at Gao Xiang. She bit her lip, frowned slightly, and said softly, fourth uncle, his illness has not been a day or two, don't rush for a day, someday can't see it? Don't delay Dr. Luo's urgent matter. Gao Xiang ignored Bai Xiaotian, and continued to ask, how is it? Dr. Luo? Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I will accompany you whenever you think of it. Today, let's go to see my fourth uncle. Can you see him? Bai Xiaotian frowned and shouted, Xiang. Gao Xiang glanced at Bai Xiaotian, if you want to go, get out of the car now, I'll find you another day. Gao Xiang parked the car before he finished speaking. Bai Xiaotian looked at Gao Xiang's calm eyes for a while, and muttered, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Calm down if you want to go, don't be petty when you come to my fourth uncle. Gao Xiang patted the top of Bai Xiaoshan's head, and started the car again. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong from the rearview mirror, with a sincere and serious expression, and asked, Dr. Luo, how are you doing? Luo Hong thought for a while, since Gao Xiang had already said that, in the future, the car will pick up the car and accompany him at any time, so what else can he shirk? Luo Hong said with a smile, it's no problem, seeing a doctor is a big deal, I'll come back to the library tomorrow. Go, then I will trouble you, Xianger. Gao Xiang grinned, no trouble, don't be polite to me. Gao Xiang stepped on the accelerator hard and drove the car up the 4th ring road. About 3 to 10 minutes later, the three arrived at Gao Tianyan's residence, which was a 2-story villa in a high-end community. There was no one else in the house except Gao Tianyan and a middle-aged nanny. Gao Tianyan was overjoyed to see so many people visiting his house. He brewed a pot of tea himself, filled the teacups for the three of them, and said with a smile, the authentic Mingqian West Lake Longjing. Fourth uncle, don't be too busy, just let Aunt Gu do these things. Gao Xiang stepped forward to hold Gao Tianyan, fearing that his fourth uncle would be tired. It's okay. I feel good today. It's good to have more activities. The rare Dr. Luo and Xiaotian are here. I'm so happy. I must treat you personally. Gao Tianyan put down the teapot, turned to look at Gu Feng, sister-in-law Gu, I will trouble you for dinner. You know what Xianger likes to eat, so prepare more. Okay, I'm going to prepare now. Gu Feng replied with a smile. After Gu Feng left, a few people chatted briefly about homework and mentioned the purpose of today's visit. Gao Xiang said, Doctor, listen to what Dr. Luo has to say. Gao Tianyan smiled, Xianger, you are the best. Always thinking about me, a useless person. A strange look flashed across Gao Xiang's face. Unexpectedly he didn't continue the conversation. He looked at Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, please help my fourth uncle take a look. Gao Tianyan said, don't worry, Dr. Luo will rest for a while, let's drink some tea first. I'm very surprised. Dr. Luo is very skilled in medicine. He can cure my father's strange disease. Why did your own illness take so long? It's not good. I remember that when I first saw you, I was in this state, and it's been almost half a month now. Is your illness very serious? Holding the slightly hot teacup, Luo Hong was reluctant to let it go. He looked up at Gao Tianyan, but didn't answer directly. He grinned and said, "My body is fine, and it won't affect my medical practice." Luo Hong drank all the tea, opened his tattered bag, found a small cloth pillow inside and put it on the table, and stretched out his hand to signal Gao Tianyan, "Mr. Tianyan, your hand." Gao Tianyan smiled, "Okay, I'll trouble Dr. Luo then." Just now Luo Hong had looked at Gao Tianyan's complexion carefully, and he already had a half understanding of Gao Tianyan's situation in his heart. He looked down at Gao Tianyan's palm print, his expression changed slightly. Luo Hong's subtle expression was captured by Gao Xiang, who was focused, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Hong didn't say anything, he slowly closed his eyes, and put his hand on Gao Tianyan's wrist. Gao Tianyan was tall and had long arms, and Luo Hong's fingers were rather sparse. Seeing his luck, he pressed down with 3 fingers hard, the expression is cold and calm, with a slight frown between the eyebrows, the thoughts are concentrated, and the pulse is felt with heart. After a while, Luo Hong's brows slowly frowned, and his fingering also changed. His long and thin fingers were raised and pressed alternately. The movements were not obvious, but the strength and accuracy could be seen. He sat upright, his shoulders, neck and arms were relaxed and stretched. From his facial expression to the trembling of his fingertips, the 3 people watching couldn't help but hold their breath and stared at Luo Hong's movements. Can't take a look away. An ordinary pulse-taking process actually made Luo Hong's interpretation very entertaining. Not only Gao Tianyan and Bai Xiaotian, but even Gao Xiang, who is a medical student, has never seen anyone who is as good-looking as Luo Hong's pulse-taking. The demeanor of a doctor seems to be something that can be seen and touched. Even the sunlight shining on his side seems to become softer and brighter, creating an unreal halo. This scene even gave people an illusion, as if just looking at him could heal all diseases and injuries. I wish I could just look at him like this and keep looking at him. Just when the 3 of them were in a daze, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes and met Gao Xiang's eyes, which made Gao Xiang's heart tremble violently. Gao Xiang's Adam's apple moved, and he asked in a low voice, "Dr. Luo." Luo Hongtang stood up from the chair suddenly, rushed in front of Gao Tianyan, held his head with both hands, touched the back of his head and Tianling Gai, his body froze instantly. Luo Hong's heart trembled. How could Gao Tianyan's fate be like this? Gao Tianyan was made nervous by Luo Hong's expression. He asked curiously, "Dr. Luo, what's wrong?" Luo Hong still didn't answer. He frowned and thought for a while, then went to the seat, picked up the cloth bag, took out the needle box from inside, turned around, and said, "Roll up your sleeves." Gao Tianyan quickly followed suit. Luo Hong pulled out a needle, picked up Gao Tianyan's wrist, lifted the needle up and down, and pierced the Shenman A cup ointment on the wrist, but did not leave the needle. UN point, still without leaving the needle, after being pulled out, pierced into several points on the arm such as Cookie and Hugo. Finally, he pierced the Beihui A cup ointment on the top of his head, applied a little acupuncture, and after the needles were withdrawn, he checked Gao Tianyan's pulse again. He asked softly, "Mr. Tianyan, do you feel better?" Gao Tianyan felt it seriously, took a deep breath, and sighed, "Huh, how strange. It's really much better." Gao Tianyan really didn't expect that just a few simple needles would produce miraculous effects. It's not that he has never seen Luo Hong's acupuncture method. After all, he has been sick since childhood. Acupuncture, moxibustion, scraping massage, medicine tonic, food tonic, traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. He has seen and used it. I have seen too much, but I have never experienced such an immediate and obvious effect, and the effect is remarkable. It's like juggling. Gao Xiang stepped forward to look at Gao Tianyan, seeing that his complexion had indeed improved a lot. He also stretched out his hand to clasp Gao Tianyan's wrist, with a look of surprise on his face. Gao Tianyan's pulse was calm and gentle, steady and powerful, no different from normal people. This situation has never happened before. Apart from being happy for Gao Tianyan, Gao Xiang was more amazed at Luo Hong's medical skills. He hurriedly asked, "Dr. Luo, what is the difference between your acupuncture and other Chinese medicine practitioners? My 4th uncle has also tried the same acupuncture method. Why? Doesn't work." Luo Hong picked up a facial tissue from the table and wiped his sweat. His expression flickered, and he didn't know how to answer them. Are you saying that he has superpowers that are different from ordinary people? The same needle in his hand will have different effects from others, all because of his inherently sick constitution, and sometimes he will think, God is fair, if you give something to you, it will definitely be taken away. Same. He really didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that he was given such amazing medical skills but took most of his life away. However, having said that, even if his special physique is not mentioned, in terms of Luo's ancestral medical skills, his Luo's acupuncture method is definitely different from his family's. Luo Hong thought for a while and said, "This is the Luo family's ancestral acupuncture. The acupuncture method seems to be similar to other acupuncture methods, but it is actually different. Xianger, you are a medical student, and you should also know that the god of acupuncture and moxibustion has always been absent from the body, and you care about it, just like the same needle. Pierce a piece of paper, and I." As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, he pulled out a needle and directly pierced the dark red solid wood table, and continued, "It can pierce wood." Luo Hong's action shocked the 3 of them for a long time before they could react. What's going on? They stared in disbelief at the 3-inch needle on the table with only the handle left. This needle thread is only 0.38 millimeters, and it can pierce a solid wooden table. Nonsense? The three of them leaned forward at the same time to see if it was true or not. Bai Xiaotian fiddled with the needle handle with her fingers, and she exclaimed, "Really? It really pierced in? This is amazing. It really went in." Gao Tianyan also reached out to touch the handle of the needle, and exclaimed, "It's amazing? How did you do it, Dr. Luo?" Luo Hong held the needle handle, concentrating on his luck, and with a whoosh, he pulled out the needle and put it back into the needle case. Luo Hong smiled and said, "This is the Luo's acupuncture method, which is not passed on." Luo Hong's action of pulling out the needle did not attract the attention of the other two, but it frightened Gao Xiang, because he knew that if anyone else pulled out a needle as thin as a hair, it would definitely be broken or bent. It was impossible to pull it out, but this Luo Hong looked sick and weak. How could he pull it out? This is simply not human can do. Gao Xiang really didn't expect that the native Chinese medicine he and his third uncle invited from the mountains would have such mysterious acupuncture skills, and it has reached the point where ordinary people can't understand. Gao Xiang didn't think it was reasonable no matter what he thought. He even began to doubt Luo Hong's identity a little bit. Luo Hong looks weak, coughs endlessly, and shakes like a sieve when he doesn't move his hands. Anyone who looks at him will think that he has a serious disease, and it can't be cured for a long time. Is Luo Hong not sick? If he is not sick, why is he so virtuous? Besides, Luo Hong himself said that he was sick. Could it be that Luo Hong suffered from a disease that even he himself could not cure? If so, what is the disease? Gao Xiang couldn't help observing Luo Hong up, down, left, and right. The more he looked, the more he felt that he was abnormal. From head to toe, from inside to outside, everything was abnormal. Gao Tianyan, who was sitting on the side, suddenly patted Gao Xiang, which startled Gao Xiang, who was in deep thought. "Xiang, miracle Dr. Luo is amazing, isn't he? Looks like my illness can be cured," Gao Tianyan said excitedly. Gao Xiang came back to his senses, and smiled. "Well, it's quite amazing." The reaction to the three people, Luo Hong just smiled and shook his head. He took out a pen and paper from his bag and looked at Gao Tianyan. "By the way, Mr. Tianyan, your illness comes from congenital deficiencies, which cause kidney deficiency and physical weakness, and imbalance of yin and yang. Qi and blood in the meridians are in disorder. This constitution is brought out from the womb. It is impossible to cure it completely. It can only be recuperated the day after tomorrow, and pay attention to health preservation. In addition to regular treatment with Rockwell acupuncture, I also need to only the prescribed prescription can keep your body in a normal state." Gao Tianyan nodded. "It is indeed as you said. I am born with a bad physique, and I have seen so many doctors, but it has no effect. I didn't expect Dr. Luo to make me feel much better after just a few treatments. I really don't know. How should I thank you?" Luo Hong wrote while replying, "You're welcome. We don't owe anyone else for collecting money and eliminating disasters, so you don't have to take it to heart. I prescribed this prescription, and you take a pair every morning and evening. While I'm in Beijing, I'll give you acupuncture once every 2 days, and your body should be no different from that of ordinary people." Gao Tianyan smiled. "Then I would like to thank Dr. Luo, but, according to you, won't you stay in Beijing for long?" "Yeah, I'll go back to my hometown when I'm done." Luo Hong lowered his head and shook his pen to write, and the beautiful cursive script appeared vividly on the paper. Gao Tianyan turned to look at Gao Xiang, wanted to say something, but hesitated. Gao Xiang read Gao Tianyan's mind, and asked, "Dr. Luo, do you really want to go back?" After Luo Hong wrote the prescription, he handed it to Gao Tianyan. "Just follow the prescription to make the medicine, and the decoction method is on another piece of paper." He looked at Gao Xiang again, and replied, "Of course I have to go back." Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang curiously, and didn't understand why he asked such a question. Whenever he went out, he came in, and whenever he went, he returned. How could anyone stay outside all the time and not go home? Regardless of whether he solved the secret language in the end, he had to go back, and Wuhe town was his only concern in the past 30 years. Gao Tianyan took the prescription, looked at it twice. Good word. He turned to look at Gao Xiang. "Xianger, you study medicine, you should also look at this prescription." Gao Xiang took the prescription and looked at it, then raised his eyes to Luo Hong, and smiled slightly. "I don't really understand, but it looks interesting, and the prescription prescribed by Dr. Luo can't be wrong." Gao Tianyan nodded, looked at Luo Hong, and asked, "Then, when is Dr. Luo planning to go back?" Luo Hong thought for a while. Mr. Gao's illness is almost healed, and he will recover after a few more days of acupuncture. By then, I have to leave. "Ah, isn't it fast?" Gao Tianyan said. "Well, soon," Luo Hong replied. In fact, Luo Hong was also very confused. Mr. Gao recovered from his illness, so he had no reason to stay at Gao's house anymore, but he couldn't go back if he couldn't solve the hidden language. He was afraid that he really wanted to find a house in Beijing to rent. He wasn't worried about the money. The money from the Gao family should be enough for him to rent a house in Beijing for 4 or 5 years, right? It's just that if someone in the Gao family has a serious illness, he is not here, and if he doesn't catch up, will he miss the opportunity to be kind to the Gao family? Thinking of this, Luo Hong became somewhat impatient. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Xian. What should he do? Who can give him some tips? Get rid of Gao Tianyan and it will be over. A voice suddenly rang in Luo Hong's ear, and Luo Hong almost jumped up from his chair in fright. Gao Tianyan, who was about to pour tea for Luo Hong, was taken aback by Luo Hong's sudden violent body shaking. He touched his chest and asked, "What's wrong, Dr. Luo?" Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang, who was opposite in horror, and saw that he was also drinking from a cup, not talking at all, but that was obviously Gao Xiang's voice just now. Who else is it? Luo Hong turned a deaf ear to Gao Tianyan's words, and tried to ask in his heart, "Who is talking? Tisk tisk, forgot about me so soon, I am Gao Xiang." The voice sounded again, as if it came from inside him. Luo Hongtang suddenly jumped up from the chair, took several steps back, almost stunned. "Oh, Dr. Luo, what's the matter with you?" Bai Xiaotian, who was sitting next to Luo Hong, hurried up to support him, and asked inexplicably. No, it wasn't Gao Xiang talking. Gao Xiang was looking at him without opening his mouth at all. "Who is talking? Who is it?" The man laughed. "Ouch, little cat, your reaction is so cute, I have said it several times, I am Gao Xiang." Gao Xiang? Luo Hong's two phoenix eyes were wide open, and sweat dripped from his forehead. He lowered his head, fumbled about himself, and shook off his clothes vigorously, as if his body was covered with fleas. Luo Hong searched for a long time but couldn't find anything. He started to spin around again, looking around, completely ignoring the other people in the room, and shouted, "No, you're not? Who are you?" The three of them were confused by Luo Hong's sudden and strange behavior. They stared blankly at Luo Hong flopping around like a headless chicken. The nervous look on his face was completely different from the calm and indifferent doctor just now. "Excuse me," he was so skinny and swayed that his whole body was wandering in the loose clothes, which made people feel sympathetic and funny at the same time. The man laughed again, and lazily said, "It doesn't matter who I am, anyway, you must be right. You know Gao Tianyan's fate is terrible, so killing him directly and removing an obstacle, isn't it good? He is in front of you now, what a great opportunity. Stab him with one needle, thorn, quick stab." Luo Hong looked at Gao Tianyan in horror, froze in place, at a loss. Gao Tianyan hurriedly stepped forward to hold Luo Hong, and asked with concern, "Dr. Luo, what's wrong with you?" Luo Hong looked at Gao Tianyan with a stiff expression, and asked, "Did you hear anyone talking? Others? No, isn't there just the three of us in this room?" Bai Xiaotian asked curiously. Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang, took a deep breath, and asked, Xiang, have you spoken just now?" Gao Xiang had already approached Luo Hong at this time. He was confused by Luo Hong's neurotic behavior. He frowned and looked at Luo Hong, and replied, "Me? No, did you hear me?" Luo Hong nodded and shook his head dangling like a rattle. He stared at Gao Xiang's face carefully with his dark eyes. The young man looked quite normal, and indeed he did not speak. Then who is this voice who always calls himself Gao Xiang? The most incomprehensible thing is, where did this voice come from? Why does he always feel that it is coming from his own body? "Who are you? Where are you?" Luo Hong asked loudly in his heart again. But that voice never sounded again after Gao Xiang approached. Knowing that other people couldn't hear that voice, it would make people think that he was out of order, Luo Hong quickly calmed down. But no matter what, his image in the hearts of the three people has been fixed. That is, Luo Hong is not only physically sick, but also seems to have some mental problems. The three of them had dinner, and before leaving, Gao Tianyan held Gao Xiang and asked in a low voice, "Xianger, is there something wrong with Dr. Luo?" He pointed to his head. Gao Xiang raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "People with abnormal brains are often geniuses. As long as they can cure your illness, there is nothing to be afraid of." Gao Tianyan nodded. "Well, what you said is, will you bring Dr. Luo over in 2 days? Let him help me see if my leg can be cured next time." A strange look flashed across Gao Xiang's face. He smiled. "Don't worry, Dr. Luo will definitely heal your leg. I'll bring him back in 2 days." Gao Tianyan sighed, "But he is leaving. It would be great if Dr. Luo could stay." Gao Xiang glanced at Luo Hong, who was standing by the car looking up to the sky, and grinned. "Don't worry, he won't leave. Really, real. Xianger, you are the best." Gao Tianyan reached out and patted Gao Xiang's arm, pursing her lips and smiling. Standing aside, Bai Xiaotian stared at Gao Tianyan's hand with a frown, and urged impatiently, "Xiang, don't keep Dr. Luo waiting." Gao Tianyan glanced at Bai Xiaotian, chuckled and said, "Okay, Xianger, you guys should go back early, and be careful on the way." "Well, I'm leaving first, you pay attention to your body." Gao Xiang said goodbye to Gao Tianyan and left. Gao Xiang first sent Luo Hong back to the Gao family, and finally took Bai Xiaotian to the residential building in the community where the Bai family was located. "Come up and sit down. You haven't come to my house for a long time, and my dad always misses you." Bai Xiaotian asked while unbuttoning his seatbelt. "No, I still have something to do," Gao Xiang replied. "What's up? Why ask so many questions? Of course it's an urgent matter." Bai Xiaotian pursed his lips and whispered, "Everything is more important than me." Gao Xiang fiddled with the top of Bai Xiaoshan's head a few times, and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Bai Xiaotian pushed Gao Xiang's hand away. "Are you going to accompany Dr. Luo tomorrow?" Going to your fourth uncle's place the day after tomorrow." "Correct. It's all for others, what about me? Give you what? Time. What time?" Bai Xiaotian glared at Gao Xiang, opened her mouth to speak but stopped, but in the end she couldn't say what she wanted to say, so she said, "Forget it, good night, I will ask you another day." Then she got out of the car. Bai Xiaotian walked to the door of the unit, and when she heard the sound of the engine starting, she looked back, she stared at the car but that didn't miss her, with a sentimental expression on her face. She frowned and said, fourth uncle, I know fourth uncle. Besides fourth uncle, what else do you know? Gao's main house. Luo Hong dragged his tired and painful body into the bedroom, changed into his pajamas, rubbed his hands and hugged his shoulders, and ran to the bed. He lifted the quilt and got in, wrapped himself into rice dumplings, and said tremblingly, "It's the beginning of May now, why is it still so cold?" He wrapped his hands around the half of the pendant, longing for it to convey more warmth to him. The pendant cooperates very well. When he is most uncomfortable, it can always release magical power to relieve his pain, and today is no exception. Luo Hong looked at the shimmering pendant in his palm, pursed his lips and smiled, and said sincerely, "Brother, thank you very much." He carefully put the pendant into his arms, retracted his whole body into the quilt, wrapped himself tightly, and exposed the top of his head. Luo Hong knew that there was another half of this pendant. Where was the other half, and how to find it was a big problem. But the problem he faced was not only this one, and it was very difficult, which also stumped him. That's the bizarre event that happened today. He originally thought that the Gao Xiang in the dream last time was just a dream. But what happened today proves that there really is another Gao Xiang. Although Luo Hong didn't want to admit it, and thought it was absurd and illogical, but it was the fact that he couldn't help but believe it. What's more, since he has been reborn, what else in this world cannot happen? So where is this person who calls himself Gao Xiang, and what is his real identity? Luo Hong kept trying to communicate with him in his heart, but he never appeared again. What is the purpose of this man asking him to kill Gao Tianyan? Is it because of his fate that he is against the Gao family? He had already seen Gao Tianyan's face before. It was the face of a peach blossom, and he was a man of misfortune, plus he was born with a sick body, weak and gentle. It should be impossible for him to be the bad guy who did all kinds of evil, but this person's palmistry and what is reflected in the skull is the appearance of great evil. The most important thing is that this vicious attack against the Gao family is destined to bring disaster to the Gao family. But isn't Gao Tianyan from the Gao family? How could it be against the Gao family? Luo Hong couldn't figure it out no matter what he thought, let alone what to do. If this Gao Tianyan really brought disaster to the Gao family, according to the hidden saying, if he wanted to survive, he had to help the Gao family avoid the disaster caused by Gao Tianyan. But how could he be such a capable little doctor with a life in danger? Do you really want to kill him first to avoid future troubles? How can this be? Luo Hong shook his head frantically in his heart. Before he understood everything, he absolutely couldn't listen to that strange man's words. Who knows if he has good intentions or malicious intentions? But if not, what should he do? He has too little time, and every second is extremely precious to him. Watching the time fly by, he feels that a week has passed by opening and closing his eyes, but there is no progress at all. Luo Hong was very anxious and scared. It's a bad feeling to know you're going to die one day, it's not good. Luo Hong murmured in his heart, and secretly clenched his hands. He must hurry up, starting tomorrow. He really wants to go out for a walk, whether it is going to the library to read books, meeting some strange people and strange things while wandering in the street, or seeing the ancient scenery of the capital. Whatever is fine, but he cannot just sit and wait for death at Gao's house up. Suddenly a sense of drowsiness hit him. He poked his head out to look at the wall clock. It was already past midnight. A fear suddenly rose in his heart. He was afraid that he would fall asleep and fall into that terrible dream again, that very real dream, a dream in another dimension. But Zhou Gong couldn't help him, so he pulled him away forcibly, and fell into a deep sleep. In order to make it easier to go to the library with Luo Hong early the next morning, Gao Xiang went straight back to the Gao family's main house. It was past 12 o'clock when he entered the house, and the whole family was asleep. The young man is in good health and full of energy. After Gao Xiang took a bath, he was completely tired. He took out his PS4 and played shooting games for more than an hour. He suddenly felt a little hungry, so he put down the game, stretched himself, and strolled downstairs. He came to the kitchen, found a piece of sauced beef in the refrigerator, picked it up and took 2 bites. He was stunned for a moment while chewing. The taste of the meat was different from what Aunt Wang used to make, and there was a faint smell of medicine in it. It smells like tea, and after swallowing it, the faint taste hangs between the lips and teeth, and it doesn't dissipate for a long time, with a full aftertaste. Taking a deep breath, there is a cool feeling in the nasal cavity, and I feel refreshed immediately. It's really good. Aunt Wang's cooking skills are getting better and better. Gao Xiang sighed. Gao Xiang raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, picked up a large piece of beef and a carton of milk, and walked out of the kitchen while eating. At this time, a person came down from the escalator in the living room. He squinted his eyes and looked at it. From his figure and height, he could tell that this person was Luo Hong. He was wearing a white pajamas and wandering towards the middle of the living room. If he didn't look carefully, he thought the house was haunted. Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows and said, "Dr. Luo, why haven't you slept yet?" Luo Hong paused for a moment, but did not respond to Gao Xiang, but continued to walk forward, stood still by the sofa, and did not move. Gao Xiang walked up to Luo Hong, and elbowed Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo." Luo Hong still didn't move. Gao Xiang turned to Luo Hong, took a closer look, took a big step back in fright, and almost shouted. He frowned and cursed in his heart. Fuck, how do you look like a ghost? At this time, the moonlight outside the window was shining on Luo Hong's face, making his already fair face even paler. His pair of dark and bright eyes were staring at the front without any focus, and his face was expressionless. Some shaking, the whole person seems to have entered another space, looking very weird and creepy. Gao Xiang regained his composure, squinted his eyes at Luo Hong, and waved his hand twice in front of his eyes. Dr. Luo, what's wrong with you? He tapped Luo Hong's shoulder again. What the hell is this place? Luo Hong suddenly opened his mouth to speak, but still showed no expression. Gao Xiang was stunned for a moment, then replied, my family, Gao's family. Why is it so cold here? Luo Hong asked again. Cold. Gao Xiang looked at his clothes. He was still wearing half sleeves and shorts. How could he be cold? Can you let me out? I don't want to stay here. Luo Hong's body began to tremble, and his eyebrows were also knotted, looking very painful. Dr. Luo, what are you talking about? Who won't let you go out? Gao Xiang looked around. He was completely puzzled by Luo Hong's words. Gao Xiang, let me out? I don't want to stay here alone. Luo Hong shouted weakly, his body shaking even more violently. Ah, me. Now Gao Xiang was completely dumbfounded. Oh shit, there is something wrong with this man? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong up, down, left, and right, and felt that his expression was not quite right. Could it be that he was sleepwalking? But how could he dream of himself? What did he do to Luo Hong in his dream to torture him like this? Gao Xiang put the things in his hands on the coffee table, grabbed Luo Hong's shoulders with both hands, and shook them. Dr. Luo, wake up. After Gao Xiang touched Luo Hong's body, he was shocked, and he immediately withdrew his hand in fright. Luo Hong's body was wet and cold, as if he had just been fished out of the icy sea water. This feeling was very similar to the first time he shook hands with Luo Hong, and it was even worse. This is not what a normal person should have at all. Body temperature, colder than a dead person. How could a living person have such a low temperature? This cognition jumped into Gao Xiang's brain, making Gao Xiang's heart tremble. Could it be that Luo Hong is really a ghost? Gao Xiang immediately denied his guess. How could it be possible? How could there be ghosts in this world, although he looks like a ghost? Gao Xiang bravely observed Luo Hong carefully, and saw that Luo Hong's whole body was shaking more and more. He arched his back, shrugged his shoulders, and his fat pajamas were stuck to his body due to cold sweat, making him look even more slender and slender. Thin and frail, it seemed that just a little force could break this highly skilled doctor into pieces and completely destroy him. Luo Hong's lips trembled violently, his eyes showed a look of incomparable pain and longing, and the outline of his face against the moonlight also looked very haggard and miserable, as if he was suffering pain that the world could not understand. Looking at Gao Xiang like this, the hairs all over his body stood on end, and goosebumps popped out, which also made his heart thump crazily for no reason. Luo Hong seemed to be getting no response, so he slowly lowered his head, his body curled up even more, and his whole body became thinner and thinner. He struggled to make a hoarse voice, I don't want to die. I don't want to. Gao Xiang's Adam's apple twitched, and his heart was beating like thunder. The melancholy aura emanating from Luo Hong's body was like a huge magnetic field, attracting his sight, his body, and mind, and he couldn't move away no matter what. Gao Xiang could even feel something, a strong and strange pain that he had never experienced before. It was like an endless night, densely covering his body, making him a little out of breath. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to comfort Luo Hong, but he froze in midair, as if his hand touched Luo Hong, something terrible, something incredible will happen. When his palm approached, there was a small piece of light on Luo Hong's chest. Gao Xiang curiously opened Luo Hong's neckline and saw half of the bronze pendant. Gao Xiang picked up the pendant and looked at it, and found it familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But if you think about it carefully, you don't have any impression. The pendant is a circle larger than the ancient copper coins, and there are some wear and scratches on the wall, so it should be a very old thing. A very delicate flying dragon is carved on the pendant, surrounded by auspicious clouds, and the edge and back are engraved with ancient characters that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, which looks a bit like a spell. Was this pendant glowing just now? Gao Xiang turned it over and looked at it. It was pitch black. How could there be any light? It must be his delusion. Gao Xiang put the pendant into Luo Hong's neckline and looked at him again. Luo Hong still lowered his head, his hair was wet and stuck to his scalp. The shape of the whole head was clearly visible. His whole body was shaking slightly. He kept uttering strange words in his mouth, which sounded like chanting scriptures or spells. Ordinary people would be terrified when they saw this scene, but Gao Xiang was not that scared, not only because he was courageous since he was a child, but more importantly, he has always been an atheist. He believes that there are no ghosts and gods in this world. Gao Xiang picked up Luo Hong's wrist and felt his pulse. It was weak but relatively stable, which proved that although Luo Hong was weak, he showed no signs of serious illness. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong with a frown, and felt that it would not be a problem to leave him alone. After thinking about it, he finally stretched out his hand to hug Luo Hong. The slender and cold touch of Luo Hong's body shocked Gao Xiang's nerves. He subconsciously tightened his arms and felt it carefully. Luo Hong's body was only such a narrow strip. His body was strangled, fragile and vulnerable. And he was very light, so light that Gao Xiang couldn't believe it was the weight of a man. This body probably didn't have any flesh, only bones. Luo Hong's head hangs weakly on Gao Xiang's neck, and his weak breathing seems to be tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity, which makes Gao Xiang's heart beat wildly, his scalp explode, and his whole body become stiff. Gao Xiang clenched his back molars, took several deep breaths, and quickly sent Luo Hong to the bedroom. He eagerly threw the hot potato on the bed and covered him with the quilt. He frowned and looked at Luo Hong again, then quickly left the room. Early the next morning, the Gao family came to the Gao family's main house for breakfast. One is because Gao Xiaobo is in good health and can eat with everyone, and the other is because Wang Meili's cooking skills have greatly improved, and the cooking skills are changed almost every day, and they are exquisite and delicious, which makes these children who don't come often can't help I want to come to Sengfan every day. The contributors to all this are Luo Hong's medical skills and his medicinal diet. The children are willing to come here to see him, even if he knows that these wolves are here for the food. Gao Xiaobo is also happy. The boss and his wife sit in foreign branches and rarely return to China, sometimes even during Chinese New Year. The second child died early, and the daughter-in-law remarried early, and now, only the third and fourth are left. But the third child Gao Tianheng is his adopted son, and the fourth child Gao Tianyan. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaobo sighed helplessly. He has two grandsons and a granddaughter. The eldest grandson is Gao Xiang, the son of the eldest Gao Tianlin, and the other is Gao Ao, the son of the second eldest Gao Tiankai. The granddaughter is Gao Fei, the eldest daughter. Gao Ao failed to live up to expectations, didn't study well and caused troubles all the time, and was sent to the juvenile detention center twice in his first year of high school. Gao Fei is also a daughter's family. No matter how capable and skilled she is, she cannot inherit the Gao family's business. Gao Xiaobo pinned all his hopes on his eldest grandson Gao Xiang. Careful education and serious cultivation, almost devoted all his efforts. Unexpectedly, Gao Xiang actually applied for the medical university behind his back, and even lied to him with Gao Tianheng for more than half a year. He only found out about this 2 months ago, and almost pissed him off. The ancestral precept of Gao family members are not allowed to be doctors for generations must have been passed down for hundreds of years, and no one has ever violated it. In Gao Xiang's generation, he has made a fork, which really made him feel ashamed of his ancestors and his father. Outsiders don't know the reason why Gao Xiang applied for the medical university, but Gao's family members know very clearly that it is because of his fourth uncle, Gao Tianyan, who was weak and sick since he was a child. Gao Xiaobo glanced at Gao Xiang, and sighed again. Gao Tianyan's today, Gao Xiang's today, and the Gao family's today are all caused by him, Xiaobo Gao. Now, he can only pray that the days to come will be more peaceful and that there will be no more troubles. He also figured it out. He doesn't plan to interfere with Gao Xiang anymore. He can do whatever he likes. After all, what he loves the most, likes, and cares about most is his grandson. No one can do anything compare with him. Gao Xiaobo moved the soup bowl in his hand to Gao Xiang, and said in a deep voice, "Drink this." Gao Xiang looked at Gao Xiaobo. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took the soup bowl cooperatively and drank it. Gao Tianheng, who was sitting opposite Gao Xiang, looked at the two of them and smiled in relief. He called Wang Meili. "Aunt Wang, is the meal ready? Don't worry about it. Let's eat together." "Hey, here we come." Wang Meili responded. Wang Meili prepared the breakfast, and Luo Hong also came down from upstairs. He was wearing his grey clothes and carrying his old military satchel as usual. After seeing the people at the table, Luo Hong was stunned. For a moment, Wang Meili quickly waved her hand to Luo Hong. "Come on, Dr. Luo, come and sit here." Luo Hong came back to his senses, walked to the table and sat down, said with a slightly embarrassed smile, "Good morning, Mr. Gao. Good morning, everyone." "Well, good morning, Dr. Luo," Gao Xiaobo said with a smile. "Morning, Dr. Luo." Gao Fei, sitting opposite Luo Hong, dragged her chin and greeted with a sweet smile. "Morning, Dr. Luo, you don't look very well today. Did you not rest last night?" Gao Tianheng, who was sitting next to the old man, put down the newspaper and looked at Luo Hong. "Morning." Gao Ao, who had just been released from the juvenile prison for a few days, didn't even lift his eyelids. While watching videos on his iPad, he ate his food. "Dr. Luo, try this and see if I cook it properly." Wang Meili handed a small dish of jadeite soup to Luo Hong. Hey, okay." Luo Hong took the soup bowl Wang Meili handed over in shock. He held the soup bowl and looked at the crowd a little at a loss. Why did the Gao family suddenly appear? Is this going to be a holiday? Luo Hong looked at a table of dishes, and then at the Gao family sitting around talking and laughing. He was surprised, happy and envious. This was the first time he had a meal with a big family when he grew up. Since he was 8 years old, he has been alone, reading alone, eating alone, and sleeping alone. I am alone at ordinary times, and I am alone during holidays. There is no one to share the happy things, no one to relieve the painful things, and no one to bury even the dead. He didn't even have a friend. No one dared to visit their house for fear of bad luck. His relationship with people was always that of a doctor and a patient. There is nothing left. He has been here for 30 years and is used to it. So suddenly sitting with someone to eat, Luo Hong didn't know how to deal with it. He sat upright and stared at the food in front of him, and the expression on his face couldn't hide his excitement. "Dr. Luo, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and eat." Gao Xiaobo urged Luo Hong not to move his chopsticks. Oh, good, good. Luo Hong quickly picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Gao Xiaobo looked at Gao Xiang and said seriously, Gao Xiang, you are on vacation today, so go out with Dr. Luo for a walk. Gao Xiang, who had been silent all this time, raised his head to look at Luo Hong, who was diagonally opposite, and saw that he was also looking up at him, with a dazed and stunned expression, obviously not knowing what happened last night. Gao Xiang replied, I already talked to Dr. Luo yesterday, right Dr. Luo? Luo Hong nodded, well, yes, I will trouble you today. Gao Xiang grinned, you're being polite, aren't you? It's not troublesome at all, so don't be polite to me. Where is Dr. Luo going? I'll go with you too, okay. Gao Fei interrupted suddenly. She was looking at Luo Hong with a smile. Her face became more and more charming, especially when she deliberately discharged when. With that appearance, no normal man would be able to resist her charm, let alone refuse her request. Luo Hong nodded quickly, Miss Gao, don't be so polite, if you like it, go with it, as long as you don't get bored. How can I be bored when you're here? Gao Fei giggled twice, handed a small bowl of rock sugar pears in front of her to Luo Hong, and said softly, Dr. Luo, help me eat this, I'll eat it. No more. Hey, okay. Luo Hong hurriedly took the porcelain bowl, bowed his head and began to eat vigorously. Dr. Luo, eat slowly, don't choke. Gao Fei put his hands on his chin and looked at Luo Hong with a smile. Gao Xiaobo and Gao Tianhong looked at each other, with embarrassment and helplessness written all over their faces. Gao Xiaobo had no choice but to cough, signaling Gao Fei to restrain himself. Oh my god, Dr. Luo's face is blushing? Isn't he a little too innocent? Gao Ao, who was watching the video with his head down, suddenly yelled strangely. Gao Xiang raised his eyes to look at Luo Hong, and saw that Luo Hong's face was flushed slightly, his ears were also a little red, and his whole face suddenly became a little angry. This face was obviously much prettier than before, but Gao Xiang frowned, and cursed, mindless, so he turned his eyes away. Gao Fei patted Gao Ao on the head, what's the name of the ghost? Gao Ao glared at Gao Fei, then looked at Luo Hong, and said loudly, Dr. Luo? Gao Fei is a slut, you can't react to her, otherwise you will cry one day. Fuck you, who are you talking about? You little bastard. Gao Fei picked up the red dates and glutinous rice cake in front of him and put it on Gao Ao's face. Gao Ao peeled off the sticky stuff on his face, threw the iPad to the ground, and cursed, fuck you, Gao Fei. Gao Ao, shut up. Gao Xiaobo slapped the table angrily. Gao Xiaobo pointed at Gao Ao, his hands trembling with anger, hurry up and go upstairs after eating, don't embarrass me here. Grandpa, Gao Ao pointed at Gao Fei with a sullen expression on his face. Shut up, sit down. Gao Xiaobo's voice was thunderous, full of confidence. Gao Ao was so angry that he gasped, but he didn't dare to disobey Xiaobo Gao, so he could only sit on the chair angrily, venting his anger on the rice in the bowl. Gao Fei snorted, trash. Gao Ao slammed the bowl, Grandpa, look at her, she's fucking looking for smoke. Gao Fei, can you say a few words less? Gao Xiaobo angrily said. Gao Fei pouted, expressing disdain. Gao Xiaobo was a little embarrassed, he turned his head and said to Gao Xiang, you all have enough to eat, hurry up and take Dr. Luo out for a stroll, and try to go back as soon as possible. Gao Xiang said he looked at Luo Hong, then let's go first, Dr. Luo. Okay. Luo Hong hurriedly stood up, wishing to leave the battlefield immediately. Gao Fei rushed to Luo Hong's side, held his arm, pressed against him hard, and said with a sweet smile, Dr. Luo, let's go. Luo Hong felt his arm touch something soft, and he was so startled that a row of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly withdrew his arm, while Gao Fei continued to rub against Luo Hong's body regardless. After the three of them got into the car, Gao Fei wiped Luo Hong's sweat with his sleeves, then put his arms on Luo Hong's shoulders, traced the outline of his jaw with his fingers, leaned into his ear and said with a wicked smile, Dr. Luo, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Gao Xiang suddenly stepped on the accelerator and stopped suddenly, causing Gao Fei's whole body to almost be thrown forward. Gao Fei scolded, brat, can you drive? Gao Xiang didn't answer, he frowned and looked ahead, curious why he did such a thing suddenly. After the three of them left, Gao Xiaobo looked at Gao Ao, don't you know there are guests at home? I've completely embarrassed you. Gao Xiaobo slapped the table, stood up, and walked towards the stairs. Wang Meili quickly asked, old man, have you finished eating? Don't eat, I'm full. Gao Xiaobo went up the stairs without turning his head. Gao Tianheng quickly took a few mouthfuls and hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Gao Xiaobo on the phone, judging from his expression, he must have said something important. After Gao Xiaobo hung up the phone, he looked at Gao Tianheng, Dr. Luo, it should be the master. Really? Gao Xiaobo gave a with a serious expression. Then, what should we do? Gao Xiaobo thought for a while, did you tell him about the family doctor? Not yet, I'll look for him when he comes back. Gao Xiaobo nodded, we must find a way to keep him, at all costs. Don't worry. But, Dad, is that legend true or false? Gao Tianheng asked curiously. Gao Xiaobo shook his head, that's what the ancestors said, no matter it's true or not, we have to follow it. Not to mention that we really met a person named Luo, Laoli, and the others have checked it, and it is indeed consistent with the legend. I think, it shouldn't be fake. Gao Xiaobo suddenly thought of something, and said again, it's too hard for you to work alone, why don't you ask Tianyan to help you? Gao Tianheng smiled, that's great, Tianyan is still very smart, with his help, I don't have to be so tired. Gao Xiaobo sighed, okay, let him do whatever he wants, you can arrange everything. He is a 28-year-old man, and he can't stay at home like this all the time. Okay. Gao Tianheng nodded, and he looked at his watch, then I'll go first, there will be an early meeting later. Gao Xiaobo hurriedly said, let Dr. Luo take a look at Tianyan's leg. It will be the best if it can be cured. It will save Gao Xiang from thinking about it all day. Tianyan's illness is cured, and this kid probably won't treat Shui again. I am so obsessed with medicine, and there are so many important things to do in the family, so I just go to study medicine, which is really worrying. Gao Tianheng laughed and said, Dad, take a look, how much Dr. Luo has helped our family. Gao Xiaobo sighed, it's a help now, maybe it will become a disaster in the future. Do you think that people will not know about Luo Hong's appearance? I'm afraid someone has noticed it long ago. That's right. Then what should we do? Don't let him go out alone, you or Gao Xiang, who has time to spend more time with him, or give him a bodyguard. Let's forget about the bodyguards, what's going on in the capital? It's okay for Xianger to accompany him when he's not in class, or let Wang Ji follow him. Okay, you deal with it. Well, then you can rest, I'm going to the company first. After Gao Tianheng left, Gao Xiaobo walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows with his hands behind his back, looked at the distant scenery, and fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, Gao's curse on Luo's family turned out to be true. How could there be such a bizarre thing in the world? If this curse is true, then there really is a profession of witch doctor in this world, and the other half of the witch doctor fetish Shuang Longbai must be in Luo Hong's hands. Gao Xiaobo suddenly felt terrified. If witch doctors really existed, Luo Hong's appearance might have been inferred by those witch doctors who coveted Shuang Longbai, right? Gao Xiaobo frowned, and sighed wildly in his heart, I'm afraid it won't stop in the days to come. There are a lot of books in the National Library. Even if you squat here to read every day without eating, drinking, or sleeping, you may not be able to finish reading these books in your whole life. Luo Hong shuttled between the rows of bookshelves, feeling a little dazed. Gao Fei, who was following Luo Hong's buttocks, casually flipped through a few books, glanced at them, and asked, Dr. Luo, what books are you looking for? I don't know. Luo Hong took out a book and quickly flipped through it, feeling that there was nothing he wanted and stuffed it back. Do not know. Well, just take a look. Luo Hong's eyes fell on an old book on the top of the bookshelf. He reached out his hand twice, but he couldn't reach it. Gao Fei was very discerning, and hurriedly turned around and shouted at Gao Xiang, bring the ladder over here. Gao Xiang, who was leaning on the bookshelf reading a book in the distance, looked up at the two of them, closed the book, and walked over slowly. I'll let you take the ladder? Are your ears bad? Gao Fei frowned. Gao Xiang snorted, and walked up to Luo Hong. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not, and directly squeezed Luo Hong against the bookshelf. With a stretch of his long arm, he reached the top books and took down several books. He looked down at the bookcase. Luo Hong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, Dr. Luo, just ask me to help you with this kind of thing in the future. Luo Hong was overwhelmed by Gao Xiang, and his head buzzed. He took the book and smiled, thank you, tell me, it's great to be tall. What's the use of being so tall? Does your neck hurt when you kiss? I think Dr. Luo's height is the most suitable. My neck is very comfortable when we kiss. Gao Fei approached Luo Hong, put his arms around his arm, and moved his chin putting it on his shoulders. She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Men and women can't kiss each other. At this time, Luo Hong's mind was full of this word. He was familiar with Confucian classics since he was a child, and he was very conservative in feudalism. He couldn't adapt to Gao Fei's bold and straightforward words. Patted the dust on the book, rolled his eyes, nodded and said, this book looks good, can I borrow it? Gao Fei looked at Luo Hong up and down, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She was like Luo Hong, from head to toe, from the inside to the outside, they are all grown according to her aesthetics. She even likes her personality very much. She has never met a man who cares about her so much when she grows up. Now that she has met, how can she let go? Gao Fei approached Luo Hong again, wrapped his arms around him, and said softly, yes, you can borrow as much as you want. This time, without waiting for Luo Hong to speak, Gao Xiang who was standing beside him suddenly pulled Gao Fei away and stood in front of Luo Hong. Gao Fei, do you want to show some shame? They all have fiancés. Gao Fei stared at Gao Xiang, stop talking nonsense, who has a fiancé? That's the old man's own wishful thinking. I didn't agree. Whether there is or not, can you stop making trouble in public? Seems to scare Miracle Dr. Luo. Gao Fei didn't understand why this kid suddenly meddled in her business. She remembered that Gao Xiang had always been aloof and indifferent, and never cared about her affairs with men. What's wrong with her today? She looked Gao Xiang up and down, frowned and said, I am willing, I like it, do you care? When Luo Hong saw that the two were arguing for him, he was very embarrassed. He quickly smiled, I'll squat here and watch for a while, you guys are busy with your work. Then, Luo Hong put his backpack on his chest, looked for after squatting in a corner, he started to read a book. Gao Fei followed immediately, and she pulled Luo Hong, there is a reading area over there, with tables and chairs, how uncomfortable is it for you to squat here and read? No, it's convenient to read here. Luo Hong smiled, then shrank back to the corner of the wall, avoiding Gao Fei's hand. Gao Fei curled her lips, then I'll watch here too. She waved her hand, turned around and glared at Gao Xiang, warning him not to spoil her good deed. She looked for the book she wanted to read on the bookshelf. Gao Xiang didn't pay attention to Gao Fei. He looked at Luo Hong, walked to Luo Hong's side, sat on the floor, arched one leg, looking idle. After casually flipping through the book twice, he suddenly came to Luo Hong's side. He asked, Dr. Luo, you don't look very well today. Did you not sleep well last night? Luo Hong replied unconsciously, yes. Gao Xiang put his chin in one hand, grinned and asked, why didn't you sleep well? Did you have a nightmare? Gao Xiang's voice sounded very gentle, which stunned Luo Hong for a moment. He turned his head to look at Gao Xiang. The sunlight outside the window just shone on his smiling face. The teeth are crystal clear, the tooth-thin lips are rosy and elastic, and the whole person looks young and energetic, healthy and full of life force, which is both beautiful and a bit dazzling. Luo Hong suddenly felt a little pain in his eyes. He hurriedly turned his eyes away. He frowned. He didn't understand why he would have an uncomfortable reaction when he saw such a healthy and sunny young man. That feeling gave him an ominous premonition, as if looking at him one more time, he would be completely purified by Gao Xiang's pure masculine and holy power, and he would be wiped out. His soul would be scattered. Luo Hong was startled. Could it be that Luo Hong is really an evil person who can't see the light? The reason for his short life is because he committed too many crimes in his previous life? Why is it happening like that? This frightened Luo Hong. He hurriedly hid his trembling hands, and silently clenched them tightly. He coughed, moved to the side instinctively, and replied, I didn't have any dreams. Gao Xiang stared at Luo Hong's side face, observed the changes in his expression, and smiled, it's fine if you don't. Seeing cold sweat dripping down Luo Hong's face, he patted Luo Hong's shoulder and asked, Dr. Luo, why are you sweating? Are you uncomfortable? Luo Hong laughed dryly, it's okay, then what? I'll go to the bathroom first. Luo Hong quickly stood up, clutching his slightly tingling shoulders, and quickly ran towards the end of the bookshelf. He ran and muttered, the Luo family has practiced medicine for generations, how could they do evil? There must be something wrong, it must be. Luo Hong's whole heart was in his throat. He frowned and ran forward, passed through several rows of bookshelves, and came to a corner. He turned a little hastily, and he was a little absent-minded. Of two women. Ouch, one of the older women howled. Luo Hong jumped away in shock, and hurriedly lowered his head to admit his mistake. I'm sorry? Are you okay? You don't have eyes when you walk. The young woman supported the older woman and asked, Mom, how are you doing? The older woman bent down and touched the insteps of her feet, and moved a few more times. It's okay, it shouldn't be a big deal. The young woman looked Luo Hong up and down, with a look of obvious disgust on her face. Now is the time when H1N1 outbreaks. No one will be in a good mood to see the sick buns, no matter how handsome they are. It's good looking, but it's also useless. She covered her nose with her hand and waved her hand. My mother believes in Buddhism and doesn't like to argue with others. You should go now. Remember to walk with your eyes next time. However, Luo Hong stood still, staring at the face of the older woman, making her hair stand on end. Her daughter frowned and said, Hey, what's the matter with you? Why do you keep staring at me? Looking at people? Didn't your mother teach you not to see evil? Luo Hong said to the older woman, Auntie, you have a strange disease. Several evil diseases have accumulated in your body. Although they suppressed each other for a long time, they did not break out, but now there is an evil disease that is in full swing. If you suffer from other diseases, I am afraid it will have a fatal impact on your body. The mother and daughter were taken aback for a moment, and then the daughter scolded, Why do you open your mouth and curse people to get sick? My mother is not sick, but she is very healthy. Get up quickly, crazy. Luo Hong said sincerely, Auntie is really seriously ill, and it may be too late if she dies, let me take a look for her. Luo Hong took a step forward, picked up his mother's hand and checked her pulse. What are you doing? Don't touch my mother. The daughter suddenly pushed Luo Hong hard, pushing Luo Hong who was unprepared and weak. Then Gao Xiang who came over saw this situation, rushed forward to help Luo Hong up, and asked eagerly, Dr. Luo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Luo Hong shook his head. Gao Xiang looked at the young woman, and said in a displeased tone, I said, this auntie, why are you pushing people so casually? The daughter said angrily, Who do you call auntie? I just graduated from college. Gao Xiang grinned, revealing a row of eye-catching white teeth. Isn't that just right? My third aunt is also graduating this year. You. The daughter was dumbfounded. The mother pulled her. Where? Stop making trouble, I'm fine. The young woman nodded. I didn't pay attention to him either. Whoever told him to curse you and touch you with his hands, and became so sick, who knows if he has some kind of infectious disease. Fart fart. Gao Fei's voice came suddenly. Several people looked in the direction of the voice at the same time, and saw Gao Fei coming out from behind the bookshelf, with his hands folded around his chest, and a fierce look on his face. Who has an infectious disease? Is it reasonable for you to push someone? Hurry up and apologize to him, or I will tear your mouth. Gao Fei scolded. The mother and daughter saw that this sick bun had two helpers, but the daughter didn't show weakness at all. She looked Gao Fei up and down, and frowned. Why do you open your mouth to curse? He cursed my mother for being sick, why can't I push him? I cursed your mother, what do you think? Fuck you, why do you say my mother is sick? If he says your mother is sick, then she is sick. He's a doctor, so what an ass. Gao Fei was not polite at all. My daughter couldn't help it now, she didn't expect someone to swear so unscrupulously in public. She scolded back, where did the vixen come from? What if I push him? Just say he has an infectious disease, what's the matter? Maybe all three of you are sick, do you have rabies? Otherwise, why would you come out and bite people like a mad dog? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard two crisp sounds of paw. Paw, red palm prints immediately appeared on her face, and her vision became blurred and a little shaken. The skin is really thick. I thought I hit a pig. My old lady's hands hurt from the beating. Gao Fei rubbed her palms, let out a hiss, and said in surprise, I said, you it must be eating feces all the year round, otherwise why is the mouth so smelly? After finishing speaking, Gao Fei pinched her nose with her hands, leaned close to Gao Xiang, and asked, Xianger, do you smell shit? Gao Xiang snorted, a little bit. Luo Hong, who was standing aside, really didn't expect that his words would cause such a big trouble. He hurriedly wanted to stand up and say something to ease the atmosphere. But others don't give him a chance. Seeing her daughter being beaten, the mother said angrily, hey, why are you beating people, girl? Is there any law? The daughter also came back to her senses. She covered her face and yelled, I'm fucking your mother's slut. How dare you hit me? I'm going to kill you, you bitch. As soon as she finished speaking, she shook off her mother's hand, and rushed up like crazy, grabbing Gao Fei's long hair without warning and pulling it hard, and tearing Gao Fei's clothes desperately, scratching and scratching, caught, beat, and scolded at the same time. Gao Fei is obviously the one who often fights, and she didn't show weakness at all. She also grabbed the woman's hair, tore it down, and cursed back, you are the one who fights ugly monsters that no one wants. It's ugly, and the heart is ugly? It's really disgusting, and death doesn't pay for it. Gao Fei even kicked the woman's stomach several times with her 10-centimeter high-heeled shoes, and heard the woman continue to howl like a wolf. The sound of beating and cursing attracted all the people reading around, and the staff hurried up to persuade them to fight, but it was of no use at all. The two women seemed to have been feuded for several lifetimes, and they couldn't persuade them at all. Luo Hong next to him was so anxious that he wanted to go up to try to persuade him to fight, but was stopped by Gao Xiang. Don't worry, it will hurt you. How can this be done? Don't break it, Xianger, pull them away. Gao Xiang didn't take it seriously at all, and said casually, it's okay, she likes it, let's not disturb her fun. What? Luo Hong was a little uncomfortable with the Gao family's way of handling things. Why did he have such an attitude when his family was beaten? He couldn't understand Gao Fei's behavior, and he couldn't understand Gao Xiang's behavior either. Gao Xiang grinned, she's good at it. Okay. Which one? Fight. Luo Hong shook his head in disbelief, frowning as he looked at the two wrestling women, rubbing his pants with his hands anxiously. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong, who was eager to try, put his arms around his shoulders, fixed him by his side, squinted his eyes and smiled. Dr. Luo, don't worry, my sister has this kind of violent tendency. It's hard to hit someone, you let her vent. Now Luo Hong is only worried about Gao Fei being beaten, so how can he care about the pain Gao Xiang's arm caused him? He has no relatives, no friends, and he has come to Gao's family for so many days, he almost regards Gao's family as his own family. He knows that Gao Fei is very kind to him, and he caused this trouble just because of him, so he don't want her to get hurt at all. But no one can understand Luo Hong's mood, especially Gao Xiang. In Luo Hong's eyes, this matter is bigger than the sky. In Gao Xiang's eyes, it was bullshit. He rushed forward a few times, but was unsuccessful, and was dragged back by Gao Xiang. The two women fought more and more vigorously, and the scene became more and more out of control. It was useless for the staff to go up and pull it. The woman's mother kept crying and trying to persuade the fight. Where? Stop it? Stop hitting. She grabbed the two of them by the shoulders, hoping to separate them, but the daughter, who was fighting in full swing, couldn't no matter what. She couldn't persuade her no matter what. The daughter thought her mother was in the way, causing her to be kicked several times by Gao Fei. She was so angry that she elbowed her mother away and continued to fight Gao Fei. The mother was staggered by her daughter, and one of them lost her footing and fell to the ground with a thud. She didn't seem to have fallen hard, but she was about to stand up, but her body suddenly froze. She rolled her eyes and looked back. He leaned back and fell to the ground with a bang, his whole body convulsed violently. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, girl, stop beating, your mother has fainted. The daughter, who was wrestling, looked back. She was so frightened that she immediately let go of Gao Fei's hair, and rushed to her mother like crazy. Mom, what's wrong with you? When Luo Hong heard that someone had passed out, he guessed it was the mother just now. Taking advantage of Gao Xiang's stunned moment, he broke away from Gao Xiang's arm, rushed into the crowd, and squeezed in. He rushed to the woman, looked her up and down. Her eyes were separated to the two sides, her upper teeth bit her lower lip, and bright red blood flowed out of her lip. Her hands were clenched tightly, prying her unable to pry it open. His whole body was violently jolting and twitching as if he had touched a switch. Luo Hong was startled. He frowned instantly, quickly pressed down on the woman's shoulder, and shouted at the crowd, Xianger, quick, help me hold her body down. Gao Xiang squeezed in from the crowd. He stepped forward and pressed the woman's body, and asked, is epilepsy? Luo Hong didn't answer, but concentrated on helping the woman see a doctor. At this time, I heard the staff next to me yell, call an ambulance. When everyone saw that there was a person with medical skills to treat him on the spot, they all gathered around to watch the excitement. Seeing that Luo Hong was pinching her mother, the daughter who was kneeling by the side suddenly pushed Luo Hong hard, and pushed Luo Hong to sit on the ground again. She cried and shouted, "Don't touch my mother." Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help cursing. "Didn't you see that he was saving your mother? Why are you so ignorant, woman?" "Yes? How annoying. Young man, leave her alone, it's hard work." Gao Fei hurried over to support Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, let's forget about it, you deserve it if you die. It's so fucking annoying." Gao Xiang looked at the twitching woman on the ground, then looked at Luo Hong, and saw Luo Hong approaching again. He didn't have any expression on his face, he didn't seem to feel the push at all, and he seemed to be deaf to everyone's words. He was only persistent as for what he wants to do. "Don't let anyone or anything interfere with him." He squatted beside the woman, staring at a pair of dark phoenix eyes, looked at her up and down, left and right, and asked eagerly, "Is it too late?" Gao Xiang frowned, and found that Luo Hong would become very strange whenever he saw a doctor. He wondered if it was his own illusion. As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, he picked up the older woman's wrist and continued to check her pulse. The woman squatting on the side saw that Luo Hong didn't listen to her at all, and touched her mother's wrist regardless, and shouted, "You are stupid. Can't you understand human words?" She jumped up violently, coming over. He wanted to use force to push the thin Luo Hong away. The woman was very close to Luo Hong, and her speed was very fast. No matter how good Gao Xiang was, Gao Xiang couldn't stop him in time. Just when everyone was worried about Luo Hong, who closed his eyes and checked his pulse, quickly raised his hand. The woman's whole body stopped in midair, as if it was pressed to pause, and it froze in place. What's the situation? Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and no one saw clearly what happened just now, including Gao Fei and Gao Xiang beside Luo Hong. The woman still didn't move after a few seconds. Everyone couldn't help it, and hurried up to have a look, only to see that the woman's hand was stuck with needles halfway through. After seeing the needle clearly, Gao Fei quickly covered her mouth and let out an exclamation, while everyone was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Luo Hong in shock, and couldn't believe that Luo Hong actually used a needle to immobilize a person. This is a scene that can only be seen in martial arts dramas, but it also happens in reality? Nonsense. On the other hand, the fixed woman only had her eyeballs to move. Her wide eyes were filled with astonishment, revealing all her emotions without a doubt. Luo Hong's astonishing skill caused the entire library to suddenly fall into a suffocating silence. Gao Fei clutched her chest and leaned against Gao Xiang, panting, "So handsome. Dr. Luo is so handsome." It's not the first time Gao Xiang saw Luo Hong use this trick, but he didn't expect that Luo Hong could do it with his eyes closed, and it was so fast that he didn't see Luo Hong's movements clearly. This is not something a normal person can do at all. Gao Xiang frowned and stared at Luo Hong. His mind was full of confusion and speculation. The surrounding atmosphere didn't affect Luo Hong at all. He moved the twitching woman aside with great effort to avoid her daughter's body. "Xianger, take off her shoes and socks," Luo Hong said in a deep voice. Gao Xiang immediately followed suit, and Gao Fei also leaned over to help. After finishing, the two of them squatted aside respectfully, looking straight at Luo Hong. Not only the two of them, everyone present crowded forward. Surrounded, they formed a very small circle, and they all followed Luo Hong, wanting to see how this doctor with special skills saved people. Luo Hong took out a needle box from his pocket. After opening it, there were several needles of different shapes and sizes stacked inside. He took out a 3-inch needle and pierced it into the woman's vagina. Finally, he drew out several needles and pierced them into Yintang, Hege, Tae Kong, and Kuke respectively. After the needles were withdrawn, the woman stopped convulsing. This made everyone couldn't help admiring, and the quiet crowd began to commotion again. But the woman didn't wake up immediately. Luo Hong looked away from her eyes, then took out a needle of a different shape, and pricked the Zhongchang A cup ointment on the tip of her middle finger, causing it to bleed. Luo Hong raised his eyes to see her reaction, saw that she was still in a coma. Luo Hong's eyes rolled, and he quickly attached her wrist pulse, and saw Luo Hong frowned. His face changed slightly. Everyone's mood fluctuated with Luo Hong's expression and movements, and the breath they had just exhaled was sucked back, and a heart was lifted into the throat, and they didn't understand what happened at all. Everyone secretly sweated for Luo Hong, for fear that this young man would do bad things with good intentions. If he really can't cure this woman, he might be scolded to death by that shrew again. Crap. Gao Fei also became a little worried. She leaned close to Gao Xiang's ear and asked in a low voice, "Is Dr. Luo good? There are so many people watching." Gao Xiang didn't bother to talk to Gao Fei at all. Luo Hong's acupuncture techniques were magical, both practical and ornamental. Whenever Luo Hong gave acupuncture to save someone, Gao Xiang couldn't control his gaze, and followed his every movement, every expression. Even the blink of an eye is a pity. Luo Hong put down the older woman's hand, and suddenly stretched his hand between her legs, scaring everyone present to murmur. Gao Xiang and Gao Fei, who were squatting at the woman's feet, saw this scene almost jumping up in fright. Gao Fei grabbed Gao Xiang's arm nervously, panting, "What is Dr. Luo doing?" Luo Hong didn't stay for too long. After moving his hand away, Gao Xiang noticed dark water stains near the woman's crotch. He secretly let out a breath and said loudly, deliberately, "Dr. Luo is checking if she is incontinent." The onlookers felt relieved after hearing Gao Xiang's words. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Young man, how is this aunt doing? Can she be saved?" Luo Hong was extremely focused when performing first aid, and nothing outside could disturb him. He also turned a deaf ear to other people's questions. Seeing that he didn't answer, everyone became more anxious, and each of them couldn't help whispering. At this time, a young man came out from the crowd. He squatted halfway on the other side of the woman, picked up her wrist and felt her pulse. He was obviously also a medical expert. But after feeling the pulse, the man was stunned, and said in surprise, "This woman is dead." When the crowd of onlookers and the staff of the library heard what the man said, they all became agitated. "What? Isn't it? How could be? What can you save if you die?" Gao Xiang was also shocked when he heard the man's words. He immediately rushed to the woman's side and touched her wrist, but he couldn't feel the pulse at all. Gao Xiang was stunned. "Really dead? What should I do? Call the police. Why hasn't the ambulance come for so long? How long has it been? If I had known this, it would be better to let her daughter take a taxi directly to the hospital." "That's right, this is miserable. Young man, aren't you making fun of yourself?" "Yeah, I'm getting hotter. The surrounding crowd has already exploded, and you and I are talking about each other." Gao Xiang quickly walked to Luo Hong's side, grabbed Luo Hong, and said in a low voice, "Dr. Luo, she is dead. What else are you saving?" As if he didn't hear it, Luo Hong picked up the woman's hand and pierced the 12 Wells points on her hand one by one with a fine needle. The needle was not left, it was only for bloodletting. He stretched out his hand to move the woman, but felt unable to exert any strength. After bending down, he suddenly felt a sore throat, which made him cough violently. He covered his mouth with the back of his hand, and said in a low voice, "Xiang'er, help me lift her up." Gao Xiang frowned and looked at Luo Hong. He wanted to stop his behavior, but he was frightened by Luo Hong's state. His face was pale, his eyes were dark, and the whites of his eyes were covered with thick bloodshot eyes. The sparkling water droplets, such a miserable face with a pair of dark and deep eyes, filled with determination and confidence, made Gao Xiang's heart stop beating for a few beats. Seeing that Gao Xiang didn't respond, Luo Hong asked, "Xiang'er." Gao Xiang came back to his senses, and quickly helped the slightly fat woman up. Luo Hong leaned forward, his hands that were shaking like sifting chaff, but when he injected the needle, he was still steady and precise, piercing the top of her head neatly. The Beiwei cup ointment was different from the acupuncture method just now. This time he closed his eyes and concentrated on it, his fingertips moved slightly, and he held the needle handle for a long time without moving. Everyone looked at Luo Hong with bated breath. They didn't understand why Luo Hong continued to treat this woman since she was already dead. It is inevitable to guess in my heart that this handsome and sick young man is not normal. The young man who had been squatting beside the woman sized Luo Hong up, down, left, and right, and finally his eyes fell on Luo Hong's fingertips. The seemingly unremarkable stitches had extremely subtle, imperceptible tremors, and the frequency was very high, as if there was a strong energy flowing out of Luo Hong's body in an endless stream, which made him shudder in his heart, and then his eyes widened. Gao Xiang's mood at this moment is more complicated than anyone else's. From the first time he saw Luo Hong's skills until now, he has become more and more curious about Luo Hong. He even began to wonder if this Luo Hong is a ghost, or is he not human at all. It made Gao Xiang feel that his mind was starting to go out of order. He looked at Luo Hong's seriousness, as if he could really cure this dead man. Could it be? This Luo Hong also knows the art of bringing the dead back to life. How can this be? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong in front of him. His eyes were full of exploration and examination, wishing he could see through him inside and out, and then find the answer that puzzled him. Gao Xiang's gaze stretched from the top of Luo Hong's head to his neck. Looking at it, his brows that were originally frowning slowly opened, and his eyes became a little straight. Luo Hong was really very close to him, so close that Gao Xiang could feel his weak breathing, smell the pleasant scent of medicine on his body, and the wet and cold smell, just like what he felt last night. Same. He could still clearly see every detail of Luo Hong's face. His nose bridge was high and three-dimensional, and the tip of his nose was slender and sharp. Although his lips were bloodless, their shape was beautiful, trembling weakly, trembling. His skin is crystal clear, white, and delicate, and even his pores are invisible, as if it would be broken at the touch of a touch. The thin light-colored blood vessels on his temples and eyelids are clearly visible, and the small black mole at the end of his eyes is similar to his delicate three-dimensional skin. The combination of facial features looks very handsome and attractive. Yes, that's the word, tempting, tempting. Especially Luo Hong's twitching Adam's apple hooked him so much that he couldn't help but want to go up and take a bite, bite hard, bite everywhere. It's best to swallow him in one gulp and eat it clean without leaving any crumbs. Gao Xiang's body moved, and he almost couldn't control himself and rushed forward. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes, and the moment his eyes met, the nerves of the lost Gao Xiang suddenly froze. He looked at Luo Hong in shock, and couldn't believe that he had such an idea. Luo Hong, who was out of the situation, smiled with Gao Xiang. He pulled out the needle, touched the woman's wrist, and suddenly sat down on the ground. After taking a deep breath, he lowered his head and straightened his needle. Seeing this, the man squatting on the other side immediately picked up the woman's wrist. After feeling her pulse, he was completely stunned. Just when everyone was confused, the woman opened her eyes. She looked at the crowd in front of her, and said in a weak voice, "What's wrong with me?" The audience fell into a sudden silence. Everyone stared at the woman on the ground in disbelief, until they saw her sit up from the ground, and suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "God! God!" First, one person applauded, followed by thunderous applause. Gao Fei, who had been watching from the side, screamed and stepped forward to hug Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, you are amazing. You are awesome. I love you so much." Everyone rushed forward, and some helped the woman up, wanting to see if she was alive or dead. The rest of the people almost all stepped forward to hold Luo Hong, and asked eagerly, "Genius doctor? How did you do it just now? Miraculous doctor? Help me see if I have any serious illnesses. Genius doctor, there is a patient in my family, can you go back with me to have a look? Miraculous doctor? Me too, show me. Miraculous doctor? I want to see it too." In just a split second, everyone pushed Gao Fei aside, surrounded Luo Hong, pulled and pulled, hugged and touched, wishing they could tear Luo Hong apart. No one cared about the one who was rescued just now, woman and her daughter who had been immobilized. Standing aside, Gao Xiang frowned and looked at the woman rescued by Luo Hong. She was indeed standing there alive, which made Gao Xiang suddenly feel a chill down his back. This woman obviously had no pulse before. How could Luo Hong save her? Is it possible? What broke him the most was that he had such strange thoughts about Luo Hong just now. What is this? Gao Xiang stared at the back of Luo Hong's head, and all kinds of unrealistic thoughts flashed through his mind, but he denied them one by one, and finally turned into a blank, without a reasonable explanation at all. The small space was wrapped airtight, and the atmosphere of the crowd was very mixed, which made Luo Hong, who was already physically exhausted, feel a little lack of oxygen, but he looked at the eager faces of the crowd, and the pairs of hands stretched out to him. He couldn't let it go at all, and wanted to diagnose and treat them one by one on a conditioned reflex. Usually when people saw him, they would hide away from him, fearing that he would have an infectious disease, think that he had a bad personality, and his mind was abnormal. Only when he was curing diseases and saving lives, people would be willing to get close to him and talk to him. He likes this feeling of being needed, very much. Gao Fei, who was pushed aside, stomped her feet angrily, and she pushed Gao Xiang hard. "Hurry up and get Dr. Luo out for me, let's go home quickly." Gao Xiang, who was successfully brought back to his soul by Gao Fei's voice, only then noticed that Luo Hong's virtue was still stupid to see others, and he didn't know how to refuse others at all, so he couldn't help cursing in a low voice. He walked over, squeezed the crowd away, hid Luo Hong behind him, opened his arms to block the crowd, and said politely, "I'm sorry everyone, let's go, my uncle is not in good health, and he can't see a doctor today." He turned around and looked at the doctor. To Luo Hong, "Dr. Luo, let's go." Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang, nodded and said, "All right." Gao Xiang stretched out his long arms, put his arms around Luo Hong's shoulders, and walked out. Gao Fei immediately followed up and held Luo Hong's arm, looking at Luo Hong with a worried expression. "Dr. Luo, are you okay?" Luo Hong shook his head. Someone in the crowd shouted at the backs of the three of them, "Genius doctor, leave a business card, so we can find you." Luo Hong was hugged by Gao Xiang's shoulders, unable to turn around. He could only shout, "Sorry, I don't have a business card." Then leave a name, contact information, or something. Luo Hong just wanted to reply, but Gao Xiang covered his mouth with his hand, and he whispered, "Don't bother with them." Seeing that Luo Hong didn't answer, everyone rushed forward to continue asking. The woman who was rescued just now also shouted, "Doctor, don't be in a hurry, I haven't thanked you yet, and what about my daughter?" This time Gao Xiang replied for Luo Hong, "Thank you, there is no need, your daughter will be able to move after pulling out the needle." After finishing speaking, Gao Xiang and Gao Fei led Luo Hong out of the library in a hurry. The man with medical skills just now walked up to the woman who had been immobilized, pulled out the tiny needle in her hand, and looked carefully, but didn't see anything abnormal. An ordinary needle actually produces a body-fixing effect. He has practiced medicine for many years, which is unheard of and unseen. The most incredible thing is that this man actually has the ability to bring the dead back to life. I heard the two young men calling him Dr. Luo just now. His surname is Luo? Will there be such a coincidence? He rolled his eyes, hurriedly put the needle into his cuff, and quickly chased it out. He ran all the way downstairs and rushed to the parking lot, just in time to see Gao Xiang and his party getting into a Ferrari sports car. After the car drove by, he quickly took a photo of the license plate number. "Ho, the number is really attractive." He quickly got into the car and made several phone calls. If he remembered correctly, that woman's name was Gao Fei. Anyone who saw this kind of beauty would never forget it for the rest of their lives. She is one of the most wealthy families in the capital, the Gao family, the granddaughter of Gao Xiaobo, and the jewel in the palm of the business tycoon Gao Tianlin. And that tall and handsome guy should be her younger brother, Mr. Gao's favorite grandson, Gao Xiang. He hammered the steering wheel with both hands, his face was distorted with excitement, and he sighed again and again, "I finally found it. Finally. We finally meet again." The man's voice suddenly sounded. Luo Hong was startled. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a vast expanse of whiteness again. A strong cold current enveloped his whole body. This feeling clearly told him that he was dreaming again. Luo Hong, who was only wearing a layer of single clothes, couldn't bear the extremely cold air at all. The tense and trembling feeling made his muscles and bones hurt so much that he couldn't stand up straight. Luo Hong frowned and closed his eyes, hoping to end this soon. Painful dream, come back to reality soon. Seeing that Luo Hong didn't speak, the man suddenly smiled and said, "Little cat, you just wanted to leave when you came here. You don't miss me at all?" Luo Hong curled up, lowered his head, and didn't want to respond to him at all. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to end this nightmare as soon as possible. Seeing that Luo Hong still didn't answer, the man approached Luo Hong, stretched out his hand to pull his hair, picked Luo Hong up, and said in a deep voice, "Speak." Luo Hong looked at the vast white world, and reluctantly asked, "What are you talking about?" "Anything, just can't help but talk." The man's breath sprayed directly on Luo Hong's cheek, and there was sullenness in his voice. Luo Hong's scalp was burning from being pulled by him. He wanted to reach out to stop him, but he could only catch the air and could not touch his body at all. Luo Hong took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and asked, "What are you going to do?" He squinted his eyes and smiled, "Nothing to do, I just like to play with you, I'm a bit lonely by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he tore off Luo Hong's collar, picked up the pendant and looked at it, then he was shocked and said, "He has touched this pendant?" The man suddenly grabbed Luo Hong's neck and made an extremely harsh voice, "He has touched this pendant. He has touched it. How could you let him touch it?" Luo Hong's face turned purple from being pinched by him, desperately trying to break free from his hand, but it was in vain. Luo Hong said intermittently, "What are you talking about?" The man frowned and looked at the suddenly shining pendant on Luo Hong's chest. He was so frightened that he dropped Luo Hong on the ground. He stepped back and murmured, "The pendant must not be seen by him. Don't let him get it either." This fell Luo Hong hard, and made Luo Hong feel like he was in reality. He rubbed his painful waist, it didn't seem like he was dreaming. Luo Hong struggled to get up, but couldn't get up. He exhausted all his strength and asked, "What are you talking about? Can you explain it more clearly?" The man's voice was a little trembling, as if he was very frightened, and he kept repeating, "He saw it, even came across it." Luo Hong frowned, completely unable to understand what he said. Who saw the pendant? Who was touched again? He obviously carries it close to his body all the time, and it is impossible for anyone to see and touch it. The man suddenly yelled at Luo Hong, "He must not be allowed to get the double dragon wall, must he?" "Who is he?" Luo Hong asked. "Gao Xiang, right? It's him. He must not be allowed to get the double dragon wall." The man rushed over and grabbed Luo Hong's shoulder again, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you remember?" Luo Hong felt that this man was so strong that he could crush his whole body. He clearly heard the creaking sound. Luo Hong nodded quickly, for fear that his old life would really be ended if he exerted force. He let go of Luo Hong, and said to himself, "I knew you were unreliable, it's great now." He saw it, saw it. Luo Hong lay on the ground with half-opened eyes, his consciousness became more and more lax, and he could hardly hear the man's words in the end. Every time he fell asleep, the white light of this world would hurt his eyes, and the cold air would drain the blood in his whole body. They are all frozen, and this nervous and grumpy man will torture him all the time. He really doesn't know how long this nightmare will last, and when will he wake up. Here, both physical and mental stimulation are extremely real. Luo Hong mobilized almost all his cells to convince himself to hold on, this is just a dream, it's just a dream, just wake up. He clenched the pendant on his chest with both hands, praying silently in his heart, praying for the early arrival of day. Luo Hong has been in a coma since he came back from the library. The Gao family also invited a doctor to see Luo Hong, and they all said that he was not seriously ill and all his physical indicators were normal. But this body, which the doctors called normal, fell into a coma for 2 full days. When Luo Hong woke up, he felt that there was not a single part of his body that was not in pain. It was as if all the pain he had suffered in his dream had been brought to reality. The pain in his scalp and waist was still there. What frightened him even more was that the sensation in his body told him, he hasn't slept at all these 2 days. Luo Hong was a little anxious now. Could it be that what he experienced was not a dream, but real? Is it possible? No matter how Luo Hong thought about it, he felt unreasonable. If he was not in a dream, then where did he go? Dang dang. There was a sudden knock on the door, startling Luo Hong who had just woken up from a nightmare. Gao Tianheng's voice came from outside the door. He pushed open the door, saw Luo Hong woke up, and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, you finally woke up. I have been looking for you several times today." Luo Hong struggled to remember, but his whole body was weak, and he fell back on the bed again. Luo Hong smiled awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I'm a little tired." Gao Tiansheng hurried up to help Luo Hong up, and put a pillow behind him. "It's okay, just sleep for as long as you want, I'm not in a hurry." Luo Hong said thank you, and asked, "What can Mr. Tianheng want from me?" Don't rush, you should take a good rest first, and then we can talk about it when you are in good spirits. Is anyone in the family sick? It's okay to have a minor illness. I can give acupuncture and prescribe prescriptions." Gao Tianheng laughed, "Dr. Luo, you are really dedicated. I admire you." "Well, that's it. I have had a toothache for several days. When I went to the hospital, they said I didn't have any decayed teeth, so I only prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs. Medicine, I've been taking it for a few days but it doesn't work, my cheeks are still swollen, take a look." Gao Tianheng turned his face around so that Luo Hong could see clearly. Toothache. Luo Hong looked at Gao Tianheng's face, one side was indeed swollen. He stretched out his hand to signal him to get closer, and Gao Tianheng moved forward. Luo Hong held Gao Tianheng's cheeks with both hands and looked, come on, open your mouth and let me have a look. Gao Tianheng opened his mouth obediently. When Luo Hong's fingertips touched Gao Tianheng's cheek, he trembled in his heart. He had an illusion that he was being touched by a woman. Luo Hong's hands were very thin and slippery, and his movements were very gentle, touching Gao Tianheng until goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Luo Hong in front of him, and couldn't help blinking his eyes a few more times. It's not that he didn't look at Luo Hong carefully, and he knew that this man was handsome, with good skin, and his face and facial features matched almost perfectly. The standard handsome man mentioned. It's just that the complexion is not very good, and it feels a little bit like dying. But no matter how good looking he is still a man. Contacting Luo Hong at such a close distance caused Gao Tianheng to suddenly feel a strange feeling. He could even smell the scent of medicine on Luo Hong's body. When the smell was inhaled into his nostrils, he immediately felt comfortable throughout his body, and a cool air reached his lower abdomen. It made him have a strong physiological reaction in an instant. A strange, incomprehensible idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He wanted to pounce on Luo Hong, press Luo Hong under him, bite everywhere, wherever he wanted. Luo Hong didn't pay attention to Gao Tianheng's expression. He looked left and right in Gao Tianheng's mouth, pinched the outside of Gao Tianheng's cheek, and asked, does it hurt here? Gao Tianheng came back to his senses and shook his head. What about here? Gao Tianheng let out a hiss in pain, and his sanity was completely pulled back. Luo Hong said softly, I'm on fire. Although the gums are red, swollen, and inflamed, the root of the disease lies in the fire in the stomach. Taking anti-inflammatory drugs but not removing the root of the disease will naturally not have the effect of curing the disease. Oh. Gao Tianheng looked at Luo Hong in a daze, not understanding why he suddenly had such terrible thoughts about him. What was wrong with him? Bring me my bag. Luo Hong pointed to the backpack on the cabinet next to him. Okay. Gao Tianheng rushed over and took the backpack and handed it to Luo Hong. Luo Hong took out the needle box from his bag, took out a needle, sterilized it with alcohol, picked up Gao Tianheng's hand, wrapped it around his palm, made him make a fist slightly, took the Urgian A cup ointment between the index finger and the tiger's mouth, and stabbed it. Going down, he applied some acupuncture but did not leave any needles. He looked up at Gao Tianheng. Mr. Tianheng, you took off your shoes and socks. Gao Tianheng was taken aback for a moment. The next step is to take the acupuncture points on the instep. Gao Tianheng hesitated. Okay. He took off his shoes and socks, and put his feet on the bed in embarrassment. Luo Hong raised and lowered the needle, pierced the inner court point on the instep, moved his fingertips slightly, left the needle for a few seconds, and then pulled it out. It's okay. How do you feel? Gao Tianheng hurriedly put on his socks and shoes. He smiled. The injection you gave me just now is already effective, and it's even better now. You are really good, and everyone else is cured by medicine. You are treating the disease with the needle? It is faster and more efficient. Luo Hong grinned. My injection is just to help you relieve the pain and relieve the fire. If you want to get rid of the root of your toothache, you have to pay more attention to your diet. I will prescribe a prescription for you later. Follow the prescription, grab the medicine, take it for 7 days and you should be able to get rid of the root of the disease. Gao Tianheng sighed. Dr. Luo, thanks to you, everyone in the Gao family, old and young, has been treated by you. Without you, what would this family do? Luo Hong laughed. What are you talking about? When I didn't come, didn't your family live well? Gao Tianheng sat by the bed again, shook his head and said, why, if I hadn't invited you, my father, well, I really don't know how to thank you. Gao Tianheng helped Luo Hong cover the quilt, and said, Dr. Luo, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Let's just say it. I have something to ask you today. I have been thinking about it for several days, but I have never had a chance. Let me tell you. I discussed it with my father, and I want to invite you to be the family doctor of the Gao family. I wonder if you are interested. Luo Hong, who was originally worried about how to stay in Gao's family, was overjoyed when he heard this request. He hurriedly replied, Family doctor? This sounds pretty good. Oh, that's great. Gao Tianheng didn't expect Luo Hong to be so cooperative. He laughed and said, I can't tell. Dr. Luo is actually a straightforward person. Gao Tianheng struck while the iron was hot, and continued, the initial salary for you is 40 yuan. If you think it's less, we can discuss it again. The 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are the same. The accommodation and food are all covered by Gao's family. During the holidays, the benefits are only as high as possible. Quite a few. If you think it's okay, I'll go back and draw up a contract, and I'll show it to you tomorrow. To Luo Hong, Gao Tianheng's words were like chicken and duck, so why did he care about these? All he could think about was that as long as he could stay in Gao's house and give him food, he wouldn't starve to death, and if he had the money to buy medicine, that would be fine. Compared with those external things, his life of only 4 years is more important than anything else. What's more, an annual salary of 40 is an astronomical figure for Luo Hong, so what else is he considering? Stay here first and then talk about other things. Luo Hong agreed without saying a word. Okay, just do as you said. Gao Tianheng was really surprised that Luo Hong agreed to everything so quickly. He didn't need to waste any time, and all the countermeasures he had prepared in advance were useless. He smiled a little excitedly. Dr. Luo, you are so happy. If you have any needs, just ask, I will write them into the contract. Luo Hong thought for a while, and there are indeed some conditions that require the cooperation of the Gao family. He nodded, okay, then I will think about it and tell you later. Gao Tianheng smiled and patted Luo Hong's hand, okay, then you can rest for a while, I'm going out first, and I'll come back tomorrow. Well, you are busy. Gao Tianheng looked at Luo Hong again, then strode out of the bedroom. When Gao Tianheng walked to the stairs, he turned his head and looked at Luo Hong's door. Thinking of what happened just now, he suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. He already has a fiancée, and he obviously likes women. How could he treat Luo Hong? Why did Hong produce such a strong physiological reaction? How wicked? Gao Xiang attended class for a whole day, and after school, he drove directly to AU International, and took Gao Tianyan, who was at work on the first day, to the main residence of Gao's family. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening when the two arrived at Gao's house. As soon as they entered the hall, they could smell the rich aroma of rice. Gao Tianyan smiled and said, Aunt Wang's cooking skills are getting better and better. The smell is so attractive. They followed the scent and walked to the door of the kitchen. In the spacious kitchen, a thin figure was squatting on the ground peeling yams. That person was Luo Hong, and Wang Meili's figure was not seen. He is half sideways, wearing a loose dark shirt. The trousers are pushed up because of squatting. His hair is a bit messy. He looks like he has just crawled out of the bed. He is yawning and peeling. His mouth he was still chanting something from time to time, which sounded like the names of medicines, and they were names that Gao Xiang had never heard of. There is a steaming drawer on the electric stove, and there is a handful of dough left over from stuffing on the chopping board. The other soup pot was boiling. Luo Hong cut the yams and walked to the sink to wash them, cut them into small pieces and threw them into the pot. He picked up a spoon and stirred them twice, and then he scooped out a spoonful and tasted it. He seemed to think the taste was average, so he took out a few pieces of something like tea leaves from a few small pots beside him, crumbled them and threw them in. The moment this miraculous thing was thrown into the pot and mixed with the hot soup, the whole room was filled with a scent of tea. This taste was very similar to the beef that Gao Xiang ate in the middle of the night, and it gave people a refreshing feeling. Aromatic refreshing feeling. He really didn't expect that this delicacy came from Luo Hong's hands. Try it again this time, the taste is just right. Luo Hong nodded, took out a small notebook from his trouser pocket, and took out a pen from the small pocket on his chest, and wrote it down in the notebook, completely oblivious to the fact that the kitchen door was approaching. There are two people standing. Gao Tianyan suddenly said, Dr. Luo is cooking? Where's Aunt Wang? Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, looked back, quickly put the paper and pen into his pocket, and walked over. He said with a smile, Aunt Wang has something to go out today. I'm here to help. Mr. Tianyan, how do you feel? Gone. Thanks to Dr. Luo, I feel good these days. Luo Hong looked at his expression, nodded and said, well, it's okay, but it's time for the next acupuncture. Well, no, Xianger specially picked me up to save you from running to me. It's really troublesome. Luo Hong glanced at Gao Xiang, saw him staring at him intently, couldn't help jumping up in his heart. He coughed lightly, and said with a smile, oh, then, wait until I finish the meal, just help you take a look. In fact, Luo Hong didn't dare to look at Gao Xiang from the beginning to the end. The reason is very simple. He felt a sense of fear when he saw this young man. It was all because what happened recently was related to him. It all shows that this Gao Xiang has a great connection with the double dragon wall on his body, but I don't know if it is good or bad. Okay, I'm not busy. Gao Tianyan pursed his lips and smiled. He looked at the pot and asked again, does Dr. Luo need help? Luo Hong looked back, and then remembered his pot. He slapped his leg, it's broken. He rushed over, lifted the lid of the pot, and a gust of hot air rushed to his face. He picked up a spoon and scooped up a piece of yam. He took a bite. It's too much. Dr. Luo, the food you cook is delicious. I'm hungry. When are we going to have dinner? Gao Xiang, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. Luo Hong hurriedly turned off the fire, took down the pot, and replied, let's serve dinner now, let Mr. Gao come down. Okay. Gao Xiang looked back with difficulty, turned and went upstairs, while Gao Tianyan stayed behind to help arrange the dishes. When it was time for dinner, Gao Fei showed up on time, and Gao Ao also ran down the stairs. The whole family sat around and ate the meal prepared by Luo Hong, all of whom were full of praise. Today's dinner table was quiet. I don't know if it was because Luo Hong's cooking was so delicious that everyone didn't have time to talk, or because the old man's complexion had not been very good and everyone dared not speak. The subtle atmosphere between him and Gao Tianyan made everyone feel an invisible pressure. Even Luo Hong, an outsider, could feel it. In fact, he has always been curious. Gao Xiaobo obviously cared about Gao Tianyan, but he didn't want to see him. What happened between him and Gao Tianyan? Moreover, he also felt that except for Gao Xiang, everyone seemed to have inexplicable hostility and guard against Gao Tianyan. Did they all know that Gao Tianyan was against the Gao family? Is it possible? Luo Hong couldn't help thinking in his heart. Dr. Luo, what are you thinking? Hurry up and eat. Gao Fei, who was sitting next to Luo Hong, urged. Luo Hong came back to his senses, and hurriedly lowered his head to eat. Gao Fei pressed hard against Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, my sisters are getting married tomorrow, and I'm going to be a bridesmaid, but you see several pimples popped up on my face. What should I do? How can I say that? Man, can you give me 2 needles? Luo Hong turned to look at her, stretched out his hand to feel her pulse, nodded and said, "Okay, there should be a way to reduce the swelling immediately. Dr. Luo, you are so kind." Gao Fei pursed her lips and smiled, her voice was very gentle, like a little daughter-in-law. This kind of Gao Fei made the Gao family present feel excited, and immediately had goosebumps. Gao Ao just wanted to scold his mother, but he was stared back by Gao Xiaobo. Gao Xiaobo coughed a few times and said in a low voice, "Gao Fei, Tianyan just went to work and doesn't understand many things. Take him well and teach him something more." Gao Fei glanced at Gao Tianyan, and replied casually, "Understood." Gao Xiaobo glanced at Gao Xiang again. "Since Dr. Luo is already our Gao family's personal doctor, the Gao family doesn't need you to study medicine anymore. Come to the company when you have no classes, and learn more from your third uncle." Gao Xiang raised his eyes to look at Gao Xiaobo, then at Gao Tianyan. The latter hurriedly lowered his head. Gao Xiang's expression darkened, and he ignored Gao Xiaobo. Gao Xiaobo wanted to continue asking, but because of Luo Hong's presence, he didn't continue this topic. Gao Tianheng, who was sitting next to Gao Xiaobo, saw that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly laughed. "By the way, Dad, the company will arrive in half a month. It's the annual tourist season. Why don't our whole family go out to have fun and relax? What do you think?" "Oh, is that right? That's fine, you young people go out and have fun, I won't bother you." Gao Xiaobo looked at Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo should go too." "Ah, me." Luo Hong looked up at young Master Gao, "But I." Luo Hong wanted to go out to play and see more of the world, but his body couldn't stand the long-distance fatigue, not to mention that he took medicine outside, including eating and drinking. He almost died when he came to Beijing. No matter how hard he is, he won't die on the road. "Dr. Luo, go, I'll go too, I'll take good care of you." Gao Fei hurriedly pushed Luo Hong, narrowing her eyes and smiling sweetly. "That's right, Dr. Luo, go ahead. This is also considered a benefit of the company. You are now under the name of AU, and you are a regular employee, haha." In Luo Hong's heart, he hopes that he can walk around like a normal person, and take a good look at the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. He is no longer a frog at the bottom of a well nesting in a poor mountain ditch. Even if they go out, the farthest they go is to go to the provincial capital to buy medicinal materials and tools, which is a 2 to 3 hour drive. Thinking that he never went out to play until his death, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. After coming to Beijing, he never went to other places except the library. Nothing was fished in the end. Luo Hong felt that this could not go on any longer. He said that he wanted to enjoy life before he died. Luo Hong struggled for a while, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of the great thousand world, so he nodded in agreement. After dinner, Luo Hong helped Gao Tianyan look at his leg, and told him that his leg could be cured, but it would take some time. After all, it took too long, and no matter how good his medical skills were, it would not be possible to see immediate results. When I got this news, I was very surprised. Everyone in the Gao family was overjoyed, including Gao Xiaobo, who had always had a bad face. Luo Hong sighed in his heart. It seemed that the family still cared about Gao Tianyan very much. But Luo Hong was sensitively aware that, compared to everyone's joy, Gao Tianyan was not at all happy. It was not as good as the state he showed when he was shown the congenital disease at Gao's house that day. Thinking of Gao Tianyan's face and fate, Luo Hong couldn't help but want to study more about this enigmatic Gao Tianyan. What happened between him and the Gao family? How will he bring disaster to the Gao family? How can I avoid this disaster? Knowing yourself and the enemy is the only way to be sure of winning. If you want to understand in depth, first of all, he has to establish a good relationship with this Gao Tianyan. Luo Hong pulled out the needle and said with a smile, "Mr. Tianyan is born with good luck. This leg will definitely be cured. You will come here every day, and I will give you acupuncture every day. I guarantee that within a month, your leg will be no different from ordinary people." "Really?" Gao Tianyan asked in disbelief. "Well, really." Luo Hong smiled while tidying up the needle box. "By the way, last time I went to your house, I saw that you have Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Sun Tzu's Art of War, and some books about physiognomy on your bookshelf. Unexpectedly, you also like to read such books." "Yes, I like it very much." "Why, Dr. Luo also likes it?" Gao Tianyan asked with a smile. "Yes, I like it very much too. I have read almost all of these books, especially the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Which character do you like?" Luo Hong put away the needle box, touched Gao Tianyan's wrist again, for impulse diagnosis. Gao Tianyan hesitated for a moment, looked at the crowd, and smiled. "I like Sima Yi." Luo Hong's heart moved, he laughed, and said, "Coincidentally, I like it too. I really can't see that Dr. Luo actually likes Sima Yi." Gao Tianyan tilted his head to look at him. Luo Hong grinned and said, "Why not? In terms of military affairs, he has clever strategies, assisted the government to quell the chaos, captured Menda, resisted the northern expedition of Shu and defeated Zhuge twice, pacified Liao Dong, retreated from the enemy and conquered Wu, killed Cao Shuang, and suppressed the rebellion in Huainan. Politically, he appointed people on merit, went to the military settlements in Gu, built water conservancy projects, opened Huayang and the Beiji Canal, really made outstanding contributions. In the end, he was loyal and devoted to his duties, and he did not turn against Emperor Wen of Wei in the end. Cao Pai, tell me, how can I not like such a person?" Gao Tianyan let out a chuckle. He grabbed Luo Hong and succeeded, and laughed. Dr. Luo, bosom friend, bosom friend. They chatted about each other's preferences with each other, completely leaving everyone in the Gao family aside. Gao Xiang, who was so excited because Gao Tianyan's leg was cured, suddenly darkened and he stepped forward to hold him back. Gao Tianyan, fourth uncle, you have to get up early tomorrow, it's getting late, I'll take you back. Gao Tianyan stood up and smiled. Okay, Dr. Luo, thank you very much, I still have a lot of questions to ask you, let's continue talking tomorrow. Okay, you go slowly. Before Gao Xiang left, he looked back at Luo Hong, seeing Luo Hong was looking at Gao Tianyan's back with a happy expression on his face, which made him feel very uncomfortable, inexplicable. Anyone who comes into contact with Gao Xiang for the first time will be deceived by his family background and appearance, thinking that he must be an ignorant dude. If this is the case, Master Gao will not love him so much. In fact, Gao Xiang has a very high IQ and is a veritable genius. He has been skipping grades since he was a child. The reason why he entered the freshman year at a normal age is because when he was 10 years old, he had a car accident. He was slightly injured, but his spirit was greatly stimulated, so that he couldn't climb out of the shadow, didn't want to go to school, and stayed at home for several years. Later, his third uncle took him to work and play, holding hands all day long. Even if Gao Xiang was not interested in teaching him business knowledge, he learned a lot. Who made him so smart? He learns everything very quickly. After returning to school, he quickly followed the courses and was admitted to the university he wanted to go to. Gao Xiang has completed 3 years of credits since he was a freshman, and it is effortless. He should go to class every day, play, and never do extra tutoring. Life and study are very nourishing. Everyone watched him arrive. Next year, I will complete the credits for the remaining 2 years and graduate early. This group of students who have worked hard but have made no achievements are so jealous that they beat their chests to death. Everyone knows the situation of Gao Xiang's family. They know that he is the son of the wealthy Gao family, but such a noble son is so good at studying, extremely smart, and low-key. He has no heirs. He never refuses anyone who asks him to play. Although not very talkative, she is surprisingly gregarious. This kind of character can't be found in the aristocrats, even in the nouveau rich second generation. Therefore, Gao Xiang has a wide circle of friends. Whether it is a good student or a bad student, the second generation official and rich second generation, or the short, poor, and frustrating gangster, they all love to be close to him. When encountering good things, they will think of him, and when encountering bad things, they will never forget to ask him for help. Settled up because Gao Xiang never rejects others, he will solve everything in his hands, very reliable and very bossy. In Gao Tianheng's mouth, this group of people are known as cronies and dog friends. If they have nothing to do, they will ask Gao Xiang to go out for a crazy night. Just after class today, he received a call from his close friend Zhou Wenbin, saying that it was his birthday today, and he invited everyone to go to his place to have fun at night. Gao Xiang and Bai Xiaotian originally made an appointment to have dinner together tonight, but he wanted to get together with his buddies more, so he called her and said that he had something to do and couldn't have dinner together. Of course Bai Xiaotian was unhappy, but he didn't say anything. He just made an appointment for the next meal and hung up the phone. Bai Xiaotian wiped off all the lipstick he had put on, took off his beautiful dress, sat down on the chair, and was stunned. Bai Xiaoshan's mother came over and patted her on the shoulder, asking, "What's the matter? Are you not going?" Bai Xiaotian came back to his senses, immediately regained his energy, stood up and said with a smile, "Well, he has something to do, we have an appointment next time." Mother Bai thought for a while, then hesitated and said, "Xiaotian, don't complain about my mother's nagging. I'm afraid Gao Xiang is not a high-ranking child in our family. In the future, when you marry, my mother will also be worried. It's not only a matter of family status, but more importantly, what's more, that kid treats his fourth uncle." When Bai Xiaotian heard this, he hurriedly shouted, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Bai Mu frowned and said, "Is what Mom said wrong? You are my own daughter, I really can't bear you to jump into the fire pit. You're talking nonsense, what fire pit? He treats me well." Bai Xiaotian raised his chin, curled his lips, and began to straighten the clothes on the bed. "How can I be talking nonsense? Who can't see that he has strange thoughts about his fourth uncle? You are the only one who is stupid." Bai Mu poked Bai Xiaoshan's head with her finger, hoping that she would be enlightened. Bai Xiaotian rolled his eyes, "Mom, he is just in love with his uncle, his parents are not around. He grew up with his fourth uncle, and his fourth uncle is so kind to Gao Xiang, and even lost his leg because of him. Gao Xiang is a benefactor, how could he not fall in love with uncle? If I had such an elder, I would also have this kind of complex. Can you stop thinking about it? How ugly is it to say it? Uncle love is enough. Xiaotian, are you stupid? If he never gets married because of his uncle, how can you really wait for him? My girl is so beautiful, what kind of girl can't you find? Is it worth wasting youth and feelings for Gao Xiang? Oh mom, who said I must marry him? We haven't gotten along formally." Bai Xiaotian muttered. "Then why haven't you found a boyfriend until now? What's the matter with a big girl following an old man's ass all day long? Putting a hot face on someone's cold ass, shame on grandma's house. Hey, why is my daughter, Zhao Rufang, so strong?" Bai Xiaotian stomped her feet, she pushed her mother, it's okay, You go out, don't bother me, please. Bai Mu was reluctantly pushed out by Bai Xiaotian, and Bai Xiaotian closed the door with a bang, leaned on the door panel, and took several deep breaths. Others will not understand. She and Gao Xiang are childhood sweethearts. She knows Gao Xiang better than anyone else. Gao Xiang is rational, and knows what he wants. His feelings for his fourth uncle are family affection, gratitude, and attachment. What's more is guilt. The combination of these emotions creates a complex emotion, but it is definitely not a deformed relationship as others think. She knows and firmly believes that Gao Xiang is still hers in the end, so she doesn't mind Gao Xiang getting close to his fourth uncle at all. This is nothing at all. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaotian pursed his lips and smiled, walked to the closet with a relaxed face, and began to choose the clothes to wear when they met the next day. When Gao Xiang came to Zhou Wenbin's residence, the party had already started. The swaying colorful spots rendered the dark room exciting and decadent, and the smoke filled the huge lobby on the first floor. Deafening rock music was playing, and men and women who were ecstatically twisting were sitting at the bar. The gaze gnawing on each other, the couple lying on the sofa without any scruples and being affectionate. Gao Xiang acted as if he didn't see this lively, crazy, and corrupt scene. He greeted everyone, and smiled with the corners of his mouth curled up. He passed everyone without any expression, and walked towards today's protagonist, Zhou Wenbin. He walked to the side of the sofa. Everyone saw that Gao Xiang was coming, and hurriedly made room for him. Gao Xiang sat down and raised his legs. Someone next to him immediately offered him a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. After taking a sip, he looked at Zhou Wenbin beside him, and asked lazily, "Why didn't I realize that this is your birthday party? Are you not afraid of being caught?" Zhou Wenbin laughed, "I didn't gamble, I didn't call chickens, and I didn't sell drugs. Why are you arrested? You think about it." Gao Xiang snorted. Zhou Wenbin took a puff of smoke and asked, "Don't say it's useless, it's hard to find you out recently. If it wasn't for my birthday, you probably wouldn't be able to come again, right?" I said, "What are you doing all day? Is it to accompany your fourth uncle or your little sister?" Zhou Wenbin gave Gao Xiang an ambiguous push after finishing speaking. Gao Xiang smirked. "No, didn't I tell you? The family hired a doctor from out of town, and I have to hang out with him when I have nothing to do." "Doctor? Oh, yes, I remembered, it's the legendary miracle doctor." Gao Xiang nodded. "Is he really that magical? I saw a post on the internet a while ago, posting something like mysterious healer's unique skills come back to life in the library, and the magic needle returns to the sun, bringing the dead back to life and so on. The picture has the truth, and someone recorded a video with a mobile phone. The video and photo are not very clear, and I didn't see what the person looked like. Hey, is this true or not?" Gao Xiang frowned. "Are you all online?" Zhou Wenbin said, You don't even know this? I've seen you. Although I don't know, I can recognize you even when you turned into ashes." Gao Xiang pinched out the cigarette and cursed, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You spend all day on the internet, and you are so well informed, I thought you knew. I don't have the time to go online now." Gao Xiang quickly took out his mobile phone, checked the internet, searched by keywords, and found a lot of pictures and videos. He looked at the number of hits and reprints, and thought, "It's over, the whole world knows it." Zhou Wenbin moved closer to Gao Xiang, put his arms around his shoulders, and asked curiously, "Hey, let me ask you, is he really that amazing?" Gao Xiang put the phone back in his pocket, nodded and said, "Well, almost. I remember you said that this genius doctor has a strange yin and yang, looks, temperament, and personality. Tell me, could he be some kind of supernatural being? He can even revive the dead, so who in this world still afraid of death?" Gao Xiang turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Zhou Wenbin smiled mysteriously. "Can you make an appointment to let me see you? I'm so curious." Gao Xiang glanced at the people around him, and they all looked at him in unison, eyes filled with anticipation. Gao Xiang twitched his brows, and sneered, "What are you doing seeing him? Nothing special, besides, what time is it? He probably fell asleep. Call him up again after he's asleep. He's fine. Hurry up and call him out so I can meet you guys. It just so happens that my neck hurts all the time. Guozi, Suzi, and lunatics don't feel well, and it's not good to go to the hospital. Just take advantage of today, let him treat us, and let us experience the acupuncture techniques of a genius doctor? How about it, Xiangzi?" Zhou Wenbin saw that Gao Xiang ignored him with his eyelids half down. He felt anxious, rolled his eyeballs, and said with a smile, "Why, he's your son? He's hiding it so he won't see anyone." Gao Xiang's heart twitched violently, and he shouted, "Don't fucking fart." Zhou Wenbin saw that Gao Xiang's expression changed, and felt that there was a door to this route. He intensified his efforts and added embellishment. "Otherwise, why don't you let me see you? Is it more important that you are a buddy or him? Don't do things that make my brothers feel that you value sex over friends." Gao Xiang slapped Zhou Wenbin on the forehead fiercely, and cursed, "Don't disgust me, you're a gay." Gao Xiang took out his phone from his pocket, found a number and dialed it. Just as Luo Hong took off his clothes, he suddenly heard the sound of music. He wandered around looking for the source of the sound, and finally found a mobile phone in his pocket. Then he remembered that Gao Tianheng bought a mobile phone 2 days ago. Give it to him and say it's convenient to contact. Currently only Gao Tianheng's phone number is stored in the phone. He thought it was Gao Tianheng who called him, but he didn't even look at the number, so he quickly pressed the connection button. "Hello, hello." Dr. Luo, are you asleep? You are. Gao Xiang. It's me. Oh, I'm going to sleep. What's the matter? Can you come out for a while? I called Uncle Wang. He is waiting for you downstairs now. He will send you over. Ah. Luo Hong glanced at the wall clock. It was almost 11 o'clock. It's so late. What's the matter? My friend is not feeling well and I want you to take a look. As soon as Luo Hong heard that someone was sick, he hurriedly replied, that's it. That's good. I'll clean up, and it will be over. You will wait. It is good. After Luo Hong hung up the phone, he dressed in a hurry, packed up his bags, and hurried downstairs. Sure enough, he saw Wang Ji's car parked in the yard. He ran over, opened the car door and got in. As soon as Wang Ji opened the door, Luo Hong took a few steps back in fright. He hurriedly asked, Brother Wang, what is this place? Seeing Luo Hong's reaction, Wang Ji thought it was funny. He took Luo Hong's arm and replied, it's a private house. The private house. The deafening music made Luo Hong tremble from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The room was pitch black and filled with smoke, and there were a lot of young men and women dancing and drinking. What does the house look like? He didn't want to go inside a little bit, so he asked, Brother Wang, aren't we going to see a doctor for Xianger's friend? This is his friend's house, and they are all waiting inside. Wang Ji saw Luo Hong's worries, so he put his arms around his shoulders and comforted him. Let's go, it's okay, these are Xianger's classmates. Young people are like that, they're not bad people. Luo Hong was forcefully dragged in by Wang Ji. He said with a dry smile, that's not what I mean, Luo Hong, who came from a poor mountain ditch and lived a life of 2 points and 1 line all year round, has never seen such an occasion. His only hobby and entertainment in the past 30 years is reading. Wang Ji led Luo Hong to the deepest part of the room. When he saw Gao Xiang sitting on the sofa drinking and chatting with Zhou Wenbin, he called out to him, and everyone on the sofa looked at him. The two walked to the edge of the sofa under everyone's gaze. Wang Ji said with a smile, Xianger, I brought Dr. Luo here. I'll go back first. Don't play too late. Gao Xiang smiled, well, thank you, Uncle Wang. Wang Ji patted Luo Hong on the shoulder, turned around and left. Luo Hong wanted to call Wang Ji, but his voice was stuck in his throat. He looked at the group of young men on the sofa with some embarrassment. The eyes of these people made his palms sweat a little. He grabbed the backpack and looked at it. Glancing at Gao Xiang, he asked, well, Xianger, who wants to see a doctor? Zhou Wenbin looked at Luo Hong up and down, left and right, and before Gao Xiang could speak, he stood up suddenly and greeted him. He grabbed Luo Hong's wrist and said with a smile, come on, Dr. Luo, sit down quickly. Luo Hong was pressed to sit on the sofa, sandwiched between Zhou Wenbin and Gao Xiang. Zhou Wenbin stared at Luo Hong with bright eyes, and laughed loudly, oh, I didn't expect that Dr. Luo would look like this. Luo Hong knew that he looked strange. He smiled awkwardly, turned his head to look at Gao Xiang, and asked, Xianger, where is the patient? Gao Xiang glanced at Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin's reaction to Luo Hong surprised him. He replied reluctantly, it's the one in front of you. Luo Hong said oh, and looked at Zhou Wenbin, student, why are you uncomfortable? Zhou Wenbin put his arms around Luo Hong's shoulders. There's no rush to see a doctor, no rush. Let's drink something first. Zhou Wenbin reached out and patted the head of the boy next to him, and shouted, pour Dr. Luo a drink quickly. It was good that the people next to him were sloppy. Zhou Wenbin picked up the wine glass and handed it to Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, my name is Zhou Wenbin, and I am Xiang's good friend. You can call me Binzi from now on. Come, let me toast you. Luo Hong hurriedly reached out to cover the wine glass, and said politely, oh, Binzi, hello, nice to meet you, but I don't drink, sorry. Hey, how can a man not drink? When we meet for the first time, you should have a drink no matter what. After drinking this glass of wine, we will be friends from now on. This. Luo Hong has never entertained before, and he doesn't know what to do in such a situation, but he heard from Li Baoquan that a man must be more forthright at the wine table, don't toast and eat fine wine, otherwise a friend will also be punished. Can't deliver. Luo Hong hesitated for a while, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of the word friend. He took the wine glass, pursed his lips and said with a smile, that's fine, just this one, I really can't do it if I have too much. Luo Hong looked down at the red, blood-like red wine. That color seemed to reveal a strong vitality, healthy, young and fresh, really attractive. Luo Hong took a sip hesitantly. The taste made his heart tremble. The taste was not bad. Luo Hong, who knows the taste by taste, drank the glass of red wine in one gulp. The red wine is a little spicy, but also a little hot. After drinking it, my throat and eyes are a little dry, and the eyeballs are also a little hot. I feel my whole body. Suddenly it floated up. He had never felt this way before. It was exciting. Luo Hong's pale face immediately turned red. He turned his head to look at Gao Xiang, and smiled excitedly. It's my first time drinking. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong's flushed face, and his expression became dark. Zhou Wenbin next to him scanned Luo Hong from head to toe. His eyes glowed green. He couldn't help but slide his hand from Luo Hong's shoulder to his waist, and touched it up and down. It was so beautiful that his heart trembled. Trembling, oh my god, such a small figure is really rare. Zhou Wenbin's actions made Luo Hong's body stiff. He was a little puzzled. Do men hug their waists? Is it because he is so rare? Although Luo Hong felt awkward, he didn't have the nerve to dodge rudely, because he wasn't sure what the situation was. Gao Xiang, who was leaning on the sofa staring at Luo Hong's side face in a daze, was pulled back by the claws that suddenly appeared on Luo Hong's waist. His eyes darkened instantly, and a vein popped out of his forehead. Without even thinking about it, Gao Xiang suddenly threw the wine glass in his hand on the table, and slapped Zhou Wenbin's arm hard, causing Zhou Wenbin to let out an pain, and immediately withdrew his hand. Gao Xiang scolded, "Fuck, it hurts so much, what are you doing?" Gao Xiang had a cold face, and his voice was low, "Seeing a doctor if you are sick, don't talk about it, I have to take Dr. Luo back after I finish watching." He wrapped his arms around Luo Hong's shoulders and brought him a belt with him, asking him to hold Luo Hong's hand with Zhou Wenbin. Distance. Zhou Wenbin is so angry, when did Gao Xiang become so blind? Can't you see that he is interested in Dr. Luo? It's fine if he doesn't help, but he even ruined his good deed. Did Gao Xiang take the wrong medicine? Zhou Wenbin glared at Gao Xiang, then looked at the rosy-faced Luo Hong, swallowed his saliva hard, and said with a smile, "Yes, Dr. Luo, please help me check my body. I feel so uncomfortable. My body is inexplicably I feel hot. My throat and eyes are dry. What should I do? Dr. Luo." As he spoke, Zhou Wenbin tore off his collar, revealing his strong and toned chest muscles, and stuck it up again. Gao Xiang stretched out his hand to press Zhou Wenbin's face and pushed back, growling, "Stop being fussy. If you want to see a doctor, be honest." Zhou Wenbin covered his aching face, and looked at Gao Xiang inexplicably. This man's face was so cold that he wished it could condense into icicles. He blamed him for being scary. What kind of evil wind is he smoking? Who messed with him? Luo Hong originally felt uncomfortable because of being close to Gao Xiang. Just as he was about to break free from him, he was suddenly attracted by the abnormality of Zhou Wenbin's neck. Freeze in place. This made Zhou Wenbin get goosebumps all over his body, and his voice changed a little because of his excitement. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Dr. Luo." Gao Xiang was also surprised when he saw Luo Hong's actions. He hurriedly grabbed Luo Hong's wrist and moved back. "Dr. Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Hong turned his head and looked at Gao Xiang with a serious expression. "Xianger, can you see the red mark on Binz's neck?" Gao Xiang squinted and saw that there was indeed a circle of dark red marks of different sizes on Zhou Wenbin's neck, which looked a bit like hickey marks. He frowned. "I can see it. What's wrong?" "It's not a disease, it's a reflection of his corrupt life." Zhou Wenbin clicked his tongue, gritted his teeth and said, "Nonsense, I'm innocent? Dr. Luo, don't believe what he says." Luo Hong was stunned, not quite understanding their conversation. He shook his head. "This is indeed not a disease, it's something even stranger." Luo Hong's expression was serious. It didn't look like he was joking. Gao Xiang took a closer look and found that it didn't really look like a hickey, so he asked, "Binzi, how long has this thing grown on your neck?" Zhou Wenbin rubbed his neck. "It's been a few months, and the ointment still doesn't go off. I don't know what it is. It doesn't hurt or itch or feel uncomfortable. I don't feel anything, but I don't look good. People always think I'm a horny person." "What?" Zhou Wenbin smiled in a blink of an eye. "Dr. Luo, in fact, I'm always dedicated, and I'm not sloppy at all." Luo Hong didn't listen to Zhou Wenbin's joking words at all. He looked at Zhou Wenbin's complexion solemnly, picked up his wrist again, and took his pulse. He withdrew his hand in fright. It was the first time Gao Xiang saw Luo Hong in this state when he was taking the pulse, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang, then at Zhou Wenbin, and asked, "Binzi, haven't you been sleeping well these past few months? You can't breathe well in the middle of the night, and you wake up easily, or you wake up, but why can't you keep your eyes open?" Zhou Wenbin let out a ha and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Luo Hong sighed, "There really is such a thing." Gao Xiang pulled Zhou Wenbin's collar to look, and asked curiously, "Dr. Luo, if this isn't a disease, what could it be?" Luo Hong looked at the people around him, leaned close to Gao Xiang's ear and whispered, "Xianger, find a place where there are few people, and let no one else hear about it." Gao Xiang glanced at Luo Hong strangely, nodded, "Go, Binzi, go upstairs, Dr. Luo needs to find a quiet place to see you." "Oh, that's fine." Zhou Wenbin turned around and said to everyone, "You guys play first, let's go up." After the three of them went upstairs, they came to Zhou Wenbin's bedroom. Gao Xiang leaned against the wall with his arms folded and looked at Luo Hong. "There's no one here, just tell me." Luo Hong frowned, walked up and down the room, looked around, opened his mouth several times but stopped talking, and made Zhou Wenbin sweat profusely on his forehead. Afraid that he had some terminal illness, he wiped his sweat and asked, "Dr. Luo, what disease do I have?" Luo Hong was hesitant to say this. He was afraid of causing trouble, and also afraid that these two children would think he was crazy, but Zhou Wenbin's health would be in serious trouble. Gao Xiang seemed to see Luo Hong's concerns, walked to Luo Hong's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, just tell me, I believe you must have a solution." The room was very dark, but Gao Xiang's eyes were extremely bright and piercing, like a bright light in the dark night, illuminating the way forward, reassuring people's hearts, and making people want to rely on him. Luo Hong's heart trembled a few times. He nodded, and replied, "There is a solution, and it's not difficult, but you have to trust me." Zhou Wenbin also came up together. "What can I do? Tell me quickly." Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang. "It would be difficult at first, but because of Xianger, it becomes much easier." Xianger is a rare pure yang body in several lifetimes, and any form of yin qi can't get close to him. Tonight, you two will sleep on this bed overnight, and I will come to watch the night, and Binzi will recover the next day. Zhou Wenbin was stunned. He turned his head and glanced at Gao Xiang, and quickly asked, "What's wrong with me? Why do I have to share the same bed with him?" Luo Hong smiled awkwardly. Don't ask, just follow my advice. Gao Xiang took a deep look at Luo Hong, then turned his head to look at Zhou Wenbin. You think I'm willing to sleep with you? For Dr. Luo's sake, I'll risk my life to be with you, so just follow what Dr. Luo said. Zhou Wenbin scratched his hair and glanced at Gao Xiang. Okay, you look pretty, but I want to be with. He turned to look at Luo Hong, somewhat disappointed. Gao Xiang patted his head hard. What the hell are you thinking? It's just sleeping? It's not. Gao Xiang also turned his head to look at Luo Hong, and when he met Luo Hong's eyes, Gao Xiang felt an unusually excited hotness rising in his body. Luo Hong asked the two of them to go to bed before 12 o'clock, so Zhou Wenbin could only hastily end the party. Luo Hong put the millet into the red cloth bag he sewed by himself, and put one at the head of the bed and one at the end of the bed. He climbed under the bed again, put one in the very center of the bed, and scattered the remaining millet and miscellaneous grains around the room from the end of the bed. The two sitting on the bed watched Luo Hong fussing about on the ground. Unable to conceal their curiosity, Zhou Wenbin leaned over to Gao Xiang's ear and whispered, "Is Dr. Luo a doctor or a wizard? Why do I feel like he's talking like a god?" Gao Xiang yawned and lay down on the bed. "It's fine if I can cure you. Why ask so many questions?" Zhou Wenbin quickly leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Hey, let me tell you, why didn't you tell me that Dr. Luo is so handsome? That figure, that small waist, and the feel of the hand are so rare to me?" "Hey, yes, Dr. Luo, how old is this year? It doesn't look very old, maybe you're in your early 20s. Hearing Zhou Wenbin's words, the corners of Gao Xiang's eyes twitched a few times, his hands under his head were clenched tightly, and he heard a faint creaking sound. His eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Zhou Wenbin, but didn't answer. Zhou Wenbin glanced at Luo Hong in the distance, saw that he was throwing millet with his butt pouted. He swallowed his saliva, and said excitedly, "My god, this posture? I really want to pick him up and do it behind me." He unconsciously said. He tugged at Gao Xiang's arm. "I bet Dr. Luo is a chick. Tisk tisk, Dr. Luo's ass must be so tight that it makes a toothache." Gao Xiang bounced up from the bed irritably, and sure enough, he saw Luo Hong pointing his ass towards them, which made his heart twitch violently. He suddenly punched Zhou Wenbin hard in the stomach, and pushed him down on the ground. On the bed, he cursed loudly, "Can you fucking calm down for a while? Can you suffocate you if you don't talk? And make people sleep?" Zhou Wenbin was taken aback by Gao Xiang's sudden violent temper. Gao Xiang has a very good self-cultivation. I have known him for so many years and I have never seen him lose his temper or blow his hair. What happened today? It's been several times. Luo Hong was startled when he heard the sound, and hurried over, made a SHH gesture. He pointed to the wall clock. "Hey, what's the matter with you two? It's midnight, lie down quickly, don't make noise, otherwise it won't work." Gao Xiang squinted at Luo Hong, grabbed Zhou Wenbin's neck with both hands, gritted his teeth, and said, "Tell me this again, and I'll kill you." After finishing speaking, Gao Xiang turned over and lay down, covering his head with a pillow, ready to sleep. Zhou Wenbin rubbed his neck, glanced at Gao Xiang's back inexplicably, then looked at Luo Hong, and said with a smirk, "Hey, Dr. Luo, you can sleep between us." "No, I have to watch the night, you guys go to sleep, hurry up." Luo Hong hugged his backpack, walked to the sofa by the bed and sat down, urging Zhou Wenbin to lie down. After Zhou Wenbin lay down, Luo Hong glanced at the clock again. It was 5 minutes before 12 o'clock. He quickly took out the double dragon wall and held it in his palm, and slowly closed his eyes. Gao Xiang lay down for a long time, but couldn't sleep at all, and even became more and more energetic. His heart beat fast, and his chest heaved violently. Zhou Wenbin's obscene words were engraved on the tip of Gao Xiang's heart like a curse, repeated over and over again. Repeated reading, thin waist, ass, very tight, stripped and fucked. Just do it? Dr. Luo's ass is tight, very tight, very tight, fuck. Gao Xiang cursed in a low voice, lifted the pillow violently, gasped for several breaths, looked down at his straight crotch, and then at Luo Hong who was sitting on the sofa. His eyes were about to bleed cum. An uncontrollable manic feeling went straight to his nerves. He wished he could rush over and tear off Luo Hong's clothes right now, strip him naked and fuck him directly, to taste what Dr. Luo's asshole feels like. How tight is he there? Gao Xiang gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He kept cursing Zhou Wenbin in his heart as a big idiot. If he hadn't kept farting in his ears, how could Gao Xiang have such perverted thoughts about a man? He's not gay. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong with gloomy eyes. His mind was full of all kinds of perverted and pornographic images, which he couldn't control at all, images that drove him crazy with excitement. Gao Xiang almost exhausted all the strength in his body, mobilized all the cells, suppressed the boiling desire in his body, and prevented himself from doing anything stupid. He stared at Luo Hong with red eyes, and kept looking at him like that. I don't know how long it took before I saw Luo Hong, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, with his chest in his arms and his back pulled out, with a relaxed expression, suddenly grasped the pendant on his chest, and began to mutter something in his mouth. Sweat poured down like rain, and his thin body shook more and more violently, until he suddenly fell down on the sofa and twitched violently. Gao Xiang's sexual desire was instantly extinguished by Luo Hong's weird reaction. He jumped off the bed, rushed to the edge of the sofa to hug the twitching Luo Hong, and shouted, "Dr. Luo? What's wrong with you?" The cold touch of Luo Hong's body reminded Gao Xiang of that night again. He couldn't help hugging Luo Hong tightly, hoping to transfer his heat to him. An unspeakable feeling, his arms moved back and forth to caress Luo Hong's back, longing for himself to calm his pain. He kept calling in Luo Hong's ear, "Dr. Luo? Dr. Luo." Gao Xiang's approach seemed to have really produced an effect. Luo Hong's body gradually calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes and was a little surprised to see the man in front of him. He asked in a weak voice, "You put the I pulled it back." Gao Xiang frowned at him and nodded. Luo Hong's expression changed slightly, and then he adjusted his mood. He glanced at Zhou Wenbin on the bed, and said softly, "Xiang'er, hurry up and lie down on the bed. Binzi is not good enough. Look, how much sleep did he have? Normal, how can people not wake up when you yell like that?" Gao Xiang turned his head and glanced at Zhou Wenbin, and saw that his face was as pale as paper, and he looked lifeless. He looked like a dead person. How could this be the lively Zhou Wenbin before? Gao Xiang asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Luo Hong's expression flickered, and he didn't know how to explain it to him, but no matter what, now was not the time to talk about it. He pushed Gao Xiang down, struggled to sit up, and urged, "Don't ask, just listen to me, you'll be fine after a nap, go back and lie down." Gao Xiang squinted his eyes, and asked stiffly, "You're not medical at all, are you?" Luo Hong was stunned, covered his mouth and coughed twice. "I'll explain to you later, Xiang'er, be obedient, go to sleep quickly, don't let my previous efforts go to waste." However, Gao Xiang knelt on the edge of the sofa and looked at Luo Hong, as if he wanted to see him through. Luo Hong was so terrified by him, he felt that Gao Xiang's eyes were weird and complicated, different from the previous Gao Xiang, but he couldn't figure out what was the difference. In short, he felt very awkward. Luo Hong subconsciously looked away, and urged, "Xiang'er, hurry up, whether Binzi's illness can be cured depends on you." Gao Xiang opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He pursed his lips and looked at Luo Hong before standing up and walking to the bed. He glanced at Zhou Wenbin, as if he saw layers of white mist surging over Zhou Wenbin's body. He hurriedly I closed my eyes and opened them again, but there was nothing. Gao Xiang frowned. Was it an illusion? Gao Xiang lay back on the bed, turned his head and glanced at Zhou Wenbin. This guy looked as if he had been dead for several days. Anyone who saw it would be scared to death. Did he always look like this when he fell asleep in the past few months? It's not like he's sick, it's more like... Gao Xiang's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Could it be the upper body of a ghost? How can this be? Gao Xiang immediately overturned his guess. He turned over and looked at Luo Hong. Luo Hong was curled up in a corner of the sofa. His thin body was embedded in the huge leather sofa. Almost like a refugee, his body was trembling and twitching non-stop, holding the stone in his hand all the time, and the stone faintly emitted a light fluorescent light, illuminating the vicinity of Luo Hong's chest. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to be able to see something floating around Luo Hong, and finally merged into the glowing place on his chest, that stone. Gao Xiang suspected that he was wrong again, so he hurriedly rubbed his eyes. This time it was different from before. When he opened his eyes, he could still see the weird scene. Yes, something was indeed sucked into that pendant. Gao Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. What happened? He looked at Luo Hong, who was plausible about whether he was going to die or not, and a huge question mark popped up in his heart. Who is Luo Hong? Is it a human, or a ghost? From the first time Gao Xiang saw Luo Hong, he felt that Luo Hong was different from normal doctors. He was not only superb in medicine, but also in physiognomy. Now he can even exorcise ghosts and evil spirits? Although Gao Xiang never believed in the theory of ghosts and gods, after meeting this doctor named Luo Hong, all kinds of things that happened were bizarre and mysterious, which could not be explained by science at all, and he couldn't help but believe it. He can even revive the dead. What else can he not do? Gao Xiang stared at Luo Hong firmly. The motor in his brain was running rapidly, and his eyes became darker and deeper. Gao Xiang couldn't remember when he fell asleep, and when he woke up, there was no one in the bedroom. Gao Xiangfei got off the bed and rushed out of the bedroom. He came to the lobby on the first floor and saw two people sitting on the sofa chatting, talking, and laughing. It seemed that they were all right. When the two heard the voice, they looked back. Luo Hong saw that it was Gao Xiang, and grinned. "Xiang'er, are you awake?" Zhou Wenbin laughed loudly and said, "Xiangzi, Dr. Luo is amazing. I'm all cured. Look, the marks on my neck are gone. Besides, I slept very well last night." He stretched out his long arms, hugged Lord Luo Hong's shoulders, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Dr. Luo, tell me, how can I thank you?" Luo Hong moved his shoulders uncomfortably, and chuckled. "No need to thank you, it's a trivial matter, didn't you say?" Luo Hong coughed, and said with some hesitation, "Didn't you say that after drinking that glass of wine is it a friend? It's nothing to show a friend a sickness." After saying this, Luo Hong's ears turned red. If possible, he really hoped to make a few real friends in his lifetime, not just the relationship between doctors and patients. Zhou Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then he hugged Luo Hong suddenly, and said with an ambiguous smile, "Yes, we are friends." We are friends. He touched Luo Hong's back up and down dishonestly. Oh my god, such a small body, why are people so rare? The touch of Luo Hong's body made Zhou Wenbin tremble with excitement. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes, walked over unhurriedly, pinched Zhou Wenbin's wrist, and pulled it out forcefully, causing Zhou Wenbin to yell in pain on the spot, and he cursed, "Ah, fuck. It hurts so fucking much. What are you doing?" Luo Hong was taken aback. He quickly grabbed Zhou Wenbin's wrist and looked, "Binzi, are you okay?" Luo Hong's actions made Zhou Wenbin, who was furious, immediately turn into a puddle of ooze, and said softly, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt." A cold light flashed in Gao Xiang's eyes. He quickly walked around the sofa, took Luo Hong by the collar and brought him to his side, sneered, "He's fine, he's fine. Dr. Luo, we have to go home quickly, I still have class later." Luo Hong was puzzled by Gao Xiang's sudden rude behavior. He frowned and straightened his collar, nodded, "Okay, it's time to go back." He didn't sleep all night. He was too sleepy. He really had to go back to sleep early. Zhou Wenbin rubbed his sore wrist, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Luo Hong, but Gao Xiang blocked it with his hand. Gao Xiang said coldly, "What are you doing?" Luo Hong was puzzled by Gao Xiang's attitude. Zhou Wenbin was even more curious this week. He squeezed his eyes hard at Gao Xiang. "Dr. Luo, don't go back. Play with me for a few days. I will send him back in 2 days." Gao Xiang looked at Zhou Wenbin calmly, but his voice was cold and emotionless. "No, Dr. Luo has to treat my fourth uncle." He glanced sideways at Luo Hong and smiled. "Dr. Luo, let's go." "Well, okay, Binzi, goodbye." Luo Hong smiled at Zhou Wenbin, and Gao Xiang took his hand and walked out. Gao Xiang's hand was big, long, and warm. Unexpectedly, it didn't make Luo Hong feel burning like usual pain, only to feel a wave of warmth coming from the palm, which surprised him a bit. Zhou Wenbin chased after him, grabbed Gao Xiang, and said in a low voice, "What's the matter with you, kid?" Gao Xiang knowingly asked, "What's going on?" Zhou Wenbin looked at Luo Hong with a smile, pulled Gao Xiang aside, and said in a low voice, "Stinky boy, can't you see that I'm in love with your genius doctor? If you're a brother, don't get in my way, and I didn't rob your wife, why are you protecting him like that?" Gao Xiang squinted at Zhou Wenbin, and asked coldly, "You can fall in love with someone so easily? Love at first sight. Do you understand love at first sight? You don't understand even if you say it. You, a human with a high IQ whose brain is full of digital codes, can't understand the mood of mediocre people like us? Don't say it's useless, don't we, brother? If you are a brother, you can help him. How can I help?" Gao Xiang remained expressionless. "Find a way to create opportunities for us, tell me more good things, and most importantly, help me find out his preferences and sexual orientation. Sexual orientation is fine, even if he likes women, I can still turn him around. After he has tasted a man, I promise he won't be able to think of a woman." Zhou Wenbin became more and more excited as he spoke. The corners of his mouth almost reached his cheeks, as if he felt that with Gao Xiang's help, this matter would be done. Gao Xiang clenched his hands in his trouser pockets slightly, and he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "Okay, Xiaoi, just wait." Zhou Wenbin laughed loudly, and patted Gao Xiang on the shoulder vigorously. "Good brother, with you, we can get twice the result with half the effort." Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Well, then I'll go back first." Zhou Wenbin cheerfully sent the two of them into the car, stretched his neck and watched the car drive away until he could no longer see him. He brushed his hair, whistled and hummed a little tune, and strolled back to the house. Gao Xiang wanted to chat with Luo Hong about what happened last night on the road, but Luo Hong fell asleep not long after getting in the car. After the car drove up to the high speed, Gao Xiang finally couldn't help but turned his head to look at Luo Hong, and saw that his face was slightly sideways, his brows were furrowed, his eyelids were shaking, and he seemed not sleeping very comfortably. Gao Xiang's Adam's apple moved, and he hesitantly stretched out his hand to brush away the black hair on Luo Hong's forehead. Luo Hong's sculpture-like three-dimensional appearance was fully displayed, clean, delicate and heroic. Apart from his bad complexion, it was just like what Zhou Wenbin said. Yes, Luo Hong is indeed good-looking. But no matter how good-looking he is still a man, a man? Although Gao Xiang knew it was a man, he still couldn't control his movements. He touched the tip of Luo Hong's nose with the back of his finger, and then slid it on Luo Hong's cheek twice. It was a wonderful feeling that he had never had before, that anyone had never experienced in anything. Gao Xiang rubbed Luo Hong's pale lips twice more. They immediately turned bloody, and looked very delicious. He hooked Luo Hong's jaw with his fingertips, forcing him to raise his head slightly, and looked up, down, left, and right. Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes moved down inch by inch along Luo Hong's jaw, gliding over his neck, his collarbone, and finally resting on the skin at the neckline. Luo Hong's chin was dragged by Gao Xiang. He seemed to feel uncomfortable. He frowned, moaned, and murmured, "Gao Xiang." Luo Hong's voice made Gao Xiang feel struck by lightning, and one hand froze in place. Luo Hong slowly opened his eyes, and when their eyes collided, they both froze for a moment. Luo Hong lowered his eyes to look at the hand under his chin, then raised his eyes to Gao Xiang with red eyes, not knowing how to react at all. At this extremely embarrassing moment, he suddenly heard a sound of Kong Dang, and the whole car shook violently. Gao Xiang turned his head and saw that his car was just on top of a big Hummer. Gao Xiang quickly got out of the car and saw that his headlight was broken and the Hummer's butt was also knocked out of a big hole. At this time, two men jumped off the Hummer, one looked gentle, which Gao Xiang found familiar, and the other looked very ruffian, with a sultry face. The ruffian-looking man scolded as soon as he got out of the car. "How the hell did you drive? You didn't take your eyes off the door, did you?" Gao Xiang squinted at the man, snorted faintly, and ignored him. Gao Xiang's disdainful attitude set the man on fire, and he shouted, "Hey, you're quite justified when you hit someone else's car? You're looking for it." The man was about to rush up and take a look at Gao Xiang as he said that. Seeing that the man's fist was about to hit Gao Xiang's face, Gao Xiang didn't dodge or dodge, and looked at the man rushing towards him calmly. "Stop." The gentler man suddenly grabbed the ruffian's wrist and stopped his fist. He sternly said, "Heise, don't always get me into trouble. Brother, look at how awesome he is." "Shut up." The gentleman pulled his brother aside, looked up at Gao Xiang, and said with a smile, "Young man, I'm sorry, my brother is impatient and impulsive, don't mind." Luo Hong also got out of the car at this time. He ran to Gao Xiang, looked at the car and then at Gao Xiang. Although he was anxious, he didn't know how to deal with this situation. It's not something he can understand. He didn't know what to say, so he could only apologize to those two people. "You two gentlemen, I'm really sorry." When that gentleman saw Luo Hong, his originally calm and gentle face suddenly became a little out of shape, his eyes showed a look of excitement, and the corners of his mouth seemed to tremble uncontrollably due to trying his best to suppress a kind of ecstasy. Gao Xiang didn't miss the state that the man showed when he saw Luo Hong, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Gao Xiang instinctively pulled Luo Hong behind him to avoid the man's probing sight. No matter the rich or ordinary people, the one who hit the car or the one who was hit, it should be impossible to be calm when seeing one's beloved car being hit by such a virtue. But Gao Xiang felt that the man in front of him didn't seem to care about his wrecked car. His expression changed when he saw him. He could feel that this man recognized him, and after Luo Hong appeared, he was even more okay this. Gao Xiang looked at this man with half-closed eyes, and asked lightly, "Have we met?" The man forced himself to look away from Luo Hong, and smiled. "Yes, I've seen it, in the library." Library. Gao Xiang thought for a while, and suddenly had some impressions. "Oh, I remembered, you know medical skills." The man smiled and nodded. Yes, he understands a little bit. He glanced at Luo Hong, and asked a little excitedly, "This is the genius doctor who saved people that day, right?" Luo Hong replied, "I don't dare to be a genius doctor, I'm just a native Chinese medicine doctor." Luo Hong looked this man up and down. His face was quite normal, but the eagerness in his eyes made Luo Hong very puzzled and made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing Luo Hong's voice, the gentleman's body visibly trembled. He quickly covered his mouth and coughed, and said in a low voice, "The genius doctor is too humble? I have practiced medicine for many years, and I have seen countless people, and I have never seen such a doctor. The superb medical skills really opened my eyes and feasted my eyes." His younger brother came up and asked, "Brother, is he the one named Luo?" The gentleman glanced back at his younger brother abruptly, scaring his younger brother back. He looked at Gao Xiang and said with a slightly embarrassed smile, "Ah, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet." He took out 2 business cards from his pocket and handed them to Gao Xiang and Luo Hong. "My surname is Meng and my name is Ru Jun. I am the chief physician of the Beijing National Medical Hall. This is my younger brother, Meng Ruhe." Gao Xiang looked at the business card, National Medical Hall, Meng Rujun. "I seem to have heard of this name before. Have you ever been on TV?" Just kidding, I've been on health preserving and lecture programs." Gao Xiang said. "Oh." He put his business card in his pocket, looked up at Meng Rujun, grinned and said, "Mr. Meng, shall we talk about this car first?" The people who got hit were not as active as he, the one who caused the accident and rear-ended him, and even chatted about something useless. Gao Xiang had to doubt the man's motives. Meng Rujun glanced at the rear of the car, rolled his eyes a few times, and then smiled. "Oh, that's right, we have something urgent to do, so we have to go first. Leave me your contact information, and I'll come back to you some other day." Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you going to call the police? Come back to me in 2 days, aren't you afraid that I'll renege on you?" Meng Rujun glanced at Luo Hong again, and said with a smile, "How can Uncle Gao's grandson renege on his debt? How much is this?" Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes. "Hey, you even found out who I am." Meng Ruhe at the side finally lost his temper. "Brother, this kid is so fucking annoying. You made me." Meng Rujun was furious. "Get out of the car." "Elder brother." Meng Rujun narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Ruhe, which made Meng Ruhe's heart tremble. He curled his lips fiercely, turned around and got into the car resentfully. Meng Rujun tightened his tie, turned his head to look at Gao Xiang, and said with a relaxed smile, "Young man, you misunderstood. The Gao family is one of the most famous families in the capital. Besides, my father and Mr. Gao are old friends, and often mention the Gao family to me. Of course, I have some understanding of the big and small things." Gao Xiang smiled. Old friend. Why has he never heard the old man mention that there is another surnamed Meng among his old friends? Meng Rujun hurriedly looked down at his watch. "Yo, it's really too late." He took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "Young man, please leave me a number, I'll call you sometime." Gao Xiang said a phone number unhurriedly. After Meng Rujun memorized it, He looked up at Luo Hong again. His unconcealable eager eyes filtered Luo Hong's body from top to bottom, and he stretched out his hand. Dr. Luo, really happy to see you again. Luo Hong held out his hand hesitantly. Me too. Meng Rujun squeezed Luo Hong's palm hard, wrapped his other hand around the back of Luo Hong's hand and patted it, and said excitedly, looking forward to our next meeting. Feeling Gao Xiang's unfriendly stare, Meng Rujun consciously let go of his hand. He waved his hands to the two of them, and laughed. Oh, I really have to go. Goodbye, both of you. Meng Rujun turned around and got into the car. He kept looking at the two people beside the car from the rearview mirror, until the car started and they could no longer be seen. Then Meng Rujun relieved himself and fell back on the seat. Meng Rujun took several deep breaths, and cursed. Fuck. I'm so fucking tired of pretending, I'm suffocating. He tore off his tie, picked up a cigarette and lit it. Full of ruffian, decadent, and gloomy. Meng Ruhei asked, brother, what should we do next? Meng Rujun slapped Meng Ruhei on the head fiercely. How dare you ask me what should I do? I almost screwed you up? From now on, restrain your bad temper and use your fucking brain. Meng Ruhei frowned and rubbed his head. That brat surnamed Gao is so annoying, I can't stand him the most, a second-generation ancestor with eyes on the top of his head. There are many things that I don't like. When I get the things, let alone Gao Xiang, we can easily destroy the entire Gao family. Why are you so anxious now? When Meng Ruhei heard this, he laughed. Yes, brother is right. Meng Rujun raised his head and exhaled a long puff of smoke, and sighed in satisfaction. I really didn't expect that the descendants of the Luo family who had been hidden for hundreds of years appeared. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. That half must be on him. Meng Ruhei hurriedly answered. Isn't that hard to say? With his fragile appearance, wouldn't it be enough to grab him directly? Meng Rujun cast a sideways glance at Meng Ruhei. You idiot, since Luo Hong has already appeared, the most difficult problem is not with him, but how to get another one. Brother, we've been looking for the other piece for so long, and it hasn't been found yet. Is it at Gao's house? I didn't see that Uncle Gao was going to soak in the pool. If he was really hiding at home, where should we go? Looking for it? Could it be that you really learned how to act in the movie, and go to someone's house in the middle of the night to search? Meng Rujun took a puff of cigarette. How could this old fox carry such a valuable thing? I heard that the Gao family's ancestral motto is that only the head of the Gao family has the right to inherit half of the Shuang Longbai. He can't die, even if he handed over the power in advance. Judging by his posture, it must be for his eldest grandson Gao Xiang, and no one else has a chance. Ah, Gao Xiang? This kid looks like a monkey. If I give it to him, I'm afraid it will be even harder for us to get it. So, he must never be allowed to get it. Ah, is there any way to prevent him from getting it? Kill him. Meng Rujun glanced at Meng Ruhei. What else do you know other than violence? Meng Ruhei scratched his head. Then what should I do? Meng Rujun smiled. I have a better way. This time I will kill two birds with one stone. Which pair of eagles? The complete double dragon wall, and Luo Hong. Luo Hong? Don't we just want Shuang Longbai? Why do we want him? Meng Rujun's eyes became deep. He licked his dry lips and said hoarsely, what do you know? He is full of treasures. Whether he can become a real witch doctor depends entirely on him. So powerful? Then he must be robbed crazy. Meng Ruhei slapped his forehead. Ah, that's bad. Doesn't the Gao family also know the details of Luo Hong? What if the Gao family gets the other half? Meng Rujun smiled crookedly. Do you think that old fox Gao Xiaobo doesn't know? Don't worry, he will never touch the other half, Shuang Longbai, because the Gao family and the Luo family are feuds, and the Gao family's ancestral training does not allow Gao. If you practice medicine at home, you won't allow the combination of two dragons. Shishu still keeps Luo Hong at home? What does he want to do? Meng Rujun shook his head, but didn't speak. According to legend, the Gao family and the Luo family have had a grudge for thousands of years. The two families had a blood feud. The ancestors of the Gao family could not be avenged because of the great enmity. Children and grandchildren will never be able to practice medicine, and the double dragons cannot be combined. But this Xiaobo Gao actually let the descendant of his enemy live in his house, and he also provided food and drink for him. What the hell is this old fox thinking? Could it be he wants to disregard the precepts of his ancestors and use Luo Hong to realize the union of two dragons and become a real witch doctor? No, Luo Hong's meaning to Shuang Longbai and the witch doctor was only deciphered by him in the past few months, and it is impossible for others to know. Therefore, Luo Hong himself is relatively safe in the short term. So what exactly does Gao Xiaobo want to do? Meng Rujun's eyeballs rolled quickly, and suddenly his eyes widened, and he shouted, fuck. Something bad is going on. Heizi, get me fucking Luo Hong here. Although both of them saw Meng Rujun's weird reaction, they agreed tacitly and neither of them mentioned it. They returned to Gao's house with their own concerns. Gao Xiang was going to class, so he left first. Go to the company to take Gao Tianyan over to see a doctor. Luo Hong went upstairs with a lot of things on his mind, and when he walked around the corner, he saw Gao Xiaobo coming out of the study room, followed by a young man in a Chinese tunic suit, who seemed to be in his early 20s, and that man he is full of heroic spirit, full of righteousness, and has a military temperament. The whole person looks like a layer of gold, which is so dazzling that it is difficult to look directly at it. The yin energy emanating from this man made Luo Hong's heart skip a beat. He suddenly felt his calf twist, his back felt cold, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart screaming, "Don't go there, don't let me touch him, run away." Without hesitation, Luo Hong didn't care about being rude, and immediately turned around to leave, but was stopped by the man. "Stop." Luo Hong was stunned by his voice and froze in place, unable to move. "Who? Sneaky," he growled. Gao Xiaobo hurriedly held his body, and said with a smile, "Xiao Pan, I misunderstood, this is our family doctor, Luo Hong." Luo Hong. Pan Guoying looked at Luo Hong up and down, and asked, "Is this the one you mentioned?" Gao Xiaobo nodded meaningfully, and waved his hand at Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, come here, I'll introduce you." While talking, the two of them had already walked towards Luo Hong. Luo Hong turned around slowly, seeing that the two were approaching, he subconsciously took a step back, and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Gao." Gao Xiaobo nodded and said with a smile, "Little Pan, this is Dr. Luo Hong Luo." He pointed to Pan Guoying. "This is the grandson of an old friend of mine, named Pan Guoying, who is 25 years old this year. On the contrary, there is no need to be too cautious." Pan Guoying's eyes were bright, he stretched out his hand. "Hello, Dr. Luo." Luo Hong looked down at his hand, and his heart jumped wildly. He had a feeling that this hand couldn't be held, couldn't. After thinking about it, Luo Hong stretched out his hand in a strange way. The moment the two hands clasped hands, Gao Xiaobo's eyes suddenly narrowed, and Pan Guoying squeezed hard, causing Luo Hong to kneel on the ground in pain. Luo Hong felt dizzy, and his eyes gradually turned into darkness. He knelt in front of Pan Guoying, his head bowed, and his figure was shaking back and forth. If Pan Guoying hadn't been holding his hand, he might have fallen directly on the ground. On the ground, a powerful force is eroding Luo Hong's body and mind, causing his consciousness to slowly withdraw from his body. Luo Hong asked with a whirling air, "What do you want? What do you want?" Pan Guoying touched the top of Luo Hong's head with his other hand, his brows furrowed deeper, he turned his head and glanced at Gao Xiaobo. "There is something." Gao Xiaobo sighed and waved his hands. Pan Guoying picked up Luo Hong and sent him back to the bedroom. Pan Guoying helped Luo Hong cover the quilt, and then asked Gao Xiaobo, "Uncle, why do you let unclean people live at home?" Gao Xiaobo shook his head, "Son, don't ask, just know what's going on, I'll make my own arrangements." Pan Guoying stood up, "Okay, call me if you have anything to do, I'll go back first." "Wait, let me see how he looks like." Pan Guoying nodded. He bent down and looked at Luo Hong's face. After looking at Luo Hong's face for a long time, he couldn't move his eyes away. He jumped out of the suction with great effort, and said in surprise, "Uncle, this man's face can disturb the mind, seduce the soul, and attract people to the extreme of greed, just like gluttony that eats greedy. It is a sign of great evil." After listening to Pan Guoying's words, Gao Xiaobo's expression did not change, as if he knew the answer a long time ago. He nodded and said, "Okay, I see, you can go about your business." Pan Guoying stood up and advised Gao Xiaobo, "Uncle, you'd better let such a person leave the Gao family as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely bring disaster to the Gao family." "Okay, I get it, I'll take care of it myself, you don't have to worry, remember to take care of your grandfather for me when you return to Tianjin." "Okay, don't worry." The two chatted and walked out of the bedroom. Gao Xiaobo turned his head to look at Luo Hong who was on the bed, and sighed again. After Gao Xiang attended a class, he went directly to the computer room, and searched the internet for various information he was interested in. After reading the news for more than an hour, he felt that it was not interesting, and suddenly remembered what happened to Luo Hong, called Gao Tianheng, asked about Luo Hong's situation, and wanted Gao Tianheng to help check Luo Hong's information, but Gao Tianheng's tone obviously did not want him to know, and there were signs of deliberately concealing it, which made Gao Xiang feel suspicious. If it is really an ordinary country doctor's information, why keep it so secret? This Luo Hong is definitely not that simple, and his third uncle must know a lot of things. Thinking of this, Gao Xiang made another phone call. "Hello, Mr. Ma. Hey, why do you think of me, kid? Is there nothing I can ask of you?" "I knew it. Tell me, what's the matter?" "My third uncle asked you to check Dr. Luo's information." "No, who is Dr. Luo?" Gao Xiang frowned, feeling wrong in his heart. If his third uncle asked someone to investigate Luo Hong, he would definitely look for Ma Chun, but it was impossible for Ma Chun to lie to him. If he didn't want to tell him, he would tell him directly. So what happened to his third uncle? Who did you check with? "It's okay if you haven't checked it, it's just right, you can check it for me." "Luoshan Luo, Hong Hughes Hong, Luo Hong, help me check this person." Lighting a cigarette on the opposite side, he said with a smile, "Hey, this name sounds so good. It's so ticklish, male or female. How about just calling it La Hong? It's thought-provoking." Gao Xiang frowned, "Old pervert? He's a man." Ma Chun coughed several times, "Oh my god, why did the guy get such a name? Why is he so popular? Asshole." Gao Xiang clenched his back molars, and said in a deep voice, "Would you fucking help me check?" Ma Chun gave a low laugh, "Don't check? Why should I help you? With your attitude." Gao Xiang said unhurriedly, "You help me, of course I have benefits for you. Su Jinhui went to Candy KTV with 2 female classmates tonight. Deal." The opposite monkey hurriedly interrupted Gao Xiang's words. Gao Xiang continued, the miniskirt she is wearing today, I heard that she didn't wear underwear, and she is waiting for the predestined male compatriots to pick flowers. If you don't do her tonight, you will be sorry for my old man's heart. Ma Chun, who was on the opposite side, yelled like he was bloodthirsty, ha 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 ha, good boy, I don't care about you in vain. Well, within a week, the 18th generation of Luo Hong's ancestors, no, his Luo family, I'll dig out the origin for you. Thanks. I'm looking forward to your good news. All right, look. After Gao Xiang hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he continued to search for relevant information online. According to his understanding of Luo Hong's way of practicing medicine, and then pieced together many fragments of information on the internet, he searched for the keyword witch doctor. The explanation about witch doctor on the internet is very brief. It basically means that witch doctors have been separated thousands of years ago, divided into wizards and doctors. Deceitful feudal superstition. He also found pictures of witch doctors practicing medicine in some primitive tribes in Africa. It was terrifying and disgusting. The way to cure a baby's cough turned out to be to step on the baby's neck with one foot and step on the lower body of the baby with one foot. That's it. Roll back and forth repeatedly. The baby looked at the camera with wide, innocent and painful eyes, not to mention coughing, he couldn't even breathe. This is the witch doctor, it's not as good as a pig or a dog. Gao Xiang was so angry that he slammed the mouse and cursed, fuck. What a beast. Student, what are you looking at? Are you so angry? A pleasant male voice suddenly sounded. Gao Xiang turned his head and took a look. A white boy in a sweatshirt was walking into the room with a basketball. He sat down at the table next to him and smiled at Gao Xiang. Is it Gao Xiang? Hello. Gao Xiang recognized this boy. It was the man who was said to be more beautiful than a woman. The boy students all looked at his photo and masturbated. What was his name? Gao Xiang did not remember. Gao Xiang looked at him up and down. It was indeed as rumored. He was very good looking, no worse than a beautiful woman. But if a man looks like this, can he still be called a man? Gao Xiang suddenly thought of Luo Hong. Luo Hong was also good looking, but he was the kind of masculine beauty that both men and women would find good looking. He was very heroic, handsome, and very attractive. But the one in front of me can only be described as beautiful. He looks like a girl. In terms of beauty, this buddy is definitely not as good as his fourth uncle. He has never seen a younger brother than his fourth uncle. When he is so old, uncle is more worthy of the word beautiful man. Seeing Gao Xiang staring at him, the handsome boy raised his mouth and smiled. Hi, my name is Peng Xiaoyi. I'm 2 years older than you. The voice is not bad, quite masculine, but Luo Hong's voice is even better, especially when he calls his name. Gao Xiang was stunned for a moment. He was a little annoyed at the thought of Luo Honglei when he was fine. He greeted Peng Xiaoyi casually, then turned around and continued to face the computer, and began to look up information. Peng Xiaoyi stared at Gao Xiang's side face for a long time. He leaned forward and asked with a smile, Gao Xiang, I heard that you have a very high IQ, comparable to that of Einstein. Is it true? Gao Xiang snorted subconsciously, not knowing whether to affirm or deny. I also heard that you have completed 3 years of credits, and you will be able to complete the remaining 2 years by taking another year next year. You will complete all the 6 years of undergraduate and master's studies in 2 years, ahead of schedule. Graduation. You are too good, right? Gao Xiang turned his head to look at Peng Xiaoyi. He didn't feel embarrassed to be too disrespectful, so he smiled at him, but didn't talk to him, because he didn't know what to say. This man talked too much. He was fine. Good to add. Let's be humble, look more proud, agree with what he said, but feel too embarrassed. Peng Xiaoyi's topic, I really can't continue. Peng Xiaoyi didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. He continued to ask, what do you want to do in the future? Do you want to be a doctor? Or do you want to change your career? For example, do business and take over the family business. Gao Xiang pursed his lips, leaned back on the chair suddenly, squinted at Peng Xiaoyi, raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, are you gay? Peng Xiaoyi didn't expect Gao Xiang to be so direct. He was unprepared. His face was a little red, but he quickly adjusted. After all, he did intend to hook up with Gao Xiang. It's better to be clear. He grinned. Yes, the whole school knows about it. But I'm not. Gao Xiang looked at him calmly. Peng Xiaoyi chuckled. Are you so sure? I remember you don't have a girlfriend, right? Boys your age would normally hug each other long ago. Besides, you are so handsome, tall, and in good shape. With a good family background, good studies, and good popularity, how can you not have a girlfriend? Even if you look down on others, there must be a lot of people who post to you, but you don't even look at them, and you don't even touch them. Are you really pure and noble? Pure love? Dislike. Peng Xiaoyi shook his head. I don't believe it. What Peng Xiaoyi said was the truth. Gao Xiang couldn't refute it. He really didn't like those women who fell in his arms. He always felt that they were inappropriate, not in the right taste, and lacked something, but this didn't prove that he liked men, right? At least he hasn't taken a fancy to any man so far, and hasn't reacted to any man. Thinking of this, Gao Xiang was stunned again. A name flashed in his mind, Luo Hong? Gao Xiang's face flashed a strange look. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Peng Xiaoyi, and asked, is it homosexuality to react to men? Sure, but it may also be bisexual. Seeing Gao Xiang thinking, Peng Xiaoyi leaned in front of Gao Xiang and said softly, how about it? Try it? I can help you understand your body and sexuality. Gao Xiang stared at Peng Xiaoyi's approaching face, neither dodging nor dodging. Peng Xiaoyi took it as an invitation, and kissed Gao Xiang's lips without hesitation. He stretched out the tip of his tongue to open Gao Xiang's teeth, skillfully flipping the lips in his mouth. Stirring, Gao Xiang suddenly stretched out his hand to press the back of his head, changed from passive to active, and reached under Peng Xiaoyi's clothes to stroke up and down, causing Peng Xiaoyi to groan. His voice made Gao Xiang stop suddenly. Gao Xiang's eyes were red, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He glanced back and forth on Peng Xiaoyi's face, as if he was looking for something. Peng Xiaoyi hadn't recovered from his passion. He asked, Gao Xiang, what's the matter? Gao Xiang suddenly let go of Peng Xiaoyi, turned and left the computer room. Peng Xiaoyi frowned and looked at Gao Xiang's back, not understanding why Gao Xiang didn't continue. He was obviously hard. It shows that he has feelings for men, and he also has feelings for himself. He hurriedly shouted, Gao Xiang, where are you going? Gao Xiang didn't look back. He strode forward. He touched his lips, and recalled the touch of his palm. Yes, he wants more. He desires more, but not from others. When he kissed Peng Xiaoyi, he was thinking about another person. He almost took Peng Xiaoyi as that person. Is he really gay? If so, why didn't he respond to other men? He wanted to see him right away. He wanted to know what it was like to kiss him. He wanted to know how it felt to touch his body. I want to hear the gasps and moans coming out of his mouth. He is eager to find the answer from him. Gao Xiang clenched his hands tightly, and the blood in his body boiled to the peak. Gao Tianyan had his own driver, so Gao Xiang didn't need to pick him up every day, but Gao Xiang insisted, and he didn't shirk it. After Gao Xiang left school, he went to AU International to take Gao Tianyan to Gao's main house. As soon as the two entered the hall, they saw Bai Xiaotian and Gao Fei sitting on the sofa chatting. Wang Meili brought out dinner from the kitchen. Seeing the two of them, she hurriedly urged, Yo, Xianger, his fourth uncle, you are here. Ah, please help, these two girls don't work. Bai Xiaotian hurriedly looked back. When she saw Gao Tianyan, Bai Xiaoshan's face turned cold, but she immediately put on a smile again. She stood up and ran to Gao Xiang's side, holding his arm. Xiang, didn't we make an appointment to have dinner today? Is it right? Let's go out and eat. Gao Xiang patted Bai Xiaoshan's head. Forget it. Let's eat at home. Aunt Wang has prepared so many dishes. Bai Xiaotian frowned. Didn't you agree? Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and smiled. Didn't you want Dr. Luo to help you look at the physiognomy? Just let him take a look after eating. In fact, there is nothing good about going out to eat. How can there be something at home? Gao Xiang said and went to the kitchen, ready to help Wang Meili prepare the meals. Dr. Luo is not feeling well, how can I bother him? Bai Xiaotian muttered. Bai Xiaoshan's words made Gao Xiang stop, and he asked, uncomfortable. Wang Meili replied, no, he didn't even eat lunch. Gao Fei threw down the magazine irritably, and stood up, I'll go up to see him again. What if I don't eat? You have to eat whatever you want for dinner. Gao Tianyan looked at Bai Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you help Aunt Wang get it down, and I'll go up to see Dr. Luo too. Bai Xiaotian frowned. She had no reason to dislike Gao Tianyan's attitude. She knew that she was jealous. Even if she made up her mind to persuade herself not to care about this man, she still couldn't control her emotions. Gao Xiang looked at Bai Xiaotian, motioned her to help in the kitchen, and followed the two upstairs. The sun had already set, and the color in the room was rather dark. Gao Fei pressed the wall light switch, and the room was suddenly bright as day. Luo Hong, who had just been dazed for a while, was awakened by the dazzling white light. He opened his eyes and looked at the three of them, then struggled to sit up, and said with an embarrassed smile, Are you here? Sorry, I just laughed, it's a bit messy. Luo Hong hurriedly tidied up the books on the bed, which he recently borrowed from the library and bought from the bookstore. Gao Fei quickly ran over to help Luo Hong organize the books. She said coquettishly, Dr. Luo, are you still reading when you feel unwell? Oh, it's not that serious, reading is still fine. Gao Xiang and Gao Tianyan walked to the side of the bed. Gao Tianyan sat on the side of the bed and picked up a book to read. It's a medical book. Does Dr. Luo need to read these because his medical skills are so good? Luo Hong laughed. That's for sure. Live and learn. There are still many things I don't know. Oh, that's right. Luo Hong took out a thin volume from a pile of books and handed it to Gao Xiang. Xianger, take a look at this book. I think it should be helpful to you. Gao Xiang looked down at Luo Hong's hand. It was shaking very badly, as if picking up such a book exhausted all his energy. It's not that he has never seen Luo Hong's situation, and he can even say that he is used to it, but at this moment, Gao Xiang's heart hurts like a needle prick. He hurriedly took the book without even reading it, and asked, Doctor, what's wrong? I felt a little uncomfortable in the morning, but it's much better now, so don't worry. By the way, you should read this book carefully. If you want to learn Rockwell acupuncture, you must read this book, The Great Acupuncture and Mock Sebastian. I will find some more in another day. I'll show you the other books. Gao Tianyan said in surprise, Dr. Luo, are you going to teach Xianger medical skills? Luo Hong smiled embarrassedly. I have this wish, but I don't know if Xianger still wants to learn. Gao Xiang frowned and looked at Luo Hong, not understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. Didn't he say that Luo's medical skills are not known to the outside world? Gao Xiang pursed his lips and thought for a while, of course I want to learn, it's just. Gao Fei slapped Gao Xiang on the shoulder, it's just an idiot, why don't you hurry up and learn from your teacher? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong steadfastly, feeling that there was something wrong with Luo Hong, but he couldn't tell. He hesitated for a moment, and smiled, thank you, Dr. Luo, then I'll call you master from now on. Luo Hong quickly waved his hand, no need, you can call it whatever you like. Then I'd better call him Dr. Luo. Calling him master reminds me of Tang Sang. Nonsense. Tang Sang is such a waste, don't compare him with our Dr. Luo. Gao Fei pouted. Gao Tianyan said, Dr. Luo, congratulations on accepting a good apprentice. Xiang'er is extremely smart and can learn everything quickly. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang, nodded and said, well, I know. Gao Fei sat beside Luo Hong and held Luo Hong's arm, Dr. Luo, since you are fine, pack up and go eat. Aunt Wang made a lot of delicious food today, there must be something you like. Luo Hong laughed and said, okay, I'll go down right away, you guys go eat first. Okay, let's go down first. Gao Tianyan said. The three of them walked out of the bedroom. Gao Xiang turned his head to look at the dazed Luo Hong, and closed the door thoughtfully. Luo Hong slumped on the pillow, stared at the roof, and said with a trembling voice, it's so fast this time. He took out half of the pendant from his bosom. It was cold, lifeless, and had completely lost its vitality. He obviously still had 4 years left. Why is the pendant not working now? What the hell happened? After dinner, Luo Hong gave Gao Tianyan a few needles. Gao Tianyan felt much more comfortable. He smiled and said, I will go out to play in a couple of days. With Dr. Luo here, I don't have to worry about not having fun. Hearing Gao Tianyan's words, Gao Fei, who was painting her nails, suddenly shook her hands, and the black nail polish directly swept onto her white flesh. She took out a tissue and wiped it off, and shouted angrily, it's so annoying. Gao Tianyan glanced at Gao Fei, and asked with a smile, Feier, what's the matter? Gao Fei drooped his eyelids, it's nothing, there's a fly at home, it's been buzzing in my ears, it's annoying. Bai Xiaotian, who came over with a fruit plate, asked, huh, where are the flies? Gao Fei picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth, and said with a smile, I slapped him to death. Gao Tianyan chuckled, Feier, you are really good, you can even kill flies, you are so fast, you don't think dirty. Gao Fei frowned, and said with a snort, for it not to harass Dr. Luo, I can't care too much. Gao Tianyan glanced at Gao Fei, narrowed her eyes, and stopped talking to her. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped Luo Hong's sweat, and said with a smile, Dr. Luo, you've worked hard. Seeing that you're so tired, you're sweating. Luo Hong, who was concentrating on acupuncture, didn't listen to their conversation. Gao Tianyan helped him wipe his sweat and he came back to his senses. He smiled and said thank you, and continued to prick Gao Tianyan's legs. Gao Fei was so angry that she almost popped her eyes out. She wished she could pounce on Gao Tianyan and tear Gao Tianyan apart. She cursed in her heart, sexy Bayanan. Dead pervert, a vixen who only picks on men. Gao Xiang talked to Uncle Gao for a while in his room, and when he came down from the stairs, he also saw Gao Tianyan's movements. His brows moved, he stared at Luo Hong and walked over. Gao Tianyan watched Gao Xiang come down from upstairs, and said with a smile, Xiang'er, Dr. Luo is really good, the reaction of my leg is getting more and more obvious. As soon as Gao Tianyan finished speaking, it may be that Luo Hong's needle was placed too squarely so that Gao Tianyan's leg really reacted. Gao Tianyan's leg suddenly stretched forward and kicked Luo Hong's chest just right, knocking Luo Hong, who was applying the needle. Kicked a buttock. Dr. Luo, I'm sorry, what's wrong with my leg? Gao Tianyan was startled. Gao Fitang jumped up from the sofa and screamed, Gao Tianyan, what's the matter with you? She hurriedly stepped forward to help Luo Hong up, but Gao Xiang, who rushed over her first. Gao Xiang hugged Luo Hong's body in his arms. His movements were so big that he almost let Luo Hong's toes hang in the air. His expression was tense and anxious, which stunned everyone present. Luo Hong was startled by Gao Xiang's actions, breaking out in a cold sweat, and Gao Xiang's concerned eyes made Luo Hong's heart tremble twice. Gao Xiang also realized that he had overreacted. He quickly let go of Luo Hong, and said with a casual smile, Dr. Luo, are you okay? Luo Hong loosened his collar and laughed a few times to ease the awkward atmosphere. Oh, it's okay, I just stimulated the reflex area of his leg with the injection. I didn't expect Mr. Tianyan's leg to recover so quickly. I was surprised too. Gao Tianyan glanced at Gao Xiang, pursed her lips and smiled, as long as you're fine. I'm so sorry. Gao Fei stepped forward and pushed Gao Xiang away, looked at his younger brother warily, grabbed Luo Hong's arm, frowned and said, Dr. Luo, can you stop treating people in the future? You always do this in case someone kicks you one day. What should I do if I die? Who will I marry when you die? Gao Tianyan's face turned cold, and he turned his head to look elsewhere. Gao Fei's bold declaration made Luo Hong ashamed enough. He looked at Gao Fei with an embarrassed expression, not knowing how to proceed. Feier, your grandpa told you to go up. Gao Tianheng stood at the stairs and shouted. Gao Fei frowned and looked at Gao Tianheng, very dissatisfied with his interruption. She said in a displeased tone, what's the matter? You will know when you go up. If it's a marriage, forget it, I won't go up. Gao Tianheng pushed his glasses, probably not, it's about work. Gao Fei irritatedly cursed, and reluctantly went upstairs with Gao Tianheng. After Gao Fei left, Luo Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He squatted beside Gao Tianyan, and took off the fine needles on his legs one by one and put them into the needle box. Bai Xiaotian, who had been sitting on the sidelines watching the show, looked at Gao Xiang and then at Luo Hong, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Is it her illusion? Why does she feel like she has another love rival? Because of Bai Xiaoshan's presence, Gao Xiang did not send Gao Tianyan home today. Gao Tianyan went back in Wang Ji's car. After Gao Tianyan got home, he received a call. When he looked at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly. He ran to the bathroom, locked the door, and connected the call. Gao Tianyan took out a cigarette from her pocket and lit it, and said lazily, "Hello? I haven't contacted you for a long time, why do you suddenly think of me? Humph, what about cheating ghosts? Okay, don't say it's useless, just say it, what's the matter? I'll pay attention if you don't tell me. That thing is worthless to me, but it is a treasure to the old man. Me? I'm not rare, you know what I want. Wait, who are you talking about?" Luo Hong. Gao Tianyan frowned and listened carefully to the message passed to him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "It's that simple? I don't believe you would go through such a lot of trouble for an ordinary person. But forget it, I'm too lazy to ask the bottom line. Coincidentally, this Luo Hong blocked my way. I really don't know what to do with him. If you care about his words, you can deal with it as you like. We're going to Sanya for a trip in 5 days, you can figure it out, just don't interfere with me. Well, okay, don't call me if you have nothing to do. I will contact you if I find something. Hey, wait, that's right. If it's convenient, help me get rid of that bitch named Gao Fei. Be careful, don't hurt my Xianger. I haven't used it yet." Gao Tianyan pinched out the cigarette and laughed. "Incest? Get out of your mother's incest. I am a product of incest, I care about that. Stop talking, I'm going to sleep." After Gao Tianyan hung up the phone, he threw the phone on the cradle, looked at himself in the mirror, touched his chin. He only needs to shave once a week. How fucking annoying. He cursed at the mirror. Gao Tianyan, you fucking look disgusting. How can you look like a man? He punched hard in the mirror, the glass cracked, and blood flowed down the crack. He raised his hand to look at the hideous wound, and said with a cold smile, "Fortunately, you are a man in your heart. You must always remember who your enemy is, and never forget how your father and mother died, and who killed them." He wiped the blood off his hands with a towel, sauntered over to the bathtub and sat down, turned on the faucet, and murmured, "Gao Xiaobo, the Gao family, all go to die." The reason why Luo Hong suddenly changed his mind and passed on Luo's medical skills to Gao Xiang was because he felt that he might not have a few days left. After seeing Pan Guoying that day, Zuaiza seemed to be dead, the same state as when he was reborn. Who is this young man named Pan Guoying? What did he do to himself? He really couldn't remember the situation at that time at all, and he couldn't think of it no matter what. His only memory was that he shook hands with Pan Guoying, and then his eyes went dark, and he opened his eyes and lay on the bed. Luo Hong turned over and looked at the dull and cold pendant in his hand. His heart sank to the bottom. Does this mean that his death was premature? Luo Hong wasn't sure, but he knew that if the pendant didn't work, then he might not be able to survive the illness. He has been in Beijing for the past 2 months, and he has had 3 illnesses, and passed each time smoothly, all thanks to this treasure that has been with him for 30 years. But now, what should he do? Since that day, he has had no more nightmares, and the man's voice has never appeared again. That Pan Guoying is too amazing. Who the hell is he? Gao Xiaobo was with him. Does he know something? Is there any inevitable connection between this matter and Gao Xiaobo? Luo Hong grabbed his hair hard a few times. He felt that his brain cells were about to be drained, but he didn't know what to do. Luo Hong took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He felt that the only way now was to find this Pan Guoying and ask him face to face what was going on. Right, find Pan Guoying. Since he has a way to make the pendant die, then he must also have a way to bring it back to life. Maybe Pan Guoying can help him find a way to undo the curse? Thinking of this, Luo Hong stood up excitedly, and said to himself, "Yes, that's it, find Pan Guoying." Luo Hong ran out of the room and knocked on Gao Xiang's door. "Xianger, are you asleep?" There was a quick response from inside, and within a few seconds, the door opened, and Gao Xiang's naked chest suddenly jumped into Luo Hong's sight, which made him stunned for a moment. There were still drops of water on Gao Xiang's skin, and he was wiping his wet hair with a towel. Luo Hong couldn't help but look down from Gao Xiang's chest. On her waist and crotch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, abs are exposed. She looks very sexy and fit, healthy, and energetic. Really, so beautiful. Gao Xiang looked at his body following Luo Hong's line of sight. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He put his wet and hot hands on Luo Hong's shoulders, squeezed through Luo Hong's thin pajamas, and asked, "Hey, Dr. Luo, you haven't slept so late? Can you help me?" Luo Hong came back to his senses, cleared his throat. "Oh, I want to ask you something. Are you going to sleep? If it's inconvenient, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm still early. What time is it? Come in and say." Gao Xiang gave up his seat and signaled him to enter the room. "That's fine, just don't bother you." Luo Hong walked in with some hesitation. Gao Xiang's room was filled with a strong masculinity, no matter the decoration style or the smell in the room, which made Luo Hong suddenly feel a little depressed and a little out of breath. Gao Xiang stared straight at the back of Luo Hong's head, and gently closed the door. Hearing the sound of closing the door, Luo Hong suddenly felt a little nervous. He turned around and looked at Gao Xiang. Actually, it's nothing serious, I just want to ask you Gao Xiang suddenly grabbed Luo Hong's arm, pulled him in front of him, and let the unprepared Luo Hong fall into his arms. Luo Hong was shocked by the sudden impact, his eyes stared at gold stars, and he was dazed. He raised his head and glanced at Gao Xiang, seeing Gao Xiang's eyes staring at him unblinkingly, which made Luo Hong's heart rise to his throat. Feeling that Gao Xiang's hot and strong body was close to him, Luo Hong suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly pushed Gao Xiang, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but was frightened back by Gao Xiang's movements. Gao Xiang raised his hand and touched his cheek lightly, then slid across his ears and neck. Luo Hong's whole body seemed to have been electrified, and he trembled twice with the movement of his fingertips. He looked at Gao Xiang with a stiff expression, and his heart started beating wildly. What's wrong with Gao Xiang? What is he going to do? Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong's reddened cheeks and ears, and suddenly smiled. Dr. Luo, what did you do just now? Why did your hair get so messy? He rubbed his scalp through his hair. Luo Hong's heart returned to his place as soon as he mentioned his throat, and he let out a hard breath. It turned out that he wanted to help him tidy his hair, he thought. Luo Hong felt ashamed of his wild thoughts. Gao Xiang was not a big girl, why was he so nervous? Luo Hong plucked his hair, moved to the side, and smiled awkwardly. Haha, is it a mess? I don't know how to do it. Luo Hong coughed twice, and wiped his face with his sleeve in indiscriminately cold sweat. Gao Xiang put his arms around Luo Hong's shoulders, and led him to the bed. Let's sit down and talk. Luo Hong hurriedly said, no need, I have nothing to do, so I just asked you about someone. Luo Hong stood still and said nothing. Who? Pan Guoying, do you know him? Him? Why are you asking about him? Something personal. Personal? How did you guys know each other? Gao Xiang's voice suddenly became eccentric. Luo Hong thought about it, and felt that he couldn't ask Gao Xiang directly, but he had to ask this person face to face. It's not considered acquaintance, I just have something to do with him. Do you have his contact information? Gao Xiang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, yes. That's great, can you give it to me? Okay, kiddo, I even have my home address, do you want it? Luo Hong rubbed his hands excitedly, yes, both. Gao Xiang hurriedly walked to the desk, copied the phone number and home address on a piece of paper, folded it, stuffed it into Luo Hong's chest pocket, patted his chest lightly, and grinned, okay. Luo Hong hurriedly took out the note from his pocket and looked at it, then laughed and said, thanks, Xianger. Small, don't look for others if you have anything to do in the future, just look for me. We are now in a master-student relationship. Whoever is with whom, your business is my business. Apprentice, I will do my best to help you do it. Hey, good. Luo Hong was so beautiful in his heart, he put the note back into his pocket, and was obviously relieved. He glanced at the Huangdi Jing Suwen on the desk, and he had already turned to the last few pages, surprised, are you almost done? Gao Xiang turned his head to look at the book, well, it's coming soon, it's a trivial matter. It's amazing? But just reading it doesn't mean you can understand the profound meaning. First of all, you have to recite the whole book and keep it in your heart. This is the fundamental. Gao Xiang smiled, I can memorize it after reading it once, don't worry. Really? Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang in shock, not quite believing that he could recite the jerky and difficult Huangdi Jing, and only read it once. Yes, let me recite a paragraph for you. Gao Xiang recited a large section of Zhu Lun Pian in the middle to Luo Hong, which made Luo Hong dumbfounded. This book was given to Gao Xiang by Luo Hong the day before yesterday. It consists of 24 volumes and 81 chapters. Let alone memorizing it, most people have to read it for a few days to finish reading this jerky ancient prose even if they don't sleep, but it's only been 2 days. Gao Xiang he was still in class, and he almost finished watching it when he had the time. What surprised him the most was that he came here as soon as he opened his mouth, and he didn't even hit Boer. Gao Xiang is simply a genius, wizards. It seems that his apprentice is not in vain, Luo Hong really found a treasure, it's worth dying for. Luo Hong was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He stretched out his hand and patted Gao Xiang's arm, and sighed, good. It's really great. He looked at Gao Xiang up and down, feeling happy he couldn't help pinching Gao Xiang's upper arm again. Oh, this kid is really rare, this is a rare seed for many doctors, but he was bumped into by Luo Hong, and now it's alright, even if he really doesn't live for a few days, he doesn't have to worry. With Gao Xiang's IQ and understanding, he must be in time. Luo's medical skills have been passed down, he also doesn't have to worry about losing face to his ancestors after he dies. This is a great joy. Gao Xiang didn't miss the colorful changes on Luo Hong's face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. Luo Hong said excitedly, tomorrow I will show you the Book of the Coffin. After reading this book, we can start to learn the real Luo's acupuncture. Gao Xiang pursed his lips and smiled, okay. Luo Hong smiled and patted Gao Xiang's smooth arm, okay, you should go to bed quickly, I'll go back to the room first. Okay, good night. Luo Hong looked at the books on the table, sighed contentedly, turned and walked towards the door. Gao Xiang leaned against the table with his hands in his pockets, staring at Luo Hong's back with half-lidded eyelids. His deep eyes unscrupulously searched from the top of Luo Hong's head to his heels, and finally fixed his eyes on Luo Hong's thighs for a while. He subconsciously clenched his lips, and his eyes showed uncontrollable enthusiasm. It wasn't until the door was closed that Gao Xiang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He stroked his arm lightly. The touch of Luo Hong's palm was still there. Just thinking about Luo Hong made him tremble with excitement. I don't know how I became what I am now. This kind of sexual desire is so strong that it drives him crazy. He has never experienced it in his life. It is so strong that he can't suppress it at all. At this moment, he wanted to strip Luo Hong naked and fuck him hard, wishing he could swallow him alive. This feeling makes him feel fresh, exciting, and crazy, but it also makes him a little scared. He is afraid that one day he will really lose his desire to do something special. He instinctively felt that everything was wrong, but what was wrong? Gao Xiang sat down on the chair, panting for a long time before he gradually calmed down. He looked at the phone, suddenly thought of something, found a number and dialed it. It took a long time for the opposite party to answer the phone, and Pan Guoying's cold voice came over. Hello. Gao Xiang's tone was not much better. Hey, let me ask you something. How did you meet Luo Hong? There was silence on the other end of the phone. I don't know him. Don't know. If you don't know Luo Hong, why are you looking for him? Yes, I don't know. Are you cheating? Why should I lie to you? Have you ever been to my house? Yes. Have you met Luo Hong? I have seen. Did you meet you and say you don't know? I don't know. Fuck, idiot. Pan Guoying frowned. Is there something wrong? I'll hang up if it's nothing. Wait. Gao Xiang's brain was running fast. There were only two things that could be related to Pan Guoying. One was about the Buddha, the other was about ghosts. Then what is he coming here for? Gao Xiang asked. Let me ask you, did you discover something on Luo Hong's body? Pan Guoying returned happily. No comment. Gao Xiang clicked his tongue and resisted the urge to curse. Who told you to come? My third uncle? Or the old man? No comment. Fuck. You fucking idiot. Pan Guoying frowned again. Is there anything else? I'll hang up. Hang up, hang up. Gao Xiang hung up the phone irritably, threw the phone on the table, and cursed. Why is there no one in the Pan family that's normal? Come on. Gao Xiang turned on the computer and searched the internet for a while, but found no valuable information. After thinking about it, he called Ma Chun again and asked him when the requested matter would be finished. Ma Chun said that the project is very large and only part of it has been carried out, but at present, it is already very exciting, and he can pass on a copy. Gao Xiang was so anxious that he couldn't wait for Ma Chun to finish all the investigations, so he asked him to send a copy to have a look now. He walked back and forth beside the fax machine, and finally propped his hands on both sides of the table, staring at the fax machine until there were documents sent. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were more than 20 pieces in total. Gao Xiang, his brows were furrowed. An ordinary Chinese doctor in a mountain village was able to find more than 20 pieces of paper, which was only a small part. What was written on it? Gao Xiang picked up the materials, walked quickly to the table and sat down, flipped through them one by one, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What the hell is Ma Chun looking for? Why did someone surnamed Zhang escape? He flipped back and saw the origin of Gao's family, and couldn't help cursing. What a piece of crap. He turned 2 pages back and saw the surname Luo, as well as the ancestors of Luo Hong's lineage, something similar to a genealogy, and he said to himself, I really found out the origin of the Luo family, really boring enough. Gao Xiang felt very annoying, flipped through quickly, skipped several pages, and jumped directly to the last 2 pages, staring at it, suddenly froze. Gao Xiang didn't quite believe what he saw. He hurriedly turned to the front and looked at it carefully again. His eyebrows were knotted, and he murmured, no way. He hurriedly called Ma Chun and asked, Mr. Ma, what the hell are you posting? Can we stop engaging in feudal superstition? Who engages in feudal superstition? Everything I checked is true. Nonsense. How can there be such a strange thing in the world? Who can die early for generations? Even if it is a family disease, it is not so accurate. Believe it or not, judging from the information that has been checked so far, this is the case, but this is only half of the investigation. The specific situation will not be known until the end. Gao Xiang thought for a while. Okay, thank you for your hard work. I'll wait a little longer. It seems that there is no information I want at present. Don't look up the previous stuff. It's useless and I'm not interested. You can check it for me. Things are fine in modern times. Okay, but you have to wait. I've been so busy recently. Gao Xiang snorted. Are you busy chasing women? Ma Chun laughed twice. It's good to know. Don't worry. The information will be sent to you as soon as possible. Okay, I'll wait. After Gao Xiang hung up the phone, he looked at the documents again, and threw them into the shredder angrily. Luo Hong called Pan Guoying the next day at the phone number Gao Xiang gave, and he said he wanted to meet him. Pan Guoying said that he had gone abroad and could not come back for the time being. Luo Hong's heart was instantly covered with icicles, which made him feel cold. He wanted to ask about the day's affairs on the phone, but Pan Guoying said that he was in a hurry and it was not convenient to talk. About the day's affairs, he would explain to him after returning to China, so that he could rest assured and so on. Luo Hong asked him when he could come back, and Pan Guoying said soon, within a week or two. Luo Hong's mood improved slightly, he could still afford to wait for a week or two. It just so happened that tomorrow he could travel with Gao's family in peace. He didn't plan to go, but wanted to meet Pan Guoying and find out about Shuang Longbai. Since he is not in the country, it's okay for him to go out for a few days. I don't know that I died suddenly that day, so it's better to enjoy life more. Gao Fei didn't go on this trip, and the company needed her to deal with temporary matters, so she couldn't get away. Gao Xiang didn't plan to go at first, but later, because he was worried about Gao Tianyan, and Gao Tianyan insisted on letting him accompany him, he had no choice but to accompany him. In fact, there was another reason, and that was Luo Hong. Luo Hong seemed to be very enthusiastic about this trip, and kept nagging him along the way that he had never seen the sea, and wanted to see the sea in his lifetime. This remark sounds strange to others, he is still young, and he has a lot of opportunities to see the sea, so what is the rest of his life? Both Gao Tianheng and Gao Tianyan took it as a gag and a joke. Originally, Gao Xiang probably wouldn't have cared about this sentence, but he remembered that it was written in the documents that the Luo family had a family medical history, and his ancestors would not live long, so Luo Hong's words made him listen somewhat uncomfortable. Although, he didn't believe it at all. Luo Hong made sufficient preparations this time, took a lot of medicine to prevent airsickness, and gave himself several injections in advance. After boarding the plane, he was in good condition. He did not take out his medical books to read, but looked at the scenery outside the window. I hope I can remember the bits and pieces along the way, so don't come out for nothing. When the boxed lunch came, he also devoured it very deliciously, and laughed silly while watching the comedy on the small TV. Gao Xiang, who was sitting next to him, didn't eat a bite of the food, and kept dragging his chin to look at Luo Hong. He saw that Luo Hong had finished eating a box, so he handed him his portion. Dr. Luo, is there enough to eat? If not, eat this too. Luo Hong took off the earphones and asked curiously, aren't you going to eat? Gao Xiang pursed his lips and smiled, I don't like to eat things on the plane. If you don't like to eat, you have to eat some. Irregular eating is not good for the stomach. I ate late in the morning. Besides, I ate a lot of snacks. I'm not hungry at all. If you don't want to eat, then I'll throw it away. Gao Xiang picked up the lunchbox and was about to throw it into the trash bag. Hey, don't. Luo Hong hurriedly stopped him, then give it to me, don't waste it. It's actually quite delicious. It's delicious. Gao Xiang asked. Well, it's not bad, how about you try it? Luo Hong handed the chopsticks and lunchbox to Gao Xiang again. Gao Xiang looked at the boxed lunch in front of him, and smiled, Dr. Luo, please feed me. He moved forward, opened his mouth, and said, ah. Luo Hong looked at the lips that were suddenly approaching, and his hands trembled. Why did Gao Xiang seem to be a different person recently? It really made him a little overwhelmed. Luo Hong laughed dryly, quickly took apart a clean spoon, scooped up a spoonful of food and put it into Gao Xiang's mouth, then put the lunch box on Gao Xiang's table. Xianger, you should eat some, it's delicious. Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and smiled. He also scooped up a small spoonful of food and handed it to Luo Hong's lips, then let's eat together. Come on, open your mouth. Luo Hong was really confused by Gao Xiang this time. He quickly waved his hands and said, well, no, you can eat it yourself. If I want to eat it, I will do it myself. Come on, just have a bite. Okay, okay. Gao Tianyan, who was sitting with Gao Tianheng, loosened and clenched his hands. He suddenly let out a low cry, attracting the attention of everyone around him. Gao Xiang also quickly turned his head to look at Gao Tianyan, seeing that his face was flushed and his breathing was short of breath. He asked with concern, fourth uncle, what's wrong with you? Gao Tianyan raised her arm to cover her forehead, panting, maybe I'm airsick, it's not very comfortable. I have medicine here, take some. Gao Tianheng, who was sleeping beside, was woken up. He took out a small bottle from his arms and handed it to Gao Tianyan. Gao Tianyan pushed Gao Tianheng's hand away. I've eaten it, it's useless. Gao Xiang quickly got up, went to Gao Tianyan's side and knelt down, touched Gao Tianyan's forehead, and checked his pulse, but he didn't see anything unusual, and asked, fourth uncle, what's wrong with you? Gao Tian's face was as gossamer. I'm not feeling well, Xianger, you change places with third uncle, and I'll lie on top of you for a while. Luo Hong hurried up, Mr. Tianyan, let me take a look for you. As he said that, he wanted to pick up Gao Tianyan's wrist and check his pulse. Gao Tianyan quickly withdrew her hand and said with a smile, no need, you can rest first, I'll be fine after a night of sleep. Gao Xiang pursed his lips and looked at Gao Tianyan, third uncle, let's change places. Gao Tianheng stood up and patted Luo Hong's shoulder, and said with a smile, it's just right, I have a lot of things to ask Dr. Luo for advice. Oh, what's the matter? Luo Hong followed suit and sat down. Recently, I suddenly became interested in physiognomy. I read a lot of books, but there are many things I don't understand. Haha, I never expected that Mr. Tianheng also likes to study physiognomy. Can't you tell? My hobbies are very wide. Seeing that Gao Xiang's gaze had been chasing Luo Hong, Gao Tianyan's eyes turned gray. He pulled Gao Xiang's arm and pillowed it on Gao Xiang's thigh, rubbing his fingers with his lips, and said softly, Xianger, fourth uncle likes pillows. Sleeping on your lap, I sleep very soundly. As long as I am by your side, no matter how uncomfortable I am, no matter how bad my mood is, it will soon disappear. He giggled twice, and continued, do you still remember when you were a child? You were not sensible at all, and you had a bad temper. Once I accidentally broke your favorite toy, and you pushed me into the swimming pool. It was still winter. It made me seriously ill. You hate me, you don't want to see me, you want me to leave Gao's house, and you hurt me with scissors, causing the wound on my body to be painful even now. Also, my leg it was also disabled because of you. Until today, I can't walk like a normal person. Xianger, do you still remember this? Gao Tianyan kissed Gao Xiang's finger lightly, and stared straight ahead, as if he could see the distant scenery through all obstacles. He said in a deep voice, Xianger, you swear you will make it up to me, don't you forget. Gao Xiang frowned and looked out the window. His thoughts were like a wild horse running wild, unable to grasp the clues, and fell into deep memories. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they got off the plane, and the four of them boarded a pre-booked car and checked into a huge presidential villa at the Hilton Hotel in Sanya. At first, Luo Hong thought that this place was for a group of people, but he didn't expect there were only 4 of them. Luo Hong really experienced the feeling of dropping his jaw to the ground. In front of a group of staff, in order not to embarrass the Gao family, he suppressed his curiosity, followed them into the house, put his luggage away, and chose his own room. While they were resting in the room, Luo Hong come out of the room quickly, look around, touch this and that, with eyes full of wonder and curiosity. There are 4 guest rooms in this villa, all of which are south-facing master bedrooms with separate bathrooms. There is a dining room and a large living room. The decorations in the rooms are designed in European style, magnificent and luxurious. Luo Hong ran to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out the window. There was a nearly 15-meter swimming pool in the huge private garden. Walking through the garden and walking a few tens of meters forward was the white sandy beach and the emerald green sea. It is directly connected to the beach, and you can get in touch with the misty and magnificent coast anytime, anywhere. For Luo Hong, who came to the south for the first time and saw the sea for the first time, this situation was really like being in a dream. It was so beautiful that it was unreal. He sighed excitedly. It's so beautiful. Gao Xiang changed his clothes and came out of the bedroom. Seeing Luo Hong looking around through the glass, he hesitated for a moment, then walked up behind Luo Hong and stood still. He looked at Luo Hong's back and asked, Dr. Luo, don't you change your clothes? Isn't it hot to wear so much? Luo Hong was taken aback, turned around quickly, saw Gao Xiang's appearance, and was stunned again. Gao Xiang's bangs hang down on his forehead in a mess, almost blocking his sight, and there are drops of water dripping down from his hair. His half-sleeved white shirt is unbuttoned, showing his naked and fit upper body. Wearing a pair of thin overalls and big pants, revealing his strong and slender legs, and wearing a pair of beach sandals on his feet, which is quite different from his usual sunny temperament, which is either in school uniform or sportswear. He looks a bit decadent and lazy. It seems that there is still a little, unspeakable feeling. Luo Hong scanned Gao Xiang back and forth, and couldn't help admiring in his heart. The young man looks so good. What did he eat to grow up? Good physique? Tall? Handsome? Tisk tisk. What a rarity? On the other hand, Luo Hong looked at his body subconsciously, feeling somewhat inferior. He didn't pay much attention to these things at ordinary times, because he had never been in contact with a man with such a good figure as Gao Xiang. Now he really saw the comparison. It was only then that I realized how unsightly my body was. Where is he a little manly? Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang's body, and the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt, and he didn't know whether it was because of inferiority complex or other reasons, and in the end even his ears turned red. Gao Xiang stared at Luo Hong without blinking, his eyes hidden behind his hair, and asked in a low voice, Dr. Luo, you seem to be very interested in men's bodies. Luo Hong was stunned. Huh. Gao Xiang leaned back on the sofa, split his long legs, and said with a lazy smile, I'm asking you, do you like male bodies or female bodies? Luo Hong was so ashamed by Gao Xiang's explicit question, he coughed dryly, I never thought about it. Gao Xiang laughed loudly, haven't thought about it? Dr. Luo, how old are you this year? I hear what you mean, you haven't even had a girlfriend, have you? This question made Luo Hong extremely embarrassed. He has lived for 30 years, not to mention having a girlfriend, and he has never even touched a woman's hand. The main reason is that there is no girl in Wuhe town who is willing to be with him. It brings bad luck, and he himself is not particularly keen on this matter. One is that he doesn't want to delay others, and the other is that his mind is full of medical skills and theories, and he can't pretend to be other things. But if he really wanted to talk about this kind of private matter, especially in front of his apprentice, how would he answer it? It really made him lose his face a little. Luo Hong hurriedly changed the topic, and laughed dryly. Then what? I suddenly remembered that the medicine I brought should be put in the refrigerator quickly, otherwise it will be broken. It's very hot here, so I'll go back to the house and pack it up. Gao Xiang turned his head to look at Luo Hong's hurrying back, raised one corner of his lips and smiled. He stood up, propped his arms on the glass, looked out the window, his eyes gradually dimmed. He always felt that everything was not that simple. He had a bad premonition that something uncontrollable would happen if he really touched Luo Hong. But he couldn't bear it anymore. He felt that if he didn't do anything, he would go crazy. Gao Tianheng heard that there will be a bonfire party tonight, so he decided to go out to have fun at night, eat something, watch special performances, and have a carnival night with everyone. Luo Hong felt uncomfortable, so he didn't want to go out, but the three of them insisted on pulling him out. They thought he was wearing too much, so they took off his coat, leaving only a white shirt, and he didn't bring any extra. He kept his pants, so he put on a pair of slippers and went to the beach with the three of them. The beach at night is quite lively. The four of them came to an outdoor bar. There were a few ladyboys performing on the stage, and a group of people were shouting and yelling under the stage, swearing, and throwing money on the stage. The scale of the performance is also very large, and he often comes down to interact with the audience, and Luo Hong is taken aback for a while. Gao Tianheng at their table was not at all dignified and refined as usual. He took off his glasses, wore a flowered shirt, and was smoking a cigarette. Luo Hong just wanted to laugh. Gao Tianheng's generous writing attracted everyone's attention, and the four handsome guys with different styles on the table almost blinded everyone's eyes. Even the ladyboys performing on the stage came over and sang affectionately around the table, patted this one, touched that one, and finally stood beside Luo Hong, pulled him up, sang and danced to him, and put on various provocative poses. The human posture made Luo Hong so nervous that his whole body became stiff and his face was dripping with sweat. Luo Hong's appearance made everyone present laugh, and many girls whispered, "Hey, look at that idiot, so innocent. It looks weird and good looking. Yeah, it's really rare." When Gao Tianyan heard what others said, she leaned into Gao Xiang's ear and said, "Girls' tastes are really weird now." Gao Xiang looked at the embarrassed Luo Hong, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, "It's the same for men." "What do you mean?" Gao Xiang chuckled, "It's nothing." Gao Tianyan frowned and looked at Gao Xiang, then stood up suddenly, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Oh, do you want me to accompany you?" "No, I'll be right back." "Okay, you pay attention to safety." Gao Tianyan walked quickly to the back of the restaurant, and kicked the trash can hard a few times. He picked up the plastic bucket on the ground and smashed it crazily. It took him a long time to vent his emotions before he calmed down. He threw away the things in his hand, took out a cigarette from his pocket, took a few deep breaths after lighting it, then took out his mobile phone and made a call, and immediately asked, "Hello? Didn't you say you're coming to Sanya?" "Where?" "People. On the way." "What? Missed me? Don't fucking talk nonsense. When are you going to arrive?" Smiling across the face, "It's almost there. What troublesome things have you encountered? Get that Luo Hong away as soon as possible. If you wait any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and kill him." "Fuck. No, you must not touch him." "Then hurry up. I won't last long." Okay, living ancestor, I'm almost here. You have to hold back." "Understood." Gao Tianyan hung up the phone, leaned against the wall and took several deep breaths. He tidied up his messy hair, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face, turned and left. Gao Xiang saw Gao Tianyan coming from the corner from a long distance. He waved to Gao Tianyan. Gao Tianyan's lifeless face immediately became gentle and kind, and walked towards them with a smile in his eyes. After Gao Tianyan sat down, she found that Luo Hong was not in the seat, and asked, "Hey, where is Dr. Luo?" Gao Xiang was taken aback, and he asked, "He just went to the bathroom. Didn't you see him?" "No, I didn't pay attention." Gao Tianyan replied casually. "Then I'll go see him." Gao Tianyan hurriedly grabbed Gao Xiang. "He is such a big man. He can't be lost. Why are you so nervous?" "I just want to go to the toilet too, so I'm on my way." Gao Xiang withdrew his arm and walked quickly towards the back of the bar. He was really worried that Luo Hong would get lost. Luo Hong was not familiar with this place, had never traveled far, and had never seen the world. In addition, he was so weak. What if he met a ruffian? He walked to the bathroom door, yelled a few times, but no one responded. He knocked on the bathroom door one by one, but there was no one inside. His heart trembled. He was really lost? There are such big characters written on the toilet, and the sign is also in fluorescent colors, so fools can see it. Dr. Luo wouldn't be such a waste, would he? Gao Xiang ran out of the bathroom and looked around. Except for the bright lights near the bar, the beach was pitch black and the crowds were all concentrated here. He ran around the bar and found no one, so he went back to his seat to watch. I looked around, and there was no one there. Fuck, where did you go? Gao Xiang regretted not going to the bathroom with him, but a grown man can't act like a half-grown child. He has to be watched by others, right? After thinking about it, Gao Xiang still didn't stop. He ran to several public toilets and wandered around the area again, but he still didn't see anyone. He looked around the beach and felt that there was a lot of darkness there. Luo Hong shouldn't, it will pass, and when I was about to turn around, a light spot suddenly appeared in the distance, and it was fleeting. Gao Xiang rolled his eyes, and walked quickly towards the direction where the light spot disappeared. He walked to a big dark reef and saw a white figure. Gao Xiang immediately recognized this person as Luo Hong. Luo Hong was kneeling on the beach, holding a luminous object that flickered on and off. Li kept chanting strange words. He couldn't understand them at all. It felt a bit like a spell. Gao Xiang has been curious about Luo Hong's weird behavior for a long time. He wanted to ask Luo Hong about what happened at Zhou Wenbin's house last time, but he was distracted by other things and forgot. It's so clear. He approached quietly, and stood behind Luo Hong. Luo Hong focused on the flickering luminous object, completely oblivious to the person behind him. Luo Hong's violently trembling body began to calm down. He smiled weakly and said to the pendant, "Thank you, brother. I'm so glad you're alive again." The pendant seemed to react to his words, and became more dazzling. The full moon that was originally covered by dark clouds gradually became clear and bright, illuminating everything around it brightly. Gao Xiang raised his eyes and looked at the moon in the sky. The moon, just remembered, today is the 15th. It is the day of the full moon. The sky has been overcast. He did not know that the moon today is so big, so round, so bright, so beautiful. It feels different from the past same. There seem to be some strange textures on it, similar to dragon patterns, just like the texture of the pendant on Luo Hong's chest. Gao Xiang was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyes with his hands, and looked at the moon again. It was still the pattern of two dragons playing with pearls. He looked down at the pendant in Luo Hong's palm. It was exactly the same. What's happening here? Gao Xiang didn't think about anything at that moment. He suddenly reached out and snatched the half of the double dragon wall, held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. Luo Hong, who was interrupted for treatment, was taken aback. He turned his head to see. Why was it Gao Xiang? He looked at what Gao Xiang was holding in his hand, and suddenly remembered that the person in the dream said that Gao Xiang should not touch the pair of dragon walls. He was too frightened to meet him, and shouted, "Xianger, give it to me." Gao Xiang dodged to the side, leaving Luo Hong in the air. Gao Xiang stared straight at the Shuang Longbai, as if he was sucked into another space, and he couldn't look away at all. He felt a strange force continuously gathering in his body, and it swelled a little bit. Swell, swell, swell again, wishing to break through his entire body. His eyes narrowed suddenly, releasing a cruel and gloomy light. Luo Hong saw Gao Xiang standing there motionless. His face looked a little creepy under the bright moonlight, which made him feel bad. He walked quickly to Gao Xiang's side, trying to reach out and snatch the pendant from his palm. Gao Xiang's 5 fingers suddenly clenched into fists, and then he turned around, leaving Luo Hong in the air again. Unwilling to reconcile, Luo Hong rushed up again. "Xianger, stop making trouble, give it to me, this thing is not for playing with." Luo Hong squeezed Gao Xiang's fist hard, but he couldn't do anything. He said eagerly, "Xianger, let go, this is mine. It's very important to me, don't break it." Gao Xiang looked down at Luo Hong, and suddenly opened his mouth. "How important is it? This is my ancestral treasure." "Ancestral," Gao Xiang murmured. It seemed that something had entered his body just now, making him suddenly feel chills all over his body, and this force confronted and merged with his own power, and was finally subdued by his consciousness, although it only happened in an instant, and he is not sure, but he believes that something strange must have happened, and this strange thing is related to this pendant. It's amazing that this pendant can emit light, absorb things, and release power. He can't return it to Luo Hong, he needs to study it carefully. He looked up at Luo Hong, and said with a smile, "Do you want it?" Luo Hong frowned. "Of course. Here you are." Gao Xiang raised his hand and threw the thing in his hand to the sea ahead. Only a plop was heard, and something fell into the sea. Luo Hong was startled. He quickly pushed away Gao Xiang's palm. It was empty. Luo Hong's heart was lifted into his throat in an instant. His eyes were red with anxiety, and he shouted tremblingly, You. He looked back numbly, then ran towards the sea. He rushed to the shallow sea, feeling around like crazy, panting while searching. "Where did you go? Where did you throw it? Where did you go?" Waves of waves knocked Luo Hong's thin body up and down, but he still didn't give up groping. He was so anxious, all he could think about was that something was missing. He is going to die. Dying? He doesn't want to die. Don't die. Luo Hong had never cried in 30 years, but at this moment, he was so anxious that he almost cried, or he had already cried. The salty taste on his lips, and the stream of water on his face, he didn't know if it was sea water or tears. He searched for a long time but found nothing. The sea is so big and the pendant is so small, where can he find it? Although the surroundings were bright, his heart fell into endless darkness. Without it, he probably would have died for half a month. The most terrible thing is that he is currently suffering from an illness. He was snatched away by Gao Xiang just halfway through, interrupting his treatment. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Luo Hong's expression was stiff, and his thoughts were completely confused. He kept searching in the sea as if possessed by a demon, walking towards the depths of the sea step by step. Standing on the shore, Gao Xiang was lowering his head to study the pendant in his hand. When he raised his head, he found that only Luo Hong's head was above the sea level. He remembered that Luo Hong couldn't swim, and cursed inwardly. Quickly put the pendant back into his pocket, and ran over. He rushed into the sea and hugged Luo Hong's chest, and dragged him to the shore, but Luo Hong kept struggling and said nothing to get up. He muttered in a low voice, "No, gone, gone." Gao Xiang violently picked up the dishonest Luo Hong, strode to the shore, and then put him down. He grabbed Luo Hong's shoulder and shook. "Dr. Luo, do you want to die? A broken stone, you as for what? I'll buy a few more and give you more." Luo Hong suddenly raised his head and glanced at Gao Xiang. His thoughts regained a little bit, and he made a low and trembling voice, "You scoundrel, scoundrel." Luo Hong stared straight at Gao Xiang. His pale face was lifeless. He stretched out his hand. "Give me back." Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows and spread his hands. "Didn't you just throw it into the sea?" Luo Hong pointed to Gao Xiang's trouser pocket. "It's glowing." As soon as Gao Xiang lowered his head, he saw it glowing. Strange, why didn't it glow when he held it in his hand just now? Gao Xiang quickly took out the pendant from his pocket. Luo Hong's lifeless eyes suddenly became sharp, and he rushed up with all his strength. But Gao Xiang was even faster, lifting the pendant over his head, making Luo Hong, who was not as tall as him, "No matter how much you jump around, you can't reach it. Luo Hong's strength had been drained long ago, and his whole body was shaking violently due to the pain. He grabbed Gao Xiang's arm and made a weak voice, Gao Xiang, I don't have the energy to argue with you. If you still think about it, I will save you. For the sake of your grandfather's life and being your master for a few days, stop making trouble and return this thing to me, it's really important to me. Gao Xiang looked down at Luo Hong in front of him. Luo Hong's wet clothes were clinging to his thin body, showing the outline of his body. The buttons on his chest had long disappeared, revealing a large white chest. The exposed bones are clearly visible, and the hem of the shirt half covers his nipples. The color is very beautiful, not as pale as his body, it is flesh pink, very very pale. The impact of Luo Hong's body on Gao Xiang overwhelmed everything else, and his curiosity about the pendant was instantly thrown out of the blue. He felt the taut strings in his body break with a bang. His eyes narrowed suddenly. He put his arms around Luo Hong's waist, and let him cling to him. His heavy breathing rushed to Luo Hong's cheeks. His eyes seemed to be closed, glanced back and forth across Luo Hong's face like a demon. Luo Hong was taken aback by Gao Xiang's actions. He raised his head slightly to avoid Gao Xiang's approaching face and his hot air. The strange expression on Gao Xiang's face made Luo Hong's heart tremble. He moved his body, stretched out his hand and pushed Gao Xiang. You, what are you doing? Gao Xiang's long hand stroked Luo Hong's back and forth. The thin and flexible touch made Gao Xiang tremble with excitement. He lowered his head against the tip of Luo Hong's nose and took a deep breath, breathing the air around Luo Hong's nose. Sucking away, Luo Hong fell into a short suffocation. Gao Xiang's actions made Luo Hong's scalp tingle. Gao Xiang's eyes suddenly became deep, and the whites of his eyes were intricately bloodshot. His eyes made Luo Hong feel uncomfortable. A bad premonition vaguely rose in his heart, and he hurriedly avoiding the scorching gaze. He struggled twice. Xianger, let me go. Return the things to me. Luo Hong's resisting reaction made Gao Xiang explode with excitement. There seemed to be a voice inside him clamoring that he wanted to fuck this man. He wanted to fuck this man hard, and he wanted to get the most extreme pleasure from him. Gao Xiang's previously suppressed and buried desire was out of control as if the gate had been opened. He opened his mouth without hesitation to enclose Luo Hong's opening and closing lips, and sucked 2 mouthfuls. The exciting feeling made his lower body the hard object swelled instantly. Luo Hong's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe that Gao Xiang actually kissed him. This shocked him so much that he couldn't utter a word. His body was like a puppet, allowing Gao Xiang to hold him tighter and tighter. Those hands seemed to have magical power, stroking him when he touched his body. He couldn't help but tremble slightly with his touch, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Gao Xiang's body is very strong and hot. It is the heat that he longs for but has never had. But at this moment Luo Hong just wants to escape, because he feels that Gao Xiang is not normal. There is an evil force flowing in Gao Xiang's body, and the target of this force is himself. Luo Hong's overly frightened appearance caused Gao Xiang to chuckle twice, and he leaned close to Luo Hong's ear and asked in a low voice, Dr. Luo, are you afraid? Luo Hong was shocked by Gao Xiang's voice. His ears were numb, and his whole body was twitching. He looked at Gao Xiang like a monster, desperately suppressed the fear in his heart, and tried to persuade, Xianger, you seem to have a problem. Put me down, I'll take a look for you. Luo Hong twisted his body twice, but found that Gao Xiang's strength was astonishingly strong, and he was fixed tightly, motionless. One of Gao Xiang's hands suddenly slipped onto Luo Hong's buttocks, and he pressed forward forcefully, causing their penises to collide with each other, causing Luo Hong to ah. In surprise, Gao Xiang grinned and said, I have a problem? Okay, I'll let you see if there's anything wrong with me. Feeling Gao Xiang's hard baby pressing against his soft position, Luo Hong was so frightened that he couldn't even say a word. You, what are you doing? Why? Gao Xiang seemed to think about it seriously, and said with a smirk, you will know soon. He stretched out his wet, slippery, and long tongue and licked Luo Hong's trembling lips. Under the horrified gaze, she poked into his slightly open mouth, teased his tongue which he couldn't dodge, filtered every corner of his mouth, and sucked his saliva. The tip of his tongue kept teasing Luo Hong's clumsy lips, turning different angles in his mouth. He sucked and bit Luo Hong's lips, causing the juice secreted by the two to flow down from the corners of their mouths. The erotic same-sex kiss quickly blurred the eyes of the wide-eyed Luo Hong, and gradually let out a trembling hum. Gao Xiang pulled his mouth away from his lips and licked and kissed his facial contours, all the way to his ear. With a hoarse voice, he stretched out his voice, Dr. Luo, do you understand? I want to fuck you. Luo Hong panted and glanced at Gao Xiang. Although there was a strange passion in his body, he still had a strong fear that something was wrong with Gao Xiang. He had a premonition that something would happen to them. Something is going to happen. He has to get away. Run away? He didn't understand what fucked you meant, and he had never heard of this word, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing to say from Gao Xiang's mouth at this moment, so he murmured, let me go. Luo Hong's voice frightened him. He was weak, hoarse, with a useless vibrato, but this voice sounded extremely provocative to Gao Xiang's ears. He reached under Luo Hong's shirt and stroked it up and down. The thin and smooth touch was exactly as he imagined, and it also overlapped with the entangled body in his dream. At the same time, he suddenly lifted Luo Hong's body up, so that his lips could just kiss the nipple on Luo Hong's chest. He licked it with the tip of his tongue, took a few deep breaths, and touched his other hand with his other hand. The nipple on one side was gently rubbed twice, which made the limp Luo Hong groan on the spot. Luo Hong's voice made Gao Xiang excited. He hugged Luo Hong, pressed his body against the reef, and said in a low voice, Dr. Luo, I let you go now, who will help you relieve it? You are so hard. While kissing Luo Hong's lips frantically, he quickly tore off Luo Hong's belt, took off his pants, held his hardened baby with his big hand and rubbed it twice, rubbing his sensitive part in circles. It made Luo Hong gasp with excitement. Gao Xiang leaned into his ear and smiled evilly. Dr. Luo, you really have a little kidney deficiency. This can't work. Huh. All this happened so fast that Luo Hong was touched by Gao Xiang before he could react at all. The excitement he had never felt before made him not know how to fight back. His remaining rationality dominated him and made a fragmented voice, well, don't, Xianger, stop, ah. Gao Xiang rubbed hard, causing Luo Hong to cry out in pain. He leaned into Luo Hong's ear and smiled evilly, Dr. Luo, you sound really nice. Go on, keep on screaming, I want to hear it. Gao Xiang's fingertips stretched from Luo Hong's meatballs to the top of his cock, and finally clamped his cock with 2 fingers to the outside, causing the cock to bounce up and down twice. Luo Hong gasped and his body twitched. Luo Hong was lying on his back on the huge black reef. His fair skin was crystal clear under the moonlight. His chest heaved weakly. The passion rising from his body made him feel at a loss. Gao Xiang's attitude towards him made him feel even more embarrassing to the extreme. He can no longer tell whether the strange reaction of his body is due to excitement or pain. Both feelings are uncomfortable and painful, but he unexpectedly found that the heat of Gao Xiang's palm seemed to relieve his pain, and he instinctively wanted to get close to Gao Xiang to absorb more warmth and caress. Luo Hong was completely inexperienced. He ejaculated within a few strokes of being touched by Gao Xiang. His whole body twitched violently, and moaned with a cry. The appearance of Luo Hong's orgasm stimulated Gao Xiang. He hugged Luo Hong's trembling body. The cold touch made Gao Xiang, who wanted to fuck him, a little bit shaken. Helpless, he grabbed the corner of Gao Xiang's clothes with one hand, not knowing whether it was desire, refusal, or prayer. This kind of Luo Hong made Gao Xiang extremely excited, and his passion soared so high that his lower body was about to explode. He felt that if he didn't let it out, he would tear Luo Hong into pieces and swallow him mouthful. He didn't understand why he had such a desire for violence and blood. He only knew that Luo Hong had a kind of attraction that seduces the soul and drives people crazy. He hugged Luo Hong tightly, making their bare chests close to each other. The friction between their skins lifted each other's spirits. His slender fingers slid from Luo Hong's back to between his buttocks, touched his long-awaited meat hole. He eagerly pulled up and down and rubbed it twice, and let out a satisfied sigh. Gao Xiang licked Luo Hong's collarbone and thin shoulders with the tip of his tongue, and stared at every reaction of Luo Hong's caress with his red eyes. His 2 fingers pushed open the narrow and soft meat hole little by little, and Gao Xiang was already so excited that his forehead was sweating and his whole body was tense. What does it feel like to have a thick penis inserted? Luo Hong's head hangs weakly on Gao Xiang's neck, and Gao Xiang's fingers are picking and stirring his private parts back and forth, making him feel ashamed, but unable to struggle. Most importantly, the heat on Gao Xiang's body can relieve his pain. The touch of Gao Xiang's fingertips makes his genitals swell with strange desires. He longs for more caresses, longs for Gao Xiang to make him recover from this helpless freedom from the desire to understand. When the sticky honey juice secreted from the meat hole, and the tight meat hole was widened to soft and relaxed, Gao Xiang excitedly pulled Luo Hong's trousers off his ankles, lifted Luo Hong's thin legs, and put them on at his waist. He opened Luo Hong's buttocks, took out his astonishingly thick cock, pressed it against the trembling meat hole, rubbed it back and forth a few times, and pushed it in without hesitation. The pain when he first entered made Luo Hong, who was as breathless as silk, groaned, and he let out a low gasp. It hurts. The position was so tight that Gao Xiang's overly thick cock couldn't move forward at all. The mouth firmly bit his glands. The pain made him clench his teeth. He held Luo Hong's 2 buttocks with both hands, and pulled them apart forcefully. In order for him to enter smoothly, he panted heavily, and whispered in Luo Hong's ear, "Relax, let me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed in hard, causing Luo Hong to yell out in pain. Luo Hong's cry didn't stop Gao Xiang from entering. He even pushed in harder, and then pulled out, pumping back and forth a few times. The tight position gradually relaxed and softened, and was widened out of the tightness. The size of the heart was frightened, until the pumping became more comfortable, making Gao Xiang let out a high-pitched panting. Gao Xiang couldn't help sighing in his heart. That idiot Zhou Wenbin was right. Dr. Luo's ass is so tight that it makes a toothache. However, starting today, Dr. Luo's meat hole can only be enjoyed by him alone, and no one should think about it. This ecstasy body, he is going to be determined by Gao Xiang. The feeling of the wet and slippery flesh wall being closely combined with the cock made Gao Xiang narrow his eyes. The magical private part was full of his crazy power, which attracted him to push hard continuously. His speed became faster and faster until he was rough. The long cock was completely submerged, hitting Luo Hong's most sensitive nerves, and the two uttered a low cry at the same time. The pleasure of friction between the meat wall and the cock made Gao Xiang completely lose his mind. He held Luo Hong's thin waist and hit himself hard. He never knew that having sex with a man was like this. It was so wonderful that he couldn't use it. Words describe? So fucking comfortable? Especially looking at Luo Hong's thin and sickly body shaking violently as if it was falling apart by himself. When he got dizzy, he felt so excited that he was shaking all over, and he wanted to pump him even harder, wishing he could penetrate his whole body with a single shot. Gao Xiang, who had tasted the taste of a man for the first time, was like a beast that eats the marrow, completely ignoring the constant resistance and begging for mercy in Luo Hong's mouth. The thin, lifeless voice was like an aphrodisiac spell, making him want to ravage and torture this body even more. His thick meat blade unceremoniously shuttled through the private parts that drove him crazy and longed for. Luo Hong's body was like a bowl full of charming power, which attracted him to want to fuck uninterruptedly, made him addicted, made him he is crazy. Luo Hong's consciousness became more and more lax, and the feeling of pain and excitement was like a trial in the th floor of hell, making his fragile nerves wander on the verge of collapse. He never thought that this would happen to him. How did he and Gao Xiang come to this point in such a matter? It is obviously impossible to have such an intersection, so is this the end of their mutual restraint? Luo Hong felt something coming out of his body, gradually moving away from him, as if that thing was very precious to him, so precious that he couldn't hold back his tears, and he couldn't suppress the sharp pain in his chest. In the end, the pain was so painful that he finally lost consciousness. He doesn't know at all, the ravings he uttered in his sleep can never be separated from two words, Gao Xiang. Every time Luo Hong called Gao Xiang's name, Gao Xiang's heart throbbed inexplicably. The pain was so painful that he had nowhere to vent, so he could only hold his body tighter to relieve the emptiness in his heart. Holding Luo Hong's two buttocks, they opened them to both sides with the pumping action, causing their sexual organs to collide violently, and the sticky and slippery love juice made a puffing sound with the slapping of the flesh. The sensory stimulation magnified Gao Xiang's pleasure infinitely, making him cry like a trapped animal. While pumping and pumping, he felt a force from Luo Hong's body being sucked into his own body continuously. Luo Hong's thin body was like a dead leaf that had been sucked out of energy, swaying lifelessly with his movements, withered. Just like his name, Luo Hong. Gao Xiang's heart trembled violently. He hugged Luo Hong tightly, and a voice in his heart told him to stop, but the other voice was even more powerful, that is to snatch Luo Hong completely and suck him dry. Gao Xiang couldn't control the evil sexual desire in his body at all. He kept pushing until Luo Hong ejaculated unconsciously, and finally he shot the hot semen all over Luo Hong's private parts, and the two reached the peak. After a performance, Gao Xiang hadn't come back yet, and Luo Hong was nowhere to be seen. Gao Tianyan finally couldn't sit still. He patted Gao Tianheng's shoulder. Why hasn't Xianger come back yet? I'll look for it. No, he's such a big man, he can't be lost. Gao Tianheng watched the performance on stage intently, and replied casually. It's been almost half an hour, and I'm worried what will happen to them. Gao Tianyan was ready to get up after speaking. At this moment, Gao Tianheng's cell phone rang suddenly. He looked down and gestured to Gao Tianyan. It's Xianger calling. He answered the phone. Hello, Xianger, where are you? Have you found Dr. Luo? Gao Xiang's calm voice came from the opposite side. I found it. He's not feeling well. I'm about to send him to the hotel, so I won't go there. You two have fun. Uncomfortable? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. As you know, he has always been in poor health. It should be an old problem. I will send him back first. Okay, then are you coming back later? There are still good shows to watch at midnight. Haha. Decide as things go. Okay, you go. Gao Tianheng hung up the phone and said to Gao Tianyan, Dr. Luo is not feeling well. Xianger sent him back to rest. Don't worry. Gao Tianyan frowned. Uncomfortable? It was fine before. Gao Tianheng shook his head. Dr. Luo has always been in poor health, and you know that. I see, his health is not as good as yours. Since he entered Gao's house, I think your condition is much better than before. This is all thanks to Dr. Luo. Without him treating you, how would you have the energy to deal with the company's affairs? Gao Tianyan smiled. Of course I know that, and I am also very grateful to him, so I am a little worried about his body. It shouldn't be a serious problem. The doctor said it's fine. I guess it's just a little weak. Just replenish it. That's good. Hey, by the way, Tianyan, you are responsible for following up the project at Qinghe after you go back. This big project is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to show off your abilities. It took me a lot of hard work to convince my dad to let you handle it. You don't disappoint my hopes. Gao Tianyan's eyes lit up. She suppressed her excitement, and said softly, Third brother, do you think I can do it? I've only been working on it for a few days. I'm afraid you will screw up such a big project. Of course I won't let you handle it independently. I will follow up the whole process. After all, this project is very important to AU. If it goes wrong, it will be a big loss. That's great. I'm relieved to have you here. Gao Tianyan sighed faintly. Oh, third brother has been taking care of me like this. I really don't know how to thank you. Gao Tianheng took a puff of cigarette and shook his head. Don't say such unreasonable things about my family. Although I am not my father's biological child, his old man treats me closer than his own son. I also regard the Gao family as my dearest relatives. You are my fourth brother. Of course I hope you are well, and I also hope that the relationship between you and our father can improve, and you will do your best for the Gao family in the future. When Xianger inherits the Gao family's property, we will have to rely on you and me assist him and pass on the Gao family's career. Gao Tianyan lowered her head, her eyelids trembled slightly, and said softly, Thank you third brother, I understand, I will work hard. Gao Tianheng patted Gao Tianyan on the shoulder. Tianyan, our dad actually loves you very much. He sighed and smiled. Oh, forget it, let's watch the show. Finally come out, you have to have fun, and put your work and life aside for the time being. Gao Tianyan nodded obediently. Gao Tianheng took another look at Gao Tianyan, took a sip from his wine glass, and turned his head to look at the stage. Gao Tianyan behind him slowly raised his eyes to look at the back of his head. Under the thick and slender eyelashes, a pair of peach blossom eyes flashed brightly. Clean. Gao Xiang carried Luo Hong into the bathroom to help him clean up, and put him on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked up and down at Luo Hong's naked body. His blood rose for a while. What happened at the beach just now was like a dream, but when he woke up from the dream, he found that he had really fucked Luo Hong. He can't find any rational thinking in his mind now. He has only one feeling about having a relationship with Luo Hong until now, that is, the excitement is so exciting that it drives him crazy. What surprised him the most was that he didn't feel any guilt in his heart. Facing the skinny male body in front of him that he had fucked to death, he just wanted to plunder and devour him completely. None left. Gao Xiang swallowed his saliva, reached out to caress Luo Hong's cheek, slid across his slender neck, and then to his bare chest. The smooth skin and slender touch shocked Gao Xiang. He picked up Luo Hong's cold the palm of his hand, kissed his fingers lightly twice, leaned over and kissed the flesh powder on his chest, sucked a few mouthfuls, but felt that it was not enough, and licked and sucked more intensely. The feeling of excitement and comfort was like it's as satisfying as I can really inhale something. No, it seemed that something really entered his body, since he touched the stone. What the hell is he inhaling? He had also felt it carefully before, and he didn't feel any abnormality in his body. If there was anything, it would be that he felt that he had inexhaustible strength and energy in his body, and he also had an extreme desire for Luo Hong's body. He felt that all of this was not quite right, and it was very likely that it was caused by that stone. This stone was inherited from Luo Hong's ancestors, but he could actually resonate with it. Does that mean that he has something to do with this stone? Relation? The more Gao Xiang thought about it, the more unbelievable he became. Ever since he met this Luo Hong and saw all kinds of weird things happening to him, Gao Xiang now feels that he is a little abnormal. Facing Luo Hong's body, he couldn't control his brain at all, so he simply didn't think about anything for the time being and did what he wanted to do. He quickly stripped off his clothes, jumped onto the bed, kissed Luo Hong from head to toe, separated his legs, ate and drank in his most secret place, and took Luo Hong's cold body into his arms, covered with a blanket. Luo Hong was very well behaved and honest in his deep sleep. No matter how he fiddled with him, he wouldn't wake up. If he didn't have a pulse, Gao Xiang would have thought he was hugging a dead person. Gao Xiang rubbed Luo Hong's lips with his thumb, and asked softly, "Why are you always so cold?" He hugged Luo Hong tightly, and stroked Luo Hong's back with his big hands, hoping to transfer the heat of his body to Luo Hong. Also, what disease did he have? Why do doctors say I'm fine, but Luo Hong always said that he was sick? Can he even save the dead but he can't heal his own illness? Is it really a family disease as Ma Chuncha's information said? No matter what, he didn't believe that there would be such a strange thing in the world. It's a joke. If it's true, wouldn't Luo Hong have 2 years to live? How is this possible? Gao Xiang's heart twitched, and he quickly overturned this speculation. His breathing was a little unsteady, and he stared fixedly at Luo Hong's face, observing carefully, wishing to see through his skin into his bones. Watching Gao Xiang narrow his eyes suddenly, he reached out to touch the small black mole on the corner of Luo Hong's eye, and blurted out, "The fierce mole." Gao Xiang froze for a moment, rolled his eyes several times, quickly held Luo Hong's face with both hands, looked around, and suddenly sat up from the bed. He helped Luo Hong cover the quilt, jumped out of bed, walked to the mirror and looked at his face, and was taken aback again. He can read faces? He raised his hand and looked at the lines on his palm. The veins of numerology clearly appeared, which completely stunned Gao Xiang. He hurried to the bedside and took a look at Luo Hong's palm. His eyebrows were instantly knotted. He scolded, "Fuck. Really? How does this make him, a scientifically educated atheist, deal with it? Isn't this nonsense?" Gao Xiang picked up the shorts on the ground, took out the stone from his pocket, and looked at it. It was cold and lifeless, with no light at all. He looked at Luo Hong who was on the bed, and put the pendant in his palm. There was a faint light. Touching this stone again, it turned out to be a bit hot. Gao Xiang's brain was running fast, connecting all the things that happened, breaking them up and rearranging them, considering many possibilities, and finally came to a conclusion that he couldn't believe at all. Could it be, he came from Luo Hong? This ability obtained from him? He went to Luo Hong, so the ability that originally belonged to Luo Hong was absorbed into him? What about Luo Hong? Does Luo Hong still have the ability to divination? He sat on the edge of the bed and grabbed Luo Hong's shoulders and shook it twice. "Dr. Luo? Dr. Luo." Luo Hong didn't react at all, even his breathing was very weak. That state really seemed to have his soul sucked out, like a living dead, lifeless. Gao Xiang suddenly felt chills all over his body. He hurriedly jumped onto the bed, hugged Luo Hong and shouted loudly, "Dr. Luo? Dr. Luo? Wake up." Luo Hong raised his head weakly. His whole body was like a puppet with broken strings, and he was limp in Gao Xiang's arms. Except for his weak breathing and pulse, Luo Hong only had a cold body and a fresh and handsome face. Hugging tightly, my whole heart was pulled together, and I fell into an unprecedented fear. After Gao Tianyan came back, he went straight to Gao Xiang's bedroom. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Gao Tianheng took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator and drank a couple of sips, then asked, "Is he asleep?" Gao Tianyan didn't answer, turned around and went straight to Luo Hong's room. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, Luo Hong's door suddenly opened. Gao Xiang looked up at Gao Tianyan, then at Gao Tianheng who came after him, and smiled. "Yo, you're back now? Have a good time. Is it?" He closed the door and cut off Gao Tianyan's exploring sight. "It's nothing fun. How is Dr. Luo?" Gao Tianyan asked. "He's fine." Gao Xiang replied calmly. "Didn't it be fine before? Why did you suddenly feel uncomfortable? I'll go and see him." Gao Tianyan stretched out his hand to open the door. Gao Xiang pressed his hand, smiled and said, "He's asleep, you can watch it tomorrow morning." Gao Tianyan's face changed slightly. Gao Xiang hurriedly grabbed Gao Tianyan's arm again. "You are not in good health, you should go to bed earlier, let's go, I will give you a massage, so that you can have a good night's sleep." After hearing this, Gao Tianyan pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, I haven't been treated like this for a long time." Gao Tianheng, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, turned his head and looked at the two of them. "Xianger, when will you give me a squeeze? My neck has been hurting a lot lately." Gao Xiang led Gao Tianyan to the bedroom, and grinned at Gao Tianheng. "Okay, I'll find you later." The two entered Gao Tianyan's bedroom, and Gao Tianyan quickly walked to the bed and lay down on the bed, waiting for Gao Xiang to massage him. Gao Xiang walked to the bed and asked while rubbing Gao Tianyan's shoulders, "Fourth uncle, I see that your legs are much better, and it will probably recover in 10.5 months. Gao Tianyan gasped comfortably. "It should be about the same." Gao Tianyan narrowed her eyes. It might be difficult to cure this leg. He would rather not have this leg than let Luo Hong stay in Gao's house. He believed in his own feeling that Luo Hong would hinder his plan. Gao Xiang, who was always looking after himself, changed. After Luo Hong appeared, his well-behaved Xianger became less obedient and less concerned about himself. How did this happen? His Xianger is his most perfect chess piece, a chess piece that he has spent more than 10 years carefully cultivating. In order to cultivate him, Gao Tianyan really worked hard. Look, his injuries, and these broken body, that broken leg. How could a little doctor destroy all of this? Compared to his own health, he wanted to see Xiaobo Gao suffer more, to see the Gao family destroyed by himself. This is the only motivation for him to live on, the only one. No one can stop him? Gao Tianyan pressed her eyes directly against the head of the bed, and said in a low voice, "Xianger, do you still count on what you promised fourth uncle?" Gao Xiang looked at the centipede-shaped scar exposed on Gao Tianyan's waist. His eyes trembled a little. "Don't worry, I will do what I say." Gao Tianyan patted Gao Xiang's arm with his back, and said with a smile, "Xianger, you are so kind. Fourth uncle didn't love you for nothing." Gao Xiang stopped talking, and concentrated on helping Gao Tianyan massage. Gao Xiang's massage techniques are very sophisticated, and he obviously does this kind of thing often. Gao Tianyan was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. He snorted softly and said in a low voice, "Xianger, you haven't slept in the same bed with fourth uncle since you were in high school. Don't leave tonight, just chat with fourth uncle." Gao Xiang grinned, "I'm so big and I'm sharing a bed with you, you must not be able to sleep well. Let's forget it." Gao Tianyan chuckled, "Yeah, you were only 1.7 meters 5 3 years ago, and in the blink of an eye, you looked like a telegraph pole, not cute at all. Fourth uncle still likes you before, thin and small, white and tender, it feels good in your arms." Gao Tianyan elongated her voice, squinted her eyes and said, "It's really nostalgic." Gao Xiang's eyebrows twitched. The feeling of being thin and small, white and tender, has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't have much memory, but Luo Hong. Gao Xiang's breathing was suddenly a little unsteady. He quickly helped Gao Tianyan rub twice, pulled the quilt to cover him up. "Okay, you go to bed early, I'll go see third uncle." Gao Tianyan turned over and called Gao Xiang to stop. "Wait. Okay, Xianger, come here and let fourth uncle hug you." Gao Xiang hesitated for a moment, walked over and sat on the side of the bed. Gao Tianyan propped himself up and hugged Gao Xiang, touched Gao Xiang's broad back with both arms, patted it twice, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Gao Xiang glanced at Gao Tianyan who was nearby, and was a little stunned for a moment. He suddenly grabbed Gao Tianyan's palm and looked at it, with an imperceptible look of surprise flashing across his eyes. Gao Tianyan asked curiously, "What's the matter? Could it be that Dr. Luo taught you how to read physiognomy?" Gao Xiang looked up at Gao Tianyan, squinted his eyes and smiled. "No, go to sleep, I'm going out first." After finishing speaking, Gao Xiang got up and left the bedroom. Gao Tianyan stared at the door panel, and suddenly fell on the bed like a deflated ball. He took out a cigarette from under the pillow and lit it. "I don't feel strong when I stand up, I'll be shorter, I'll be thinner, and my frame will be smaller." Gao Xiang in junior high school was like a crystal doll, so beautiful, with that small figure, that fair skin, and that touch, and that pink and tender little housework, which is really rare. How did he grow into a big man in 3 years? That handsome face full of masculinity, that fit and strong body is really enviable. The looks, figure, and height that Gao Tianyan dreamed of all belonged to Gao Xiang. Not only that, he has a super high IQ, both parents, a prominent net worth, and a collection of thousands of favors. He almost has Gao Tianyan. No, it should be said that everything that ordinary people wish to have. Gao Tianyan took another deep puff of cigarette and exhaled a long puff of smoke. He leaned back on the head of the bed and snorted. Don't worry, all of this will be yours in the end. Gao Xiang came out of Gao Tianyan's room, walked to the door of Gao Tianheng's bedroom, pushed the door open and saw that he had already fallen asleep, so he went directly to Luo Hong's room, locked the door behind him, walked to the bed, and lifted a corner of the quilt looking at it. The pendant placed on Luo Hong's chest was still glowing. He stretched out his hand to touch Luo Hong's chest. Although it was cold, it was somewhat warmer, and he looked a little more angry than before. It seems that his inference is correct. Gao Xiang's eyes narrowed. He lifted the quilt and got into the bed, hugged Luo Hong's body, stroked his body with his long hands up and down, so that his own temperature could be passed to him as soon as possible. He scanned Luo Hong's side face seriously. The more you watch, the more addicted you become, and the more confused you become, until you can no longer look away. I really didn't expect Dr. Luo, who has been showing other people's faces, to have a charming face himself. Does he know it? If he knew, how could he be so dumb and stupid, not knowing how to guard against others? Doesn't he know how dangerous his appearance is? If he had known that Luo Hong had such a face, he would have definitely hidden Luo Hong from seeing others. Gao Xiang lowered his head and kissed Luo Hong's lips, and said with a smile, but it's still too late, Dr. Luo. From today on, you don't want to go anywhere. Gao Xiang turned off the air conditioner, hugged the ice-like Luo Hong tightly, and fell asleep contentedly. Luo Hongchang has never felt hot at such a young age, let alone sweating, especially when he was sleeping. He was often woken up by the cold, but today he was woken up by the heat, so hot that he couldn't breathe. Luo Hong felt his body was wet, sticky, and very uncomfortable. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The strange ceiling, the strange environment, the familiar face. Familiar face? The man was lying on his side, as hot as an electric oven. He held his head with one hand, and was staring at him intently. Luo Hong hurriedly tried to sit up, but felt completely paralyzed, unable to exert any strength from head to toe. He couldn't even move his neck, only his eyes could move. He blinked twice, and said in an extremely thin voice, Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, Dr. Luo, you finally woke up. Gao Xiang's smirk woke up the dazed Luo Hong instantly, and some bad memories jumped into his brain, but he wasn't sure if it was real or just a dream, so he asked tentatively, last night, what have you done? You don't remember. Gao Xiang lowered his head and kissed Luo Hong's lips lightly, stroked Luo Hong's naked body back and forth with his long hands, raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Do you remember now? Luo Hong felt a strange buzzing sound in his head. He looked at Gao Xiang in horror and made a trembling and broken voice. You, what am I? Gao Xiang asked with a grin. The sun was shining brightly. The memories of last night crashed into Luo Hong's paralyzed brain like a mountain and sea. The exasperating and extremely embarrassing process completely short-circuited Luo Hong's thinking, and he lost his mind. He roared, you know you did it yourself. What? Why did you do that kind of thing? Are you bewitched? Luo Hong suddenly remembered that Gao Xiang was indeed bewitched, and murmured, I told you that you had a problem, but you don't listen. This kind of thing happened? What should I do? Luo Hong's eyes were red with anxiety. He struggled to get up, and kept muttering in his heart, it's over, it's over. What should he do next? Correct, his stuff? Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang in panic, and shouted hoarsely, where's my pendant? Gao Xiang gently pulled Luo Hong, and put Luo Hong, who was struggling hard, on the bed again. He put his arms around Luo Hong's neck, looked down at him, and picked up half a piece of sanjiang from Luo Hong's chest in a leisurely manner. While, shaking in front of Luo Hong's eyes, here. Luo Hong's eyes widened, and he wanted to reach out to snatch it, but his hand couldn't be lifted at all, and it fell down weakly just halfway up, and he said angrily, give it back to me. Gao Xiang chuckled, no, your child has become like this? You did something wrong, do you know? This thing is useless to you, it is really important to me? Give it back to me. Luo Hong's weak voice was fundamental. There is no deterrence, and the whole body is as unmotivated as a puddle of mud. This made Luo Hong angry and annoyed. His face was flushed and he was sweating profusely. Gao Xiang looked at the pendant. I know it is very important to you. He stared down at Luo Hong, met his eyes, and said in a deep voice, but I can't give it to you. Why do you? Luo Hong frowned angrily. Luo Hong kept thinking in his heart that Gao Xiang must be bewitched. Otherwise, why would you do such a bad thing to him? But why can't he feel the evil spirit on Gao Xiang? Luo Hong has only one thought now, that is his treasure. His lifeblood was taken away by Gao Xiang. Without it, he will not live long. He wants to get back what belongs to him. Xianger, stop making trouble. Do you still recognize me as a master? If you still recognize me, you can return it to me. Be obedient. Luo Hong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his excited mood. Gao Xiang suddenly hung the double dragon wall around his neck, met Luo Hong's wide-eyed eyes, and approached him little by little, lips, and said with a deep smile, tell me, how important is he? If you convince me, I'll give it back to you. If you can't convince me, I won't give it to you. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Gao Xiang suddenly became so vicious. It is also yin and yang, with a big tone like an old man. He was obviously a very upright and lovable young man before. Why did he change overnight? Was he really possessed by evil spirits? But judging from his face and breath, there is nothing unusual, right? Luo Hong trembled anxiously. Gao Xiang, you are acting like a bandit. How can I continue to teach you Luo's medical skills with such a bad behavior? If you don't return it to me, not to mention that our mentor-student friendship will be wiped out, I will also wipe it out. Tell Mr. Gao about this. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong frowning and staring in a serious manner, and finally couldn't help laughing twice. Then, as if nothing happened, he slid his fingers to Luo Hong's neck, outlined the outline of his collarbone, and stroked his flat neck. The smooth and slender touch of his chest made his heart flutter. He suddenly raised Luo Hong's head, let him rest on his arm, and hugged him into his arms. Luo Hong was taken aback, and suddenly swallowed back the words he was chanting, and he asked a little stiffly, "What are you going to do?" Gao Xiang squinted at him, with a charming arc on his mouth, and answered Luo Hong's question with actions. He lifted the quilt on Luo Hong's chest, revealing a large area of attractive spring, and leaned over to kiss the tender flower on his chest. Fen stuck out the tip of his tongue, poked and licked it in circles, sucked a few more mouthfuls on the protruding flesh, raised his beast-like eyes to see Luo Hong's terrified reaction, and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to kiss you. You." He rubbed Luo Hong's nipple on the other side with one hand, making it stand upright and red, slightly swollen, with a pink and bright luster. Gao Xiang's movements made Luo Hong's whole body tremble like an electric shock, and the cold hair washed away from his toes to his forehead layer by layer like waves. The exciting feeling made him instinctively hum. Suddenly remembering another horrifying incident that happened last night, combined with Gao Xiang's current actions, Luo Hong almost spit out a few mouthfuls of blood on the spot, as if his nerves were broken. He lost his voice for more than 10 seconds, abruptly watching Gao Xiang kiss down from his chest all the way to his most sensitive area. Luo Hong finally shouted, "Stop. Stop it, are you crazy? Gao Xiang, do you know that you are do what?" Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong's beautiful housework, and said in a gentle voice, "I know what I'm doing, I said it, I want to kiss you." As he spoke, he bent down and approached Luo Hong's sensitive area, which shocked Luo Hong into a cold sweat. Luo Hong's chest was like a huge stone weighing hundreds of catties, and he couldn't even breathe smoothly. Ashamed, angry, annoyed, anxious, and puzzled all hit his heart. He struggled to get up, and pushed with all his strength. With a high shot, the whole body fell out of the bed. Gao Xiang grabbed his waist, brought him into his arms, separated his legs and let him straddle his body. The two naked bodies were instantly fitted together tightly, and Luo Hong and Gao Xiang's pair did not feel guilty at all. When the deep and smiling eyes looked at each other, he suddenly felt dizzy. He struggled twice, but failed. He felt something hard against his lower body, which made him tremble all over. His skin was as red and hot as a freshly cooked duck. At that time, Luo Hong really wanted to die. His anxious eyes were bloodshot, and there were drops of water on his trembling eyelashes. He put his arms on Gao Xiang's chest desperately, and screamed almost desperately, "Gao Xiang, what good does it do you to torture me? You don't give me what I have, and now you do this kind of thing to me. You, why are you doing?" Gao Xiang blinked, and suddenly pushed Luo Hong down on the bed, rolled his eyes, and suddenly let out a slightly painful voice. "I don't know why this happened. Since I touched this rock, I feel like a different person, like, I don't know if it's a ghost or not." Luo Hong was stunned. The painful feeling just now calmed down a little bit. He was attracted by this keyword, ghost upper body. Yes, otherwise how could I have become like this? The stone also told me that I will be his new owner in the future. If I abandon him, my life will be gone. Tell me, how can I give it to you? Gao Xiang said displeased. Luo Hong's eyes widened in shock. Is it real or not? His baby can still talk. Why hasn't he known for so many years? Wrong. Luo Hong suddenly remembered that after coming to Gao's house, someone would always appear in his dreams and talk to him. Could it be that person existed independent? Luo Hong suddenly realized that according to the hidden words, he could not break the curse without the help of the Gao family, and this double dragon wall should also have a great relationship with the Gao family. Luo Hong suddenly grabbed Gao Xiang's arm, and asked excitedly, "Did it really tell you that? What else did it say?" Gao Xiang thought for a while. "That's all I said, but I can feel that something strange has entered my body and merged with my consciousness. It seems to manipulate my consciousness from time to time, making me always act strange things. For example, I can't help but want to kiss you." Gao Xiang lowered his head and kissed Luo Hong, stuck out his tongue to tease Luo Hong's slightly parted lips and his cold tongue, and stroked Luo Hong's thin lips back and forth with his warm palm. A thin waist takes advantage of everything. Luo Hong's whole body shuddered again, and he managed to regain some sanity from Gao Xiang's frantic kisses and caresses. The feeling of yearning for Gao Xiang's touch made him feel strange and warm, but also very embarrassing and puzzled. He began to think about Gao Xiang's problem. According to Gao Xiang's temperament changed drastically after he touched the double dragon wall. What Gao Xiang said was not a lie, but if this kind of thing really happened, then Gao Xiang would be in danger. Being controlled by evil spirits is no joke, and you might do something terrible in the future. Wasn't he doing something outrageous and embarrassing last night, and now? Luo Hong's body began to become a little clammy. He grabbed Gao Xiang's hand that was reaching between his legs, and gasped, "Stop. Xianger, if what you said is true, then you must be controlled by an evil spirit. We have to find a way to get him out of your body." Gao Xiang twitched his eyebrows, raised his eyebrows and asked, evil spirits? Exorcism? Yes? If you don't get rid of the evil spirits, you will be the same as Zhou Wenbin. Sooner or later, you will be completely controlled by the evil spirits and lose your original humanity. Gao Xiang said stared straight at Luo Hong, and asked, how to get rid of it? This. Luo Hong hesitated for a moment, the secret must not be leaked, you don't need to ask any more questions, I will settle this matter for you on an auspicious day. Gao Xiang pursed his lips and smiled, okay, I'll leave it to you. Gao Xiang lowered his head and kissed the side of Luo Hong's ear, wrapping his earlobe in his mouth, as if he would never be able to feed him, eager to get more of what he longed for from Luo Hong. Luo Hong got angry, pushed Gao Xiang hard, and shouted in a low voice, stop. Don't continue like this, Xianger, wake up, you have to work hard to regain your consciousness, before I do it, you don't give into it, be strong. Gao Xiang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly, and replied solemnly, okay, I will try my best. Also, you have to give me back my things. Luo Hong reached out and grabbed the hanging double dragon wall, and tugged hard. I can't give it to you. Without it, my life is gone. Gao Xiang seriously refused and snatched it back. Luo Hong became anxious, but I can't do without it. I need it to cure my illness. Sure enough, as he expected, Gao Xiang narrowed his eyes, turned his eyeballs, and smiled, it's easy, come to me if you need it, before you dispel the evil spirits in my body, put me here first, I will definitely help you keep it well. How can this work? Shida told me not to leave my body for a moment, otherwise my life will be killed immediately. This evil spirit is so powerful, I am so scared. You can help me disperse him, and I will not be able to run away. What are you afraid of? Big deal, I follow you every day, let you watch it anytime, anywhere. Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang suspiciously, and saw that his expression was serious, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. Although Luo Hong felt that something was wrong, he couldn't figure out what was wrong, so he could only reluctantly agree, okay. Then you have to take good care of it, it has been with me for 26 years. For Luo Hong's correction, Gao Xiang didn't react strangely, he nodded, okay, don't worry. Luo Hong let out a deep breath secretly. At present, it seems that this is the only way to solve the problem. He looked straight at the pendant on Gao Xiang's chest, unable to let go no matter what, and became anxious. He always felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? He raised his eyes to look at Gao Xiang, those eyes were too beautiful and too deep, as if they could see through him, hit his heart directly, making Luo Hong feel like he was not wearing any clothes, in fact he was not wearing any clothes. Luo Hong hurriedly turned his eyes away, ready to get up. This time Gao Xiang didn't stop him anymore, sticking to him, and got out of bed and changed his clothes, but his eyes almost never left Luo Hong, he kept chasing him, watching him put the clothes on one by one. Well, he retracted his straight gaze, and left Luo Hong's bedroom with a half smile. The four of them went to the restaurant for dinner. While chatting, Gao Tianheng asked Luo Hong beside him, Dr. Luo, I mentioned earlier that I want to learn physiognomy from you. How do you think about it? Gao Xiang and Gao Tianyan, who were sitting across from each other, looked at Luo Hong at the same time. Luo Hong, who had never eaten raw or cold food, became inexplicably interested today and even started to eat ice cream. Luo Hong, who had never eaten raw or cold food since childhood, couldn't stand the temptation of novel delicacies, and was carefully tasting mango sorbet. Hearing Gao Tianheng's words, his heart trembled. On the plane that day, Gao Tianheng mentioned this matter, and Luo Hong thought he said it casually said, and then perfunctory. Who would have thought that Gao Tianheng actually took it to heart? Luo Hong smiled stiffly. I haven't thought about it yet. Don't worry, the Luo family's ancestral physiognomy is not easy to spread. I have to think again. Gao Tianheng smiled. Okay, don't worry, just think about it slowly. By the way, I've always been curious about my face. I asked someone else to see it, but I couldn't believe it. How about you help me take a look now? Luo Hong hesitated for a moment, remembering that Gao Tianheng's face is pretty, so it's okay to talk, so he picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth, pushed the delicious ice cream aside, and replied, okay. Gao Tianyan on the opposite side hurriedly took over the words, Dr. Luo, last time I asked you to read it, you just put me off with a few casual sentences. Don't try to run away today. Show it to my third brother. Be sure to show it to me. Look, I see if you are right, I study my face every day. Gao Tianyan smiled. Luo Hong laughed dryly, turned his head to look at Gao Tianheng. He reached out and stroked Gao Tianheng's hair, brushed away the hair on his forehead, and looked at it carefully. Luo Hong's slender eyes were soft and focused, with a heroic air, and a little fairy air. Gao Tianheng felt hot and dry for no reason. He coughed lightly. How is it? Luo Hong picked up his palm and looked at it, then smiled and said, Mr. Tianheng is a good man. Gao Xiang on the opposite side scoffed, expressing his disdain. Gao Tianheng laughed loudly. Of course I am a good person. I am still very confident in this, but this kind person may not be rewarded well. Tell me, what is the fate of a good person like me? It can be seen from your hair that you suffered a lot when you were a teenager, but later you met a noble person and ended this period of sorrow. Because you are smart and sensible, you achieved success early, you have a successful career and a happy family. Yours gentle personality yet wise, can make everything happen. You have a full heaven and a horn on your forehead, which is the sign of great blessing. Your eyebrows are raised, your eyes are full, and you have a strong sense of enterprise. A plump nose, a round head, and a slight lordosis indicate that you are affectionate and righteous, and you are expensive if you are not a virtuous person. In short, you are a rare good face. Gao Tianheng was taken aback by what Luo Hong said. He didn't even know that he was so good, and speaking from Luo Hong's mouth, the soft accent, the soothing tone, and the clear voice made him feel a little ashamed. Gao Tianyan looked at the blushing Gao Tianheng with her chin on her cheeks, and said mockingly, "Oh, third brother, isn't it beautiful? How many years have you been praised like this?" Gao Tianheng tugged on his tie, and scolded Gao Tianyan with a smile, Go, don't talk nonsense, Dr. Luo is not praising me, what he said is the truth, your third brother and I are 3 good men, you are ignorant." Gao Tianheng's mouth curled up, "It's really beautiful in my heart." Gao Xiang looked at Gao Tianheng coldly, and then at Luo Hong. The latter hurriedly avoided his sight and lowered his head to eat his mango sorbet. Gao Xiang stared at the hair spinning on the top of Luo Hong's head, covering his whole body in his scorching gaze, wishing he could create a barrier with his eyes, lock him inside, and prevent him from coming out to see people forever. The aura emanating from Luo Hong's body is a natural aphrodisiac. It has nothing to do with men and women, or love. As long as you look closely at him for a few seconds, you will be confused by him and produce an instinctive animal reaction. This kind of him interacting and getting along with people is basically a kind of suicidal behavior. If some pervert with poor concentration takes a fancy to him, maybe he will be eaten alive as a delicacy. When Gao Xiang thought of this, his heart became agitated. He couldn't help thinking that Luo Hong had lived in Wuhe town for 26 years, and he was still intact. He didn't believe that no one really knew how to appreciate Luo Hong's appearance in that remote mountainous area. He couldn't help making a bold guess that there must be something in Wuhe town that could protect Luo Hong. It can be inferred that there must be such capable people in his family. Although this kind of thinking is nonsense, after meeting Luo Hong, too many things happened that made Gao Xiang's ass hurt, and he couldn't understand things, so he must abandon his original thinking and change his way of thinking to think and understand the problem. I don't know how Ma Chun's investigation is going. I really want to go back sooner. It's not convenient to check anything outside. Gao Xiang is really anxious and upset. Dr. Luo, you are weak, don't eat such cold food, come, drink some warm herbal tea. Gao Tianyan's voice suddenly rang beside his ears, pulling Gao Xiang back to his soul. Luo Hong ate until his lips turned purple, and the corners of his mouth were stained with white sorbet. It was so funny that the 3 people present couldn't help but laugh. Luo Hong also felt that he had lost his composure. He was such a grown man, why did he look like a child? Didn't he eat good food, disgraceful and lost at home? Luo Hong took the warm tea, thanked him, and drank it. Dr. Luo, it's time for you to show me your face. Gao Tianyan said with a smile. Luo Hong looked up at him. He was sitting very close to Gao Xiang, so close that Luo Hong couldn't ignore Gao Xiang next to him. He could see Gao Xiang staring at him from the corner of his eye. Embarrassment is unavoidable. After all, an extremely embarrassing incident happened between him and Gao Xiang, which almost overturned his master-student relationship with Gao Xiang. And according to Gao Xiang, he is being controlled by evil spirits. He always wants to kiss him. Boom! Luo Hong's white face suddenly turned into a monkey's butt. He hurriedly said several times in his heart to calm himself down. That was not Gao Xiang's own will, he was being controlled. Be sure to ignore Gao Xiang, ignore it. He calmed down a bit, and said with a hey smile, Mr. Tianyan's life is very good, as I said last time. Hey, you are not fair. I want to listen to the details like the third brother. Don't favor one person over another. Luo Hong looked at Gao Tianyan with a little embarrassment. Before Gao Tianyan said that he liked Sima Yi, Luo Hong's heart was already pounding. As we all know, Sima Yi is the face of the wolf, and all the faces of the wolf are wolf-hearted, with bad intentions, or with the ambition of an emperor, and they are not willing to be inferior to others. Gao Tianyan is also the prime minister of Wolfgu. He likes Sima Yi, probably for the same reason. Since he has a lot of physiognomy books on his bookshelf, he must know a thing or two about his own face, right? After Luo Hong came to Beijing, he lied a lot. After calculation, it was more than the sum of his lies in the past 30 years. He didn't like Sima Yi. He was actually very vulgar. He admired Zhuge Liang and Cao more. It was purely to cater to Gao Tianyan's interest, to enhance the relationship between the two of them, to get to know Gao Tianyan better, and to pave the way for him to unravel that cryptic phrase. Speaking of Gao Tianyan's face, not to mention that he will definitely bring disasters to Gao's family, even his peach blossom face, unlucky face, is not very pleasant to say. If you don't offend others, you may lose your life. Don't tell me, it's not good. Lying, Luo Hong is not good at it at all, and he doesn't have much to make up nonsense. This is a bit difficult for Luo Hong. He stared at Gao Tianyan, froze for more than 10 seconds without holding back a fart. Just when he was riding a tiger, Gao Xiang suddenly said, "Fourth uncle, let me show you." The 3 of them looked at Gao Xiang at the same time and asked, "Do you know how to read?" "Yes, Master Luo taught me." "Me?" Luo Hong stared at Gao Xiang in a daze. Since when did he teach Gao Xiang how to look? Gao Xiang winked at Luo Hong, turned Gao Tianyan's face, looked at it carefully, and said with a smile, "Fourth uncle, your face is really amazing. You have many peach blossoms in your life, a prosperous love scene, and many children and grandchildren in your old age. The wife is virtuous and the son is filial, a life of wealth and life. Good. That's great. The three of them were stunned when they heard this, and Luo Hong thought to himself, what the hell is going on here? How can this be Gao Tianyan's fate? Only the first two sentences are correct, the latter is pure nonsense. Gao Tianyan laughed after hearing this. Is it true? Is it that good? Why is what I wrote in the book different from what you said? Those books were written by charlatans. They are not accurate at all. Dr. Luo's is the real physiognomy. I got his true biography. Trust me, it is absolutely right. Gao Tianheng laughed loudly. Okay, Xiang'er, you have learned a lot from Dr. Luo. When will you show us your ability to see a doctor? Okay, that's no problem. Gao Xiang grinned, and glanced at Luo Hong with narrowed eyes, and Luo Hong's scalp exploded from that glance. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Gao Xiang seemed to have seen his embarrassment, so he specially rescued him. Moreover, when he was showing Gao Tianyan's face, he felt an evil spirit overflowing from Gao Xiang's body, but only one in an instant. The yang energy in Gao Xiang's body was suppressed, making that evil energy disappear without a trace. If Luo Hong hadn't been staring at Gao Xiang, the change in less than a second would have been impossible for him have witnessed. Luo Hong was a little confused. Gao Xiang didn't lie, something did enter his body. It's just that evil spirit and Gao Xiang. Who is controlling who? Gao Xiang is just an ordinary boy. Will he know how to control evil spirits? This is too unreasonable, a bit beyond Luo Hong's understanding. He has checked many ancient books, but has never seen such a situation, so Luo Hong is a bit confused. After eating, the four of them went to the beach to play all morning. Luo Hong sat under the coconut tree and watched them, like other men and women, playing and frolicking in the sea under the scorching Sunday. I am very envious. Gao Xiang is a good surfer, with layers of waves blown by the wind. He changes all kinds of difficult movements to be with the waves and compete with the sea. His chic and neat posture seems to have conquered the sea and made it his. The vassals are scrambling to chase his steps, sending waves of peaks under his feet. Luo Hong stared at Gao Xiang intently, with naked envy and jealousy in his eyes. He felt that this child really lived up to his name, Gao Xiang. The Gao family really knows how to come up with a name. Obviously they have high hopes for him, wishing him to spread his wings and soar high, to honor his ancestors. Right, most people's wealth is no more than 3, but I heard that the ancestors of the Gao family were all high-ranking officials, or they were in business. They have been rich for hundreds of years. It can be predicted how much he will achieve in the future. As an aristocratic prince ceiling, Gao Xiang can still be so upbeat. It is really difficult for people not to envy and hate. Even Luo Hong, who claims to be like calm water, can't escape it. He said to himself, how wonderful this life is, how wonderful, dazzling. Luo Hong's eyes trembled a little. He looked back, leaned weakly on the coconut tree, and looked at groups of lively people full of vitality, laughing and playing. Occasionally a parent led and naughty children walked past him while counting, and young couples or lovers complained and pushed each other over trivial matters. Luo Hong raised his head, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the rustling sound of the sea breeze blowing through the leaves, the swishing sound of the waves hitting the shore, and the melodious chirping of seagulls from time to time, which gradually made Luo Hong's heart settle down. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. If heaven is so beautiful, it would be nice to live there. Beep. Hearing the sound of the fax, Gao Xiang, who was playing the game, threw down the handle and rushed over, passing one to read. He entrusted a friend in the library to look up these materials about witch doctors. Gao Xiang didn't know why he had to keep biting the word witch doctor to start the investigation. In his subconscious, he was inexplicably sure that Luo Hong must have something to do with the witch doctor. Ever since something entered his body that night, this feeling it's getting stronger. When all the information was delivered, he also read half of it. Gao Xiang didn't see any substantive content until the end. Gao Xiang threw the information on the table, picked up the stone on his chest and looked at it. Why does this thing only glow when Luo Hong touches it? Why can I get this ability from Luo Hong? Gao Xiang frowned and stared at it. A question suddenly flashed in his mind. Did he get the ability from this stone, or did he get it from having sex with Luo Hong? He instinctively felt that it was the latter. Gao Xiang lied. The desire for Luo Hong's body was entirely his own consciousness, and the guy who entered his body kept resisting, as if he was afraid that he would become stronger after doing this, and thus wipe him out. What exactly is this thing sucked out of the stone? Gao Xiang's eyes suddenly dimmed, and his hands clenched the stone tightly. After dinner, Luo Hong gave Gao Tianyan a few needles. Hainan is relatively humid, and Gao Tianyan's body is damp and difficult to recover. Luo Hong suggested that he take a hot bath. Gao Tianheng suggested that everyone should go to a spa. Luo Hong had heard about this miraculous spa for a long time, but he had never seen it, let alone tried it. He was really curious, so he followed the 3 of them to the spa. But as soon as he entered the locker room, he regretted it a little. He has never tried living in groups, let alone taking a bath with a group of people. Looking around, they are all strong old men, or old men with swimming rings hanging on their stomachs. Don't care if they look good or not. Anyway, they are worth seeing. At least they won't make people feel hideous. There is no man who doesn't care about his figure, and Luo Hong is the same. When he went to the beach in the morning, he didn't dare to go into the sea. First, he was unwell, and second, he was embarrassed. He wrapped himself up tightly, for fear that people would see him. It is so thin that it is unsightly. But at the seaside, no one cares whether you wear clothes or not. It's different here. If you want to take a bath, how can you not take off your clothes? Luo Hong held his swim trunks and bathrobe, lowered his head slightly, and couldn't control his eyes from squinting at the other three people. Gao Xiang was taking off his t-shirt, and his slightly bowed, wide back and strong and fit body jumped into Luo Hong's eyes. He couldn't help attracting his envious and jealous heart and eyes, and kept staring at his body, until Gao Xiang took off his underwear and revealed a proud big dick. Luo Hong just passed by suddenly. He looked at his body subconsciously again, envious in his heart. Why did he grow up? Luo Hong slowly put the bathrobe in the cabinet. It took tens of seconds to unbutton a shirt. He scratched his head, rubbed his hands, and folded the swimming trunks and bathrobe over and over again, but he didn't take them off. Clothes. The three of them chatted enthusiastically because of one topic, and they didn't pay much attention to Luo Hong's actions. Luo Hong just looked at them from the sidelines. Shaking, how come Gao Tianhong, who is so gentle, has such a good figure? What about Gao Tianyan? Luo Hong refused to give up and wanted to find some balance on Gao Tianyan. He looked at Gao Tianyan through the two of them. Gao Tianyan, who had already changed into her swimming trunks, was brushing her hair in front of the mirror. Jaws dropped to the ground. He originally hoped that the thin Gao Tianyan could save him some face, but who would have imagined that Gao Tianyan is tall and big-boned, thin, but what can he want? He was still thin and strong, although he was not as perfect as Gao Xiang's masculine figure, but he was definitely a handsome man of another style. How could the Gao family's genes be so good? It is said that one side of the soil nourishes the other side of people. This is true. The northerners are happy to grow up. They try their best to let the growth out. Unlike the southerners, the long ones are so long that they are reluctant to part with it. Luo Hong sighed in despair, feeling a little puzzled by his sudden obsession with his figure, and also a little embarrassed. He didn't want to please his wife, and he didn't want to attract the attention of beauties. Could he be so fussy? It's okay to be laughed at by men, and I can't die. Hey, Dr. Luo, what do you think I'm doing? Why don't you change your clothes? Seeing Luo Hong staring at him, Gao Tianyan asked in puzzlement. Luo Hong came back to his senses, and laughed. It's nothing, I'll change it now. Sorry, you guys go over first, I'll be there later. Gao Xiang turned his head and looked at Luo Hong. Okay, then hurry up, let's go to VIP room. No. Don't go wrong. Okay, don't worry, I will ask the waiter if I don't understand. Gao Xiang glanced at Luo Hong from head to toe again, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, and followed the two of them out of the changing room. Room V3 has a small hot spring pool, a sauna room, 2 massage beds, and a small pool for spray therapy. It was originally a room for 10 people, but Gao Tianhong took it all in. The three of them soaked in the pool for 5 or 6 minutes. While they were chatting, the door was pushed open a crack, and Luo Hong poked his head in. The room was shrouded in fog and he couldn't see clearly. I didn't go wrong, so I walked in. The three of them heard footsteps and saw another figure, knowing that it was Luo Hong who came. Dr. Luo, why have you been taking so long? Come in quickly. Gao Tianhong waved his hands, splashing water from his arms. Luo Hong cautiously walked to the edge of the pool. Sorry, I've been waiting for so long. The three of them looked up at Luo Hong at the same time. First they saw 2 straight and slender legs. The legs were so skinny that they had little muscle, and only the bones were left to support them. The bones at the ankles and knees were very prominent. A bit hideous. They looked up those legs. Luo Hong felt a little uncomfortable being watched by the three of them, subconsciously crossed his arms, squatted down, sat on the edge of the pool, and tested the water temperature. The water was very hot, exactly the temperature Luo Hong expected and loved, and he couldn't wait. He got in and sank his whole body into the pool, only his head was exposed. Seeing that the three of them were still staring at him intently, he thought that his body had frightened them, so he smiled awkwardly. Hey, it's the first time I've taken a hot spring, it's so comfortable. As he spoke, Luo Hong raised his head in enjoyment, and rested his pillow on the edge of the pool, elongating the neckline, exposing the collarbone and thin shoulders. The snow-white skin was burnt to a faint pink color, and water drops dripped from the hairline down. Seeing this scene, Gao Xiang's mind suddenly buzzed, and he became sober in an instant. He scolded himself several times in his heart. Why did he forget that Luo Hong's body cannot be seen by others? He jumped up from the pool and walked to Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, let's go to the sauna. Luo Hong opened his eyes and looked at him. Huh? I just came in, wait for me to soak for a while. Gao Xiang grabbed Luo Hong's arm, picked him up at once, and said with a smile, steam first and then soak, it's good for those who are physically weak. Oh, is that so? That's fine. Luo Hong was dragged by Gao Xiang to the sauna room. Gao Tianhong coughed and said to himself, why is Dr. Luo so thin? He has nothing. It's poor. Gao Tianyan pursed her lips and stared at the backs of the two, and said with a smile, yeah, I didn't expect Dr. Luo to be like this when he took off his clothes, but he is thin, but his frame is quite small, and his skin is white and tender. It's fine, and it doesn't look too scary. After hearing Gao Tianyan's words, Gao Tianhong recalled it for a while, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and smiled. Well, you're right. When the four of them were taking a bath, Gao Xiang stuffed Luo Hong into a partition in the farthest corner. After washing, he graciously put on a bathrobe for him. When changing clothes, Gao Xiang kept pushing him into the corner, blocking him with his body. Luo Hong, who was inexplicably staring at him as he changed his clothes, heaved a sigh of relief. Gao Tianyan squinted at the two of them, took out a diamond watch strap from the closet and put it on, raised her lips and snorted, and said in a low voice, "Yo, little housework is a fan." After returning to the room, Gao Tianyan sent a message to Meng Rujan, and Meng Rujan quickly called. "Hey, are you done?" "What? Tisk, we agreed before." "Oh, I'm tired, let's forget about today." "Hey, what's the matter with you? Do you think I'm joking with you? We've been squatting there for an hour. Tell me the fuck and forget it. Then what do you want? He is asleep, should I force him out?" Meng Rujan narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath to calm himself, gritted his teeth and said, "I really don't have the time to chat with you. Go according to the original plan. I must take Luo Hong away today." Gao Tianyan unhurriedly took out a cigarette and lit it, took a puff, and asked with squinted eyes, "What's so special about him that you have to go through such a lot of trouble to get it?" Meng Rujan's voice became very low. "Didn't I tell you before?" Gao Tianyan laughed loudly. "You're lying to a ghost, I don't believe it." "Gao Tianyan." Meng Rujan roared, and immediately pressed down again. He knew that Gao Tianyan was a very difficult master, and it was useless to worry about him. He had endured in Gao's family for more than 10 years, and no one could match that patience. Comparable. Not even myself. He tugged on his tie, gritted his teeth and said, "What exactly do you want? I want to know the truth." Meng Rujan snorted, "You haven't found what I want so far, so why should I tell you?" Gao Tianyan laughed again, laughing wildly. He chewed his cigarette butt, and spat it into the pool again. With messy hair hanging on his forehead, he looked at himself in the mirror, looked left and right, and said slowly, "You be sober, I'm not discussing with you, I'm ordering you. Luo Hong is in my hands now, I think it's easy to kill him, just as easy as trampling an ant to death." Meng Rujan on the opposite side almost crushed his phone, his eyes showed a murderous look. "Gao Tianyan, don't push yourself too hard, don't forget, we are still a cooperative relationship, like a grasshopper on a rope." "Cooperation?" Gao Tianyan sneered, "Don't say it so nicely, it's just that everyone gets what they need. Don't talk about those useless things, are you going to say it or not? Find the other half of Shuang Longbai, and I will tell you." "Not now? Then don't even think about getting Luo Hong now. You." Gao Tianyan hung up the phone and sneered, "You idiot." He stretched, remembering that Luo Hong said to help him boil the medicine and let him drink it in 10 minutes. He walked out of the bedroom and smelled the strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine. He wrinkled his nose and followed the smell to the kitchen. I saw Luo Hong filtering the boiled Chinese medicine with a grate. He quietly walked behind Luo Hong, and suddenly hugged Luo Hong, scaring Luo Hong so much that he almost threw away the medicine pot in his hand. He tilted his head and asked, Who? Someone blew on the side of the ear, which made Luo Hong's skin goosebumps. Gao Tianyan hugged Luo Hong vigorously, and when he heard footsteps, he quickly let go of him, stepped aside, and smiled. "It scares you? I'm kidding you?" Luo Hong put down the medicine pot and wiped off his cold sweat. "So it was you really scared me." Luo Hong picked up the bowl and handed it to Gao Tianyan. "The medicine is ready, drink it while it's hot, go to bed early." "Hey, thank you, Dr. Luo." Gao Tianyan looked up at Gao Xiang who was leaning against the kitchen door. "Xianger, you haven't slept yet." Gao Xiang didn't answer. He approached Gao Tianyan with his hands in his pockets, gave him a look with a very strange expression, and pulled Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo, come with me, I have something to see you." "Oh, yes, by the way, Mr. Tianyan." Luo Hong pointed to a small bottle of black concoction on the table. "Drink it with that, soothe the nerves." Before Luo Hong finished speaking, Gao Xiang dragged him out of the kitchen. He said as he walked, "Soothe the nerves, I can sleep well at night, and it can reduce swelling and dampness." Gao Xiang pushed open the door and threw Luo Hong in, closed the door with a bang, and stared at Luo Hong with a frown. His eyes were extraordinarily bright and coquettish in the black room. Hong Xiang choked back abruptly on the words he was muttering. Luo Hong was startled. What a strong evil spirit! He rushed up and grabbed the pendant on Gao Xiang's chest. "Xianger, the evil spirit has appeared. Give me the pendant quickly, and I will help you suppress him." Gao Xiang grabbed Luo Hong's wrist, and with a little force, Luo Hong let go of his hand in pain. He grabbed Luo Hong's hand and kissed his wrist. "Does it hurt?" Luo Hong was startled, and hurriedly wanted to withdraw his hand, but Gao Xiang held it very close to prevent him from succeeding. While kissing, he raised his eyes to look at Luo Hong, with naked desire in his eyes. Luo Hong suddenly had goosebumps. He faltered and said, "It doesn't hurt, just let go." Gao Xiang smiled, didn't listen to him at all, and intensified, licking and kissing from his wrist to his palm, and finally sucked his fingertips. The electric current from the fingertips quickly spread all over Luo Hong's body. He only felt a sudden shock in his lower abdomen. The sting was like a needle prick, and the desire to ambush instantly set up a small hill. Luo Hong was very annoyed at his reaction. He knew that Gao Xiang was being controlled, but he would have such a shameful desire. He felt that something was wrong with him. Why is there a physiological reaction to being kissed by a man? Luo Hong shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this question. The key is Gao Xiang. He struggled hard. "Don't do this." Gao Xiang suddenly hugged Luo Hong tightly, causing their bodies to stick together. Luo Hong looked at him in shock and asked, "What are you doing?" Gao Xiang lowered his head and approached him, eagerly licked his lips, then sucked his soft lips, and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, I want to kiss you." Luo Hong was startled. This is a sickness. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, Gao Xiang took the opportunity to poke into his mouth, licking and kissing the tip of his tongue, sucking and biting, making Luo Hong painful and itchy. No matter what, he couldn't retract his tongue. He could only make a sound. Gao Xiang's big hand slid to his buttocks and pressed hard against himself, making each other's sensitive parts touch each other. Luo Hong stretched his neck due to the sudden stimulation, and moaned uncontrollably. He quickly grabbed Gao Xiang's shoulder with both hands, wanted to shake Gao Xiang awake, but Gao Xiang's shoulders were hard and firm, and he didn't move at all. He was anxious and shouted, "Gao Xiang, wake up, don't be controlled by it." Gao Xiang pretended not to hear, kissed Luo Hong's slender neck, sucked and gnawed. The more the kiss became more intense, the more the kiss became more addictive. He suddenly picked up Luo Hong, strode towards the bedside, and put Luo Hong on the bed, pressed him down, continued the kiss just now, wrapped his thin body in his arms, stroked him from top to bottom, eagerly absorbing more touches belonging to his body. He tried to break free from Gao Xiang's arms, but he couldn't resist his strength at all. With such a big man, it was like playing with him. A fear rose in Luo Hong's heart, for fear that Gao Xiang would treat him like last time again. Pushing and persuading, "Gao Xiang, did you hear that? Stop, stop." Gao Xiang leaned in front of Luo Hong, staring at Luo Hong with eyes full of deep desire. Luo Hong felt uncomfortable being looked at by him, turned his head quickly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Get up, you get up first, let's do this, too it's dangerous." As he said that, Luo Hong reached out to pull the stone on Gao Xiang's chest again. Gao Xiang grabbed Luo Hong's hands and nailed them to the top of Luo Hong's head. He stretched out the tip of his tongue and licked Luo Hong's ears. Luo Hong's ears were very sensitive. After being treated like this by Gao Xiang, he stretched his whole body, curled up his toes forcefully, and let out sweet humming sounds. Luo Hong's honest reaction made Gao Xiang extremely hard. He panted heavily, and while kissing, he mumbled, "Dr. Luo, I want to have sex with you so much, I want to go crazy." Gao Xiang's tone of pain and pleading made Luo Hong's heart tremble. Although he knew that he was being controlled, it still made Luo Hong feel hot all over. Gao Xiang's body was as hot as an electric soldering iron, and the two bodies were clinging, rubbing, and squeezing. This feeling of intimacy made Luo Hong feel an indescribable longing, but when he thought of this, the person is Gao Xiang, whom he is familiar with. When he thinks of being touched and kissed by Gao Xiang, he feels a lot of guilt, but such a sense of guilt can't suppress the excitement that surges out of his body no matter what. This wonderful sensory stimulation almost made him lose his mind. He barely regained his sanity, panting, "Two men shouldn't do this, let alone the two of us. I'm your master, stop now, you're being controlled. Don't make the same mistakes again and again, do something you regret." Gao Xiang inserted his hands into Luo Hong's hair, pulled his hair lightly, and forced him to look up. The two looked at each other, and he said softly, "Dr. Luo, you are hard, let me help you fix it." Luo Hong's lips trembled, he gritted his teeth and said, "No, let me go. Holding in is not good for your health." Gao Xiang ignored Luo Hong's resistance, opened Luo Hong's shirt like a demon, kissed his body from top to bottom. He unbuttoned Luo Hong's pants. Luo Hong he quickly reached out and grabbed the waist of his trousers. "Don't." Gao Xiang stretched out the tip of his tongue and licked Luo Hong's hand, sucking fingers one by one, until Luo Hong withdrew his hand. He pulled off Luo Hong's trousers, and held his baby through his underwear. Luo Hong gasped in one breath. He let out a low groan. His head was very confused, but he kept telling himself in his heart, "It can't be like this, they can't be like this, this is wrong." Although there was an accident before, he didn't want to do it again, because I know that Gao Xiang is controlled. The sex between them is not based on mutual liking at all, and he is Gao Xiang's master. Gao Xiang is so many years younger than him, and he is his elder. It's incest? Although he is a man, he has no such thing as chastity to stick to, but he can't let men kiss each other like this. Luo Hong was deeply entangled, but he couldn't control the rising heat in his body at all, and he was eager to find an outlet to vent it out. This feeling made Luo Hong feel very ashamed and embarrassed. He covered his eyes with his arms, bit his lips tightly, and was excited, crazy, but also self-blaming. Gao Xiang took off his underwear, opened his mouth to cover all his housework that was not completely hard. The soft and silky babies filled his mouth, and swelled to the optimal size under the skillful sucking provocation. Luo Hong was excited, his whole body convulsed. He couldn't control this maddening desire at all. His body arched up instinctively, shamelessly begging for more caresses. Luo Hong's primitive and honest reaction made Gao Xiang extremely excited, and he sped up his mouth movements. Luo Hong, who was physically weak, quickly climbed to the top, and spurted out the fire of desire. Luo Hong's thin body twitched and trembled. The pleasure combined with the strong sense of guilt completely overwhelmed him. There was a low sobbing sound, and 2 lines of tears flowed down the cheek covered by his arm. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or pain. In short, he cried, crying for nothing. Gao Xiang, who wanted to enter Luo Hong's body, suddenly stopped his movements. He hurried to Luo Hong, pulled away Luo Hong's arm and looked at it. His body was completely frozen. Tears completely extinguished Gao Xiang's desire. He felt like someone had punched his heart hard, and the pain made him feel a little overwhelmed. Gao Xiang hugged Luo Hong in a panic, kissed his lips, licked the tears on his face, stroked his back up and down, and asked hoarsely, "Why are you crying? I haven't entered yet." Luo Hong opened his mouth and stopped talking. He didn't know what to say. Being hugged, kissed, and comforted by a boy who was 7 years younger than himself made him want to cry even more. He has lived for 30 years and never cried. He never shed a single tear until his death. Now he doesn't understand the situation. Why is he disgusted and crying for nothing? And it would be better if Gao Xiang didn't persuade him. He thought he would be fine in a while, but he cried even more when he persuaded him. As if to cry out all his pain, helplessness, despair, and grievances in the past 30 years, Luo Hong frowned and closed his eyes, suppressing his voice, sobbing softly. Luo Hong's trembling body and weak crying made Gao Xiang's heart ache. He pulled the quilt to wrap the two tightly, let his head rest on his neck, and his fingers the tip ran through Luo Hong's hair, stroking the back of his head, kissing his forehead, and comforting him. Don't cry, I was wrong, I will never touch you again, isn't that enough? Gao Xiang was really frightened by Luo Hong's reaction. He hugged Luo Hong tightly, fondled his body lovingly, and blamed himself deeply in his heart. The heat from Gao Xiang's scalding body, as well as his endless apologies and comforts, made Luo Hong feel strange and warm. No one had ever hugged him and comforted him like this. People who are used to loneliness face this kind of situation. Also at a loss, he instinctively approached Gao Xiang, put one hand on Gao Xiang's waist, and secretly absorbed more warmth. Luo Hong's active approach moved Gao Xiang's heart. He hurriedly picked up Luo Hong's hand and put it on his chest, hugging him even harder. Feeling that Luo Hong gradually calmed down, Gao Xiang let out a long sigh. It became soft, and it also became a mass of paste. Because they were going back to Beijing the next day, a few people decided to have a crazy night the night before. Originally, Luo Hong didn't want to go, but as a family doctor, it was his duty to take care of the health of the three of them, so he had no choice but to go along. Today is not an auspicious day for traveling. Luo Hong was carrying his small bag and felt uneasy, so he pinned 5 needles on the cuff of his shirt just in case. They went to a special restaurant for dinner, went to a performance, and finally went to the bar to drink for more than an hour. Luo Hong couldn't drink, so he only had a drink. Gao Tianheng and Gao Tianyan were drunk, and Gao Xiang couldn't carry them alone, so he asked the hotel to drive over to pick them up. He planned to take a stroll back with Luo Hong. The two were walking in the streets and alleys. Gao Xiang wanted to stick close to Luo Hong, but he didn't dare to put his arms around him. He was afraid that he would make him cry. Gao Xiang asked softly, "Dr. Luo, I'm really sorry last night. You are fine, right?" Luo Hong's heart was agitated. He was afraid that Gao Xiang would mention this to him. He avoided Gao Xiang all day today. He cried like a little daughter-in-law last night. The image of the master was completely ruined. It was really embarrassing to throw home. I really don't know how to deal with finding a little apprentice. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. He smiled awkwardly. It's okay. Why are you crying? Is it because of that? If so, I promise not to touch you again in the future." Luo Hong laughed dryly twice, and quickly waved his hands. No. Gao Xiang's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. Really? Why is that? It's nothing. It's not a big deal. You just have to remember, don't do that again in the future. Gao Xiang stopped suddenly, and looked at Luo Hong with burning eyes. But what should I do if I can't control myself? Don't worry about it. I'm going back to Beijing tomorrow. The first day is an auspicious day. It's a good way to do it. After I get rid of the evil spirits in your body, you should be fine. Don't worry. Gao Xiang clenched and loosened his hands. Finally couldn't help but approach Luo Hong, bowed his head and kissed his lips lightly, and said in a low voice, "What if it's my own wish to kiss you? What should I do?" Luo Hong was stunned for a moment. His own wish? What's the meaning? Luo Hong's heart beat a little faster, and he asked stiffly, "What do you mean?" "I mean, be careful." Gao Xiang suddenly pushed Luo Hong away, and the white powder rushed towards him. The air was instantly filled with a pungent smell of medicine. Gao Xiang took several steps back, covered his nose, and his vision was slightly blurred. Luo Hong was pushed vigorously by Gao Xiang, and fell to the ground. After he smelled the smell, he was shocked. It was a drug. Luo Hong reluctantly stood up and ran over. He supported Gao Xiang. "Gao Xiang? How are you?" Gao Xiang shook his head, raised his head to look around, and shouted, "Damn it, who used such indecent means?" As soon as Gao Xiang finished speaking, 4 black shadows walked out from the darkness of the alley, and rushed towards the two of them without saying anything. Those 2 feet were clean and neat, and kicked directly on their chests. After taking a few big steps back, he rushed up, grabbed one of them by the neck, and slapped them twice. The sound echoed in the empty alley. It seemed extremely loud, and the slap made the man walk around on the ground several times, before he fell to his knees on the ground. The 2 people following behind were obviously startled, and the last person said in a muffled voice, "Fuck, you didn't say that this kid has practiced before." "I don't know either." Another person said. The 2 rushed up, and one of them used a move of white crane to air its wings, but was greeted by Gao Xiang with a punch on the face, which made his beautiful move freeze in place, and fell straight to the ground. The person standing on the side asked in a difficult voice, "Have you practiced?" In only a few seconds, except him, the other 3 were punched and kicked by Gao Xiang, and the posts were solved after a few seconds. They were simply monsters. Gao Xiang grinned. No, I fight with my brain, which is different from those of you who only know how to fight. After speaking, Gao Xiang took 2 steps forward, and the man took 2 steps back in fright. That person said, "Who are you lying to? He has a lot of strength, his skills are simple and neat, he pays attention to actual combat, and his moves are all on the key points. It's a hell of a job if you haven't practiced it." Luo Hong, who was standing behind, was still nervous at first, but now he couldn't help laughing out loud. Gao Xiang took a step forward, and the man took a step back. Did he want to fight or run? Seeing the man glance towards him, Luo Hong suddenly became vigilant. He felt a gust of evil wind behind his ear, and he quickly dodged to the side, letting a pair of black hands fly away. He took out a fine needle and pierced the Hague cup ointment of the man's tiger's mouth, and after a little acupuncture, the man froze in place, unable to move. Gao Xiang also noticed something strange, and when he turned around, he saw that Luo Hong had escaped the ambush and cast a body fixation technique. He raised his heart in his throat and returned to its original position. The masked man who was stabbed by Luo Hong and couldn't move. Gao Xiang ran over with big strides, looked at Luo Hong up and down, saw that there was nothing unusual about him, and praised, "Okay, Dr. Luo, not bad." Luo Hong chuckled, "You're amazing, I never thought you'd be so talented." Gao Xiang grinned and said, "Just playing around." The two looked at each other for a few seconds before turning their heads to look at the masked man. His eyes were wide open and he was circling vigorously. He seemed to want to speak but couldn't. He was so choked up that Gao Xiang grabbed him. The hat on his head froze for a moment. So familiar? Gao Xiang and Luo Hong looked at each other, then at that person, and said in unison, "Why is it you?" At this moment, a large piece of white powder suddenly fell from the sky, and the air was instantly filled with a pungent smell. This time, the dose was sufficient and the area was large. 2 unprepared people could not dodge in time, and were splashed happily. Gao Xiang stood on the spot for a few seconds, seeing a black shadow walk up to Luo Hong's side and hug him, but he couldn't do anything. Not to mention how aggrieved he was, Gao Xiang glared at that person viciously. His annoyance and the heart was only anxious for a moment, and then his eyes went dark, and he passed out. A mansion somewhere in the outer suburbs of Beijing. When Luo Hong woke up, he had a terrible headache. He looked at the strange room. It was a private house, a very old one. He wanted to sit up, but he couldn't make any effort. He tried several times but failed. He knew, this is a side effect of that drug. He hurriedly fumbled for the cuff, the needle was still there. Luo Hong exhaled. Probably his captors didn't know that he had the habit of hiding needles. The masked man they saw before the assassination was Meng Ruhei. Why did he kidnap him and Gao Xiang? Correct, Gao Xiang? Luo Hong felt anxious, so he got excited. Maybe because the potency of the medicine had worn off, he finally stood up and sat up halfway. At this time, the door was pushed open, and a young man walked in, who looked only 16 or 17 years old, handsome and fair, simple and honest. Seeing that Luo Hong was awake, he hurriedly put down the tray and walked to the bed. "Oh, Dr. Luo, are you awake?" Luo Hong looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you? Why did you arrest me here?" Fang Ming poured a glass of water and handed it to Luo Hong. "My name is Fang Ming, and I'm Teacher Meng's closed disciple. I'm really sorry to invite you over in this way. Brother, he doesn't mean anything malicious. Don't take it to heart. I'll invite him here." "Wait." Luo Hong stopped Fang Ming who was about to leave, and continued to ask, "Teacher Meng? Is it Meng Rujian?" "No, Mr. Meng is the father of the senior brother, the founder of the National Medical Hall." Fang Ming's eyes were bright, and he looked full of immortality. He was completely different from Meng Rujian. From his appearance, Luo Hong already knew a thing or two about his personality and numerology. Feeling relieved a lot, he asked, "What's your master's name?" Fang Ming replied sincerely, "The teacher's surname is Meng, his name is Shilin, and his style name is Ziwan. He is the founder of Meng's Huiyang Acupuncture." "Meng Shilin. Do you know the teacher?" Luo Hong shook his head, "I've never heard of it." Fang Ming smiled, "Sit down first, I'll call senior brother." Fang Ming turned around to leave, but the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open vigorously, and a violent man walked in. That man was Meng Ruhei. He walked in casually with a cigarette in his mouth. "Yo ho, Dr. Luo is awake, gone." Fang Ming walked over and snatched the cigarette from Meng Ruhei's mouth. "Dr. Luo is not in good health and can't smell the smoke." Meng Ruhei frowned and pushed Fang Ming to a stagger, and kicked him on the buttocks. "What the hell? Come on, I'll have a word with Dr. Luo. You." Fang Ming rubbed his butt and glared at Meng Ruhei angrily. "Stinky boy." Meng Ruhei slapped Fang Ming's head hard. "What are you looking at? You have a long face? My father died a long time ago, and there is no one in this family to protect you. You are so arrogant. Hurry up and do it. Your work." After speaking, Meng Ruhei kicked Fang Ming's ass again, lifted him out of the door by his collar, and closed the door with a bang. Meng Ruhei went to the edge of the bed in a vicious manner and sat down on his buttocks. The bow of the bed trembled. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, and asked with a grumpy face, "Dr. Luo, where are the things on your body?" Luo Hong really didn't like this Meng Ruhei, especially his attitude towards Fang Ming just now, which made him even more angry. He frowned and asked, "Things? Didn't you snatch my things?" Luo Hong was referring to himself backpack. "I'm not talking about that, it's the double dragon wall on your neck." Double Dragon Wall. Luo Hong was startled, and touched his chest subconsciously, only to remember that the pendant was now in Gao Xiang's hands, and he couldn't help feeling rejoicing. Did they arrest him for Shuang Longbai? Why? What about Gao Xiang? According to him, Gao Xiang was not taken captive. Is he safe? Luo Hong thought for a while. What do you want Shuang Longbai for? Meng Ruhei scratched Luo Hong's head. Is this what you should ask? You can answer whatever you ask. I don't know what's wrong with my situation. Luo Hong slowly raised his eyes to look at Meng Ruhei. His face was very gloomy, and Meng Ruhei was taken aback. Luo Hong's face was pale, and his lower eyelids were still a little black. When he squinted at people, he looked like a ghost. Meng Ruhei instinctively stepped back. But he immediately came back to his senses, and was angry that he was afraid of a skinny little doctor. He grabbed Luo Hong's collar and pulled him closer, and patted Luo Hong's face hard with the other hand, gnashing his teeth said, "Look at your mother. I'm asking you something. Where is the double dragon wall?" Luo Hong stared at Meng Ruhei, but didn't say a word. Meng Ruhei felt uncomfortably stared at by Luo Hong's eyes, and was inexplicably flustered, so she scolded, "What the hell are you, looking for fuss?" Meng Ruhei raised his hand to greet Luo Hong's face. In fact, he just wanted to scare Luo Hong and see him soften, but who knew that his palm was about to hit Luo Hong, but Luo Hong didn't even blink his eyes. For a moment, still staring at him with such stubbornness and coldness, Meng Ruhei trembled in his heart. Yo-ho, can't tell, the bones are still fucking hard. Meng Ruhei became interested, and suddenly pinched Luo Hong's chin and looked at it, thinking, how can a man be so good looking? His skin is thin and white, tenderer than a woman's, his nose is straight and pointed, his lips are like a fleshy head, without even a small fine line, especially those phoenix eyes, which are black and bright, making him feel uncomfortable staring at him, as if reaching the depths of his soul, peeping into his privacy, his fragility, and his fear. Meng Ruhei felt hot and itchy when he saw it, which made him want to go up and take a bite, to taste his taste. It must be delicious. Meng Ruhei approached Luo Hong with desire on his face. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment. He put his hand against Meng Ruhei's chest, and looked at him warily. What are you going to do? Meng Ruhei lowered his head and smelled the smell on Luo Hong's body. The smell was so good that he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and instantly had a strong physiological reaction. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he violently pushed Luo Hong down on the bed. It gnawed and bit him like a demon. Luo Hong looked at the top of Meng Ruhei's head in shock. Why did this person suddenly become like this? Luo Hong pushed Meng Ruhei hard, but Meng Ruhei was so strong and powerful that he couldn't move it at all. Luo Hong suddenly thought of the needle in his cuff, so he resisted the pain in his body, put his hands around Meng Ruhei's back, and touched it. To his cuffs. Stop. There was a sudden roar from the door. The man rushed to the bed, grabbed Meng Ruhei, slapped Meng Ruhei twice, threw Meng Ruhei to the ground, and cursed, "You son of a bitch! Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing?" Meng Ruhei was woken up by his brother's slap twice. He looked at Luo Hong on the bed, covered his face with a look of grievance. "Brother? Don't blame me, it's because he is too seductive. I couldn't control myself and jumped on him. I don't know what kind of magic he cast on me." Feng Ming, who came later, helped Luo Hong up from the bed, and asked with concern, "Dr. Luo, are you okay?" Luo Hong shook his head and looked at Meng Rujan. Meng Rujan quickly kicked Meng Ruhei's ass. "Get out. Don't get close to Dr. Luo again. If this happens again, I'll fuck you." Meng Ruhei wanted to defend himself a few more words, but seeing Meng Rujan's ferocious appearance, he wished to peel off his skin. What he was most afraid of was his brother, so he could only give Luo Hong a hard look, holding his breath, and cursing left the bedroom. Meng Rujan loosened his neckline, took several deep breaths, then turned to look at Luo Hong, and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, Meng's lax discipline has surprised Dr. Luo." Luo Hong didn't care about such disgusting things. He looked at Meng Rujan and asked, "Mr. Meng, can you explain to me what all this is for? I don't think you don't know that kidnapping is a crime, right?" Meng Rujan glanced at Feng Ming. "Go out first, I'll talk to Dr. Luo." "Okay." Feng Ming looked at Luo Hong, walked out with some hesitation, and looked in several times worriedly before closing the door, and then closed the door. Meng Rujan sat by the bed and scanned Luo Hong earnestly. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be suppressed at all. He reached out to pat Luo Hong's thigh, and couldn't help pinching it again. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He hurriedly let go of his hand, and laughed. "Dr. Luo, don't get me wrong. Although I used extraordinary means to invite you here, I didn't actually have any malicious intentions." Luo Hong looked at him expressionlessly, without saying a word. Luo Hong's reaction made Meng Rujan so excited that he almost failed. He quickly stood up, walked back and forth on the ground, turned his back to Luo Hong, for fear that his frantic reaction would frighten Luo Hong and disrupt his plan. He calmed down and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo, it's normal for you not to believe me. After all, I used such a despicable method to capture you, but I was forced to do it. If you don't, can you be obedient? Come with me." Luo Hong put one hand on the cuff on the other side, always on guard against Meng Rujan, but he still didn't speak, waiting for Meng Rujan to give him a satisfactory answer. Meng Ruhei had already said just now that the purpose of inviting him here was his ancestral treasure, the Shuang Longbai, but he didn't know how valuable this stone was, and it was worth forcibly plundering it in such a disregard of the law. Meng Rujun turned around to look at Luo Hong, raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Dr. Luo, you don't have to be on guard against me like this. If I was mean to you, why would I leave the needle in your cuff? Just prick me with that thing, and I can't move. How dangerous is it? Luo Hong frowned. It seems that this guy searched him. He looked up at him. Then what exactly do you want from me? Double Dragon Wall? That thing is not on me. I believe you have searched it too. Meng Rujun spread his hands, and replied honestly, yes, I admit, I want the Double Dragon Wall, because that thing is a treasure that all witch doctors want to fight for, and I am no exception. Witch doctor? Luo Hong's eyes lit up. He has searched for the word witch doctor for more than 10 years, but there is no result for one. Who would have thought that there are still other witch doctors in this world? He asked, are you a witch doctor? Meng Rujun smiled, no, I'm just an ordinary Chinese medicine doctor, but I really wanted to be a witch doctor, so I found you. Luo Hong frowned, looking for me? I'm not a witch doctor, what's the use of looking for me? And, what does the witch doctor have to do with Shuang Longbai? Meng Rujun sat by the bed again, stretched out his hand to tidy up Luo Hong's front, and said with a smile, Dr. Luo, if I say, I know everything about you. Meng Rujun paused, seeing the surprise and look in Luo Hong's eyes, secretly happy in my heart. I continued, I know the origin of Shuang Longbai, its function, its relationship with the Luo family and the Gao family, the curse on you, and your own effect on the witch doctor. Do you want to listen? Meng Rujun knew so much. Luo Hong was so excited that he suddenly grabbed Meng Rujun's hand. He was about to open his mouth to speak, but he hesitated. He instinctively felt that it was not that simple. He narrowed his eyes and asked, why did you tell me this? And why did you know that? I have so many things. Meng Rujun patted Luo Hong's hand, pursed his lips and smiled. To be honest, I really want to become a real witch doctor with your help. That's right, that's why I came here for you. But don't worry, I will let you pay in vain, and in exchange, I can help you lift the curse on your body. At that moment, Luo Hong suddenly felt that his brain was short of oxygen, and he was so excited that he couldn't even speak. He tugged on Meng Rujun's arm, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Shuguang stammered and asked, do you really know how to undo my curse? Really? Taking the opportunity, Meng Rujun leaned forward and touched the top of Luo Hong's head, slid his hand to the back of his neck and stroked it lightly. His eyes were blazing with laughter, and he said softly, yes, I know. The police searched Hainan upside down but failed to find Luo Hong. After the three of them returned to Beijing, Gao Xiang also reported the case. He remembered who the masked man was. He had the impression that it was Meng Ruhe. The police found Meng Ruhe from the National Medical Hall. Alibi, the case reached an impasse. Regardless of the results of the police investigation, Gao Xiang firmly believes that it must be Meng Rujun and Meng Ruhe who did it. The first time he saw Meng Rujun, he felt that he had bad intentions for Luo Hong. What is the purpose? Is there anything in Luo Hong that he wants? Where did Meng Rujun hide him? He found his buddies to guard Meng Rujun's house and the National Medical Hall 24 hours a day, and drove to follow him, but there was no clue at all. I don't know if these people are too useless or Meng Rujun is too cunning. How is Luo Hong? Are you hurt? Is there any danger to life? When he thought of the way Meng Rujun looked at Luo Hong, his scalp tingled. If Meng Rujun did something disgusting to Luo Hong, he would never forgive him. Gao Xiang stared straight ahead, holding the steering wheel tightly with both hands, making a creaking sound. Xiang, what are you thinking? Bai Xiaotian asked with concern when he saw Gao Xiang's pale face, cold sweat on his forehead, and a scary expression. I heard from Wang Meili that Gao Xiang didn't sleep much for 3 or 4 days, all because he was worried about Dr. Luo and had been investigating Luo Hong's whereabouts with the police. Bai Xiaotian saw it and felt pain in his heart that she didn't understand. There are so many people in the Gao family. Although everyone is worried about Luo Hong's disappearance, they still live their own lives every day. It's not going up anymore. It's obvious that he won't give up until he finds Luo Hong. When Gao Ao got into trouble and fled to the mountains with others for more than half a month, he never saw Gao Xiang like this. Could it be that Luo Hong is more important than his own brother? Seeing that Gao Xiang was immersed in his own world and ignored her, Bai Xiaotian pouted unhappily, tugged at Gao Xiang's sleeve and shook it. Xiang, the police are trying their best to find him. Dr. Luo must be fine, don't worry. Is it okay to worry? I'm a little scared when you look like this now. Gao Xiang turned his head to look at Bai Xiaotian, reached out and patted her on the head, and said with a smile, Xiaotian, I will put you at the intersection in front of you, and you will be home in 5 or 6 minutes. You're at the door. Bai Xiaotian frowned, and suddenly grabbed Gao Xiang's hand. Her breathing was a little short. She really wanted to tell Gao Xiang that she liked him. I like him so much. Don't look at other people anymore. No one loves him as much as yourself. But when she saw Gao Xiang's calm eyes, she still didn't have the courage to speak out. Seeing that Bai Xiaoshan's eyes were shaking and his nose was red, Gao Xiang asked, what's wrong? Bai Xiaotian finally put down Gao Xiang's hand, bit his lip, it's nothing, you're busy with your work, come find me when you have time. Gao Xiang grabbed Bai Xiaoshan's face and pulled it twice, then smiled, okay, don't forget to help me give Uncle Bai a voice. Bai Xiaotian got out of the car at the intersection. She covered her face pinched by Gao Xiang, and looked at the car's butt as usual until she could no longer see it. Bai Xiaotian finally couldn't help crying. She didn't know why she wanted to cry so much. It seems that today is different from the past. She feels that Gao Xiang is getting farther and farther away from her. When there was only fourth uncle in the past, she and Gao Xiang could see each other almost every 2 days. They had a meeting and a meal. They talked a lot and had a good relationship. Every time Gao Xiang left her, it was because of his fourth uncle. But Bai Xiaotian will not be too uncomfortable, because she knows that it is his own fourth uncle. Fourth uncle is kind to him. It is normal for him to be kind to fourth uncle. Gao Xiang will still come back to her. Besides fourth uncle, he cares most. What matters is me, and I will eventually become Gao Xiang's wife one day. But since Luo Hong appeared, everything changed. Gao Xiang abandoned her and rejected her appointment, and there was another reason, that is Dr. Luo. Gao Xiang opened his mouth and kept talking about Dr. Luo. Gao Xiang walked around Dr. Luo all day long. Dr. Luo lost him like a lost soul. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to find his Dr. Luo. Gao Xiang never took the initiative to contact her anymore. Gao Xiang didn't care about her anymore. Gao Xiang didn't even care about his fourth uncle. Dr. Luo, she never thought that she hated and feared someone so much now. Even her fourth uncle couldn't compare. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Bai Xiaoshan's heart. She ran 2 steps forward, then squatted down helplessly, crying almost in despair. It was as if a voice in her heart told her that Gao Xiang would never come to her again, never again. Ma Chan told Gao Xiang that he had made an amazing discovery and asked him to go there in person. Gao Xiang drove to Ma Chan's law firm and walked in quickly. After Gao Xiang entered the room, Ma Chan pulled a chair for him to sit beside him, read the information in the computer, and explained. The origins of the Luo family and the Gao family that I investigated before are now useful. In fact, the Gao family and the Luo family used to be a family thousands of years ago, and both of them are witch doctors. Gao Xiang frowned, which he did not expect. The Gao family is also a witch doctor. Yes, they belong to the same lineage of the Zhang surname, but later, due to the death of the ancestor of the Zhang surname, the witch doctor's artifact also mysteriously disappeared. Without this treasure, one would not be able to become a real witch doctor. 2 branches of Gaos and Luos were derived from one line. Gao Xiang looked at the picture on the computer. It was a picture book. How the witch doctor did it, and how to treat people. Is it still there now? If our ancestors were witch doctors, why didn't they inherit it? Gao's ancestral training. Why are you not allowed to practice medicine? Ma Chan took a sip of coffee, rubbed his hands vigorously, and looked very excited. Oh, I don't know if I don't check it, but I'm shocked when I check it. This story is so good. Listen to me and tell you slowly. If you want to understand the following things, you must first talk about the magic weapon of the witch doctor. Legend has it that the birth of the witch doctor was originally an accident. Emperor Yan, that is, Sheneng, went to Lingshan to collect medicine and got a treasure by accident. This treasure it's called Shuang Longbai, and it's the most pure, most yang, most benevolent and most beautiful holy object. This thing is so powerful, whoever gets it can become an unrivaled doctor, and even have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Double Dragon Wall. Gao Xiang touched the stone on his chest. Luo Hong called it the Double Dragon Wall. Will it be a thing? Gao Xiang's heart beat a little faster. He didn't answer, and urged Ma Chan to continue talking. Later, in order to defeat Emperor Yan, Qi Yu sold his soul to the most powerful twin evil spirit on the earth, hoping to use his power to defeat Emperor Yan. Later, Emperor Yan sacrificed his blood to the sky, and finally used the Double Dragon Wall to seal the twin evil spirits in the Double Dragon Wall. From then on, this treasure of pure yang and beauty, besides being able to cure all diseases, also had an additional ability, that is, the all-night god, the witch a poisonous curse. This treasure was later obtained by a descendant of Emperor Yan, a man surnamed Zhang, who used it to practice medicine and save people, divination and fortune-telling, and to subdue evil spirits, so the profession of witch doctor was born. It's a bit ridiculous. Gao Xiang murmured. Ma Chan laughed loudly. It's ridiculous, it's just a legend. You asked me to check it, and I found such a good story. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, it's good to listen to it. If you are serious, you will lose. Gao Xiang was non-committal. Continue to talk. What happened to this stone? How did it become 2 halves? Huh? How did you know it became 2 pieces? Can't I check it? Come on, I'm in a hurry. This is what I mentioned earlier. The Shuang Longbai disappeared. The Zhang surname has several branches. Among them, the Gao family and the Luo family are the most powerful, and the 2 have always been good friends. I propose to lead all the witch doctors to find Shuang Longbai and revitalize the witch doctor. This is a declining business. At this point, Ma Chan stopped again, covering his mouth and laughing. The next paragraph is really bloody, like a martial arts TV series. Gao Xiang squinted at Ma Chan, his teeth itching with hatred. He said in a deep voice, "Go on." Ma Chan didn't take Gao Xiang's anxiety seriously, and said slowly, "Who wouldn't want to keep such a treasure for himself? If it were me, I would definitely do it. It's not hard to imagine that this group of crazy witch doctors would fight for the Shuang Longbai." Gao Xiang was a little nervous all of a sudden, and quickly interjected, "You mean after they found Shuang Longbai, the Gao family and the Luo family who had been friends turned against each other? Not only the Jaeluo family, but all the witch doctors have turned against each other, and even the same clans are fighting each other, let alone two families that have no blood relationship at all. The records in this part are not very detailed, and there are different opinions. It is more credible. Yes, during the snatching process, it was originally the Gao family who got the treasure. Later, the Gao family's main family also fought openly and secretly because of this treasure, causing the relatives and brothers to kill each other. The head of the Gao family once said that after 100 years, the treasure will be passed on to the eldest son. The second son refused to accept it, and became murderous, and Luo Shi killed his elder brother. The head of the Gao family was in great pain, and vowed to drive Luo to extinction in order to relieve the pain of losing his son. Gao gathered other witch doctors to crusade against Luo. After splitting the Shuang Longbai in half, the Luo family took the other half of the Shuang Longbai, escaped to heaven with his family, and hid in the world ever since. Ma Chan paused. Speaking of which, we have to add a word about the twin evil spirits that were suppressed in the Double Dragon Wall. Because of the destruction of the Double Dragon Wall, they lost part of their mana. According to legend, Chunyang in the twin life took the opportunity to escape. I went out and reincarnated, and because the other one was a pure yin evil spirit, it couldn't resist the remaining mana of the Double Dragon Wall, so it was still sealed inside. But I don't know if it's true or not. Hearing this, Gao Xiang frowned, thinking that something got into his body from the Double Dragon Wall that day. Could it be that pure yin evil spirit? Can you, if it was true, why was he able to break the seal, and why did he drill into his body? Ma Chan pinched out the cigarette and continued. The pain of losing a son and wife made Gao hate Luo Shi deeply. He spent decades but failed to find Luo Shi's whereabouts. When he was dying, he performed on the stage. Blood was splashed on the walls of the double dragons, and he cast a vicious blood curse, and asked the descendants of the Gao family not to practice medicine for generations, and the double dragons could not be reunited. Ma Chan took out a cigarette and lit it, with a solemn expression. Although this Luo family has something wrong, it's not enough for him to be cursed so severely. Hey, tell me, this ancient man, why do you only know about hate and pain? Why can't you investigate and investigate? Maybe I made a mistake. For example, I have checked so many versions, and it is said that the death of Gao's eldest son was blamed on Luo's by the second son. Well, Ma Chan sighed. People who are blinded by hatred are really scary. Gao Xiang, who was stiff for a while, suddenly grabbed Ma Chan's collar and interrupted his nonsense. He asked eagerly, "The curse? What is it?" Ma Chan pointed to the computer with his chin. On the next page. Gao Xiang let go of Ma Chan, and quickly clicked on the next page. There was only one line of words, and that line of words made Gao Xiang suffocate for a long time. The descendants of the Luo family, the strange disease is incurable, the universe is upside down, and the balance of yin and yang is out of balance. They will not live in peace, but they will not survive, they will not enter reincarnation when they die, and they will not be reborn forever. The nonsensical materials that Ma Chan found have no historical basis at all. They are all things he pieced together through unofficial history and folklore. The credibility is very low, but many of the contents in it are astonishing as what he has seen and heard match. He can believe in the previous part, and is willing to believe it, but this last sentence. Gao Xiang sat down on the chair, his expression flustered, and Ma Chan asked in bewilderment, "It's really tragic, but it's not that your family is cursed, why are you so scared?" Gao Xiang's eyes lit up suddenly. He looked up at Ma Chan, and asked eagerly, "Does Dr. Luo have any other relatives in his family?" Ma Chan took out a stack of papers from the drawer and handed it to him. "No more, they are all collateral lines, and few of them are alive. They are almost extinct. Luo Hong is the only direct lineage left in the Luo family. His father died when he was born, and his mother passed away when he was 6 years old." He turned to the last few pages of the family tree and pointed to Gao Xiang. "Let me tell you, I have been doing this for you for several nights." Nightmare. The found information actually matched up. You see, no one in the past has lived past the age of 30, and the collateral is the same. Dr. Luo has lived a long time. Ma Chan rubbed the chicken skin on his body, and said to himself, "It's too weird. I didn't believe that there is such a strange thing in the world. I just watched it for fun, but after reading the family tree of the Luo family, I couldn't help but believe it." Gao Xiang held the paper in his hand, his hands trembling. He asked with difficulty, "Is your family tree true? Did you check it correctly? There are many people with the surname Luo." Ma Chan quit. "What are you talking about? Ma Chan, can make mistakes in such a small matter? It's an insult. You asked Dr. Luo to apply for the National Protection of Rare Species, or Guinness World Records. Let experts check it out. See me, did you make a mistake?" Gao Xiang raised his head and gave Ma Chan a hard look. His eyes were blood red, which startled Ma Chan. He touched his chest. "Xiangzi, I've been too old recently. Don't scare me, Uncle Ma. Don't be scared." Gao Xiang tried his best to calm himself down, and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Ma, thank you for your hard work." Ma Chan patted Gao Xiang's shoulder. "Xiangzi, you've been a little weird lately. What's the matter? For a family doctor? You can't do it, can you?" Gao Xiang stared at the information, his eyes trembling a little. He had no time to pay attention to Ma Chan's question. His mind was full of various problem analysis. After a while, he suddenly asked excitedly, "That's right. I remember Wu when casting a curse, it must be accompanied by a method of breaking the curse, otherwise the curse will not succeed. So where is the way to break the curse?" Ma Chun froze for a moment. Oh, amazing, you even know this. Gao Xiang grabbed Ma Chun's shoulder and shook. Is there? Ma Chun's brain hurt from being shaken by him, and he said loudly, how do I know that there must be a way to undo the curse? I didn't check it. Gao Xiang frowned. You have an IQ. Even if you think about it with your ass, you should know that there is no free business in this world. Don't you know the law of energy conservation? Brat, why are you talking to your uncle? Do you still want me to check things for you in the future? Gao Xiang let go of Ma Chun, folded the family tree and put it in his trouser pocket, stood up and walked out. Continue to help me check. Su Jinhui will go and talk to you, and help me find the solution to the curse within a week. Ma Chun thought for a while, then shouted at Gao Xiang's back, help me ask her size. Gao Xiang immediately replied, 37, 24, 39. Ma Chun shouted, how do you know? Gao Xiang's voice came from outside the door, you can tell at a glance. Gao Xiang walked out of the law office quickly, leaned back on the seat and took a few deep breaths. Witch doctor, Shuang Longbai. Now he understands, and is sure of the source of Meng Ruzhen's malice towards Luo Hong. Meng Ruzhen must know something. Does he want Shuang Longbai, or something else? What surprised him the most was that Luo Hong's illness was a curse, and it was the ancestors of the Gao family who cast the curse. Because of their personal grievances, the Gao family owed the Luo family hundreds of lives. Gao Xiang's heart tightened, and he lay on the steering wheel, his shoulders trembling a little. Although he didn't want to believe all of this, the facts were in front of him, so he couldn't help but believe that Luo Hong was the only one left in the Luo family. Is Luo Hong going to die? Gao Xiang hammered the steering wheel several times. His eyes were red, his lips were trembling, his hands clenched the steering wheel, his knuckles turned white. No, how could he let Luo Hong die like this? No one can die. Gao Xiang stared in front of him angrily, started his sports car and galloped away. Gao Xiang made a trip to Tianjin and contacted Pan Guoying in advance, and Pan Guoying was waiting for him at home. As soon as Gao Xiang entered the room, he said politely, where's Grandpa Pan? I was invited to do something. Pan Guoying poured a glass of water and handed it to Gao Xiang. Oh, you still go out to practice things at such an old age. Gao Xiang took the water glass, drank a couple of sips, walked around the room, came to a Buddha statue and stood still, looked up and down, felt that the sculpture was vivid, and wanted to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by Pan Guoying. You can't touch this. Pan Guoying hurriedly grabbed Gao Xiang's wrist, but felt a strong force coming from his palm. He was startled, and suddenly let go of his hand and took a few big steps back. You. Gao Xiang touched his wrist and squinted at him. What? I have something on me too. Pan Guoying hesitated, then nodded. Why? Gao Xiang asked without answering. Is it the same as Luo Hong's? Pan Guoying pursed his lips, his expression became serious. He walked to the edge of the sofa and sat down. I can't tell you. Gao Xiang walked up to Pan Guoying in 2 big strides and picked him up. Why not? Who did you promise? Is it my third uncle or my grandfather? Pan Guoying was stunned, grabbed Gao Xiang's wrist and twisted it hard, and pushed him back. No comment. Pan Guoying stood up and was about to go out. Gao Xiang shouted, go 1 step further, and I'll smash this thing. Pan Guoying turned her head and saw Gao Xiang holding the golden Buddha in his hand. He almost knelt on the ground in fright. The cold and hard lines on his face instantly turned into a cotton cover. Stop. Gao Xiang? Stop. Pan Guoying knew Gao Xiang best. Well, if this grandson wants to do something, even the Heavenly King and Lao Tzu will not be able to pull him back. Gao Xiang looked at Pan Guoying calmly, turned the golden Buddha up and down. Pan Guoying's body also moved up and down. Gao Xiang smiled. Say, tell me everything you know. If there is another nonsense, I will. He held up the golden Buddha. Pan Guoying yelled, don't. I say. Gao Xiang hugged the golden Buddha and went to sit on the edge of the sofa, crossed his legs. Okay, I'm listening. Pan Guoying looked nervously at the golden Buddha in Gao Xiang's arms, sat down on the sofa, and sighed fiercely. Your grandfather asked me to go. Gao Xiang frowned. Could it be that this old man knew about the relationship between the Luo family and the Gao family, as well as Luo Hong's situation? What did he ask you for? He asked. Pan Guoying looked at Gao Xiang with piercing eyes. Actually, I don't know much. If you ask me, it's useless, really. Don't talk nonsense, just answer whatever I ask you. Gao Xiang played with the golden Buddha in his arms, looking at the ground from time to time. Pan Guoying clenched her hands, gritted her teeth and said, I don't know what happened between Grandpa Gao and Dr. Luo. The only thing I can tell you is that there is a powerful evil spirit parasitized on Luo Hong's body, which is extremely evil. My mana it is not enough to suppress it at all. I wanted to tell my grandfather about it and ask him to help subdue the evil spirit, but Grandpa Gao told me not to care about this matter, and not to tell anyone. I can only follow his old man's wishes. Gone. An extremely evil spirit. Could it be one of the twin evil spirits? It seems that his grandfather knows a lot of things. Gao Xiang frowned and asked, that's all. What else did my grandfather say? Pan Guoying shook her head. That's all I know. Since you are so interested, why don't you go to him directly? I will go to him, but before that, I need to understand more important things. Let me ask you, are the things on me the same as Luo Hong's? Pan Guoying touched Gao Xiang's wrist tentatively, and said in a deep voice, it's a bit similar, but it's different. Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows. How do you say it? The evil spirit on Dr. Luo is in the form of parasitic, and you are an evil spirit. Pan Guoying let go of his hand in shock, and asked, have you come into contact with anything recently? Why did you become like this? Gao Xiang frowned, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to himself, could it be that I am the reincarnation of that Chun Yang? Then I merged with Shen Yin. What did you say? Pan Guoying asked. Gao Xiang was shocked by this discovery, ignored Pan Guoying, and fell into deep thought. The most amazing thing is that the yang energy in your body can subdue evil spirits, forming a very harmonious, small universe. Pan Guoying was a little excited. Gao Xiang came back to his senses and asked, Qinkan, what the hell? Balance, the balance of yin and yang. Do you remember my grandfather told you when you were young, you are a body of pure yang, but you are also incomplete, lacking yin veins. Gao Xiang thought for a while, well, I seem to have a little impression. Pan Guoying nodded, now you are complete, and, you wait. Pan Guoying stood up and ran out, and came in after a while holding a fat big cat. He put the cat on the coffee table and pushed it towards Gao Xiang. The lazy cat suddenly seemed to have seen a ghost, neighing, and trying to escape, but was held down by Pan Guoying. Gao Uki? Honestly son. The corners of Gao Xiang's eyes visibly trembled. What trick are you playing? You stroke its head and think, die, or curse it to die or something. Try it. The cat seemed to understand Pan Guoying's words, and it struggled even harder, screaming miserably. Gao Xiang understood what Pan Guoying meant, and it seemed that he thought the same as himself. Gao Xiang looked at Gao Uki's terrified eyes, frowned and said, are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a god? Pan Guoying thought for a while, try it, it won't work anyway. Gao Xiang put his hand on Gao Uki's forehead, covered his eyes, and said hesitantly, what if it recovers? Pan Guoying frowned and said, if it is really alive, then you will definitely be able to revive it. Really? Gao Xiang couldn't believe that he had such ability. Pan Guoying let out a Gao Xiang didn't hesitate any more, concentrated his mind and muttered a few words in his heart, took his hand away and looked at them. Gao Uki still looked at them with his eyes open, as if he was surprised that he was fine. Gao Xiang suddenly pushed Pan Guoying's hand away, and Gao Uki's fat body jumped off the table like a thunderbolt, and escaped through the crack of the door. Gao Xiang couldn't sit still anymore, and said impatiently, it doesn't work at all. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's useless, you can come with me today. Pan Guoying was also a little puzzled. It stands to reason that Gao Xiang's body already possessed the basic conditions for the curse, so why couldn't he succeed? What else is missing? He asked dully, where are you going? I don't know, maybe Beijing, maybe anywhere. No, I still have work later. Gao Xiang hugged the golden Buddha and walked out, then I will take this thing away. Gao Xiang, you put it down. Help me finish the work, and I will return it to you intact. Pan Guoying gritted her teeth, clenched her hands, and frowned, what's the matter? An imperceptible pain flashed between Gao Xiang's eyebrows, and he said as he walked out, help me find Luo Hong. Knowing that Gao Xiang was safe, Luo Hong felt relieved. What Meng Rujun said to him made Luo Hong sleepless all night. He didn't know whether to believe Meng Rujun's words. If everything was false, then that's all. He had to find a way to escape from here. Meng Rujun's heart was upright. He should not only covet Shuang Longbai, but also have other plots. But what if what he said is true? If Gao's family and Luo's family really had such a deep blood feud, wouldn't he have served their family meticulously in the enemy's house for more than 3 months? He also recognized the descendants of his enemies as apprentices. Every time Luo Hong thought of this, he felt chills all over his body, and his heart was ashamed. Luo Hong buried his head between his knees and trembled all over. Could hundreds of lives not be enough to repay Luo's mistakes? Do you have to let the descendants of the Luo family die in agony, and be satisfied until the blood of the whole family disappears from this world? So vicious? If what Meng Rujun said was true, what should he do? Luo Hong was in a mess and didn't know how to deal with his feelings. Although Gao's curse was vicious, it was a grudge from thousands of years ago. No matter how painful or sad he was, he still couldn't transfer this hatred to the present. Gao family, after all, the descendants of the Gao family are innocent. What's more, he is alone, dragging his broken body. What can he do? Meng Rujun said that he would avenge him, but Luo Hong just thought it was funny. How to take revenge? Kill the Gao family as well. Kill them all. Can the ancestors of the Luo family be resurrected? Luo Hong never thought about it. The word revenge was something out of reach and worthless to him. The only thing he can do is to find a way to survive. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he is willing to try. Lift the curse, live on, leave the city, return to his hometown, take in an apprentice, and pass on Luo's ancestral medical skills. Continue. That day when I asked Meng Rujun how to undo the curse, Meng Rujun betrayed him and didn't say it directly, and just in time he had something to deal with, so he put it down first. Luo Hong tidied up the bed, tidied up the description, pushed the door and walked out. He was eager to know the way to undo the curse, because his Shuang Longbai was in Gao Xiang's hands. He might get sick at any time. He didn't want to delay for a moment. The 2 strong men standing at the door saw Luo Hong, and hurriedly stopped him. Dr. Luo, where are you going? Luo Hong looked up at the 2 burly men. This man's figure might be able to hold 3 or 4 Luo Hong, but if he wanted to escape from these 2 men, it shouldn't be difficult. From the movements in the yard, it seemed that Meng Rujun was determined to trap him. There were people everywhere. Even if Luo Hong could hide from these two, he couldn't hide from the group of people outside. Luo Hong replied helplessly, I'm looking for Mr. Meng. Feng Ming, who was walking from the end of the corridor with a tea tray, saw Luo Hong, and called out, Ah, Dr. Luo, you woke up so early. The morning air was a bit cool. Luo Hong tightened his neckline, and said with a smile, Good morning. Where is Mr. Meng? I have something to do with him. Feng Ming winked at the two strong men. The strong men put down their hands and stood on both sides of the door. Senior brother told me in the morning that you should go to his study when you wake up, and he will wait for you there. Feng Ming made a gesture of invitation. Luo Hong followed Feng Ming through the quaint long corridor, where the house was filled with the fragrance of herbs, and in the distance there were rows of bamboo racks in the courtyard, with huge dustpans on the racks, and the pharmacists were sorting out the herbs. If he hadn't been put under house arrest, Luo Hong really wanted to enjoy the scenery of this quaint doctor's house. Luo Hong's face couldn't help revealing the expression of a doctor. Feng Ming saw it and sighed slightly. He led Luo Hong to the door of Meng Rujun's study. Before Luo Hong's hand closed the door, he suddenly grabbed Luo Hong's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, Dr. Luo. Luo Hong turned to look at him and asked, What? Feng Ming's originally clear face was covered with haze. Luo Hong looked at him puzzled. Feng Ming is not tall, so he could only look up at Luo Hong slightly. He pursed his lips and thought for a while, then said in a very soft voice, Dr. Luo, you are a good person and a genius doctor. I respect you, so I want to tell you in a word, my senior brother. Feng Ming sighed. In short, you can't believe everything he says. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Feng Ming to bend his elbow to help him. He raised his lips and smiled. Thank you, I know. Feng Ming nodded. He knocked on the door for Luo Hong, and after sending Luo Hong in, he closed the door silently. Seeing Luo Hong, Meng Rujun, who was talking on the phone, quickly hung up the phone and greeted him. Dr. Luo, sit down. Meng Rujun pulled Luo Hong to sit on the sofa, and asked with a smile, Dr. Luo, are you still used to living here? Luo Hong smiled slightly. It's not bad, the accommodation is comfortable, the food is delicious, and the young man Feng Ming took good care of him. Meng Rujun was surprised by Luo Hong's reaction, squinted his eyes and smiled. Really? That's a good thing. I wonder if Dr. Luo is in better health. Luo Hong shook his head. I've always been in poor health, you know that. If I don't understand the curse, I won't be able to be at peace, so I got up early today to bother you and ask you for advice on how to solve the curse. Meng Rujun narrowed his eyes, then stretched out his hand to rub the back of Luo Hong's head, and said with a smile, That's easy to say. Has Dr. Luo heard the formulas of the witch doctor? Luo Hong was fine with Meng Rujun and was not used to being touched by him. Luo Hong moved aside unobtrusively, trying to avoid his touch, and replied, No, what is it? Meng Rujun leaned closer to Luo Hong again, and said in a soft voice, The way of a witch doctor is from yin to yang. The way of medicine and witchcraft, yin and yang complement each other. The combination of dragon and yang, the combination of two dragons. The witch doctor is great. Luo Hong frowned, and said to himself, This formula seems to be contradictory. How? The sky is yang, the earth is yin. Dryness is yang, and kun is yin. Men are yang and women are yin. The complementarity of yin and yang is the way of witch doctors. The dragon and yang are both yang, which violates the principle of complementing yin and yang. Does it make sense? Also, does the combination of double dragons mean that the broken double dragon walls will be combined into one piece? Meng Rujun was a little excited. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, and said softly, Dr. Luo, you are so smart. Luo Hong looked at Meng Rujun warily, waiting for his next words. Luo Hong's reaction made Meng Rujun couldn't help but smile. Shuang Longbai was divided into two pieces during the two families' struggle. Legend has it that the twin evil spirits were also split into two halves and suppressed in half-wall pendants respectively. When the two dragons merged, only when the evil spirits are combined will they have the proper magic power. Luo Hong frowned. There were twin evil spirits hidden in the stone he had been wearing for 30 years. Is the man talking to him an evil spirit? Meng Rujun continued, You're right. According to the literal meaning of the formula, it really needs pure yin and pure yang to refine it. When I first saw this formula, I also had doubts. I didn't understand it until I met you. The true meaning of a mantra. Me. Luo Hong tilted his head and looked at Meng Rujun. Yes, you. Meng Rujun brushed Luo Hong's cheek with his hand, stroked his hair twice, and said in a low voice, I thought at that time, how can there be any woman in this world with a pure yang body? All over the country, ran and broke my legs, but I didn't find one. After seeing you, I suddenly realized why I must find a woman with a pure yang body. Isn't a man with a pure yin body more wonderful? And the only one in the world the man with the pure yin body. I don't say, you know who it is, right? You must know your body better than me, right? Luo Hong was stunned for a long time when he heard the words, and said awkwardly, so that's what happened. If I were to say it, the formula is indeed not contradictory. When Luo Hong knew for the first time that he had a body of pure yin, he really wondered for a few days. This kind of physique that violated the laws of nature was never recorded in medical books and history books. As a man, during his adolescence, Luo Hong suffered from low self-esteem and pain for several years due to the attribute of his body. Later, when he grew up and matured, he realized that he would not live long, so he didn't care so much. Meng Rujun looked at Luo Hong's reddish ears and thin white neck, and finally couldn't help but hugged Luo Hong, hugged him in his arms, and said in a low voice, "Dr. Luo, whether I can become a witch doctor or not is up to everyone. It's up to you, you must help me realize this dream, please." Meng Rujun hugged Luo Hong tightly, breathing heavily on Luo Hong's neck, his body trembling violently. Luo Hong was made uncomfortable by Meng Rujun. He pushed Meng Rujun hard. "Mr. Meng, if you have something to say, please let me go first." Meng Rujun let go of Luo Hong, and laughed. "I was too excited, don't mind. I can help you, but I need to know how to undo the curse first." Luo Hong squinted at Meng Rujun. Meng Rujun raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Dr. Luo is really a cheerful person. In fact, it is not difficult to solve the curse on you. As long as you put 2 pieces of double dragon wall together and help me become a real witch doctor, your curse will naturally be cured." Solved. Luo Hong thought for a while. Meng Rujun mentioned this before, but he didn't know how to do it. He asked, "How can I help you?" Meng Rujun looked at Luo Hong with a smile, pursed his lips, bowed his head and whispered something in Luo Hong's ear. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, then blushed and lowered his head, his eyes trembling a little. Meng Rujun squinted at Luo Hong, and the manic desire he held in his heart could hardly be suppressed. How much did he want to be a witch doctor? In order to become a witch doctor, he has come to this day regardless of any cost, seeing that his dream can be realized, and the living descendants of the Luo family are in front of his eyes. How can he continue to bear it? Luo Hong thought for a while, looked up at Meng Rujun, and asked, "According to what you mean, after the 2 dragons unite and the dragon and Yang unite, you will become a witch doctor and the curse on me will be lifted?" Meng Rujun nodded with bright eyes. Luo Hong's mood gradually calmed down. His fair face was calm and unwavering. He stared straight at Meng Rujun, and asked, "Where are the 2 dragon walls?" Meng Rujun was about to open his mouth to speak, but he stopped suddenly. He looked at Luo Hong's expression, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Where's Dr. Luo's half?" "Lost it." Luo Hong replied. "Lost it? You will lose such an important thing? Didn't you throw it to the Gao family?" Meng Rujun's voice changed a little, his eyes were burning like flames, scanning Luo Hong's reaction. Luo Hong was very calm, and the voice he made was without any emotion. "It's lost. I lost it as early as when I was a child." Meng Rujun's body visibly trembled, and he was furious. He suddenly grabbed Luo Hong's thin shoulder and squeezed it hard, wishing to crush Luo Hong's bones. He shouted, "You nonsense! You put him, did you give it to Gao Xiaobo, right? Gao Xiang? Gao Fei? Gao Tianyan, right? You gave the Shuanglongbai to Gao Tianyan, a bitch, right? Huh." Luo Hong was stunned for a while by Meng Rujun's sudden reaction, but he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that his judgment and decision were correct. He still stared back at Meng Rujun expressionlessly, watching him gradually reveal his true nature and hysterically approach the brink of collapse. Meng Rujun suddenly realized something, and suddenly withdrew his hand, but it was too late. He sighed, and simply stopped pretending. He opened the neckline with a snap, took off the blouse, and grabbed Luo Hong's collar and pulled it away. He approached himself, and chuckled a few times. "I didn't expect Dr. Luo to be a little brainy. Didn't he lose the double dragon wall, right? Are you bluffing me? Huh?" Luo Hong's black pupils looked directly at Meng Rujun, without any hesitation or fear, and replied, "I lost it." Meng Rujun's face twitched violently, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Where did you lose it? How did you lose it?" "The river under the Wuhi Bridge is very cold and deep. Local people often drown and die, and the sinker lies on the bottomless bottom of the river," Luo Hong said softly. Meng Rujun narrowed his eyes fiercely, and scanned Luo Hong's face up and down, trying to find some flaws in the lies, but it was in vain. It was hard for him to believe Luo Hong's words, but he didn't know what to do. What if what Luo Hong said was true? He can't miss the slightest clue. Meng Rujun suddenly smiled, let go of Luo Hong, went to the writing desk, took out a cigarette and lit it, and said calmly, "Dr. Luo, I don't believe you at all. Your Shuanglongbai is in Gao's house now, right? On Gao Xiang's body." Meng Rujun caught the change on Luo Hong's face as he wished, and he smiled slightly. "Although I don't believe you, I will still send people to Wuhi town to take a look, even if it means sucking up the water of Wuhi. You may not knowing me, I am the kind of person who will not miss even 1 out of 10,000 possibilities, so I will go to Wuhi town, and I will search the Gao family in detail until I find the one I want." "Something you want?" Meng Rujun threw away the cigarette, approached the pale-faced Luo Hong step by step, lifted Luo Hong's chin, looked at his face, and said with a light smile, "It's so beautiful, Dr. Luo, while being able to fulfill your wish. It's even better for someone like you. It's not a bad thing for a man to sleep. Although I'm not gay, but every time I think of being able to fuck you once, I get so excited that I tremble." The astonishment, humiliation, and anger that appeared on Luo Hong's face made Meng Rujun burst into laughter. He grabbed Luo Hong's hand before pulling out the needle, pulled out the needle and threw it out. He suddenly threw Luo Hong. He fell down on the sofa and tore off Luo Hong's shirt. Regardless of Luo Hong's powerless struggle and resistance, he kissed and bit Luo Hong's white and weak body like a wild beast, and he couldn't stop praising and obscene with a voice. An evil big hand reached into Luo Hong's pants, desperately flicking and playing with the series of men's objects. Luo Hong struggled with all his strength. After living for 30 years, he had the urge to kill for the first time. He wished he could kill Meng Rujun with one bite, but Meng Rujun seemed to be able to read his mind, and he didn't make do with him at all. Biting and gnawing frantically under him all the time, Luo Hong could only roar and curse, and finally changed it into a vicious curse. Although the curses didn't really work, they made Meng Rujun stop suddenly. He stared at Luo Hong, his heart trembling. At the moment when he was in a daze, Fang Ming suddenly opened the door and saw in this situation. He quickly turned to his side and stammered, "Master, brother, the prescription is on fire. You should go and have a look." "What?" Meng Rujun jumped up from the sofa and said while putting on his clothes, "What's going on?" Fang Ming lowered his head, not sure. Meng Rujun tidied up his clothes, walked quickly to the door, looked down at Fang Ming, "Take Dr. Luo back to his room." Before he left, he added, "Watch closely." After Meng Rujun left, Fang Ming rushed to the edge of the sofa, took off his clothes and put them on Luo Hong. He asked eagerly, "Dr. Luo, are you okay?" Fang Ming stared at the shocking bloodstain on Luo Hong's chest, his hands trembling. Luo Hong tightened his clothes and shook his head. He stood up slowly, but his legs were so weak that he almost knelt on the ground. Fang Ming quickly helped Luo Hong. "Dr. Luo." Fang Ming's voice was full of tears. "I'm sorry, Dr. Luo, I'm sorry on behalf of senior brother. He wasn't like this before, he became like this after he learned the secret of Shuang Longbai and became obsessed with ghosts. The essence of senior brother is not bad, real." Luo Hong frowned, and reached out to stop Fang Ming's words. "Brother Fang, thank you for saving me, please take me back to my room." Fang Ming nodded with red eyes. "Well, okay, slow down." He helped Luo Hong leave the study. After returning to the room, before Fang Ming left, Luo Hong suddenly grabbed Fang Ming's hand. "Brother Fang? Can I ask you something?" Fang Ming said, "Say it." Luo Hong hesitated for a moment. "Can you give me a message for the Gao family? Tell them that I'm trapped here, or tell the police about it, and let them come here to rescue me." Fang Ming's face froze, and he shook off Luo Hong's hand. "What are you talking about?" Fang Ming turned around and left the room quickly. Luo Hong looked at Fang Ming's back, smiled wryly, and shook his head. Yes, no matter how good-looking Fang Ming is, no matter how kind-hearted he is, he would definitely not betray his family for the sake of an outsider like him. What a fool, I was confused in a hurry. Luo Hong touched his cuff, the needle was gone, his self-defense props were gone. What should he do next? Originally Meng Rujun said that he could undo the curse on himself. Luo Hong was full of expectations, but when Meng Rujun told him how to undo the curse, Luo Hong completely gave up on Meng Rujun's character. Double dragons unite, dragon and yang unite. What a joke. If Meng Rujun's words are true, then this sentence must be a condition for becoming a witch doctor, not a condition for unraveling his curse. This is completely different from the adage he heard when he was reborn. Yan Huang Long Mei I, the way of the witch doctor, ends Jace He, the combination of two dragons, the curse will be broken. The only thing in common between becoming a witch doctor and lifting the curse is that they both require the combination of two dragons. It seems that if he wants to undo the curse on his body, he must first find a way to find another piece of double dragon wall. His own is on Gao Xiang's body, so what about the other piece? Will it be at Gao's house? Luo Hong was a little excited. If he was really in Gao's house, wouldn't it be close at hand and within reach? But how should he escape? Luo Hong turned his head and looked at the high wall outside the window, and the yard full of workers. His whole body was suddenly enveloped in impenetrable despair. Who in this world would tirelessly search for him because of his disappearance? Who would be saddened by his passing? Luo Hong's answer is no. At that time, Luo Hong even thought pessimistically, if someone could shed a few tears for him before he died, then he would die now and rest in peace. This thought made Luo Hong look down on himself a bit. Luo Hong sighed, took off his torn clothes, looked down at the scars on his chest, and clenched his hands tightly, and he didn't feel any pain when his nails were embedded in his flesh. Self-inflicted insult. He just felt dirty, sick, and nauseous. He really wants to get out of here quickly. Who can come and save him? A name flashed in Luo Hong's mind, Gao Xiang. Perhaps it was the most desperate struggle in his heart that reminded him of this Gao Xiang who had a close relationship with him, Luo Hong thought. He and Gao Xiang are really not close, and they don't know each other well enough. Gao Xiang even did bad things to himself, and now he knows that the Gao and Luo families are feuds. Although he did bad things to him, he was also the best to him, especially the night before being robbed. He slept on Gao Xiang's arm all night, and that night was the most sound, warmest, and most peaceful sleep in his life. Luo Hong's face was slightly drunk, and his heart throbbed. For that precious night, Luo Hong decided to treat Gao Xiang as his most important person for the time being. Luo Hong looked devoutly at the sky outside the window, and murmured, "Gao Xiang, can you come and save me?" Gao Xiang slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Pan Guoying who was practicing. He looked at Gao Xiang in shock, saw his face was pale and sweaty, and asked inexplicably, "What's wrong?" Gao Xiang frowned, "I don't know, I seem to have heard something." "What sound?" Gao Xiang shook his head, "I can't tell, it's kind of weird." He asked, "How is it with you?" Pan Guoying said seriously, "I'm not as good as you think. This kind of perception is only useful in a small range. If you can't drive the car to the exact range, my ability is useless." Gao Xiang glanced at Pan Guoying, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car into Mayun district in the outer suburbs of Beijing. The fire in the pharmacy destroyed a lot of precious medicinal materials. In addition, a warehouse was burned down, and 2 workers were almost burned to death. It took Meng Rujun a lot of effort to suppress this matter. At first, Meng Rujun thought it was done by the witch doctor who also coveted Shuang Longbai. There were many doctors who were eyeing Luo Hong and Shuang Longbai, but he was one step ahead of them, leaving another group of people in vain. The house was indeed not so peaceful. Accidents of one kind or another would happen from time to time, and some people would sneak into Meng's house in the middle of the night in an attempt to find Luo Hong's whereabouts. Meng's precautionary measures were well done, and this group of people returned without success every time. But today, Meng Ruhei brought a piece of news, which made Meng Rujun furious. He took the string of coral beads, came to Luo Hong's room, and kicked open the door. Fang Ming, who was applying the medicine for Luo Hong, jumped up in fright. The two turned their heads to look at the door. Fang Ming saw the bloodthirsty eyes of Meng Rujun and Meng Ruhei, and he felt a bad premonition. He hurriedly stood up to protect Luo Hong. Luo Hong, brother, what's wrong with you? Meng Rujun rushed to the bed in a few strides, picked up Fang Ming's collar, and slapped him 4 times. Fang Ming suddenly felt his eyes darken, his mouth was fishy and sweet, and hot blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Luo Hong, who was lying on the bed, trembled when he saw this. He stood up, grabbed Meng Rujun's clothes, and shouted weakly, Meng Rujun, you scoundrel, why did you beat him? Meng Rujun threw Fang Ming to the ground forcefully, and kicked him twice in the stomach. Fang Ming curled up and groaned in pain. Meng Rujun cursed, you son of a bitch, the Meng family has raised you for 15 years? Is this how you repay the Meng family? Huh. Meng Rujun threw a string of delicate blood-red coral beads in front of Fang Ming, and raised his hand as if venting his anger. He kicked Fang Ming's body everywhere. Luo Hong couldn't exert all his strength, so he had to roll out of the bed and hugged Fang Ming's body. He rushed over in a hurry, but Meng Rujun, who had no time to retract his legs, kicked his ribs. A cold sweat dripped down. Meng Rujun pointed to Luo Hong, get out of the way, be careful, I will clean up with you. Luo Hong took Fang Ming into his arms, gritted his teeth, and said, what did this kid do wrong? Why did you beat him to death? You hurt his bones. Meng Rujun stared at Fang Ming with icy eyes. Fang Ming, tell yourself, did you set the fire in the pharmacy? If you dare to tell a lie, I will destroy you right now. Fang Ming coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, and sprayed it directly onto Luo Hong's white pajamas. His face was so pale and his voice was trembling with weakness, he replied affirmatively, it was me. I set the fire. After hearing this, Meng Rujun was furious, and let out a roar, fuck you bastard? How did the Meng family treat you badly? My father treated you badly? I treated you badly? Huh? I raised you up from a young age, and when I grew up, I turned out to be a white-eyed wolf. See if I don't beat you to death today. He raised his foot and kicked Fang Ming directly on the spine. Fang Ming screamed, his thin body suddenly straightened up, and he grabbed Luo with both hands. Hong's skirt, his whole face was twisted in pain. Meng Rujun didn't pay attention to Fang Ming's reaction at all. He kicked and kicked mercilessly with his ferocious iron shoes, and he kept yelling, damn, beast, kick you to death, damn, fuck, bastard. Luo Hong didn't bother to think about why Fang Ming set fire to his pharmacy. He instinctively protected Fang Ming, but it didn't help. He couldn't even protect himself, and was affected by Meng Rujun's ruthless fists. Fang Ming's body trembled and stiffened. He knew in his heart that his condition was very bad. He screamed desperately, Meng Rujun, stop, you will kill him like this? He must have his reasons for doing this, why don't you listen? Listen to what he said. The crazy Meng Rujun was even afraid of Meng Ruhei, and even Meng Ruhei didn't have the guts to persuade him in this situation. He moved closer to Meng Rujun, and looked down at the 2 people on the ground. Both of them were dressed in white, and their bodies were splashed with red blood foam. The stark contrast formed a shocking scene. Indeed, the crazy Meng Rujun would not listen to Luo Hong's words, and he would not care that he would hurt Luo Hong. He was tired from the beating and his fists were sore. He signaled to Meng Ruhei, and Meng Ruhei hurried forward to pull Luo Hong up. Put it on the bed. Meng Rujun pulled out his belt and squatted beside Fang Ming. He patted Fang Ming's face. The dying Fang Ming's eyes were cloudy. He looked at Meng Rujun with half-closed eyes, and said in a thin voice, I'm sorry. Meng Rujun's eyes darkened, and he suddenly strangled Fang Ming's neck with a belt. He said coldly, Fang Ming, you asked for it yourself. Don't blame senior brother. Like a dog, he dragged Fang Ming from the bed to the door, and Fang Ming was like a dead man, without even struggling. Meng Rujun's behavior made Luo Hong anxious. He struggled and crawled on the bed like crazy. Seeing Fang Ming being treated like this by Meng Rujun, he was powerless. His eyes turned red. He bit his lip and tore it hard, spat out a mouthful of blood, and screamed like a trapped animal, Meng Rujun, put him down, otherwise, you will die a terrible death. A thunderbolt will strike you, an inhuman demon, to death. Crack. As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, the originally cloudless sky suddenly darkened, and a blue-white lightning bolt fell from the sky, splitting the glass window behind Luo Hong. The lightning accompanied by the sound of broken glass was extremely shocking and ear-piercing. The torrential rain fell from the sky, and the strong wind whistled into the bedroom from the dilapidated window, rolling up the white curtains and bed sheets. Luo Hong's flickering silhouette at this moment looked particularly weird and creepy, making Meng Rujun and Meng Ruhei froze on the spot. Meng Rujun looked at Luo Hong, who was kneeling on the bed in horror. In the dark room, Luo Hong's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. The window behind Luo Hong was filled with thunder and lightning. In the room, cut Meng Rujun to death. Meng Ruhe was so frightened that he knelt on the ground long ago, while Meng Rujun froze in place as if he had been immobilized, and he didn't even have the ability to tremble or escape. Just when he was sure that he was going to die, and the thunder outside the window was about to kill him, Luo Hong closed his eyes, his whole body shook twice, and fell on the bed. As he fell, the haze in the sky outside the window also dissipated, and the violent storm, lightning, and thunder stopped suddenly. Meng Rujun's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. He looked down at Fang Ming, and then at Luo Hong who was breathing evenly on the bed. He couldn't believe what happened the moment before. Meng Ruhe crawled to Meng Rujun's side, took Meng Rujun's arm, and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, did you see what happened just now? It's terrible, brother. Let's stop playing, let's put him in a hurry. Let it go, this Luo Hong is too evil. If we continue playing, our lives will be gone." Meng Rujun's heart gradually returned to its original position when he mentioned his throat, and his original expression of fear was gradually replaced by ecstasy. He grabbed Meng Ruhe and said excitedly, "Heize, did you see it? This is the power of a witch doctor. It's amazing, my brother and I will soon have this ability and become a real witch doctor, ha 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 ha." Meng Ruhe stared at Meng Rujun in a daze. "Brother, are you crazy? You are playing with your life. Let's not bother with the broken witch doctor, okay? I'm afraid something will happen to you." Meng Rujun patted Meng Ruhe's shoulder with a smile. "Heize, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget that I only want to have such power to become a witch doctor. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, how can I give up?" He put down the belt in his hand. "It's fate for this kid, let him go today, otherwise Luo Hong wakes up and sees him dead. I'm really afraid that he will curse me." He stood up and kicked Fang Ming with his feet, and said, "Lock him up first, and let Master Wang show him. Oh, by the way, you are ready to prepare for the Wuhi town that I told you last time. Let's go tomorrow." Meng Ruhe wanted to open his mouth to say a few words, but was stopped by Meng Rujun. Meng Rujun had already made up his mind, and it was useless for him to persuade him anymore. He could only follow his wishes. Meng Ruhe sighed heavily, picked up Fang Ming, who was covered in blood, and walked out of the bedroom. When Luo Hong woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day, and his memory of yesterday only stayed at the moment when Meng Rujun dragged Fang Ming out, and he couldn't remember what happened afterwards. He learned from the gatekeeper that Fang Ming was still alive, but he was almost dead, and the situation was very dangerous. Luo Hong wanted to see a doctor for Fang Ming, but they stopped him, saying that Fang Ming was locked up. "Get up, and no one will see him." Luo Hong walked back and forth in the room, turning around in a hurry. He knew Fang Ming's injury. His meridians were cut off. If he was not treated in time, he might die soon. Although he wasn't sure why Fang Ming set the fire, there was no doubt that the direct beneficiary of his behavior was himself. If it wasn't for Fang Ming that day, he might have completely lost his dignity as a human being and was trampled by Meng Rujun in the dirtiest way. He was grateful to Fang Ming. Although he refused to help him report to the police, Fang Ming was heartfelt to the Meng family and helped him in his own way. Fang Ming is a good person, and a good person should not end up like this. Fang Ming is also a medical doctor with medical ethics. Unlike Meng Rujun and Meng Ruhe, he believes that Fang Ming should have inherited Mr. Meng's great achievements in medicine. Luo Hong thought, if the two were destined, Fang Ming could survive and he could escape, and he would be willing to pass on Luo's medical skills to him in return for his kindness. Luo Hong made up his mind to escape from here and took Fang Ming with him. Now that he has made this decision, Luo Hong no longer struggles with the lack of a needle in his hand. In fact, any sharp object can become Luo Hong's weapon. The reason why he has never considered these things is because of his kindness as a doctor. It is Luo Hong's only wish now to escape here with Fang Ming. Luo Hong disassembled a clock on the bedside, took off 3 pointers, straightened several hooks on the curtains, and counted them, enough to deal with more than 20 people. He took out a few ballpoint pens and carefully put them into the front pocket of the pajamas. After dark, a young man who had never seen him was replaced to deliver food to Luo Hong. After eating, Luo Hong kept meditating on the bed. He sealed several important channels of his body by pressing acupuncture points to prevent himself from sudden onset effects night activities. After midnight, Luo Hong pushed open the door, and 2 strong men who lost consciousness suddenly woke up. One of them asked, "Dr. Luo, why are you up so late? What are you doing? Can't sleep, want to go out for a walk?" Luo Hong's eyes were deep, and he answered it as a matter of course. The 2 strong men looked at each other. Luo Hong was confused by Meng Rujun's beating. Does he know that he is under house arrest, not here for vacation? One of the strong men twisted his mouth and said with a deep smile, "You can't go anywhere, go back to your room and sleep." He took Luo Hong's shoulder, turned him 180 degrees, and pushed him in. It was his strike that gave Luo Hong a chance. He took out a wire from his pocket and tied it on the back of his hand on his shoulder. The strong man froze instantly without even making a sound. The other strong man jumped away in fright. He never forgot Meng Rujun's instruction. This man named Luo Hong is very dangerous. You must not let him get close, otherwise he will be fixed. The strong man opened his mouth and shouted to send out a signal, turned around and wanted to escape, but his voice got stuck in his throat as soon as he uttered half of it, and the raised leg was also fixed in place. Luo Hong walked quickly to his side, met his terrified eyes, and said sincerely, "It's useless to run. Luo's acupuncture method has a secret skill of applying needles in space, which Meng Rujun didn't know, so, right. Living." When Luo Hong was chatting with the two in the afternoon, he learned the specific location where Fang Ming was locked up. He walked around the strong man's body and quickly ran to the corner of the corridor. He didn't have much time, maybe someone would see the two of them locked at the door in the next second. He had to be quick. After Luo Hong walked around the huge yard several times, he realized that he was lost. In the old houses in Beijing, every garden has almost the same style and the same layout, and the lights are poor. Where can he find a house with a plaque on the lintel? Besides, there are plagues on almost every lintel. Luo Hong secretly scolded himself for being an idiot. Why didn't he ask what was written on the plaque? Luo Hong hid in the gap between the two houses. His breathing was a little difficult, and cold sweat started to break out on his back. What should I do? I'm afraid I can't find it until dawn. If I search in such a muddle, we'll be found out. Fang Ming couldn't save him, and he couldn't escape either. Luo Hong took a few deep breaths. No hesitation, continue to search. Even if he can't escape, he must save Fang Ming's life. If his calculation is correct, Fang Ming might not last till dawn. Luo Hong wiped the sweat from his head, and waited with bated breath for the apprentices who were watching the night to pass by. He leaned against the wall and was about to run out when he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind his ears. A big hand covered his mouth, and another picking him up with one hand. The man turned around and pulled Luo Hong back into the dark gap, pressing him against the wall. Warm and rapid breathing came from the front. Luo Hong looked at the dark figure opposite in shock. The hairs all over his body stood on end. "It's over. Have you been found?" Luo Hong's hand slowly reached into his pocket, and he touched a thick wire. Luo Hong had already made preparations. Even if he was caught, he would give it a go. The man in front of him was extremely powerful, and the dark shadow showed his tall stature. He was not an easy character to deal with, but he had a weapon in his hand. The Luo Hong, even if it is an elephant, he has the confidence to bring it down. Luo Hong touched the wire, raised his hand to stab the opponent. His speed was not fast. Maybe it was exhausting running around the yard. Suddenly another hand grabbed his wrist, and Luo Hong's needle failed to pierce him. A relatively unfamiliar voice came from the side. "Dr. Luo, we are here to save you." This voice is... A name suddenly flashed into Luo Hong's mind. It was that young man named Pan Guoying. Luo Hong froze for a moment, and the needle in his hand fell to the ground. The man holding him let go of his hand covering his mouth, tightened his arms, and pulled his whole body into his arms, panting and trembling. Luo Hong was disturbed by the melancholy and pain emanating from him. The familiar breath, warm body, and strong arms reminded him of the most beautiful night. He couldn't believe that someone actually came save him, and this person is Gao Xiang. Is it Gao Xiang? Luo Hong made an extremely hoarse and deep voice. Gao Xiang. The voice trembled a little. He was afraid that all this before him was just a dream. Hearing Luo Hong's voice, Gao Xiang's arms tightened even more, and his chest was congested, making him speechless for a long time. Pan Guoying, who was next to him, couldn't stand it anymore, and said in a deep voice, "What are you dawdling about? Do you think you're here for vacation?" Gao Xiang took a deep breath, and finally said a word in Luo Hong's ear. "Follow me." As soon as the words fell, he hugged Luo Hong by the waist and walked towards the dark narrow road. Luo Hong tightly grasped Gao Xiang's skirt, and before he had time to rejoice at the joy of redemption, he shouted softly in fright, "Wait, wait." Gao Xiang stopped, turned his head and asked, "What?" Gao Xiang's warm breath sprayed on Luo Hong's face, and the tip of their noses and the sides of their lips, which were close at hand, were almost touching together. The breath from the nose and the breath from the mouth were entangled in the close space, which made Luo Hong feel a little throbbing. Especially at that moment, Luo Hong felt a strange change in his heart, a change he couldn't understand. He said softly, "I'm going to save a man, he is my benefactor. You put me down first." Both Gao Xiang and Pan Guoying were silent for a few seconds. Gao Xiang replied, "I'll come back to save him later. Everything will be easy once you get out, and the police will deal with it." Luo Hong pulled Gao Xiang back. He shook his head. "He's dying. I'm afraid he won't make it to dawn." Pan Guoying stepped forward and asked, "What should I do?" Gao Xiang thought for a while. "You send Dr. Luo out first, and I'll look for it." "It is good." Gao Xiang asked about the location of the room, the name and appearance of the person he was looking for, and left in a hurry. Pan Guoying came to the back door with Luo Hong on his back. There were several apprentices of the Meng family lying on the ground. "Go around and run out the gate." After getting in the car, Luo Hong saw Pan Guoying's face clearly, and made sure that he was not dreaming. "I learned from Pan Guoying that Gao Xiang has been looking for his whereabouts, and he didn't close his eyes for a week. He even went to Tianjin to find Pan Guoying for help. They wandered around Miyun district for 2 days, and finally found him this evening." Luo Hong's aura was also felt in this hidden mansion. They had no evidence in hand, so they couldn't call the police immediately. They planned to sneak in the middle of the night to have a look. Surprisingly, not long after they entered, they saw Luo Hong. The two chased Luo Hong for a distance of 2 gardens, and finally caught him. Luo Hong was so moved that he couldn't even utter a sentence. His whole body was shaking with excitement. He never expected that Gao Xiang would come to save him, and it took so much effort. What kind of kindness must this be? This is something he can't even repay, and now he saves a person who has nothing to do with him because of his own words. Will he be in danger? With so many people in the Meng family, what would he do if he was caught? Luo Hong stammered and asked, Mr. Pan, I'm a little worried about Gao Xiang, will something happen to him? Pan Guoying, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was very calm and steady. He said lightly, he will be fine. Meng has a lot of family members, and Meng Rujun hired a lot of security guards, and the house is very big, and the head of each room is about the same. In addition, he has to bring someone out, so he can't do it alone? Hey, I'm so confused. Why did you let him look for Fang Ming alone? Mr. Pan, should you call the police? Luo Hong kept looking towards the end of the mountain road, with his heart hanging in his throat, regretting his decision. Pan Guoying finally looked back at Luo Hong, and a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you really don't know him very well. Pan Guoying turned her head to look at the figure that suddenly appeared at the intersection in the distance, and continued. He won the National Youth Wushu Championship when he was 16 years old, and won the Sanda Championship last year. Even my senior brother is defeated by him. You should not worry about him, but those who are beaten by him. Luo Hong was stunned. Huh? Is he so powerful? Pan Guoying didn't take it seriously, but just snorted. To outsiders, there was a trace of contempt and jealousy. Although Pan Guoying said so, Luo Hong still couldn't rest assured. He looked out of the window anxiously, until the figure running from a distance got closer and closer. Luo Hong quickly saw that the man was Gao Xiang, who was also carrying a person on his back. It's Fang Ming. Gao Xiang put the dirty Fang Ming into the back seat, then returned to the driver's cab, started the car quickly, drove the car out, and left this place of right and wrong. Gao Xiang didn't speak anymore, but looked at Luo Hong from the rearview mirror from time to time, and Luo Hong couldn't help but collide with his eyes. Gao Xiang's pale and haggard face made Luo Hong's heart confused. Gao Xiang said thank you, but he couldn't say it out. He knew that the word thank you seemed too frivolous at this moment. Luo Hong didn't know why he avoided Gao Xiang's sight. He instinctively felt that today's Gao Xiang was different from the person he knew in the past. Breathe. He lowered his head and touched Fang Ming's cold wrist, knowing that he had no needles or medicine in his hand, and could not give Fang Ming emergency treatment, so he could only seal Fang Ming's meridians by pinching bones and pushing acupuncture points. Temporarily relieve his pain and prolong his life. He has confidence in himself. As long as Fang Ming still has breath, he can save him. Luo Hong squeezed Fang Ming's hand tightly, and said softly, Brother Fang, if you persist, I will save you. You will, it's fine. The car drove into the city. At Luo Hong's request, they didn't go to the hospital, but drove directly to Gao Xiang's private residence. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. They didn't call the police because Fang Ming woke up once on the way and begged Luo Hong not to call the police. Luo Hong agreed. Luo Hong and Fang Ming disappeared. Meng Rujun will definitely take measures, either find a way to hide it, or leave the mess and abscond. No matter what kind, Gao Xiang will not let him go, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't call the police, he has plenty of ways to deal with him. In fact, this is also good. If you really report to the police, Luo Hong must go to the police station to make a statement. Gao Xiang can see that Luo Hong's condition is very bad, and he doesn't have the strength to deal with the police. It is already a miracle that he can insist on helping Fang Ming see his illness. Gao Xiang's residence is complete with medical equipment. Luo Hong admires it very much, and it can be seen that he is studying medicine with great care. When treating Fang Ming, Gao Xiang stayed by the side all the time, looking at Luo Hong quietly, without blinking his eyes, as if he had never seen such a beautiful scenery before, and wanted to put Luo Hong's hands and feet. Every tiny move, the facial expressions and actions are all printed on the heart. Others say that he has a high IQ, and he knows it himself. But at this time, he felt that he was not smart at all, he couldn't understand at all, and he couldn't explain his feelings. When he thought that Luo Hong in front of him would leave him one day, no matter what form it was, he was terribly afraid. What if Luo Hong knew the hatred between the two families and stayed away from the Gao family? Or if he already knew everything about the past, what should he do if he has a grudge against the Gao family and is on guard against himself? The hands of the Gao family were covered with blood, which killed the Luo family. How should he face the man in front of him, and what would he do if he couldn't find a way to undo the curse? Why does he care so much about Luo Hong's thoughts? Why are you so afraid of his departure? Gao Xiang has never tried this feeling, so he doesn't know, or he can't be sure. But he knew that no matter what his situation was, he had already made up his mind to lock Luo Hong firmly and stay by his side forever, and to live on. Fang Ming came back to life. Luo Hong wrote a prescription and asked Pan Guoying to take the medicine according to the prescription and make a decoction for Fang Ming. Fang Ming took the decoction and was sent to the hospital for follow-up treatment. Returning to Gao Xiang's residence again, Luo Hong was finally exhausted and passed out in the car. This was what Gao Xiang expected. He carried Luo Hong back to his room, took off the double dragon wall around his neck and placed it on Luo Hong's chest. After going to bed, he hugged Luo Hong tightly. Gao Xiang fell asleep peacefully, holding this body he had missed for a long time. The two of them woke up after a few hours of sleep, and they were woken up by Gao Xiang's phone call. Gao Fei's roar came from the other end of the phone. She went abroad and just came back today. When she learned about this, she almost broke her leg that day, and she didn't find any news about Luo Hong. She had already sent Gao Tianheng, and Gao Tianyan scolded her so badly, and now she called to vent her anger to Gao Xiang. She called these three people animals and didn't take good care of her future husband. If there was anything wrong with Luo Hong, she would let the three of them be buried with Luo Hong. In the past, he would definitely scold him back, but now his mood is completely different, and he has a new plan. He told his sister that Luo Hong is fine, and she doesn't have to worry about it in the future. Luo Hong likes men and has a sweetheart, so let her calm down and marry Mr. Yuan honestly, so that the whole family can marry. Without waiting for Gao Fei to reply, he hung up the phone and turned off the phone. Luo Hong was also woken up. He was looking at Gao Xiang with half-opened eyes, maybe because of Gao Xiang's heat. There were 2 red clouds floating on Luo Hong's cheeks, and a faint pink on his lips. He made a difficult voice. Gao Xiang? Is it Gao Xiang? I'm not dreaming, am I? Gao Xiang approached him, propped his head with one hand, and lightly touched his cheek with the other, and whispered, it's not a dream. Luo Hong let out a breath, closed his eyes, tilted his head into Gao Xiang's arms, and prepared to continue sleeping in peace. Gao Xiang was surprised by Luo Hong's reaction, looked down at Luo Hong's red ears, blinked his eyes a few times, but Luo Hong suddenly raised his head to look at Gao Xiang again. He seemed to be trying hard, and said in a hoarse voice, I can't stand it anymore. I will thank you when I wake up. Luo Hong rolled his eyelids together, and his voice became smaller and smaller. The Luo family knows how to repay you, and I will repay you. You wait. Gao Xiang raised his hand and rubbed Luo Hong's ears, then inserted his fingers into his hair, rubbed gently. He raised Luo Hong's head, let him rest on his arm, and kissed the hair in front of him lightly. His lips were devoutly engraved with his label, in the future, you will owe more debts, and you will not be able to repay them in your whole life. Yes, I want you to forget the hatred between the Gao family and the Luo family, and only think of me alone, and only remember my kindness to you. Indulge in the happiness and sweetness I prepared for you, and never leave me. Break your wings, so that you can no longer fly high, and become a real loser, sheltering in my embrace for life and life. This is my curse on you. Luo Hong slept for 2 whole days. He was hesitant to continue working as a family doctor in the Gao family, but he was moved by the enthusiasm and love of the Gao family. Luo Hong, who lacked family warmth, told himself that the 1,000-year grievances should not be brought to this world. In fact, he doesn't have the capital to leave here. Even if he really can't get rid of his hatred, he still has to stay, because he hasn't solved any of the hidden words to undo the curse, the way of the witch doctor, Ensgao, and the combination of 2 dragons. Well, he doesn't have many days left. In order to survive, he has to bite the bullet and live in Gao's house. Wait for the opportunity to find Shuang Longbai and decipher Ensgao's code. After Luo Hong returned to Gao's house, without accident, he was interrogated one after another. After listening to Gao Xiang's description of the situation, Gao Tianheng went to the police station to close the case. Gao Xiaobo was happy, with a genuine smile on his face. Luo Hong could tell. Does Gao Xiaobo know about his affairs? Luo Hong couldn't understand. Gao Fei couldn't do without Luo Hong. Gao Fei didn't believe Gao Xiang's words. How many homosexuals are there in this world? Why did Gao Fei meet her? Gao Fei pulled Luo Hong and asked, how do you feel about my kiss? Luo Hong thought carefully and recalled, it feels like you are kissing me. Gao Fei stared, taking advantage of no one around, threw Luo Hong onto the sofa, kissed him for a long time, and then asked, do you feel it? Luo Hong raised his hands high, afraid of touching Gao Fei's body. He shook his head in embarrassment. Gao Fei was annoyed and sad, and said angrily, are you really gay? Luo Hong never thought that such avant-garde words could be hung on himself, and he couldn't digest it for a while, so he hurriedly replied, I'm not. Gao Fei looked at Luo Hong again. Tears were about to burst into tears. She kissed other men, and all of them responded. Why didn't Luo Hong respond to her? A stunning beauty. Is he not pretty enough, or is he really gay? Gao Fei got up from the sofa and ran out. In a short period of time, she almost never returned to the Gao family's main house. After this incident, Luo Hong felt very sorry for Gao Fei, and asked Aunt Wang to help him apologize to Gao Fei several times. Aunt Wang thought it was funny, and she talked about it as a gossip, which made everyone in the Gao family talk about Luo Hong. That's it. I don't have feelings for women, no wonder she looks like this, and she's not feminine, so she wants to get along with men in the future? This word also reached Gao Xiang's ears. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong's tangled and shy look, and felt very beautiful in his heart. Okay, everything is going on as he expected. 2 months later, Fang Ming was discharged from the hospital. He had no place to live, so Gao Xiang lent him money, let him rent a small apartment, and asked someone to find him a job as a doctor. Fang Ming was very grateful, but he didn't. Wang reminded again and again not to report what Meng Rujun did to him to the police, and begged Luo Hong not to call the police. Fang Ming was willing to repay his kindness by being a cow and a horse. Why did Fang Ming shield Meng Rujun and Luo Hong so much? Since it was Fang Ming's decision, Luo Hong, an outsider, couldn't say anything. As for what Meng Rujun did to him, since he agreed to Fang Ming, then he would hate it. He could only let him go. After all, Fang Ming was kind to him, and he was still alive. That was enough. Luo Hong thought so, but Gao Xiang was not so generous. Gao Xiang bought the stocks of several important shareholders of Kuyatang through a third party. If the original shares can reach 15%, he can surpass Meng Rujun's 10% shares and become the major shareholder of Kuyatang. The chairman of the board of directors will change hands, and his surname will no longer be Meng, but Gao or Luo. It all depends on who Gao Xiang is happy to write his name as. Doing this is not enough to eliminate Gao Xiang's hatred for Meng Rujun. When he changed Luo Hong's clothes that day, the maddening bloodstains on his body must have been done by Meng Rujun. The pain and fear that Luo Hong was defiled by Meng Rujun made Gao Xiang I can't wait to tear Meng Rujun to pieces. He hated himself even more. Hated himself for not being able to protect Luo Hong well. This hatred gradually sublimated, and he vowed to destroy everything about Meng Rujun. Gao Xiang never knew that he had such a manic factor, and it was all thanks to Meng Rujun. If it weren't for him, Gao Xiang would not have known that he valued Luo Hong so much. That is to say, from that day on, Gao Xiang never touched Luo Hong again. But they are almost inseparable from Luo Hong. He used the shortest time to read through the classics of Chinese medicine, and he practiced Luo Hong's needling method without sleep or food, which also took up all of Luo Hong's personal time. 3 months later, he was allowed to experiment with a real person. His first training object was Luo Hong. Facing Luo Hong, Gao Xiang was not at all timid. Luo Hong was amazed by the accuracy of the needles, and was full of praise. In the 5th month, Gao Xiang was able to partially paralyze Luo Hong and freeze Luo Hong. Luo Hong was frightened to death by Gao Xiang. Fortunately, Gao Xiang did not take advantage of the danger and quickly relieved him of the acupuncture method. Luo Hong knew in his heart that he should have subdued the evil spirits in Gao Xiang's body through his own actions, and Gao Xiang returned to normal. He is still the kind, simple, respectful guy who respects his teachers, even better than before, so good that Mr. Luo Hong thought I was in a dream. I heard that Gao Xiang went to AU for an internship, so he should be very busy, but I don't know why Gao Xiang always has time to appear by his side. Gao Xiang took care of Luo Hong's diet and daily life in every possible way. Luo Hong no longer had to cook the soup himself. Gao Xiang always handed Luo Hong a bowl of soup on time. Due to the frequent contact between the two, Gao Xiang always he didn't want to enter his room without knocking, and be hit by him looking sick. He doesn't want it. He looks too ugly, too ferocious. He wants to tell Gao Xiang, don't look at me. Gao Xiang's expression was surprisingly calm. He hugged Luo Hong who was curled up on the bed and trembling in his arms. His words comforted him and his body intertwined. His voice was so reassuring, and his body was so hot, like a good medicine. Relieve Luo Hong's pain, let him snuggle in his arms to spend the long and painful night peacefully. From then on, when Luo Hong fell ill, Gao Xiang would sleep in the same bed with him, and use the double dragon walls and the heat of his body to help Luo Hong relieve his illness. Luo Hong usually suffers from physical pain. Gao Xiang seemed to know his pain, and would personally give him acupuncture every day, and the effect was even better than him. Whenever Gao Xiang had time, he would lead him around. They visited all the scenic spots in and around Beijing, and the rest of the time was to accompany him to the library to read books, or to discuss the medical principles of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Or Gao Xiang used Luo Hong to practice acupuncture. According to Gao Xiang himself, his favorite thing to do is to give Luo Hong an injection. With such a good apprentice by his side, Luo Hong was happy in his heart, but he was also inexplicably disappointed. He couldn't figure out the reason. In short, as time went by, the better Gao Xiang treated him, he felt that the more empty his heart became, the more lonely he became. The indescribable sense of emptiness was so severe that he could wake up crying from a dream. Gao Xiang watched Luo Hong's changes every minute and every second without revealing anything. No matter what Luo Hong did, Gao Xiang would silently observe him from the sidelines, watching him from head to toe, from the inside to the outside, thoroughly and cleanly. Gao Xiang didn't do too much, at least Luo Hong didn't notice anything unusual. He spent more than half a year of peaceful and happy life in a daze. The time was lost bit by bit. Luo Hong seemed to have entered a world where time could be forgotten. He was in this world. Gao Xiang got carried away in the wonderful world weaved, immersed in the happiness that he had never experienced in his life, and when he came back to his senses, it was already the Spring Festival of 2010. When the whole Gao family happily celebrated the new year with the bell ringing, Luo Hong felt a chill in his body and heart. He finally woke up and realized that his time had been shortened again. What the hell has he been doing all this time? He tried his best to recall, but the memory was all Gao Xiang. Except him, Luo Hong couldn't think of anything. The first thing I saw in the morning was Gao Xiang, the last thing I saw before going to bed was Gao Xiang, even after waking up from the nightmare, I saw Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang, it's all Gao Xiang. Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang who was beside him in some panic. The dumplings wrapped in his hands were cut into pies by him. Gao Xiang gave him a gentle smile, took the dumpling from his hand, put it aside, and said with a smile, "This dumpling is really special and easy to recognize. You can tell it was made by Dr. Luo at a glance, and I will leave it for me to eat later." Everyone else went to watch the New Year's bell, and now only Gao Xiang and Luo Hong were left in the kitchen. Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang with a stiff expression, and his heart became a pot of boiled dumplings. Gao Xiang picked up the towel at hand and wiped the white face on Luo Hong's nose, and asked with a smile, "Dr. Luo, what's wrong with you? Are you tired? How about I accompany you upstairs to have a rest?" Gao Xiang's numbly gentle voice and intimate movements made Luo Hong take a step back in shock. He ran out of the kitchen without saying a word, bumped into Wang Meili. Wang Meili called Luo Hong. Luo Hong even without looking back, he stumbled upstairs. Wang Meili looked at Gao Xiang inexplicably. "What happened to Dr. Luo?" Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong's back clearly, with a deep voice. He was scared by himself. He patted the white flour on his hands and wiped it with a towel. The dumpling is almost ready. I'll leave it to you. I'll go up and see him. Wang Meili wondered, what do you mean by scaring yourself? Wang Meili shook her head, not understanding the young man's thinking. Gao Xiang walked to Luo Hong's bedroom door, knocked lightly on the door, pushed the door open and walked in. The lights in the room were not turned on, and there were lights and festoons outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Fireworks and firecrackers flickered, lighting up the room brightly. Luo Hong squatted in front of the window, holding the glass and looking out the window, his eyes staring straight. Gao Xiang's scorching eyes covered Luo Hong's emaciated body like a small firewood. He walked slowly to Luo Hong, squatted beside him, and asked with a smile, Dr. Luo, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Luo Hong also wanted to ask himself what's wrong. He hasn't found Shuang Longbai for more than half a year. He hasn't done anything for the Gao family, and he hasn't done anything to explain the way of witch doctor. Gao Xiang is the only one in his heart. What's wrong with him? Who can tell him the answer? But the answer is right in front of his eyes. His feeling of emptiness and loneliness is all for a reason, which is fully exposed at this moment. This answer is a bolt from the blue for Luo Hong, and he simply cannot bear it. Not only mentally, but also physically. What right does he have to think wildly? How many years does he have to live? Under such circumstances, he shamelessly indulged his body and mind. Luo Hong grabbed his hair and pressed his forehead against the glass window, with a gloomy and painful expression. Gao Xiang's heart clenched together. He looked straight at Luo Hong, and asked in a low voice, Dr. Luo, are you afraid of death? Luo Hong's body shuddered, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Gao Xiang with a flustered expression. Gao Xiang stretched out his arms and pulled him into his arms, stroking his shoulders, and said in a low voice, don't be afraid, I will help you. Hurry up, the spell on you will soon be released. Luo Hong raised his head, his two phoenix eyes were wide open. He opened his mouth several times without making a sound, but Gao Xiang waited patiently for him to speak, and looked at Luo Hong calmly. Gao Xiang's comprehension reaction shocked Luo Hong again. All the fragments of memory were pieced together, and he seemed to understand something. He struggled to say a word. You already knew. Gao Xiang nodded. Luo Hong suddenly felt dizzy, and he asked tremblingly, does the Gao family know? Gao Xiang shook his head. Luo Hong let out a breath. He suddenly thought of something, grabbed the corner of Gao Xiang's clothes, and asked eagerly, you just said that the spell on my body is about to be released. Is it true? Gao Xiang continued to nod. Luo Hong couldn't believe it. He felt that he was dreaming again, or Gao Xiang saw that he was sad and coaxed him on purpose. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Since Gao Xiang knew about the curse, he had done an investigation. If such a serious matter was revealed, it should not be false. He should not joke about his master's life. I still believe in Gao Xiang's character. Luo Hong's face was red and white, and his whole body was trembling slightly. He approached Gao Xiang, grabbed Gao Xiang's sleeve, as if he had caught a living bodhisattva, and looked at him with respect and expectation. Should I believe you? You didn't lie to me, did you? Luo Hong thought of Meng Rujun's words that made him fall from heaven to hell, and he was really afraid of doing it again. Gao Xiang sat down, pulled Luo Hong into his arms, and said in a deep voice, I didn't lie to you. I have been working hard on this matter. It will be soon. Trust me. Luo Hong's hand hanging by his side slowly lifted it up, placed it on Gao Xiang's broad back, and swallowed his dry throat several times. Not knowing how to express his touch and gratitude, Gao Xiang actually stood behind his back for busy with his own curse. He didn't ask Gao Xiang why he knew about the curse on him, nor why he was so kind to him. He once again immersed himself in this impenetrable tenderness in a daze, unable to extricate himself. Luo Hong lowered his head slightly, leaned closer to Gao Xiang's neck, and carefully absorbed more of the smell that belonged to Gao Xiang, the smell that could make him feel at ease. Luo Hong blushed, feeling ashamed of his behavior, but couldn't restrain it. He suddenly realized his own question. Is he gay? Did he develop strange feelings for Gao Xiang? He was filthy. Luo Hong took a deep sniff of Gao Xiang's scent, and said in a low voice, Xianger, thank you, really, even if I can't untie it, I'm still happy. With your words, I'm really content. Yes, even if what Gao Xiang said was a lie, he was considered happy and valued. He really felt that it was enough to have someone as good as Gao Xiang miss him. Luo Hong grabbed the shirt on Gao Xiang's back, his body shaking uncontrollably. Gao Xiang carefully sensed all the reactions of Luo Hong's body, and every little move of his made Gao Xiang ecstatic. Gao Xiang let out a long breath, stroked the back of Luo Hong's head, and said word by word, Dr. Luo, it will be untied, trust me. If there is an accident and it cannot be untied, I will not let you go alone. Gao Xiang hugged Luo Hong tightly, tasting the green fruits he had planted. That's it. No matter how fragile you are, how much you need me, how much you appreciate me, you owe a debt that can't be paid off in your whole life, and fall into the sweet trap I set. A full and ripe fruit will finally bear for me, waiting for me to pick it and taste the sweetness that blooms for me. The two in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows embraced tightly, warming each other's body and mind. At this time, Luo Hong was ignorant, rigid, and old-fashioned, but he couldn't restrain the shameless desire in his heart. He greedily dreamed infinitely in his heart in a way that he thought was safe and unknown. He blamed himself deeply for his dirty thoughts and for taking advantage of Gao Xiang with his hands and body. You must have someone else you want to give it to. Gao Xiang, who was just about to leave, stopped and asked, what do you mean? Your third uncle brought Dr. Luo here this afternoon. What? Gao Xiang's sharp voice immediately interrupted him. Where is he now? Gao Xiang asked. It's in your third uncle's lounge. As soon as Gao Tianyan finished speaking, Gao Xiang turned around and ran away. Gao Tianyan looked at Gao Xiang's back, lay on his back on the swivel chair, and sighed, Xianger, you are so heartless, fourth uncle loves you for nothing. Based on his understanding of Gao Xiang doesn't care about the status of the head of the Gao family, so why is it for Luo Hong? What is the relationship between Luo Hong and the identity of the head of the Gao family? Is that a stone? Gao Tianyan drank the last sip of coffee, and left the tea room in a leisurely manner. Gao Xiang pushed open the door of the lounge, and Luo Hong was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with needles inserted into the top of his head and the back of his hand. Sick again, Gao Xiang hurriedly walked over and sat beside him, calling softly, Dr. Luo, are you feeling unwell again? Luo Hong's eyebrows twitched. He opened his eyes. Gao Xiang's handsome face like a sculpture was close at hand. His compelling masculine breath was inhaled into Luo Hong's fragile and sensitive nasal cavity, which made Luo Hong a little confused. Gao Xiang touched Luo Hong's wrist to feel his pulse. He frowned. What a messy pulse, the heart beats so fast. The corner of Gao Xiang's mouth moved slightly. He helped Luo Hong pull out the needle, wrapped his cold hands, and asked gently, why did you come here? Don't come out in the future, it's not safe. Luo Hong felt that his bones were brittle. He stared straight at Gao Xiang, and replied dully, I want to come and see you. As soon as the words came out, Luo Hong immediately came back to his senses, and hurriedly changed his words. God, Mr. Hong said to take me to the company to have a look. I thought I haven't seen you for a few days, so I can see what you are up to. Gao Xiang didn't even blink his eyes. He stared straight at Luo Hong's eyes, watching Luo Hong's white eyeballs gradually stained with thin red bloodshot eyes, and the black eyes were so clear that he could see the lake of his heart at a glance. Luo Hong's vision was firmly locked by Gao Xiang's deep eyes, and he couldn't move. Gao Xiang raised his hand and caressed Luo Hong's cheek. Luo Hong's body couldn't help trembling slightly, and his breathing was a little short. Gao Xiang rubbed Luo Hong's lips with his thumb. Luo Hong's eyes widened, and his heart jumped into his throat. Gao Xiang brought the tip of his nose close to Luo Hong's neck and took a deep breath. The hairs all over Luo Hong's body stood up, and he grabbed his pants tightly with both hands. Gao Xiang's slender fingertips slid from Luo Hong's forehead to the tip of his nose, then to his lips, his jaw, and his Adam's apple. Luo Hong instinctively raised his hair and let out a pleasant moan following his movements. Just when Luo Hong was about to lose control, Gao Xiang stopped his movements suddenly, and Gao Xiang's deep voice came from his ear, Dr. Luo, I haven't seen you for a few days, and his complexion has improved a lot. He squeezed Luo Hong's back neck. The body temperature has also risen. Luo Hong opened his wet and red eyes, and looked at Gao Xiang helplessly. Gao Xiang still looked at him with those deep and charming eyes, with a pure smile on his mouth. There was a feeling of dizziness, and he shivered from embarrassment. Luo Hong was so ashamed that if there was a wall in front of him, he would bump into it without saying a word. Luo Hong rubbed his eyes stained with white mist, coughed hard a few times, and let out a hoarse voice, oh, I feel better today. Luo Hong hurriedly lowered his head and packed his backpack, maintaining his composure, trying his best to save face, and changed the subject. I heard Mr. Tianheng say that you are very busy recently and often stay up all night. Yeah. Gao Xiang nodded. Luo Hong took out a small glass bottle from his bag and handed it to Gao Xiang. This is the Wuvicin I made. It calms the nerves, protects the liver, and improves immunity. This season is a high incidence of flu, and it is easy to get infected when your physical fitness declines. You take 1 teaspoon every morning and evening, preferably with light salt water. This amount should be enough for you to eat for a few days. Looking at Luo Hong intently, he whispered, thank you. Luo Hong smiled slightly. Why are you being polite to me? I will make some more later, and let Mr. Tianheng bring them here for you. Gao Xiang looked down at the glass bottle in his hand and clenched it tightly. Suddenly the phone rang, urging him to go to a meeting. He quickly stood up and said, I have to go to a meeting. I will call Uncle Wang over later. Let him take you back. Okay. Gao Xiang strode towards the door, held the doorknob, hesitated for a moment, then turned his head to look at Luo Hong. The unconcealable loneliness in Luo Hong's eyes made Gao Xiang's heart twitch. He hesitated for a long time before leaving the room. His legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't walk. He frowned, and finally walked to the elevator door. He suddenly cursed and slammed the elevator door hard. Back again, he pushed open the door vigorously, startled Luo Hong who was sitting by the bed staring at the medical book in a daze. Luo Hong asked, why are you back again? He rushed over and grabbed Luo Hong's arm. Follow me? Where are you going? Luo Hong carried the satchel on his back, and Gao Xiang dragged him forward while running. You'll know when you go. Gao Xiang did a very excessive thing. He led Luo Hong to the meeting room. The room was full of executives and leaders. His third uncle was presiding over the meeting, talking eloquently. Luo Hong's appearance made Gao Tianheng lose his voice. More than half a minute, Gao Xiang gave up his soft seat to Luo Hong, and settled Luo Hong in the corner of the meeting room. He took a spare plastic seat, and sat down generously next to the department head. He reminded Gao Tianheng to continue the meeting and put the problems faced by the project he was in charge of, and the solution to the problems were briefly summarized in 2 sentences, which successfully drew everyone's attention back to Luo Hong. It was inconvenient for Gao Tianheng to say anything more at the meeting, and he planned to go home and deal with Gao Xiang. This kid was too much. No matter what he really could have done, he would have leaked the sky. Gao Tianheng cleared his throat in a deep voice. Okay, let's continue the meeting. Let's put aside what Gao Xiang said first. Where did I just say? The bidding plan for the construction of the Longkao artificial island. Gao Xiang continued. Gao Tianheng secretly rejoiced. It had to be his big nephew. No one else could do it. He smiled. The country invested 120 billion in the artificial island project. Luo Hong was embarrassed at first, feeling that this was not a place for him to come, but gradually he relaxed. Everyone was serious about the meeting, and did not pay attention to him anymore. He listened to the content of the meeting with his ears upright. All kinds of professional terms made him dizzy and completely unable to understand, so he simply took out the medical books and looked through them. He didn't understand why Gao Xiang brought him here, but Luo Hong was really happy to be able to look at Gao Xiang not far away, seeing his face completely different from his life. The meeting ended quickly. Gao Xiang sent Luo Hong home, and returned to the company to continue working overtime. Gao Xiang seemed to have tasted the sweetness. From that day on, he took Luo Hong to and from get off work almost every day, and they were inseparable again. Gao Tianheng had quarreled with Gao Xiang for a long time because of this matter, but he refused to listen to persuasion. Beating and scolding was useless, so he had to let him go, as long as he didn't do too much. Gao Xiang's plan was implemented step by step. The road to unraveling the spell was not that simple. When Luo Hong asked, he simply explained it to him. If the cryptic language is true and credible, then he concluded that it is not far away from solving it. The way of witch doctor is to pass on the extinct profession of witch doctor, and the most suitable person is himself, because the sentence long yang for intercourse, he will definitely not let others enjoy Luo Hong's body. Besides, they have already had sex, so it is convenient to use. Of course, he didn't explain this to Luo Hong. For the rest, the most important part of unlocking the spell is to get the other half of the double dragon wall. Whether it is to realize the way of the witch doctor or unlock the spell, the combination of the 2 dragons is required. In fact, Gao Xiang went to work in AU precisely because of the double dragon wall of the Gao family. Luo Hong didn't know this until a long time later. As early as 5 months ago, Ma Chun finally found out the formula to unravel Luo's curse. Gao Xiang and Ma Chun spent a lot of time to understand the method of unraveling the curse. Gao Xiang immediately went to find Mr. Gao, chatted with him about the legends of the Gao family and the Luo family, and also mentioned the matter of Shuang Longbai. Gao Xiaobo sighed at that moment. He felt that it must be a trick of fate that made the last generation Luo Hong met the descendants of the Gao family in the present world, and let Luo Hong save his life. Xiaobo Gao and became a teacher and apprentice with his grandson. In fact, Xiaobo Gao had already made preparations. The Gao family had indeed lost money to the Luo family. He also had his own plan to keep Luo Hong. The other half of Shuang Longbai is indeed in the Gao family. Gao Xiaobo replied. Gao Xiang was so excited that he almost jumped up. He looked at Gao Xiaobo and said unceremoniously, I need it to save my life. Give it to me. Gao Xiaobo waved his hand. No, I can't give it to you. Why? You said yourself that the Gao family owed the Luo family, and lifting the curse on Luo Hong is what our Gao family should do. Gao Xiaobo looked at Gao Xiang. Shuang Longbai is an ancient god, a treasure handed down from generation to generation. Because there are no evil spirits attached to this half wall, the pure yang is the most beautiful. Because of it, the Gao family will be rich and healthy, less disasters and more blessings. If the 2 dragons are combined, the evil spirits will be combined. Shuang Longbai has become an evil magic weapon of witch doctors, which is bound to cause many witch doctors to scramble, and I am afraid that there will be no peace from now on. Moreover, if the Gao family does not have the shelter of this thing, because of the evil of the millennium, it will surely bring disaster to the Gao family, not to mention that the entire Gao family will be punished. The century-old foundation will definitely be destroyed. Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then asked, what if the evil spirits in the double dragon wall are gone? After the double dragon wall merges, is it still the clean treasure? Will you give it to me? Gao Xiaobo frowned deeply. How is this possible? It is impossible for the evil spirits to escape from the double dragon wall. What if I say that the evil spirit has reincarnated? After Gao Xiang said this, Gao Xiaobo also remembered some legends. Thinking about it carefully, it is not impossible. Gao Xiaobo walked back and forth in the room, and finally rolled his eyes. Why are you so obsessed with this matter? What does this have to do with you? I will naturally solve the problems between the Luo family and the Gao family, so don't interfere anymore, go to school with peace of mind, and worry more about the Gao family's career after graduation. Gao Xiang stood up and walked in front of young Master Gao, and said seriously, I'll take care of this matter. The Gao family owes the Luo family, and I will pay off the debt for the Gao family. Besides, Luo Hong is my master and taught me a lot. Who will treat him well if he is not good to him? Do you still count on you, an old fox? Gao Xiaobo suppressed his anger and ignored Gao Xiang's usual disrespect. His bright eyes scanned Gao Xiang's calm and serious face, and he smiled slightly. If it's what you said, I can consider handing over the double dragon wall, but you have to prove it to me. To prove that the evil spirit has really reincarnated. Gao Xiaobo turned around and took 2 steps, then continued. Besides, I still have a few conditions. Gao Xiang said in a deep voice, say. First, give up studying medicine and take over the Gao family's business. Second, convince Luo Hong that once the 2 dragons merge, the double dragon wall can only belong to the Gao family, and the Luo family has nothing to do with the double dragon wall. In Luo Hong's mind, our Gao family still needs you to continue the incense. Gao Xiang raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect this old thing to be paying attention to him, but he didn't deliberately hide his emotions. It's normal to be seen. It's just that the third point is a bit ridiculous. There are so many males in the Gao family, and he is not short of him at all. Gao Xiang replied, okay, I can promise you everything. Gao Xiang answered happily, without even thinking about it, which surprised Xiaobo Gao. He asked curiously, do you really mind the third thing? Why didn't he believe that young people in love could easily do this? Gao Xiang smiled, I don't mind, as long as you hand over the Shuang Longbai, you can say anything. In order to get the Shuang Longbai, he would do all kinds of vile and despicable things, so what's the point of lying? A piece of cake. Gao Xiaobo looked suspiciously at his grandson, who had more eyes than stars, thought for a while, and nodded. Since you gave up studying medicine, then don't continue studying at the medical university. After completing the withdrawal procedures, go to work in the company, earn 1 billion yuan for AU within a year. With my own ability, I will give you the status of the head of the Gao family, and then Shuang Longbai will be yours. Gao Xiang was stunned for a moment, his heart was burning up, he clenched his hands tightly, and said through gritted teeth, are you my grandfather? There is a limit to joking, right? Gao Xiaobo snorted, if you can't even do such a small thing, then you should give up on Shuang Longbai as soon as possible, and pass Shuang Longbai to you before I die, maybe I can live for decades. Gao Xiaobo scorned. He looked at Gao Xiang calmly, but there was a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. A ball of fire burst out in Gao Xiang's eyes. Old thing? Okay, I'll show you. If you cheat and don't hand over the Shuang Longbai, I'll destroy the Gao family with my own hands. Gao Xiaobo touched the head of the lucky cat, and said with a smile, your grandfather and I have decades of reputation here, and we will do what we say. It's you? Gao Xiang took the words, my reputation is better than yours, you let me inspect the goods first, who knows if you really have it or fake it? Absolutely not. There are countless people who covet the Gao family's Shuang Longbai. Once they see the light, I'm afraid they won't be able to save it. You don't need to say more. If you find out where this thing is, I'm afraid it will be gone the next day. I don't believe you. What the hell? Gao Xiang was suffocated. He gritted his teeth and looked at Gao Xiaobo. Gao Xiaobo sat back on the chair. One more thing. From now on you must not be disrespectful to me. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Now you are begging me to save someone with Shuang Longbai, not me. You need to figure it out. Gao Xiaobo waved his hand to Gao Xiang who was facing him. Go out. I'm tired. Come to me when you earn enough billions. 1 billion, is the Gao family short of money? Old money fan? Gao Xiang knew that his grandfather was difficult to deal with, so he squinted his eyes and looked at him for a while, then slammed the door and left. Isn't it just 1 billion? Is there anything in this world that Gao Xiang can't do? Just kidding. Within a year, let alone 10, 34 10, he can earn 100. Gao Xiang didn't care about the graduation certificate of the medical university. He dropped out of school in a hurry and went to work in AU. As for the sentence of Ensgao, Gao Xiang told Luo Hong that as long as he stayed in Gao's family as a family doctor for the rest of his life, he would naturally be able to understand it. Luo Hong was confused after hearing Gao Xiang's words. He died at the age of 30, what about his life? His whole life is only 30 years. But what Gao Xiang meant was that this cryptic sentence could not be completely unraveled, it could only help him continue his life. As long as the other cryptic words were solved and Ensgao continued, he would be able to live for a long time like a normal person. Luo Hong always felt that something was wrong, but Gao Xiang's analysis was methodical, and he couldn't find any flaws. He didn't understand where his anxiety came from. But no matter what Luo Hong thinks or doubts, the information Gao Xiang provided him is Luo Hong's only way out now. He has no other choice. He can only choose to believe in Gao Xiang, entrust half of his life to him, and quietly wait for the moment when the curse will be released. In fact, everything is not as pessimistic as Luo Hong thought. Gao Xiang's positive attitude towards life and efficient work efficiency can always inspire Luo Hong's infinite longing and desire for the future, making him also infected and become optimistic. Someone knew his secret, and was willing to work hard for him, and each other had more in-depth and intimate private topics, which made Luo Hong happy, excited and joyful as if he had been reborn. Luo Hong was dazed by the dream bomb thrown by Gao Xiang, coaxed, held, offered, and cared for by him, and followed Gao Xiang's footsteps foolishly and imperceptibly, happy, and sinking. By the time he starts to realize his emotional depravity, it's too late. Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong who was changing every day, and he knew that he was about to succeed. Luo Hong really followed the route set by Gao Xiang and walked straight forward step by step. The inexperienced Luo Hong had already fallen into his sweet trap and could not save himself. Inseparable from Gao Xiang became Luo Hong's only hope. the only spiritual sustenance. Every day, every moment, I only think about Gao Xiang. When Gao Xiang was not around, Luo Hong would be out of his mind, staring out the window in a daze, looking forward to his arrival all the time. When he left, there was the unconscious helplessness and longing in Luo Hong's eyes and the unconcealable loneliness and emptiness on his face. When Gao Xiang appeared, Luo Hong's excitement and joy couldn't be suppressed. A man like Luo Hong, who is simple, innocent, and scheming, will be completely sunk once his feet fall into the mud, and he will not know how to change things, and will not turn around. Gao Xiang is very clear. The plump fruit was pressed on the branches, and it was about to ripen. Gao Xiang was overjoyed at this progress. At the same time, he also felt that his endurance was reaching its limit. But he also knows that now is not the time. He wants to undo the curse on Luo Hong, and welcome that happy moment with him. Only then will he release his desire. Harvest the most beautiful ripe fruit he has planted. How strong is the endurance of a man's crotch? For the first time in his life, Gao Xiang flaunted his self-confidence and narcissism, thinking that he was the most powerful warrior in the world. The reason why he is so painful and happy is that he hopes that in the end, what he sees is not Luo Hong's tears, but a smile. A smile full of life. Just for his smile. But a young man with a fresh blood, narcissistic to a certain extent, depressed to a certain extent, like a balloon that has been blown to the limit, it will explode with a light touch. One night, Gao Xiang's self-control that he was so proud of was broken. Although the curse on Luo Hong's body is not a disease, it does not mean that he will not contract other diseases. Spring is indeed a season of high incidence of influenza. According to the different institutional characteristics of the Gao family, Luo Hong prescribes a prescription for everyone in the Gao family, a unique medicinal recipe. Luo Hong also prepared for himself, but there was a little accident. Gao Fei, who applied to work in a foreign branch, has returned to China. Gao Fei is not the kind of woman who loves to stalk her. If she doesn't like her, she won't chase after her. The more you can't get something, the more you love it, the more you like it. When she saw Luo Hong again, she revived again. Who made Dr. Luo so handsome and elegant, especially when seeing her, with Luo Hong's gentle and indifferent smile, Nima paralyzed the sturdy Miss Gao into a puddle of mud on the spot. Gao Fei caught a cold, and gnawed Luo Hong with her mouth full of viruses. Luo Hong didn't expect Gao Fei to fight him like this as soon as he entered the house. Gao Xiang even forgot how bohemian her sister was, so Luo Hong fell ill. It was as simple as that. He was very ill and had a persistent high fever. Luo Hong's body was already weak, and most of his lives were lost after such a disturbance. Gao Xiang didn't go to work anymore, and no one would let him touch Luo Hong. He treated him personally and took care of him day and night. After 2 days, his fever finally subsided, but his body was still very weak, and he struggled for more than half a month. Only then can we move around. Luo Hong's illness really frightened Gao Xiang. A small flu can hurt Luo Hong like this. If he encounters other diseases in the future, wouldn't his life be saved? At that time, Gao Xiang secretly made up his mind to obtain Shuang Longbai, become a real witch doctor, and personally control Luo Hong's life and death, and no one would try to rob him. Apart from work, Gao Xiang studies the witch doctor every day, and he finally understands the profound meaning of the witch doctor's healing and saving lives. It turns out that the witch doctor's spell to save people is an evil forbidden spell, and it is rare in the world to have a witch doctor's psychic physique. Luo Hong has only appeared in the Luo family for hundreds of years. Ordinary acupuncture to save people will not offend. God is good, but when saving someone in an emergency, or robbing someone from the king of hell, you need to pay a huge price. Witchcraft, whether it is saving people or casting a curse, requires an exchange of equal value and a contract, otherwise it cannot be established. If you want to save a dying person, then you also have to exchange your life. Luo Hong's special physique determines that the spiritual power in his body can be absorbed through the intercourse between Long Yang and Yang, thus realizing the first step of becoming a witch doctor. This answer gave Gao Xiang a chill in his heart. If this is the case, wouldn't Luo Hong be able to live long after breaking the curse? He may have saved many people in the past 20 years, the man named Liuzhou he met in Wuhe town, and his grandfather, including the woman he met in the library last time. The last time, it was Fang Ming. These people almost died, and they were all saved by Luo Hong. How many lives does Luo Hong have to change? This is too nonsense. No matter how good the witch doctor is, he is just the life of cannon fodder. No wonder the ancestors of the Gao family demanded that the descendants of the Gao family should not practice medicine forever, and that the double dragons should not be reunited. I am afraid that he already knew the secret of the witch doctors saving lives. Gao Xiang felt a great panic in his heart and lost his original composure. He didn't sleep for several days and tried every possible way to solve Luo Hong's problem, but he couldn't find any solution at all. When Gao Xiang looked at Luo Hong, his heart was bleeding. At that moment, he really regretted going to Wuhe town with his third uncle to bring Luo Hong out. If Luo Hong stayed in Wuhe town, maybe he could live a few more years. But now, what on earth should he do? Gao Xiang was really desperate. For the first time in his life, he realized what helplessness is, what is fear, and what is heart-piercing pain. Compared with the pain at this moment, everything he experienced in the past is nothing at all. When Luo Hong pulled him out of the haze of the past, looking forward to a new life, he also found the person he wanted to live with. Is this person going to leave him? It was so easy to tear apart the beautiful dream he had woven, mercilessly. How could it be? He does not want, He forbids it. No one can take Luo Hong away from him. He is the reincarnation of twin evil spirits. He has the blood of witch doctor in his body. He is different from others. Once he becomes a real witch doctor, he will surely be able to rob people from the king of hell and save Luo Hong from his clutches like Luo Hong. Gao Xiang clenched his hands tightly, firmly believing in his own deduction. He must get the other half of Shuanglongbai as soon as possible. Gao Xiang has been relatively quiet recently. He talks less, and he has become more mature. I wonder if it is because of his work. Luo Hong felt that this young man was becoming more and more stable and attractive. Luo Hong knew that he had a problem, and he tried his best to suppress his emotions. He was not only inferior, but also had his moral bottom line as a doctor and an elder. He was already very ashamed and annoyed by thinking about it in his heart, let alone doing something excessive. He couldn't even think about it. The only thing he is looking forward to now is to survive the 30-year-old mark, do more things for him, and see him a few more times. It will be good and content. The grievances between the Luo family and the Gao family. Luo Hong hopes that with Gao Xiang's efforts, the curse can be untied, and the ancestors of the Luo family can enter reincarnation, and completely resolve it. Is it still cold? Gao Xiang asked after taking the soup bowl Luo Hong had finished drinking. Luo Hong's health has improved a lot recently, and he has gone out for a walk. Gao Xiang is also relieved. Cold, Luo Hong admitted, then rubbed his arms. Then shall I sleep here with you tonight? Luo Hong said and smiled slightly. This was the moment he was looking forward to the most. Gao Xiang took the soup bowl downstairs, took a shower and came to Luo Hong's bedroom. After going to bed, the two of them took a book and read each other. They were body to body in a tacit understanding, and neither of them spoke. After watching Gao Xiang for a while, he became sleepy. He threw the book on the table, turned off the lamp on one side, and said vaguely, "You are in good health. It's too late to sleep well. Rest early." "Well, I'm going to bed now, good night." Luo Hong looked at it for a while, and felt sleepy, so he put down the book and was about to go to bed. When he turned off the desk lamp, he turned his head and looked at Gao Xiang. On the forehead, the handsome and three-dimensional sleeping face reveals a calming force, and the slender and strong neck has been covered with white in the winter, not the summer wheat color, but the honey color, the color that young people should have. His Adam's apple is very protruding, and the strip-shaped muscles on his neck are full of masculine charm. This kind of Gao Xiang makes Luo Hong feel hot all over, and his whole heart trembles with guilt. He hurriedly looked away, turned off the desk lamp, and got into bed. The man beside him breathed evenly. He should have fallen asleep, but Luo Hong's tiredness just now faded away without a trace. Luo Hong held his breath to feel Gao Xiang's breath, and couldn't help touching Gao Xiang's body with his arm. It was so hot. Luo Hong's heart trembled, and he quickly withdrew his hand. He looked at the dark ceiling. His body was as stiff as a mummy. Luo Hong took several deep breaths, frowned, and closed his eyes. Couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Gao Xiang's sleep quality is very good, and he hardly wakes up during the deep sleep period, except tonight. Small panting and groaning came from Gao Xiang's ear. The voice was intermittent, it sounded frightening, and he was hot all over. Gao Xiang gradually woke up, only then did he feel that the person beside him was hugging his arm, and something was coming. Rubbed his thighs. What's happening here? Gao Xiang hurriedly turned on the desk lamp, seeing the scene in front of him, his nerves completely collapsed. Luo Hong's quilt was kicked somewhere by him, his clothes were disheveled, his shoulders were exposed, a large piece of glaring chest and that flesh-pink nipple were exposed, swollen, bulging, emitting a crystal luster. His hair was disheveled, his expression was painful, his delicate red face was rubbing against his shoulder back and forth, and he was muttering vague words, Gao Xiang. Luo Hong curled up his thin body, trembling weakly. The baby on his lower body was sticking to Gao Xiang's thigh, rubbing it back and forth indiscriminately. The wet juice had already covered Gao Xiang's thigh through the pajama pants. Luo Hong is he having a dream? The protagonist in the dream is yourself? There was a strange buzzing sound in Gao Xiang's head. His scalp was burnt outside and tender on the inside. He usually could get hard just looking at Luo Hong, but now this situation is like taking an aphrodisiac that can make an elephant go into heat for Gao Xiang. Let the blood in his whole body flow to his flesh blade in an instant, and it swelled to the maximum size rapidly. The fiery desire accumulated in Gao Xiang's body, like a volcano that had been bred for thousands of years and waited to erupt, exploded. Gao Xiang's eyes glowed red. He almost tore his pajamas and pajama pants. He pulled the curled up Luo Hong into his arms, kissed Luo Hong's lips deeply, and stretched out the warm tip of his tongue teasing his lips and teeth. He pushed Luo Hong's pajamas away with one hand, eagerly stroking his slippery body. He pulled off Luo Hong's pajama pants. He held the swelling of the two of them and moved up and down, sticky juice unstoppable gushing out from the exit, moistening each other's hot and hard desire. Luo Hong was awakened by this sudden stimulation. He looked at Gao Xiang with eyes stained with mist. Gao Xiang's fiery eyes saw a sharp pain in Luo Hong's lower abdomen, and his whole body was paralyzed. The fiery passion in the dream extended to reality, making Luo Hong was so excited that he couldn't think at all. The pleasure of the rising dream made Luo Hong welcome Gao Xiang's kiss and touch with forgetfulness. Luo Hong's hard baby is full of juice that is waiting to be vented. Every drop is his desire for Gao Xiang, an unexplainable, shameful, sensual desire. The two horny sticks moved with the violent entanglement of Gao Xiang's big hands. This strong stimulation made Luo Hong groan tremblingly. Luo Hong arched his body twitched weakly, the adrenaline was secreted too fast and too much, which made Luo Hong's brain buzz, his breathing was difficult, the pores of his whole body expanded, and his whole body trembled like electricity, panting badly. Luo Hong's straightforward desire made Gao Xiang lose control. He was like a wild beast, unable to treat Luo Hong gently. He wanted to swallow the man under him alive. He sucked and sucked, licked, and didn't let go even when he tasted the fishy smell. The blood belonged to Luo Hong, and he wanted to eat it into his stomach without dropping a drop, and become a part of his body. He turned over and pressed Luo Hong under him, and interlaced his fingers with him. He moved his waist and rubbed against their swollen genitals, causing both of them to gasp uncontrollably. Luo Hong was about to touch the cloud in his dream. Now that Gao Xiang treats him like this, he can no longer bear this kind of fierce stimulation. He clenched Gao Xiang's hand tightly, panting with trembling voice, "Yeah, Gao Xiang, I." Gao Xiang quickly rubbed Luo Hong's fragile and bright red baby with his fleshy blade. Luo Hong climbed to the top easily, and the warm white liquid spewed out. The blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes, and the numbness from head to toe made him twitch, curled up, and let out a weak cry like a kitten waiting to be fed. Gao Xiang was completely fascinated by Luo Hong's reaction. He loved his pure, coquettish, cute, and sexy. This kind of Dr. Luo is Gao Xiang's treasure. Luo Hong, who longs to be caressed in his dream, is so beautiful and enchanting. Writhing for himself, the hot and firm baby under his crotch tremblingly begged for his luck. That delicate, flawless white body was blushing, and drops of sweat full of desire flowed down every inch of his skin. That handsome face full of tears and hot flashes is so charming and attractive, and the voices of Gao Xiang, coming out of that rosy and moist mouth are so pleasant to the ear. Every detail is a strong dose of forbidden medicine, which stimulates Gao Xiang's broken nerves and pushes Gao Xiang's passion to the peak. He was intoxicated by Luo Hong's body, obsessed with this extreme sex. He bent down and kissed the pink nipple on Luo Hong's chest. He loved the pair of immature cherries. He sucked them. Watching them on his chest, the mouth became full and swollen, slim and graceful, enveloping them with love liquid and becoming crystal clear and fresh, and seductive bloodshot gradually appeared from the pink flesh, forming a weird contrast with his white and thin body. He squeezed it with both hands, the protruding nipple, rubbed and played, sucked and licked, as if the mother's milk could be sucked out of that little thing, so he couldn't put it down, couldn't stop. Luo Hong, who had just finished a fiery wave, was instantly aroused by another wave of passion. The nipples were very sensitive. Being pulled and bitten by Gao Xiang, those two nerves went straight to his genitals. With every touch by Gao Xiang, his dick was also beating like a puppet, each time getting harder and more pressurized, and the blood secreted from his body filled his pouch again. Luo Hong felt that he was about to drown in Gao Xiang's mouth. The man he suppressed longing for day and night was caressing his body in the most embarrassing way. Hanging on his eyelashes, tiny beads of sweat ooze from the tip of his nose, and Yin Hong's plump lips are slightly parted, which made Gao Xiang palpitate and also broke Gao Xiang's heart. Gao Xiang parted his body, dipped his fingertips in semen and sent it into his tight pussy, stretched it loose, then held his fleshy blade that was about to explode and squeezed into the narrow pussy. The warmth and tolerance, the depth full of love completely enveloped him, and the pumping drove the peristalsis of the fleshy wall. Every time he went deep, Gao Xiang couldn't help but let out a low cry like a trapped animal. He hugged Luo Hong, who was so excited that he couldn't make a sound because of his violent thrusting. This kind of voice made Gao Xiang feel extremely satisfied. The erotic singing, the gurgling slimy liquid strengthened the shameful sound of body slapping, infinitely magnified the pleasure of the two. Gao Xiang pushed his hunger and thirst into Luo Hong's body again and again. The soft and hot position was Gao Xiang dreamed of getting his hands on the Holy Land, and he couldn't help but want to dedicate his entire life to it. The place where the two are closely joined is red and hot, and the sharp blade of pain shuttles back and forth across the stamen that should not have been stretched to such a terrifying size. The helpless position that was opened for him is so beautiful that Gao Xiang can't move away. Sight, this is the link between their sex, it is the proof that he possessed and violated Luo Hong. He took Luo Hong's hand and let him caress the joint position. Luo Hong was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Looking directly into Gao Xiang's eyes, the penis in his hand was sticky, slippery, and wet. Gao Xiang was like a tireless machine, violently and quickly thrusting and thrusting, maliciously pressing down Luo Hong's finger that wanted to escape, and stroking the heartbreaking and intoxicating penis. The stroking of Luo Hong's fingertips aggravated the boiling blood in each other's bodies. Gao Xiang's violent collision like a beast made Luo Hong's body tremble like a frame. Sky. Gao Xiang has never felt such a wonderful sex that is so close to the soul, which makes him so fascinated and unable to extricate himself. At this moment, Luo Hong belongs to him, and he also belongs to Luo Hong. They are so connected with each other, making love with Luo Hong, so that Gao Xiang has a kind of carefree rebirth, and the safe, warm, and harmless meat hole seems to be able to accommodate him. Luo Hong's pure and gentle heart can soothe all his pains and purify his wounded soul. From the moment he met Luo Hong, unconsciously and subtly, he dispelled the haze in the sky, saved him from the endlessly painful past, and freed him from the shadow of his fourth uncle. Gao Xiang sprayed his hot semen into the depths of Luo Hong. At that moment, he had the urge to cry. He let out a high-pitched roar that was sexy and comfortable. He hugged Luo Hong's body tightly, and his whole body twitched. He knew, it wasn't he was saving Luo Hong, but Luo Hong redeemed himself. He seriously felt the position where the two had sex, and refused to pull it out for a long time. He wanted to stay in Luo Hong's body like this and never separate. Luo Hong's weak body couldn't bear the waves of brutal pleasure, and he passed out. Gao Xiang kissed the water drops from the corners of Luo Hong's eyes, and licked away the sweat from the tip of his nose. It was the love liquid Luo Hong secreted for him, and not a single drop could be wasted. The tip of his tongue went from Luo Hong's sensitive ears all the way down, licking the line of his neck, leaving a row of teeth marks on his collarbone. Raising his arm, kissing his armpit, Luo Hong's body twitched slightly, and Gao Xiang came to his favorite little red cherry again, and pampered him with the tip of his tongue for a while. Luo Hong felt the pain and gasped. Gao Xiang let them go. Gao Xiang released erotic magic with his magic hands, pressed the protruding bones of Luo Hong's ribs, outlined his slender waist, came to his beloved holy place, pushed Luo Hong's legs away with his powerful thighs, and separated the bewitching angle exposed the meatballs and flower holes. Gao Xiang lifted his hips, hugged his whole lower body, and stood upside down. The multi-layered pink and tender meat holes were handed to Gao Xiang's lips. He stretched out the hot tip of his tongue to push open the red and swollen flower stamen that was fucked by his meat blade, and poured the body fluid in his mouth. The tip of his tongue poked and expanded the small mouth that was about to be opened for him, and devoutly and eagerly licked and caressed. He also rubbed and played with the limp Rauden and little brother Luo back and forth. On this sacred and beautiful night, he would not let go of every inch of Luo Hong's body, and he would not waste every minute and every second. Not a single drop of Hong's plunder was left. Gao Xiang knew that he didn't set Luo Hong up at all, he clearly got himself into it, and it wasn't just Luo Hong who got into it, he got into it even deeper. I can't live without him even for a second, and the one who wants to hug him and possess him is actually me. Luo Hong's body was too weak, and the ups and downs of the night drained all his physical strength, and he still slept soundly after 3 days. Gao Xiang didn't have time to reminisce about that wonderful night, so he quickly got dressed and left the bedroom. As soon as Gao Xiang came out of the house, he saw Gao Tianyan coming down the stairs. Both of them were taken aback for a moment. Gao Xiang's shirt hadn't been buttoned up yet, and his hair was messed up. Gao Tianyan's already gloomy face became even gloomy. Gao Xiang smiled at Gao Tianyan. "Morning, fourth uncle, you came here so early." Gao Tianyan walked up to Gao Xiang with a cold expression. "Talk about something with your grandpa." "Oh, what are you talking about?" "It's nothing." He glanced at Luo Hong's door and asked, "Did you sleep in Dr. Luo's room last night?" Gao Xiang chuckled. "Well, Dr. Luo is not in good health, I can take care of him by sleeping here." Gao Tianyan's eyes were gloomy, and she said with a low laugh, "Dr. Luo is a blessing that has been cultivated for several generations. The young master of our family is so caring. Even the fourth uncle is not treated like this. Let you stay with me for a night. It's harder than climbing to the sky. The blessings of many lifetimes." Yes, this blessing was given by their Gao family. Gao Xiang looked at Gao Tianyan calmly, not interested in continuing this topic with him. "I just want to talk to the old man about something. Is he in the study now?" "Yes." Gao Tianyan nodded. "Then I'll go up first, let's talk later." Gao Tianyan looked at Gao Xiang's back, his eyes trembled a little, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait." He stepped forward and grabbed Gao Xiang's arm. Gao Xiang looked back at him, waiting for him to speak. "Have you forgotten what day it is?" Gao Xiang thought for a while, and suddenly realized, "Today is your birthday? Look at my memory, I've been too busy recently, and I forgot such an important thing." Gao Tianyan raised her lips and smiled. "Just remember, old rules, go to my place tonight. I have already asked Mrs. Gu to prepare dinner." Gao Xiang pursed his lips and looked at Gao Tianyan. "Okay, I'll go there tonight." Gao Tianyan stretched out her hand and patted Gao Xiang's cheek. "You are so good, this is my good nephew. See you tonight, I'll go up first." Gao Xiang took a step back, avoiding Gao Tianyan's hand. Gao Xiang went upstairs quickly. Gao Tianyan was in a daze for a while. He turned and pushed away Luo Hong's bedroom, walked to the bed, looked down at Luo Hong who was sleeping deeply. He suddenly lifted the quilt, and entered the room. Everything seemed to be as he expected, without any expression fluctuations. He scanned Luo Hong's body, until Luo Hong's body moved slightly. Gao Tianyan helped him cover the quilt. Gao Tianyan sat down by the bed, reached out and touched Luo Hong's face, leaned over and kissed Luo Hong's lips, and said softly, "If we didn't meet in this way, if I wasn't from the Gao family, maybe we could talk about a love affair. But now I won't love anymore." Gao Tianyan calmly helped Luo Hong brush off the hair on his forehead, and sighed, "I really don't want to let such a good man be buried with the Gao family, but who told you? Have you taken away my most cherished thing?" Gao Tianyan smiled sadly, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Luo Hong for a while, then stood up, and slowly left the bedroom. A while ago, Gao Xiang had tried to prove that he was the reincarnation of the evil spirit in the Shuang Longbai. This time, he directly expressed his desire to get the Shuang Longbai immediately, and gave Gao Xiaobo a detailed explanation of Luo Hong's physical condition. The Gao family was already in debt to the Luo family, and Luo Hong exchanged his life for Gao Xiaobo's life. No matter what, he shouldn't find any reason to refuse. With Luo Hong's current situation, he couldn't wait for a year at all. He couldn't play with Gao Xiaobo anymore. He had no capital. Now even if he was asked to kneel down and beg him, he would not hesitate. If the old man still has any humanity, he should immediately hand over Shuang Longbai. Gao Xiaobo hesitated after hearing Gao Xiang's words. It's not that he has a heart of stone. He thought of a way to keep Luo Hong in the first place, and his purpose was to try his best to make up for him and atone for the Gao family. However, the ancestral motto that two dragons cannot be combined has been passed down for thousands of years, and no one knows how to combine them. What terrible consequences would it have? He really didn't dare to take the Gao family to take this risk. In other words, everyone would first consider the interests of their own family, their own interests, and would not spend so much time and effort for irrelevant outsiders, regardless of the cost. Is there anyone in the Gao family who has not been healed by Luo Hong? Luo Hong has lived for so many years and has saved countless lives. Who really treats him with heart and soul, and with Luo Hong's appearance and face, how many people can stand the temptation? His granddaughter Gao Fei also made it clear that she didn't want to marry into the Yuan family, and if she wanted to marry, she would marry Luo Hong. She clearly loved Luo Hong, but she didn't see how much she cared about Luo Hong. Luo Hong is so persistent, that kind of persistence has exceeded Gao Xiaobo's prediction. How could Gao Xiaobo not understand the reason? He is also a person who has come from a young age. Most of the young people are impetuous, passionate for 3 minutes, and fresh for 2.5 days. But no one knows Gao Xiang better than him. His grandson is delicate and deep. One thing, I am afraid that no one can shake his mind except himself. It can be predicted that if he doesn't hand over the half of the stone, Gao Xiang will have to turn Gao's family upside down and make a mess. If that happens, he might as well just hand over the stone to him. Gao Xiaobo waited for a while, then sighed, and nodded. You are right, the 2 dragon walls are of great importance. Let me think about it for a few more days. What else is there to consider? Luo Hong's extra minute of life is a luxury and a miracle. If you think about it for a few days, maybe he will. Gao Xiang clenched his hands, gritted his teeth, and said, I can't wait, I will take it now. Arrive. Gao Xiaobo frowned, and said angrily, is this what you said you wanted? Don't say that the consequences of its combination are immeasurable, just talk about the ancestors of the Gao family. For 100 years, this thing has only been passed on to the head of the Gao family. Man, what are you now? Why should I hand it over to you? I promised you to consider it is already a huge concession, and you still bargain with me. Gao Xiang ignored Gao Xiaobo's anger, and said calmly, saving Luo Hong from the Gao family's ridiculous ancestral curse is what you should do. I'm just making atonement for you. When 2 dragons unite, nothing terrible will happen. It will only free the Gao family from the 1,000 years of evil. True peace and prosperity cannot be achieved by relying on the protection of gods. The key lies in whether people's hearts are red or black. Gao Xiaobo squinted his eyes, stared at Gao Xiang for a while, and suddenly smiled. Okay, I'll talk to your Grandpa Pan tomorrow, and I'll give you an answer in a day, right? Can't you wait a day? Gao Xiang pursed his lips and thought for a while. Okay, just 1 day. No matter what the result is after 1 day, he must get the double dragon wall, and he can't wait any longer. Gao Xiang walked to the door of Luo Hong's room and found that the door was ajar. He hurriedly opened it and saw that there was no one on the bed. What about Luo Hong? Gao Xiang strode in and looked around. The quilt and bed sheets were replaced with new ones. Who changed them? The sound of water came from the bathroom. Gao Xiang hurried to the bathroom. His Luo Hong was rubbing the bed sheets in the bathtub. When Luo Hong heard the door opening, he looked back in a panic, and saw that it was Gao Xiang. An old face immediately turned red, no less than the large blood stain on the bed sheet. Luo Hong hurriedly pressed the blood-stained and various shame-stained sheets into the depths of the pool. Gao Xiang was a little dazed. He rushed to grab Luo Hong's wrist, lifted him up, and growled, what are you doing? Luo Hong was also in a mess. Last night he was like a male dog in heat. He didn't know how to face Gao Xiang, let alone what to say. He laughed dryly, and pointed to the sheets in the pond. This is not good for Aunt Wang to see, but it seems that it can't be washed off. He rubbed it for a long time, and the blood stain was very stubborn, and he couldn't get it off with all kinds of methods. Gao Xiang stared straight at the bed sheet that gradually floated up. The large blood stains stimulated Gao Xiang. He didn't even notice that Luo Hong was bleeding, and he made Luo Hong shed so much blood. So much? He tightened his 5 fingers hard. Luo Hong's wrist was painfully grasped by Gao Xiang, and he let out a hiss weakly. Gao Xiang hurriedly let go of his hands, picked Luo Hong up, and left the bathroom. Luo Hong's voice was choked in his throat, and despite Gao Xiang carrying him from the bathroom to the bed, Gao Xiang's next actions made Luo Hong shout, ah, you, what are you doing? Luo Hong pressed Gao Xiang's hand to prevent Gao Xiang from taking off his pants. Gao Xiang looked up at Luo Hong, his eyes were red, and he frowned and said, let me help you see, it's all bleeding, what if you don't treat the wound? He involuntarily tore off Luo Hong's belt. No need, I'll apply the medicine myself. Luo Hong's skinny and pale hands were tightly clutching the waistband of his trousers. Let him live? Gao Xiang violently turned Luo Hong, who was flaring his teeth and claws, who had no power to resist, and only had time to hear Luo Hong's. His buttocks were instantly lifted up, making him kneel on the bed, and he pressed Luo Hong's body. However, he couldn't move. Luo Hong's trousers were brushed off by Gao Xiang. Luo Hong only felt a cool breeze behind him, and he gasped in despair, don't, look. Gao Xiang was stunned by the high-definition and uncensored scenery in front of him. This was the first time he saw Luo Hong's private place in broad daylight. The flesh-pink babies were hanging between his legs, looking very lovable and attractive. That's not the point. The point is Luo Hong's wound. The red and swollen place that was ravaged by him was covered with white muddy paste. What is being swallowed and exhaled in that slightly opened mouth following Luo Hong's breathing? Gao Xiang managed to regain his sanity, swallowed his saliva, reached out and touched the swollen little mouth. Luo Hong let out a hiss, trembling even with all the housework, the little mouth also forcefully shrinking. Luo Hong shouted weakly, "Don't look, let me go. Don't be afraid, I'm just looking at the wound for you." Gao Xiang comforted him. He gently opened his wounded tender hole. There was a silver-white column hidden inside. Gao Xiang poked in with his thin little finger and touched it. Luo Hong took a deep breath, instinctively tightened the flower A cup ointment, and wrapped Gao Xiang's fingers inside. Luo Hong was so ashamed that he almost twitched. His whole body was shaking, not knowing what to do. Gao Xiang was also afraid of hurting Luo Hong, so he didn't go any further in. He pulled out his fingers, turned Luo Hong over, pulled Luo Hong into his arms, kissed his moist lips, and asked softly, "You stuffed it inside. What is it?" Gao Xiang caressed Luo Hong's buttocks, running his fingers between the buttocks, massaging the swollen stamens with the sticky ointment. Luo Hong was made dizzy by Gao Xiang, and his bottom was hardened by his tossing. He took several deep breaths and replied, "Yes, the silver soup stirrer. Silver. The silver object has the effect of reducing swelling, eliminating bacteria and promoting healing, and it should be able to heal as soon as possible when it is used in the meat hole with medicine." Gao Xiang pulled the quill to cover each other. He sucked 2 mouthfuls of Luo Hong's lips, and pushed his tongue into his mouth to tease his lips. His hands kept rubbing and massaging the gap between Luo Hong's buttocks with Gao Xiang's small mouth. Luo Hong moaned and panted uncontrollably following Gao Xiang's movements. Gao Xiang asked vaguely while kissing, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Luo Hong's brain was a little hypoxic after being kissed by Gao Xiang, and his heart was in a mess. "When I woke up this morning, I felt a tearing pain deep inside my body, which reminded Luo Hong of the crazy sex with Gao Xiang last night. Could that shameless and demanding man be Luo Hong? He had a slutty dream, and this dream came true, even more ecstasy than in the dream. He hasn't figured out how to deal with the incident last night. Why did he have this kind of sex with Gao Xiang on the bed inexplicably? What happened, or in broad daylight when both of them are awake? Does Gao Xiang know what he is doing? He is obviously no longer possessed by evil spirits. What does this mean to him now?" Gao Xiang didn't give Luo Hong time to think at all. He intensified, got into bed, licked and kissed Luo Hong's chest, which was red, swollen, and protruding from eating last night, sore and sensitive nipples. He took 2 deep breaths, and pinched one side with the other hand. The flower buds rubbed together without pity. Luo Hong gasped, and he bit his lips in time to prevent himself from shouting out. The stimulation was so strong that Luo Hong couldn't help but tremble. The honest reaction of Luo Hong's body made Gao Xiang a little excited. He let go of the 2 flower stamens, opened Luo Hong's body all the way down, and opened his mouth to hold the whole set of tender housework. Luo Hong's body twitched violently when he got up. He hurriedly reached for Gao Xiang's shoulder, and finally couldn't help but let out a startled cry, Gao Xiang, what are you doing?" Regardless of Luo Hong's struggle, Gao Xiang loved his beloved babies fiercely, reluctantly climbed up from the bed, leaned in front of Luo Hong, and said with a smile, "I want to kiss you." "Why? Don't you want to kiss me? Like it? This isn't." Luo Hong pressed his hands against Gao Xiang's hot chest. His mind was in a mess. He took a deep breath, and asked through gritted teeth, "Why are you doing this to me?" Gao Xiang tasted Luo Hong's lips, and with a gentle smile on his face, he said in a low voice, "Because I am your man." No one in the Gao family could ignore the tooth marks and hickey marks on Luo Hong's neck that couldn't be covered. His lips were red and swollen, and a piece was torn, and the blue eye circles were even darker. He spoke in a low and hoarse voice. Seeing this situation, everyone believed that Luo Hong was with a man, as for whom to get along with, everyone is clear in their hearts. Luo Hong was so ashamed that he stayed in the bedroom all day and did not dare to leave the house. Gao Xiang didn't go to work today, so he personally cooked and prepared breakfast and Chinese food for Luo Hong. The 2 of them were nestled in the bedroom, eating and playing and hugging and rolling on the bed. It was impossible for Luo Hong to eat countless meals. Inevitably, he really lived a happy and corrupt life for a day. "I am your man, I am your man." Gao Xiang kept hypnotizing Luo Hong. Whenever he became more conscious, Gao Xiang would do his best to make Luo Hong dizzy and unable to think. All he could think about was his man. Luo Hong has never had such a life, and no one has ever treated him so well. Gao Xiang set Luo Hong up early. He has already sunk, and he always wanted to be with Gao Xiang in his dreams. Now that Gao Xiang took the initiative to show his favor, took the initiative to tease, and pierced the layer of window paper, Luo Hong was as if he touched the clouds, floating like a celestial being, without even having a 0 IQ, directly negative. Gao Xiang likes this kind of Luo Hong. He is fascinated by Luo Hong's various wonderful expressions and movements caused by his caress and care. Hong's physical and mental scars. The suffering that Luo Hong has endured for so many years is beyond the imagination of outsiders. He has to thank God for allowing Luo Hong to maintain a warm, pure, and kind heart even though he is suffering from illness and spiritual devastation every day. No one can easily resolve this deep-seated hatred, and Luo Hong is the same. But Gao Xiang didn't mind, and he didn't force it. He was not qualified to ask Luo Hong to completely forgive the Gao family, even if Luo Hong was willing to stay and accept him just to survive. Gao Xiang just hopes that through his own efforts, he can prop up a sky for Luo Hong, let Luo Hong live carefree forever under his umbrella, let him have no time to think, and can't remember the pain of the past, let him he can only think about his man all the time, and only remember the beauty when they were together. Luo Hong will survive and live well. Gao Xiang firmly believes that he has a premonition that they will be very happy in the future. Gao Xiaobo didn't break his promise. He personally went to Tianjin to meet Master Pan because of Luo Hong's matter. Gao Xiang felt relieved. In the evening, he had to go to Gao Tianyan's place. He was really reluctant to part with Luo Hong. He originally wanted to take Luo Hong with him, but he was afraid that it would be too late for Luo Hong's health, so he gave up the idea. Before leaving, he hugged Luo Hong's mother. It took a long time before he reluctantly left. He said that he would come back to sleep at night and sleep with him. Luo Hong originally wanted to wait for Gao Xiang to come back, but before 9 o'clock he was so sleepy that he couldn't hold on, and fell asleep with the medical book in his arms. Gao Tianyan's birthday party does not have any extra guests, only Gao Xiang, which is a custom. Gao Tianyan has no friends, and the Gao family will not remember his birthday, and even if they do, they will not celebrate him. Only his precious nephew will miss him. But today's birthday party is different from the past. Gao Xiang said that he will not stay overnight at his place, but will go back to sleep, so he can't drink alcohol. He can only drink fruit juice. It's changed, everything has changed since that man named Luo Hong appeared. In fact, Mrs. Gu was sent back to her hometown by Gao Tianyan a few days ago. The sumptuous dishes on this table were all prepared by Gao Tianyan herself. He squeezed a glass of juice for Gao Xiang and handed it to him. Gao Tianyan sipped the aged red wine carefully, smiled and watched Gao Xiang drink the juice he squeezed by himself, and asked, "Is it delicious?" Gao Xiang smiled and nodded. "Well, it's good." Gao Xiang looked at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock. Luo Hong should be asleep. "What, are you in a hurry?" Gao Tianyan looked at Gao Xiang with her chin in one hand. Gao Xiang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's your birthday, you have to put everything aside first." Gao Tianyan stared straight at Gao Xiang, and said softly, "You don't drink, it would be boring if we eat like this, why don't fourth uncle tell you a story?" Gao Xiang smiled, "Okay, it's a story about incest and scandal, but also about revenge." "Oh, so complicated." Gao Tianyan looked down at the wine glass, and said slowly, "The story takes place in a rich family with a strong family foundation, which controls most of the country's economic lifeline. It is also a rare, real, and wealthy aristocrat in China who has been wealthy for 100 years. Gao Xiang's eyebrows twitched. His expression became serious. He didn't interrupt Gao Tianyan's words, waiting for him to continue. Gao Tianyan chuckled, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Did you know? The most common and most feared thing in the rich family is the scandal, and it has been the same for 100 years. Once such an incident occurs, the way the family should behave it must be to mercilessly eradicate the cancer that destroys the family's reputation, even if the cancer is his own flesh and blood." Coincidentally, this family is also surnamed Gao. Gao Xiang stared at Gao Tianyan with a stiff expression. Gao Tianyan looked up at Gao Xiang, and continued, "The head of the family surnamed Gao married 2 daughter-in-laws. The eldest daughter-in-law died due to dystocia of the second child. When the head family was in her 40s, she married the second wife. At that time, the second daughter-in-law was only, can be the daughter of the head of the family. Ha 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 ha, isn't this a scandal?" Gao Tianyan snorted. This second daughter-in-law is a countryman and an orphan, and her background is not very clean, but this second wife is a stunning beauty, fascinated by the head of the family, forged an excellent background, allowing her to marry into the Gao family in a glorious manner. But what the family members never expected was that his momentary distraction would cause a series of irreparable consequences. No matter how beautiful a woman is, after a long time, her freshness has passed. Without a mature mind, a wise mind, and a calm and strong heart, it is impossible to conquer and hold an ambitious man. The ideological realm and experience of the two are not at the same level at all. It didn't take long for the family members to get tired of the second wife and devote themselves to their careers. And the second room has since been thrown into the cold palace. It is conceivable that a young, beautiful, vanity-loving woman with an unclean background cannot be sexually satisfied and cannot be loved by a man. Her sons did it, though they were not her sons at all. Speaking of this, Gao Tianyan's eyes turned red, and she looked extremely excited. Gao Xiang suddenly felt very strange seeing Gao Tianyan like this, and was also very shocked by the story he told, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. The eldest son has a calm personality, and he has a childhood sweetheart girlfriend. Both of them are planning to go abroad for further study, and will take over the foreign branch in the future. The second room has no chance to do it, so they stare at the second child who is not in harmony with the husband and wife. Gao Tianyan looked at Gao Xiang's pale face, and laughed loudly. "Xianger is the smartest, you guessed it right." The second son of the head of the family couldn't resist the beauty of the second room, and the two hooked up not long after, and played ambiguously during the day, playing and going to bed at night. The two of them are amazingly in tune, they share the same taste, hate seeing each other late, and both enjoy this kind of adultery very much. But these two brainless and heartless dogs and men didn't take any contraceptive measures, which made the second room's belly bigger. Originally, this matter was easy to handle. She could say that the child belonged to the head of the family, but the funny thing was that the eldest wife of the head of the family had a ligation operation after giving birth to the second child, and it was impossible for the second child to conceive. Fang didn't know about this, and not many people in the whole family knew about it. When the family members found out about this, they became mad. He used extraordinary means to force the second room to confess his adulterer. When he learned that the man was his second son, the head family passed away on the spot. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. In order to cover up the scandal, the family members planned to secretly ask Fang to kill the child. Unexpectedly, Fang ran away. Before leaving, he set a fire at Gao's house and absconded with money. Gao Tianyan held his forehead, smiled wryly, and finally laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. How can there be such a lowly woman in this world? Why didn't she obediently kill the child and stay in Gao's family to enjoy the blessings? The child was born to bear the world's scorn and contempt, to bear the pain of this incestuous intercourse. Gao Tianyan's expression was extremely painful, and the sound he made didn't know whether it was crying or laughing. Gao Xiang's brows were knotted. He grabbed Gao Tianyan's cold hand, and asked with a trembling voice, "Where is that child?" Gao Tianyan didn't answer him. She was still immersed in her own world, and continued. The second room went to a certain city in the south and gave birth to the child. She didn't care about the child, didn't pay attention to it, and didn't take it with her when she was sick. To see a doctor, the neighbor next door heard the child crying day and night. He couldn't bear it, so he helped take care of the child and took the child to see a doctor. It's already a miracle to come down. The money of the second room has been spent long ago. She brings different men home every day and has sex in front of the children. But she was indifferent, because she believed that it was not her child, but the chief culprit who hindered her happiness and took away her money. Fang finally contracted a serious illness due to promiscuity, and was no longer able to support herself, so she resorted to the trump card she had conceived for many years, took the child to the north, and returned to the Gao family. This heavy bomb was blown up well. The raised child is a heavy blow to the head of the family. This woman has finally done something worthy of boasting. She has endured for so many years just to bring the child back. Embarrass the Gao family, take revenge on the head of the family, and by the way threaten to divide the property of the Gao family. And the second child of the Gao family turned out to be the mastermind of this farce. Everything he directed was to take back his rights from the boss and get the right to inherit the family. Gao Tianyan shook her head and snorted. I have to say, these two dogs and men have finally grown their brains. But after all, they still can't be family members. Die in there. Gao Xiang asked excitedly, where's that child? God has eyes. The child born to this pair of imbecile parents is quite smart. He escaped by hiding in the water tank, and witnessed the whole process of a few black shadows intentionally setting fire. The child survived, and the head family had to take him back to the Gao family, because everyone knew that he was the child of the second wife and the head family. This child has been treated with indifference and contempt in the Gao family, and even the servants look down on him. When the family tried to send the child away several times, the youngest young master of the Gao family was also arguing all day for him to get out, die, don't reappeared in his line of sight. What the hell did this kid do wrong? Why should he be treated like this? Do you think he is willing to be born with such parents, such a family, with humble blood flowing in his body, dragging a disfigured body, suffering all kinds of destruction and torture? How could he want to live a good life? He just wants to die cleanly. It is best to die with the blood of the Gao family, and disappear completely. Because as long as the Gao family is still alive, they will always witness his existence. And how unbearable he is, and his soul will never be redeemed. Gao Tianyan's whole body trembled. He clenched the wine glass tightly. Boom! Gao Xiang was crushed by him with a loud sound, and blood flowed from his fingers. Gao Xiang was so shocked by this story that he couldn't speak, staring at Gao Tianyan's hand, not knowing what to do. He barely made a sound. Fourth uncle. Gao Tianyan suddenly looked at Gao Xiang with blank eyes, and said with a smile, don't call me fourth uncle anymore. We are brothers. Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and looked at Gao Tianyan for a while. He grabbed Gao Tianyan's wrist. Fourth uncle, you drank too much. Let me bandage your wound first. Gao Xiang was about to stand up, but suddenly felt dizzy-dazed. He fell back into the chair. Gao Xiang shook his head, looked at Gao Tianyan in confusion. Gao Tianyan touched Gao Xiang's face with his bloody hand, and smiled softly. Brother, put something in your juice. It will make you sleep well for two sky. What are you going to do? Gao Xiang's consciousness gradually blurred, and he tried to struggle to get up with all his strength, but it was in vain. Gao Tianyan pulled Gao Xiang into her arms, stroked the back of his head, and said softly, I originally wanted to take you with me, but I really can't bear it. Who made you the only person who treats me well in this world? You just sleep here for 2 days, and when you wake up, the Gao family, me, and that Dr. Luo who took you away from me will disappear from this world. Gao Xiang moaned in pain. Don't. With great effort, Gao Tianyan moved the unconscious Gao Xiang to the sofa, took out a comb and combed Gao Xiang's hair several times, wiped his face with a towel, cut his nails, and finally covered him with a blanket. Gao Tianyan helped him tuck the quilt a few times, and said softly, Xianger, this is the last time I will serve you, you must never forget me in the future, even if it is hatred, you must engrave it on your heart. He has been serving this little devil since he came to Gao's house, the purpose is only to please Gao Xiaobo, to please Gao Xiang, and finally let him settle in Gao's house, so as to realize his revenge plan step by step. So far, because of Luo Hong's the appearance made his plan ahead of time, he lost a lot of time to accompany Gao Xiang, and also lost a lot of happy moments before leaving. He was afraid that he would leave with that little regret. But he doesn't mind, he is now a person who doesn't know pain and love, and death is his only salvation, because he has already become a lonely ghost wandering in the yin and yang worlds, and he can never be reborn forever. Luo Hong had that dream that he hadn't had for a long time again. He arrived in that bone-chilling white space, but this time, there were two people in the space, and one shouted to him to run away, one yelled don't go. Luo Hong stood at the same place, a little at a loss. The voices of these two people are Gao Xiang, which one should he listen to? Finally, a large piece of black and white mist was pressed down from the boundless sky, covering Luo Hong's entire body as if the sky had collapsed, making Luo Hong unable to move or even breathe. The black and white mist finally turned into a four-dimensional demon as tall as 5 people, surrounded by countless black and white Tai Chi balls that are visible to the naked eye. His entire body is one black and one white, with one side of his face wearing a black mask, and the other side of the white part revealing a coquettish and handsome face. On his face, his eyes were shining with blue light, and he couldn't see his eyeballs clearly, and couldn't judge his emotions. He held Luo Hong in his palm, and made a soul-stirring roar. He kept yelling run away, don't go, run away, don't go. Contradictions are in a mess. Luo Hong asked him, he couldn't understand his words, should he run away or stay? In the end, the evil spirit howled up to the sky, Yalan liquid flowed out of his eyes, and his whole body gradually disintegrated into gas. He screamed in pain, Luo Hong, run away, I beg you, listen to me, run away. When Luo Hong woke up, there were still tears in the corners of his eyes, and the heart-piercing howls of the evil spirit in the dream almost broke Luo Hong's heart. Luo Hong wiped away his tears, turned over and got out of bed, rushed to the window and looked at the deep blue sky. The sky was full of stars twinkling. The waning moon was in the sky, the twin dragons were broken, the star representing the Gao family became very weak, and a shooting star streaked across the sky. However, the star suddenly dimmed, and there was no longer any light. Something is going to happen to the Gao family. Gao Xiang, what about Gao Xiang, at Gao Tianyan's place? Luo Hong felt cold all over. Could it be that Gao Tianyan did something bad to Gao Xiang? Luo Hong immediately dialed a number, but no one answered Gao Xiang's cell phone, and Luo Hong's heart was instantly lifted into his throat. He quickly changed his clothes, carried his backpack, and rushed out. As soon as he ran to the corner, he heard a loud noise, and the whole house shook, and then he heard a series of footsteps approaching. Luo Hong hurried to the corner, and saw 2 big men in black running over and entering his room. Luo Hong covered his mouth to keep himself from making a sound. Are these 2 people coming for him, or rush up the family? Luo Hong quickly put the needles into his cuffs for self-defense. 2 big men ran out of Luo Hong's room, cursing in a low voice, where are you? The other said, forget it, it's too late, get the others away first. The voices of these 2 people are so familiar. Luo Hong recalled carefully, it was the 2 people who were guarding the door at Meng Rujun's house back then? Would Meng Rujun do such a thing for Shuang Longbai? The 2 big men hurried downstairs, and Luo Hong followed secretly, and saw a large truck parked outside the villa, and several other people were carrying Gao Tianheng to the truck. Gao Tianheng and Gao Fei never lived in the Gao family's main house. Why are they all at home today? Just happened to be caught up by this group of people. He remembered that Gao Xiaobo went to Tianjin, so he should not be in the car. Luo Hong wrote down the license plate number of the car, hid in the dark, and ran out when the car drove away. He checked room by room. All the handymen of the Gao family were drugged and fell asleep. Only members of the Gao family were taken away. Wang Meili and the driver Wang Ji were also taken away. Gao Xiaobo's bedroom and study room were completely turned over. A wall in the study room was hollowed out, and there was still a smell of gunpowder. Probably the loud noise came from here. Luo Hong probed and looked. There should be a safe inside the wall. It probably couldn't be opened, so he moved it away. Is it the property of the Gao family, or for revenge? Could it be because of the half of the double dragon wall? Could it be that Shuang Longbai is in that safe? Luo Hong was anxious, so he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed 110. As soon as Luo Hong pressed a 1, he felt someone rushing up from behind him. Luo Hong's 6th sense was very good. He dodged to the side in time, and quickly drew out the needle, aiming at the outstretched arm of the person who was about to stab it. The man's speed was even faster, and he seemed to expect that Luo Hong would come. He retracted his arm in time and made a feint in front of Luo Hong's eyes, successfully attracting Luo Hong's attention. He grabbed Luo Hong, clutching them backhandedly with his wrists. He pulled out the steel needle in Luo Hong's hand, and brought him into his arms. He hugged Luo Hong tightly, bowed his head and kissed Luo Hong's lips deeply, and said in a deep voice, I am your man. Luo Hong turned from fear to ecstasy. Gao Xiang? Is it really you? It's me. Gao Xiang was trembling all over, breathing rapidly. He stroked Luo Hong's body up and down. The fear of almost losing Luo Hong made him almost lose his mind. He didn't know how he woke up from the powerful drug. Maybe it was the blood of the witch doctor in his body that helped him. Or maybe God has eyes and can't see what happened to his Luo Hong. It may also be that his fourth uncle has not lost his conscience and deliberately left a glimmer of life for the Gao family. Luo Hong felt Gao Xiang's body seriously. Yes, it was Gao Xiang, that's right. Gao Xiang was fine, very good. The two didn't have time to be tender and lingering. Such a big incident happened to the Gao family and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Luo Hong told Gao Xiang what had happened before. The license plate number told him that he called Ma Chun again and asked him to come over as soon as possible to deal with the property loss of the Gao family, and find a way to suppress this matter so that it would not be exposed by the media. He called Gao Xiaobo, but his phone kept busy. He called his assistant, but the assistant didn't answer. He called Pan's family, but Pan's family said that Gao Xiaobo had returned to Beijing. Gao Xiang's heart turned cold. The old man may have been robbed. Could it be that Mr. Tianyan joined hands with Meng Rujian? Hearing Gao Xiang's words, Luo Hong felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect Gao Tianyan to have such a tragic and painful past. He should have decided such a fate because of this past. Well, just use this method to take revenge on the Gao family. Even if he takes revenge, what can he get? Those people were his relatives after all. If something happened to the Gao family, it would be another wave of endless pain for Gao Tianyan. Gao Xiang looked serious and replied, I'm afraid so. Then what should we do now? Luo Hong was not only worried about the lives of Gao's family, but also worried that Shuang Longbai had fallen into Meng Rujian's hands. Gao Xiang squinted his eyes and thought for a while, I can't wait for the police to investigate, their efficiency is too low, I can't wait. He called Pan Guoying, briefly described what happened, and asked him to come to Beijing immediately. Pan Guoying said that his grandfather has already passed, and his grandfather is better than him. There is a French style here in Tianjin, and he can't get through it. It would be even better if Mr. Pan came over. He is a national treasure level archmage, and no one can invite him unless he wants to. The police wandered around inside and outside the house, asking questions and taking pictures. For the sake of the Gao family's reputation, the Gao family handled it very low-key. Each family only sent representatives to inquire about the situation. Ma Chun helped Gao Xiang handle all internal and external matters, so that Gao Xiang and Luo Hongneng had a relatively quiet environment to think about problems. The two sat on the sofa for more than an hour. This hour was a century long for them. The police were actually not as useless as Gao Xiang imagined. They quickly found out the location of the truck, but unfortunately, the truck was thrown near a garbage dump, and there were no valuable clues left on the truck. It is estimated that it is for safety, so I changed the car halfway. After more than half an hour, Master Pan finally arrived at Gao's house. Gao Xiang let out a long breath, and Master Pan came, and the matter was half successful. When Master Pan saw Luo Hong, his expression changed slightly, and he asked, Is this Dr. Luo? Grandpa Pan, I'm Luo Hong. Master Pan stepped forward and touched Luo Hong's wrist, then pinched his head, frowned and said, Son, do you know your fate? Luo Hong nodded and shook his head again. I know a little bit, but I've been a little confused recently, and I hope Master can enlighten me. Gao Xiang, who was standing by the side, was a little nervous. He pulled Luo Hong away, not wanting to be touched by Master Pan. I know his fate, so you don't need to tell me. You should do something serious with me. My grandfather doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Let's save people first. Master Pan squinted at Gao Xiang, then looked at Luo Hong, and slowly said, Your fate is fatal, and the mole at the corner of your eye is bright red, which is the appearance of ecstasy. You have consumed too much energy and leaked too much in this life. Because of the secrets of the family, and because of the family's calamity, the yin and yang are turned upside down, and the face of death has appeared, and I am afraid that it will be hard to survive the 15th. Luo Hong's body shook for a while, feeling his world spinning. Gao Xiang beside him was about to be blown up by old Master Pan. He hugged Luo Hong and said angrily at Master Pan, You are talking nonsense. He won't die, he must live longer than you. Master Pan stroked his beard and squinted at Gao Xiang. Why are you so anxious? I haven't finished yet. Master Pan continued, He couldn't survive, but... Gao Xiang asked eagerly, But what? Luo Hong also looked up at Master Pan. A ray of dawn rose in his dark eyes. Master Pan chuckled, The heavenly secret must not be revealed. Gao Xiang resisted the urge to scold his mother, clenched his fists and made a creaking sound of joint dislocation. He also sneered, You don't need to say, I know there is a way to keep him alive. Gao Xiang lowered his head to comfort Luo Hong. Dr. Luo, don't listen to his nonsense. Trust me, I will definitely cure you. Luo Hong nodded. He had always believed in Gao Xiang and had never doubted it. It was just that Master Pan's words made him a little uncomfortable. Why did he always feel that the old man's eyes were so strange, make him feel hairy? Master Pan, who was standing aside, looked at the two, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. Gao Xiang didn't like Master Pan's eyes either. He frowned and said, Let's go. Okay. Master Pan nodded with a smile. Gao Xiang held Luo Hong's face, kissed his lips lightly, and asked warmly, Are you in good health? I don't worry about letting you go home. Luo Hong looked at the back of Master Pan's head in embarrassment, and whispered, It's okay, I have the medicine with me. Gao Xiang put his arms around Luo Hong and sighed contentedly. Okay, then let's go. Gao Xiang drove the two of them to the vicinity of the garbage dump. Gao Xiang squinted at Master Pan, who was a bit idle, and asked, "Are you perceiving? Go to the south." Master Pan casually pointed forward with his eyes closed. Gao Xiang was furious by his frivolous finger. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Don't you need to do something?" Master Pan said calmly, "Buddhism is at ease in people's hearts." Without waiting for Gao Xiang to lose his temper, he suddenly said, "Concentrate on driving, or it will be too late." In Hebei province, in an abandoned crematorium in a county-level city, I spent a lot of money to get people to repair it. Gao Tianyan looked at the big fireplace that was thriving, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, look, how prosperous the fire is." The rest of Gao's family were drugged, and they crawled limply on the ground, as did his assistant. Only Gao Xiaobo is awake, this is the benefit Gao Tianyan gave him. Gao Xiaobo's originally hale and sharp eyes had become dull at this time, and his whole body also looked much older. He looked at Gao Tianyan dejectedly, unable to open his mouth to speak, because he had been talking to Gao Tianyan all night, tired, useless. Gao Tianheng leaned against Gao Xiaobo's leg, and made a breathless voice, "Tianyan, the old man knows he owes you, and he has been trying to make up for you for so many years, because he is your biological grandfather, let him go." Gao Tianyan turned her head and looked at Gao Tianheng, "Third uncle, it's really awkward to call you, I've called you third brother for more than 10 years. You are a good person, and you have no blood relationship with the Gao family. I didn't want to involve you, but who told you to be Gao Xiaobo's godson, and why does he love you so much? You can only blame yourself for admitting the wrong relative. Tianyan, Dad did make a mistake in dealing with your parents back then, but your parents were not killed by Dad. It was." "Shut up." Gao Xiaobo suddenly shouted. He looked down at Gao Tianheng with a stern and firm expression. Gao Tianheng pursed his lips and sighed fiercely, and stopped talking. Gao Tianyan lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, slowly exhaled the smoke ring, and said with a smile, "Don't hide it, I know who it is. Do you think I care who kills them? No, I wish I could kill them myself. I really have to thank my uncle for acting on my behalf." Gao Xiaobo looked at Gao Tianyan in shock, and asked with a trembling voice, "Where is Gao Xiang? What did you do to Gao Xiang?" "Dead, burned to death by me. He made atonement for his parents." Gao Tianyan looked at Gao Xiaobo with a smile. Gao Tianyan was very happy to see Gao Xiaobo's pale and distorted face. The capable and stalwart Gao Xiaobo instantly collapsed into ooze, old tears fell down, and he completely lost his original handsome and noble temperament. At this moment, he looks like an ordinary little old man who has lost his grandson. Old, skinny, poor, sad. Gao Tianheng also burst into tears, cursing as he cried, "Dem bastard, how kind is Xianger to you? How can you bear it? Gao Tianyan? Even if I'm a fucking ghost, I won't let you go." After finishing speaking, Gao Tianheng burst into tears. All the members of the Gao family who were huddled on the ground, those who were conscious and unable to speak, were also weeping on the ground. Gao Fei was so angry that he bit his lips and bled, but because he was heavily drugged, he couldn't move at all. I couldn't even open my eyes, and I could only vaguely hear their conversation. Meng Rujun and Meng Ruhei, who came out of the next room, were stunned when they saw the situation. Meng Rujun walked up to Gao Tianyan and asked, "Aren't you really going to kill them?" Gao Tianyan nodded. "Aren't you hurting me? My goal is only Shuang Longbai. Now that I have the items, I won't play with you anymore. You can play by yourself." Meng Rujun gestured to Meng Ruhei, "Haizi, let's go." Gao Tianyan looked at Meng Rujun with a smile, and asked slowly, "Have you had any water?" "What?" Meng Rujun looked at Gao Tianyan inexplicably. Gao Tianyan pointed to the half-drinked mineral water bottle in Meng Rujun's hand with her chin. "I drugged it over there. Unlike the Gao family, I drugged your water." "What?" Meng Rujun exclaimed. After hearing Gao Tianyan's words, the two brothers didn't know why. Maybe it was a psychological effect, but they actually felt a little pain in their stomachs, and there were signs of more and more pain. Meng Rujun cursed, "Fucking Gao Tianyan, you poisoned me? I'll kill you." He took out a dagger from his pocket and rushed towards Gao Tianyan. Gao Tianyan didn't dodge, snorted and said, "If you kill me, you don't even want to get the antidote." Meng Rujun suddenly stopped, gritted his teeth and said, "Gao Tianyan, what exactly do you want?" As soon as Meng Rujun finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and knelt down on the ground. He felt his pulse, and he was indeed poisoned. He looked at Gao Tianyan in shock, "Are you fucking poisoned?" At this moment, Meng Ruhei also fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and his whole body twitched. Meng Rujun hurriedly crawled to Meng Ruhei's side and hugged him. Haizi. Gao Tianyan walked up to Meng Rujun, took out the double dragon wall from his pocket, threw it directly beside the burning fireplace without even looking at it. Meng Rujun gasped, put down his brother, and was about to reach the double dragon wall. Gao Tianyan stepped on Meng Rujun's hand, squatted down, hooked up the half pendant with one finger, handed it to the fireplace, shook it, and laughed loudly. "The person who can use Laozi has not yet been born. A piece of broken stone is yours to fight for. It's bloody, is it really that magical?" Meng Rujun looked at the dangling stone, fearing that Gao Tianyan would throw it into the stove. He shook his head desperately. Don't. Gao Tianyan retracted the pendant and kicked Meng Rujun. If you want it, bring me that stinky bitch Gao Fei, I can't carry her. You can't die now, help me finish the work, I will naturally give you the antidote. Meng Rujun nodded desperately, and after listening to Gao Tianyan's words, he also became energetic. He stumbled over, dragged Gao Fei's leg, and dragged him all the way to the fireplace. Being able to watch his granddaughter being dragged there, he was crying pitifully with snot and tears. His eyes were crying until there was only a slit left, and he kept muttering, my god. My Xiang'er, Fair, woo woo woo. Gao Tianheng crawled forward with all his strength. He cried, Tianyan. You fucking stop? Stop? She's your own sister. I'll fuck you? Stop. Gao Fei's skin and scalp were scratched by the stones on the concrete floor, and her whole body was in unbearable pain. She shook her head in a daze and let out a weak curse. Gao Tianyan squatted on the ground and looked at Gao Fei calmly. He patted Gao Fei's face vigorously, and said with a smile, Fair, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you under the knife today. Who told you to always bully you? Is brother coming? Gao Tianyan kicked Meng Rujun who was in the way away, grabbed Gao Fei by the hair and picked her up. He turned on the burning fireplace, and the intense heat wave gushed out, so that the pores of people nearby were opened, and the skin can't wait to shed human oil immediately. Gao Fei had no power to resist in Gao Tianyan's hands. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her whole body was throbbing violently due to pain and heat. I'll be looking for you in a while. Gao Tianyan frowned, her eyes were extremely firm, she was about to throw Gao Fei's body into the stove. Fourth uncle, don't. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Gao Xiang rushed in from outside. All the people who could move looked towards the gate, and when they heard Gao Xiang's voice, Gao Xiaobo and Gao Tianheng were taken aback for a moment, and then shouted in surprise, Xiang'er, you're not dead. Gao Xiang rushed in first, followed by Luo Hong who was supporting Master Pan. Gao Xiang, who had never shed a single tear, saw the scene in front of him, his eyes turned red instantly, tears rolled in his eyes, and he shouted, Grandpa, third uncle, big sister, fourth uncle, Xiang'er. The joy and excitement of Gao Xiang's life made the old man cry so hard. Stop. Gao Tianyan yelled, if you take another step forward, I'll throw her in. The three stopped immediately. Gao Xiang frowned, his nose was red, and he said nasally, fourth uncle, please let go of my sister, she is innocent. Gao Tianyan laughed, and shed tears at the end of the laugh. Innocent? Who is more innocent than me in this world? Huh? Is there? Let me tell you, Gao Xiang, yesterday I was obsessed with ghosts and let you go. Today, since you send it to your door, and I will tell you not to leave here alive? This crematorium is the grave of our Gao family. Gao Tianyan, you are simply insane. Gao Tianheng cursed. Luo Hong, who was standing aside, was so shocked by all this that he couldn't say a word, and he had no position to speak on this occasion. He grasped Master Pan's arm with both hands, and Master Pan patted his hand and comforted him. Destiny in this way, Gao Xiaobo should have such a calamity in this life. Luo Hong secretly sighed, the catastrophe that Gao Tianyan brought to the Gao family is today. It's just that in this dilemma, what should they do? Gao Tianyan picked up a fuse beside the table and said with a smile, Xiang'er, thank you for coming to bury fourth uncle. He took out a lighter from his pocket, lit the fuse, and the fuse snapped like a long flaming string. The snake quickly scurried around the corners of the house. Several people gasped, and Meng Rujun yelled, fuck me. He even scrambled and ran out, ignoring his brother. Gao Xiaobo struggled a few times on the chair, and he shouted at Gao Xiang, Xiang'er, Dr. Luo, Master Pan, run away. He filled the house with gasoline. Meng Rujun ran to Gao Xiang's side, and Gao Xiang tripped him as soon as he stretched his legs. He lifted Meng Rujun's collar. Where are you going? You can stay and be buried with him. Meng Rujun was so scared that he peed his pants. He personally supervised the storage of the gasoline. The house is about to explode. He grabbed Gao Xiang's arm in horror and shouted, Gao Zia, please let me go. You run too, I'm going to die. Gao Xiang used the steel needle prepared in advance to pierce the acupuncture point on Meng Rujun's arm, making his croaking voice stuck in his throat, and immobilized him. He threw Meng Rujun to the ground and looked up at Gao Tianyan. Fourth uncle, I'm sorry, our family can't bury you with you. Do you still remember Master Pan? He sensed the potential danger. We have already disposed of the gasoline, and the police will be here soon. If you still have humanity, why don't you for the sake of our close relatives, let go of my sister, she is innocent. Gao Tianyan saw that the fuse was burned out, and nothing happened. He threw away the lighter angrily. Don't tell me these things are useless, okay. Gao Xiang, you have the guts. Even if I can't take you away today family, I must take this bitch Gao Fei with me. It is really lonely to take her alone, so I need someone to accompany me. Everyone tensed up and stared at Gao Tianyan. They saw Gao Tianyan take out a pendant from his pocket, and the pendant was engraved with half a dragon pattern. Gao Xiang and Luo Hong shouted at the same time, double dragon wall. Luo Hong subconsciously touched the stone on his chest. It was still there. The one in Gao Tianyan's hand must be another one. Luo Hong was a little excited. He hurried forward 2 steps. Mr. Tianyan? That stone. Seeing the reaction of the two, Gao Tianyan laughed, and asked teasingly, Dr. Luo, do you want it? Luo Hong swallowed, feeling a bad premonition. He nodded. Gao Xiang stepped forward and hugged Luo Hong's shoulders. His hands were so tense that he began to sweat. He stared at Gao Tianyan's expression and asked calmly, "Fourth uncle, what do you mean?" Gao Tianyan suddenly showed a very satisfied smile. "Is this stone very important to you, right? You will die without it, right?" Luo Hong's hands trembled a little, and he tremblingly said, "Mr. Tianyan, can you give me the stone? It's useless if you want him, but it's really important to me." A chill rose in Gao Xiang's body. He squinted at Shuang Longbai, and his lips were bloodshot. Gao Tianyan handed the stone in front of her, looked at it, and smiled slightly. "Dr. Luo, you are a good man. To be honest, I quite like your type of man, but you made a mistake. You took away my most beautiful man. Dear Xiang'er, you have got everything I want most. I just can't see other people's happiness. It will make me jealous, drive me crazy, and make me want to destroy all the beautiful things. Does it belong to me? Gao Tianyan? You lunatic? What nonsense are you talking about?" Gao Tianheng cursed angrily. Gao Tianyan didn't take it seriously, but Luo Hong and Gao Xiang's ashen expressions made Gao Tianyan laugh again. "Dr. Luo, with your company on the other side of the world, I don't think I will be too lonely." Gao Tianyan dragged Gao Fei, handed the double dragon wall in his hand to the entrance of the fiery fireplace, and said with a smile, "Xiang'er, remember who took away the man you love the most. That person is your elder brother and me. Remember me forever. Hate me? Hate me? Ha 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 ha." "No." Luo Hong cried out in despair, and he rushed over like crazy. Luo Hong was 15 meters away from Gao Tianyan's position, and it was too late. Gao Tianyan smiled confidently at the cold Gao Xiang, turned around and threw the double dragon wall into the fireplace without hesitation. The raging sea of fire. Everyone exclaimed for a while, closing their eyes tightly, not daring to face everything in front of them. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, the fire splashed, Gao Xiang let out a heart-piercing howl, and the whole world immediately fell into complete darkness, followed by overwhelming whiteness, and the coldness comparable to the polar region made everyone present densely packed. Surrounded, the world completely turned into pure white, and all the surrounding scenery disappeared, leaving only the shocked people. They could only see the expressions on each other's faces, and they seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Gao Xiang looked around. This strange space, this strange situation was completely beyond his comprehension, but he somehow knew what he should do. He followed his instinct, followed the voice in his heart and walked forward step by step. He walking to Luo Hong's side and hugging Luo Hong. Luo Hong's body was stiff, only his eyeballs could move, and he was looking at Gao Xiang helplessly. Gao Xiang caressed Luo Hong's cheek with pity, lowered his head and kissed Luo Hong's lips, and then put him on the ground. He took off the double dragon wall from Luo Hong's neck, got up and walked quickly to Gao Tianyan, who hugged Luo Hong. Gao Fei's body was frozen in the air. He skipped the two of them, and saw the double dragon wall floating in the air not far behind them. He took off the half of the pendant and put it in the palm of the other side. The two pendants were exactly the same in shape, but the color was slightly different. Half of the pendants should have been worn on him for a long time, so they had a slightly soft and transparent jade color. Gao Xiang kissed the half-stone that belonged to Luo Hong lightly, as if casting a curse, or making an oath, bound your soul and mind together, forever and ever. Separation, no matter how samsara turns, no matter how the world changes, you will never escape from my shelter. Gao Xiang glanced at Luo Hong who was lying on the ground. Luo Hong was looking at him in astonishment. Gao Xiang grinned, showing a row of white teeth. The whole person looked harmless and healthy. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Luo Hong, remember, I am your man." Gao Xiang raised two stones, pointed at the full moon in the sky, and said softly, "The way of the witch doctor, two dragons unite, and the curse is lifted." Accompanied by Gao Xiang's spell, he connected the two stones together. Dazzling white light burst out from the cracks in the stones, and the white space shook violently. A phantom, one black and one white, appeared behind Gao Xiang. The phantom rolled up a huge wave and surrounded Gao Xiang's whole body. "Open your eyes." The double dragon wall floating in the air turns into a small spot of light and rotates rapidly until it gradually slows down the rotation speed, and finally emits a large piece of aurora, and then shrinks sharply, turning into a complete double dragon wall. The black and white whirlwind around Gao Xiang was suddenly sucked into Gao Xiang's body. Gao Xiang stretched out his hand, and the double dragon wall fell into his palm with a swish. He clenched it tightly, and the white world suddenly went dark. When he opened his eyes again, everyone returned to the dilapidated crematorium. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment, and then looked around, unable to believe what happened just now. Gao Tianyan and Gao Fei, who were suspended in the air, also fell to the ground, and they both let out a low cry at the same time. Luo Hong got up from the ground, looked at Gao Xiang standing in the flame-out hearth, and his heart slowly returned to its place. Gao Xiang put the Shuang Longbai in his pocket, walked up to Gao Tianyan, and gave him an injection to prevent him from doing any more crazy things. He plucked Gao Tianyan's hair, looked at his protruding eyes, he laughed and said, "Fourth uncle, I will be sad when you die. Grandpa will also be sad. For us, you have to live well." Gao Xiang stepped over from Gao Tianyan, walked up to the stupid Luo Hong, picked him up and turned him around on the ground, and when he put him down again, he bowed his head and kissed Luo Hong deeply, recklessly, regardless of everyone present. The man's gaze rubbed Luo Hong's body towards him desperately, and the hot kiss was no less than the flame in the furnace just now, which made the audience cough in a low voice and looked away one after another. Gao Xiang's kiss was so strong that it almost took away all Luo Hong's breath and left his brain starved of oxygen. He put his hands on Gao Xiang's chest, trying to push him away, but he couldn't break free from Gao Xiang's strong grip. Crooked arm. What happened just now? Luo Hong still wants to ask Gao Xiang, is the double dragon wall closed? Has the curse been lifted? And, most importantly, there are people around. Luo Hong didn't struggle for long, the siren sounded outside, and Gao Xiang's second uncle led a group of policemen into the crematorium. When he saw the tragic scene, he almost cried. He rushed to Gao Xiaobo, helping him untie the rope while crying, "Old man, you have suffered." Gao Xiaobo sighed feebly, shaking his head from time to time. The other policemen rushed forward and detained Meng Rujun, Meng Ruhe, and Gao Tianyan. Gao Xiang and Luo Hong looked at Gao Tianyan. Gao Tianyan's face was gloomy, with despair and pain in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. Gao Xiaobo shouted, "Tianyan." Gao Tianyan's shoulders trembled, and without looking back, she resolutely walked out of the crematorium with the police. 120 The emergency doctor carried everyone in the Gao family onto a stretcher one by one. Gao Xiang stepped forward to support Gao Xiaobo. "Grandpa, are you alright?" Gao Xiaobo hugged Gao Xiang and patted and pinched him, completely letting go of being a family member. He is now a poor little old man, a grandfather who needs the shoulders of his grandson. He rubbed his nose and tears on Gao Xiang's clothes. "Grandpa is fine. You are fine." Gao Xiang patted his shoulder to comfort him. "I'm fine, my family is fine, don't cry, everything is over." "Hey." Gao Xiaobo wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Master Pan stepped forward, looked at Gao Xiang, and said with a smile, "Uncle Xiao, you have a good grandson." Gao Xiaobo turned around, rushed forward, grabbed Master Pan's arm tightly, and sighed, "I should really listen to you." Master Pan smiled, "This is the catastrophe that should be in your life. You are a stubborn person by nature. No matter how much I try to persuade you, it will be in vain. You need to get yourself in trouble before you can understand the mystery of this." Gao Xiaobo nodded knowingly, looked at Gao Xiang and Luo Hong who were walking towards the car, and asked, "Then they?" Master Pan said, "The fate of these two people was doomed thousands of years ago. Don't obstruct them, just let them go. If you insist on breaking them up, it may bring disaster to the Gao family again." Gao Xiaobo said, "Is my grandson really the reincarnation of that evil spirit?" Master Pan nodded. Gao Xiaobo couldn't help being shocked. Hearing it was one thing, seeing it with his own eyes was another. He hadn't recovered from the scene just now. He asked, "Has Luo Hong's curse been lifted?" "Understood." Uncle Gao heaved a sigh of relief, clasped his palms together, and bowed to the sky. "God has eyes. Let the Luo family be freed from the curse of the 1,000 years, and the Gao family from the sins of the 1,000 years. I hope the two families will live together forever. No more misfortunes, peace, and happiness." Master Pan helped Gao Xiaobo into the car, and the police convoy and emergency convoy drove away from the crematorium. On the way, Luo Hong didn't have a chance to talk to Gao Xiang alone. The car was full of police officers. They chatted and questioned from time to time. The old man was sent to the hospital, Gao Xiang and Luo Hong went to the police station to make notes. After tossing and tossing, it was already dark, and Luo Hong was too tired to pass out. Master Pan stayed at Gao's house for one night, and was about to leave Gao's house the next day. Gao Xiang asked him to stay for another 2 days. Master Pan said that he still had important French to do, and Pan Guoying couldn't do it alone. When Luo Hong heard that Master Pan was leaving, he also accompanied Gao Xiang to send Master Pan off. Before Master Pan left Gao Xiang a note, Gao Xiang's face changed slightly after reading it, and then he smiled faintly. Gao Xiang leaned close to Master Pan and whispered something into Master Pan's ear, which made Master Pan laugh out loud. The two looked at Luo Hong with ambiguous expressions, and looked at Luo Hong so that the hairs in their hearts shuddered. After sending Master Pan away, Luo Hong asked them what they were laughing at. Gao Xiang didn't say anything, and asked him what was written on the paper. Gao Xiang still didn't answer. Luo Hong was in a hurry. He already had a bunch of questions to ask Gao Xiang, but now it exploded and bombarded Gao Xiang like a cannonball. Gao Xiang was helpless, so he took Luo Hong home and gnawed him hard. The gnawed Luo Hong gasped and asked, "The double dragon walls are closed." Gao Xiang said vaguely while eating Luo Hong's tender jade beads, "Well, it's closed." Luo Hong was short of breath, and groaned uncontrollably. Then, "What about my curse?" Gao Xiang was lucky enough to touch every inch of Luo Hong's sensitive area, leaving him no privacy at all. He swallowed his sticky pink cock, and said perfunctorily, "It's untied." Luo Hong grabbed Gao Xiang's shoulder excitedly, with tears in his eyes. He was so moved. "Really? Really?" Gao Xiang took the lubricant from the head of the bed and squeezed it into the palm of his hand, stood Luo Hong's lower body upside down, squeezed the jelly onto Luo Hong's stamen, and put his fingers in, twitching up and down, making Luo Hong's hot body tremble. Gao Xiang licked and kissed his inner thigh, and replied, "Really, how could I lie to you? It's too late to love you." Luo Hong covered his eyes with his arms, the ecstasy of rebirth mixed with the fiery heat of his body. He was so excited that he shed tears, and murmured, "I can live? Can I live past 30 years old?" "Whoa!" The old man cried helplessly. Gao Xiang spread the jelly all over Luo Hong's meatballs and cock, and rubbed Luo Hong's most sensitive area, igniting Luo Hong's fragile desire, and his whole body writhed due to Gao Xiang's caress. Gao Xiang's fiery eyes stared at the pistol that was widened enough by him to be soft and relaxed. He held his weapon against the trembling exit, and rubbed against the position that was about to be hit by him, making him let out a long sigh. He looked at Luo Hong's wet and longing eyes, and he felt mischievous. He said in a deep voice, "The curse is solved. But I checked the records of the witch doctor, and the treatment method of the witch doctor is life for life. You have a poor life, and you use your own life to save others, so even if there is no curse, you will not live long." Luo Hong, who was enjoying the joy of rebirth and sexual caress, was startled. He looked at Gao Xiang helplessly, his whole body trembling with fear. Is what you said true? Do you remember what Master Pan said? He said you won't live past 15, and the day after tomorrow will be 15. Gao Xiang leaned over and kissed Luo Hong's lips, and stretched out his tongue to lift his trembling lips. Luo Hong's almost desperate eyes, it made Gao Xiang's heart ache like a needle prick. He hugged Luo Hong's body reluctantly, kissed his chin and neck lightly, separated Luo Hong's legs, and held the thick fleshy blade to open the narrow passage, comforted. "Don't be afraid, I said I will save you. With me here, you can't die." As soon as Gao Xiang finished speaking, he penetrated into Luo Hong's body forcefully and pumped him quickly. Luo Hong screamed in pain. His body was shaken by the sudden and fast impact. His whole body fell apart, and the pain of death and the uncontrollable pleasure tortured Luo Hong to the point of collapse. He grabbed Gao Xiang's shoulder and let out a cry, shocked to pieces with a crying voice. How, die, can't you? Gao Xiang straightened his waist, lifted Luo Hong's thigh, let him wrap around his waist, and made the two people's sex positions closely connected. He shuttled freely among the flower stamens that were blooming for him, enjoying the tightness that belonged to Luo Hong. To the package on the inner wall, he bit Luo Hong's earlobe, and while sucking, he said, "We are doing things to keep you alive." Luo Hong looked at Gao Xiang in confusion, not understanding what he meant. "Do you believe me?" Gao Xiang pushed hard. Luo Hong, who was about to pass out from being stabbed, replied with difficulty, "I believe." "That's good. Remember, you will live, and you will live well, but you have to stay by my side forever, and you can't go anywhere." Luo Hong gave Gao Xiang a melancholy look. It would be nice to stay by Gao Xiang's side forever, but, can't go anywhere? Luo Hong and Gao Xiang looked at each other for a long time. Gao Xiang's firm and fiery eyes made Luo Hong's whole body feel hot, and he was very attached to him. He wanted to live, looking into these eyes all the time, and always being by his side. Even if you can't go there, you are willing, as long as you can live, stay with him. Luo Hong put his arms around Gao Xiang's neck, kissed Gao Xiang proactively, and expressed his wishes with actions. Gao Xiang hugged Luo Hong excitedly and deepened the kiss. He pumped his meat blade vigorously, hoping to scatter all the juice of his love in the depths of Luo Hong. He kissed the little mole at the corner of Luo Hong's eye, and the mole gradually turned red. Gao Xiang smiled with satisfaction, which means that Luo Hong's body has undergone wonderful changes due to this sex, which is also the reason why he changed from Pan today. Learned from the master. He held Luo Hong's hand, intertwined with his fingers, his lips and teeth filtered the sweetness in Luo Hong's mouth, and the eyes of the two looked at each other sparked a scorching electric current. He looked at Luo Hong, who was fascinated by him under him, and he Luo Hong, who was imprisoned with love, felt warm and full of heart. Gao Xiang sighed in his heart, "Love me, sink into me, fall into my sweet curse, and never escape."